Feng Qingyan is really capable of everything. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking of Feng Qingyan's stunning beauty, he immediately showed a greedy look. Feng Qingyan is not only a rare beauty, but also skilled in medicine and business. Truly perfect. If he could marry her into the palace, it would fulfill his past regret and help strengthen the treasury and secure his throne. Wouldn't that be a perfect plan? The emperor's dream was indeed a good one. I am not afraid that Xiao Minji will find out and overthrow his throne in anger. Your Majesty, do you still want us to keep watching them? The emperor's shadow guard didn't understand why the emperor suddenly looked like that and asked confusedly. Let everyone withdraw. The emperor snapped back to himself, feeling a bit awkward. Planting herbs doesn't require watching anymore. Now he needs to plan carefully how to win Feng Qingyan over. Why did he so foolishly give Feng Qingyan to Xiao Minji in marriage? No wonder Xiao Minji was not upset at all and looked very happy. Could it be that he knew from the start what Feng Qingyan's true appearance and talents were? It's really unbelievable. The more the emperor thought about it, the more he believed this might be true, and he was furious. He must ruin this marriage for Xiao Minji. On this side of the mountain, as soon as the emperor's people left, Feng Qingyan and the others started working. Earlier, Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan had already prepared everything and invited a group of professional masters to inspect the site. Feng Qingyan, for safety, researched many modern mining techniques. She made sure the construction team followed her standards strictly to ensure efficient and safe mineral extraction. The master in charge of digging the well was named Zhang Liang. He had been in this business for decades and was very experienced. When he saw Feng Qingyan's construction drawings, he couldn't help but praise her. Drilling here is perfect. Princess Ninth is truly talented. Zhang Liang looked at Feng Qingyan with admiration. He thought he was already excellent in mining, but after seeing her drawings and considering all aspects, he realized she was very thorough and felt a bit inferior. You flatter me, sir. Feng Qingyan didn't want to take credit. These were just experiences summarized by others. She only copied some information. She wasn't an expert in actual operations. Princess Ninth, you're humble. Zhang Liang thought Feng Qingyan was just pretending to be modest. After all, in the entire Great Xia, there was no one else as experienced as her. If she didn't really understand, how could she come up with such a plan? Feng Qingyan smiled helplessly and didn't bother to explain. If there was a misunderstanding, so be it. Xiao Minji was very proud. Having a little princess who was praised every day made him feel like he had saved the world in his past life. Everything was planned. Zhang Liang started organizing the workers to dig the well. With Feng Qingyan's drawings, everything went smoothly. Soon, they would see the minerals below, but Zhang Liang and the others faced a problem. A huge rock blocked the bottom of the well. The rock was very hard, and breaking it would take a long time. Finding another way was almost impossible. This made Zhang Liang very worried. In the end, Zhang Liang called Feng Qingyan. She looked at the big rock and thought, in modern times, this wouldn't be a problem. A simple drilling machine could easily fix it. Don't worry, sir. I have a way to solve this. Everyone, you can go home early today. We will continue tomorrow morning. After the workers left, Feng Qingyan took some paper and a pen from her tent and made a list. She handed it to Xiao Minji. Let the prince arrange for these things to be prepared. It's best to buy them separately. On the list, she wrote down sulfur, wood ash, saltpeter, and other materials needed to make simple explosives. She didn't know how much the Daxia people knew about gunpowder, so she kept these details secret to prevent anyone with bad intentions from finding out. Xiao Minji glanced at the list, but didn't ask questions. He immediately sent people to buy the items. Mu Qing was very efficient. Soon, the supplies were bought and brought back. Princess, what are you going to do with these things? Mu Qing looked at the pile of sulfur, wood ash, and saltpeter, unsure what they were for. Make gunpowder, Feng Qingyan said with a mysterious smile. Don't underestimate these materials. Soon, they will surprise you all. Gunpowder? Mu Qing was very surprised. Did the princess mean the same thing he thought? In the past 2 years, Bailiang developed a new kind of weapon called firearms, which were very powerful and posed a real threat to their army. Feng Qingyan nodded. Seeing Mu Qing's expression, she guessed he knew a little. She didn't explain more. She mixed sulfur, wood ash, and saltpeter in certain proportions to make simple explosive packs. Xiao Minji and Mu Qing watched her closely, their eyes wide with curiosity about what she was holding. It seemed different from the thing in Bailiang. Come on, I'll show you its power. Feng Qingyan didn't have a mining drill like the one used for coal, but she had a wall drill, which was enough. Earlier, when Xiao Minji wasn't around, she took a wall drill from her space and prepared the holes. She placed simple explosive packs into the drilled holes, and when detonated, the effect was impressive. Mu Qing saw Feng Qingyan set the fuse and tried to light it with flint, but couldn't get it to ignite. Feng Qingyan, speechless, took out a lighter from her space and lit it instantly. Mu Qing's eyes sparkled as he watched the lighter in Feng Qingyan's hand. Hurry up and get out of here. Do you want to be blown into pieces? Seeing Mu Qing's helpless look, Feng Qingyan threw the lighter directly to him. Thank you, Your Highness. Mu Qing immediately beamed with happiness, happier than if he had found a rare treasure. But his joy lasted only 3 seconds before the lighter was taken by Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji looked clearly displeased. His little wife hadn't given him anything yet, so how could Mu Qing get it first? Mu Qing looked a bit hopeless. His lord was too stingy. That was something his wife had given him. Feng Qingyan's prepared fuse was long enough, giving them plenty of time to leave the cave. Soon after the three of them retreated, a deafening explosion sounded from inside. It felt like the entire mountain was trembling. Xiao Minji was shocked by how powerful this thing was. The so-called firearms from Bailiang were nothing compared to this gunpowder made by Feng Qingyan. Mu Qing was so surprised he could have swallowed a chicken egg. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. If she told them that this gunpowder was just a basic version, and that she could easily make bombs in her space that were 100 or 1,000 times more powerful, she wondered how they would react. Once gunpowder was invented, it would surely become a powerful tool for royal families around the world to fight for power and control. Feng Qingyan would also inevitably become a target for others to compete over, putting herself in danger. Only heaven, earth, and you and I know the truth, she said with a smile and a shrug. She naturally understood the advantages and risks involved. Once gunpowder was available, it could cause great destruction and suffering. She wouldn't use it on the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. It was clear that Xiao Minji was very skilled in this area, unlike the emperor, who was driven by greed and desire. Since she and Xiao Minji had already come this far, there were some things she couldn't hide, even if she wanted to. So, she decided to be open about it. Let him know her strength, some things she did with confidence. That's good, Xiao Minji said calmly. He wasn't overly worried. There's no wall that keeps secrets forever. If it came to that, he believed he had enough ability to protect her. Plus, Feng Qingyan's own strength was not to be underestimated. Anyone trying to trouble her would likely end up losing. Next to them, Mu Qing listened to their carefree conversation and felt a little awkward. Did they really ignore him? Feng Qingyan wasn't ignoring Mu Qing. If Xiao Minji couldn't rely on his closest people, then what was the point of being a prince? The next morning, the workers watched as the large rock turned into smaller stones, all amazed. But because of Xiao Minji's orders, everyone kept quiet. They didn't know exactly how it happened, but they still admired Feng Qingyan deeply. After the giant stone was broken open, the workers cleaned up and finally revealed what was underneath, what they called mineral deposits. Princess, what do you think this is? Zhang Liang asked, frowning, holding a dark, black object and presenting it to Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. He was excited, thinking it might be gold or jade, but instead they found a bunch of black, sooty stuff. What could this be useful for? They had put so much effort into this, and now it seemed all their work might be wasted. Do you not recognize this object? Feng Qingyan asked, a little surprised. In this world, even coal was unknown.
No.
I don't know. Zhang Liang shook his head. Xiao Minji was not surprised at all to see Feng Qingyan, so he knew she must recognize this object. This is called coal. It is similar to the charcoal you use daily, but it burns longer and produces a stronger fire, suitable for heating and boiling water. Feng Qingyan had known from the start that there was coal underground, but she didn't expect Daxia to have no record of coal mining. This greatly increased the value of this coal. Can it really be burned? The object looked somewhat like silver charcoal, but it was black and hard. How could it possibly burn? Zhang Liang was very doubtful. Try it and see. Feng Qingyan simply dug a small pit in the ground, asked Mu Qing to bring some firewood and twigs. She first put the twigs into the pit and lit them, then laid the firewood on top and placed the coal on the wood. Soon, the twigs caught fire, then the wood and the coal ignited as well. The fire grew stronger and burned steadily. These few pieces can burn for so long. They are much more useful than just twigs. Zhang Liang was very surprised. This coal had strong firepower and burned steadily, making many tasks much easier. It was truly a rare treasure. Knowing the usefulness of coal, Zhang Liang led people to start work according to Feng Qingyan's plans. The fire was burning brightly, and Feng Qingyan didn't want to waste it. Just then, she caught a wild chicken and picked some wild vegetables and mushrooms. There was also a flat green stone nearby, perfect for making a stone grill. Feng Qingyan, always a foodie, was always thinking about food, no matter where she was. Mu Qing, go clean that green stone by the river, Feng Qingyan said, knowing she could use free labor. Princess, why do you want to clean it? Mu Qing asked curiously. Do you want to try stone grill? What is a stone grill? When Mu Qing heard about eating, he immediately became interested. You probably don't know what it is. Stop wasting time and go now. Before Feng Qingyan could explain, Xiao Minji glared at Mu Qing and spoke first. He had noticed that Mu Qing was always eyeing his little princess's treasures. Your servant will go now. Mu Qing knew that Feng Qingyan's cooking was very popular and tasted amazing. Feng Qingyan's cooking must be very good. He immediately, happily, went to work. Mu Qing cleaned the blue stone slab, and Feng Qingyan added a few more pieces of coal to the pit. Then she quickly ran to the small river to prepare to handle the wild chicken, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. Mu Qing finished cleaning the stone slab, and Feng Qingyan asked him to place it on the fire pit. When he returned, he initially wanted to help Feng Qingyan slaughter the chicken, but upon seeing her skillful movements, he quickly gave up the idea. Feng Qingyan skillfully peeled the wild chicken from head to tail, keeping the skin intact. After removing the skin, she started to handle the internal organs. Did you think it would be bloody and horrible? Watching Feng Qingyan slaughter the chicken was like witnessing a professional surgical operation. She truly is a skilled surgeon. Her movements are clean and quick, without any hesitation. Mu Qing felt a shiver down his spine. So, is this how the princess usually performs surgeries? This is too frightening. He swore that he would never offend the princess in the future. After handling the wild chicken, Feng Qingyan used a dagger to cut it into small pieces and then skewered them. Xiao Minji had just washed the mushrooms and vegetables and, mimicking Feng Qingyan, also skewered them. By then, the temperature of the stone slab was probably just right. Feng Qingyan placed the fat scraped from the wild chicken onto the stone slab, and soon oil started to sizzle. She put the skewered chicken pieces on the stone slab, and they immediately sizzled loudly. That sound alone made it feel like a professional chef at work. In no time, the smell of grilled meat filled the air. When the pieces were about 70% cooked, Feng Qingyan added the mushrooms and vegetables to grill together. She kept turning the skewers and occasionally took out bottles and jars from her sleeves, sprinkling seasonings repeatedly. It looked very delicious. Mu Qing couldn't help but swallow hard, not thinking about where Feng Qingyan's seasonings came from. Xiao Minji knew, so he naturally didn't say anything. Finally, Feng Qingyan sprinkled some cumin powder, then realized she should check her seasoning bottle, feeling a bit guilty. She was busy grilling and unintentionally added some seasoning. Did these two people notice anything? Fortunately, Feng Qingyan saw that both of them looked normal, so she didn't mind and said to them, "You can start eating now." Muqing got 2 skewers of grilled meat, mushrooms, and vegetables, and wisely went to eat alone at a distance. It was clear she was creating a private space for the two of them. Feng Qingyan picked up a skewer of grilled chicken pieces, put it in her mouth, and took a bite, filling her mouth with a delicious aroma. The taste was excellent. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan eating happily and took a skewer to eat as well. Honestly, her cooking skills are definitely not worse than the palace chef's. It seems the palace might need a new cook. Otherwise, with her skills, Feng Qingyan would definitely be dissatisfied with the food in the palace. Princess, have you thought about the market for mining coal? While eating skewers, Xiao Minji suddenly asked as he looked at the pile of charcoal nearby. Although this coal isn't as valuable as gold or jade, he felt it was more practical. Feng Qingyan always prepared carefully. Mining the coal was definitely part of her plan. I want to transport this coal to the northwest, but the transportation might be a bit complicated. I'm still investigating. Feng Qingyan ate her skewers with a big mouth, her lips covered in oil, but it didn't affect her beautiful appearance. In fact, she looked a bit playful. From what Feng Qingyan knew, the wealthy families in the imperial city and the princes and princesses in the palace all used a type of white charcoal. This charcoal is made from wood through a special process, and it burns cleanly, without smoke. It's more suitable for indoor heating. As for ordinary people, they usually use firewood for heating and wouldn't spend extra silver on charcoal. So, this kind of coal isn't very suitable for sale in the capital. Before mining, Feng Qingyan had already done her research. Every winter, the northwest of the Great Xia often experiences severe cold, causing many deaths. She planned to mine this coal and send it to the northwest. A few days ago, she had already sent Zhuangyu to investigate the situation. Once the transportation was arranged, they could mine and transport at the same time, avoiding the trouble of storing large amounts of coal. After all, storing coal requires a lot of space and could attract unwanted attention. And in this way, by winter, most of the mined coal will have been transported to the northwest. Not only can it save the people from hardship, but it can also make a lot of money. Why not do it? Feng Qingyan's business plan is already taking shape, and she will continue to expand outward. Her first step is to move into the northwest region, just to explore the area. Then I want to thank the people and soldiers of the northwest on behalf of Yan. You don't need to worry about transportation, just leave that to me. Xiao Minji looked very excited. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to think the same way he did. His territory is in the northwest, where the land is poor and conditions are tough, especially in winter, when it becomes very cold and difficult to endure. If he hadn't been poisoned and disabled in his legs, he would probably be with his brothers in the northwest now. Now that Feng Qingyan has found these coal deposits, transporting them to the northwest will make this winter much easier for his soldiers. Because Xiao Minji regularly supplies a lot of goods to the northwest every year, he knows this route very well. Transporting goods will be no problem at all. I see. Feng Qingyan was slightly surprised. She had accidentally stumbled upon this, and now everything is falling into place. Transport worries are now gone. But she wonders, is this money going to be wasted? Don't worry, Yen. Besides the harsh winter, the northwest is quite good at other times. Plus, there are many mountains and natural treasures, and the most abundant resource there is silver. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan's little greed and knew what she was thinking, so he smiled and said, "The emperor thought the northwest was poor, so he granted it to Xiao Minji, hoping he would help defend the Daxia Empire there. It was a win-win situation. But he overlooked one thing. Where there are many mountains, the chance of finding gold is quite high. Otherwise, over the years, Xiao Minji and his soldiers would have had a very hard time in the northwest." Feng Qingyan was caught thinking and shyly scratched her head, asking, "Is the northwest a land of dust and sand? Is there a shortage of food? The northwest is very harsh, mainly because of its climate and soil conditions. Most crops can't grow there, so food shortages are a major problem. Yes, spring and summer are better, but in winter, food becomes very scarce and the conditions are tough. Over the years, Xiao Minji has worked hard to improve the conditions for the soldiers. However, the results have not been very satisfying. While they are no longer starving or freezing, living in such harsh conditions over a long time still weakens their health. Since that's the case, why not work on improving the local soil and climate? Feng Qingyan knows that in the future world, turning deserts into greenlands is possible. Of course, this is a big project and won't show quick results. Perhaps even the ancient people didn't have the technology for that. Does Yenner have a way to solve this? Xiao Minji's eyes light up. He realizes that no matter how difficult the problem, as long as it's brought to Feng Qingyan, it's just a small matter. I do have some ideas, but they might take time to work. Tell me more about the situation in the Northwest, and when I go back, I'll see if I can come up with a workable plan. Feng Qingyan thinks that if possible, she would like to visit the Northwest in person. Adapting solutions to local conditions will be more effective. I knew Yenner had a way. That's wonderful. The soldiers on the frontier are saved now. I want to thank Yenner on their behalf. Xiao Minji truly trusts Feng Qingyan unconditionally. As long as she says she can do it, she definitely can. Feng Qingyan feels a bit embarrassed by his trust. She hasn't done much yet. Although she was not a soldier in her previous life, she has a strong sense of patriotism. She especially admires brave soldiers who protect the country. The soldiers deserve the basic support to keep them safe and healthy. Improving the local environment is a long-term process. But I can help with planting crops first. I'll prepare some information for you when I get back. Feng Qingyan thinks for a moment and then speaks again. While she can't turn the Northwest into a green land overnight, there are ways to ensure the soldiers are fed and warm before winter comes. This is her way of showing her care for them. Yenner is truly my lucky star. Xiao Minji looks at Feng Qingyan with affection and gently pulls her into his arms. He suddenly felt that Feng Qingyan was like the most precious gift bestowed by heaven. Since Feng Qingyan came to his side, not only had his health fully recovered, but all the various problems around him had been easily solved. Even the people in the palace were so overwhelmed that they had no time to bother him anymore. Most importantly, since meeting Feng Qingyan, his once dull and dark life had become lively again. Just by looking at her, he unconsciously began to hope and look forward to a bright future. Feng Qingyan was more than just his lucky star. She was a gift from heaven to him. It was as if she had given him a new life.
Can you
let me go first? Feng Qingyan leaned against Xiao Minji's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her face blushed uncontrollably. What she was doing was truly out of respect for the soldiers. She was only helping them check information and find some workable solutions. Did Xiao Minji misunderstand something? Xiao Minji glanced at Mu Qing, who was secretly watching from nearby, and quickly released Feng Qingyan in embarrassment. He was just too excited earlier, truly unable to control himself, and indeed a bit reckless. Mu Qing was happily eating the delicious food in her hand, feeling even more pleased. It seemed that the young lady of the royal family would be arriving soon. She must tell Grandma Lu, Xiao Minji's nursemaid, to prepare everything in advance. Mu Qing really cared deeply for their prince. Her close protection was truly admirable. Meanwhile, the coal mine was operating smoothly, and Feng Qingyan had also helped the soldiers in the Northwest develop a farming plan. The sandy, dusty land wasn't suitable for wheat or rice, but crops like corn, peanuts, and potatoes should grow well. These crops are high-yield, easy to store, and can be used as staple food. Additionally, medicinal plants like sea buckthorn and astragalus, which have high medicinal value, are suitable for growing in the Northwest. According to Feng Qingyan, this world probably doesn't have corn or peanuts, but she found records of potatoes. She had plenty of seeds for crops like corn, peanuts, sea buckthorn, and astragalus in her space storage, so there was no need to worry. She just needed to find some potatoes. Has the prince seen this before? Feng Qingyan printed a colorful structural image of a potato from her space. The leaves, fruits, and flowers are all clearly labeled and look almost exactly like the real ones, easy to recognize. I have seen something like this in the Jiangnan area before. It seems to be called sweet potato, and many people use it to feed their livestock. Xiao Minji carefully looked at the picture of the potato on Feng Qingyan's image and remembered that he had seen this item at a household in Jiangnan. Feng Qingyan nodded. Since Jiangnan is rich and prosperous, no one pays much attention to this thing. Using it to feed animals is quite normal. This thing can be steamed and eaten directly to fill the stomach, or ground into powder to make various foods. It is very nutritious. Your Highness can have someone find it and plant it widely in the Northwest. Potatoes produce a high yield, mature quickly, and can be harvested 2 to 3 times a year. They are easy to store, which can help solve the winter food shortage in the Northwest. Feng Qingyan explained some basic knowledge about potatoes to Xiao Minji. Potatoes are easy to reproduce, adaptable, and don't need special care, almost like free-range farming. They are perfect for the environment in the Northwest. Xiao Minji became more and more excited as he listened. This thing has so many benefits, it's amazing. I will send people to Jiangnan to collect a large number of potatoes and immediately send them to the Northwest for planting. In Jiangnan, no one knew the value of potatoes, and they could even be obtained without spending money. Starting now, planting them might yield 2 harvests before winter, which is perfect for storage and winter use. This is a huge blessing for the soldiers in the Northwest. After discussing potatoes, Feng Qingyan took Xiao Minji to her small warehouse. These are seeds of corn, peanuts, sea buckthorn, and astragalus. Corn is also a major crop and can be used as staple food. Peanuts can be eaten directly or pressed for oil. Sea buckthorn and astragalus have high medicinal value. These crops should also be suitable for planting in the Northwest. Feng Qingyan spoke while grabbing a handful of plum peanuts, occasionally tossing one into her mouth. Xiao Minji looked at the unfamiliar items in front of him and couldn't help but grab some corn, eager to taste it. But he immediately bit into something hard and awkwardly spat it out. Yuck, this is too hard and tastes terrible. Ha, that's corn. It can be ground into flour and made into food, but it can't be eaten directly. This peanut can be eaten raw directly, cooked before eating, or pressed to make oil for cooking. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji's awkward expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Minji slightly frowned. He, the mighty war god king, considered himself well-read, knowledgeable about astronomy, and familiar with geography. But in front of his little wife, he seemed quite ignorant. He felt he had truly lost face. All these seeds have detailed notes from me, including how to grow and plant them, as well as the conditions needed for growth. The prince needs to find a professional expert locally to follow my steps carefully for cultivation and reproduction. The yield will depend on the actual situation. Seeing Xiao Minji frown, Feng Qingyan put away her smile and started discussing serious matters. The crops she chose can be used for seed saving and planting repeatedly. Once successfully cultivated, they can be grown forever, providing endless harvests. This will fundamentally solve the food shortage in the Northwest. I will arrange for people to handle this, Xiao Minji said without hesitation, immediately following Feng Qingyan's plan. As Feng Qingyan said, once the crops are successful, the food problem in the Northwest will be solved. At that time, the Northwest will undergo a huge change, a historic breakthrough. The overall plan for solving the food issue is roughly like this. The remaining key is to change the soil and climate of the Northwest. The Northwest is dry and receives little rain. We can plant greenery to improve the local soil environment. I also made some plans. Take a look. Feng Qingyan had seen a magnificent, ancient poplar forest in the desert in modern times, which was resilient and everlasting. So, she suggested starting with planting poplar trees. To green the area and grow crops, water sources are essential. Therefore, Feng Qingyan also provided a complete well drilling plan tailored to the Northwest's conditions. Xiao Minji looked at the densely written pages and felt deeply moved. Feng Qingyan was truly dedicated, considering every aspect of the Northwest carefully. It was as if she had personally experienced the Northwest. Xiao Minji ordered Mu Qing to strictly follow all instructions given by Feng Qingyan, without any negligence. After finishing the work in the Northwest, the two of them returned to focus on the mountain area. Besides the first mountain, which had a coal mine, there were 2 other mountains with coal mines. The rest had iron ore, jade, or a gold mine. Xiao Minji was a legendary war god, holding a large army. With iron ore, he naturally needed to make weapons. Does Daxia still not have anyone who can smelt steel? Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Minji. In ancient times, it was an era of cold weapons. The material of weapons was very important for martial artists. What is steel? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with bright eyes. He wondered what new idea his little wife had come up with this time. Feng Qingyan always had endless creative ideas. Sometimes Xiao Minji really wanted to see what was inside her mind. Mu Qing also looked at Feng Qingyan with anticipation. He was very curious about the small gadgets she often brought out. His wife was truly talented. These things were really amazing and very useful. Every time Feng Qingyan showed a new item, Mu Qing couldn't help but want to try it himself. He even hoped to keep it for himself. But their husband was very jealous and always wanted to take it first. Mu Qing, draw your sword. Feng Qingyan thought that explaining might not be enough, so she decided to show him directly. She took a steel sword from her space and cut it against Mu Qing's sword. Mu Qing's sword instantly broke into 2 pieces. My precious sword. Mu Qing looked at his broken sword, feeling heartbroken. This sword had been with him for many years and was quite famous among martial weapons. It was considered a treasured sword. Feng Qingyan saw Mu Qing's reaction and paused slightly. It seemed Mu Qing still had some feelings for his sword, which she had overlooked. If she had known, she would have just used any sword to test. Maybe I can compensate you for this sword? Feng Qingyan asked shyly. People tend to be sentimental, regardless of good or bad. She knew she had been a bit rude. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, Mu Qing's eyes lit up as he stared at the knife in her hand. The sadness just now was completely forgotten. His tail was almost wagging in excitement. Of course it's real. Feng Qingyan slightly sensed that something was off, but once words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Besides, this kind of steel knife wasn't a treasure. Thank you, Your Highness. Mu Qing quickly took the steel knife from Feng Qingyan, his face full of joy. He had no interest in his broken knife anymore. He simply tossed it aside without a second look. Feng Qingyan suddenly felt like she had been tricked. This guy was actually acting with her. She planned to settle the score with him later. Is this the kind of steel sword you mentioned? Mu Qing was completely unaware, looking at the steel knife with increasing admiration. He had just chopped his own broken knife into pieces, feeling very satisfied. All knives, but the difference was huge. Yes, this is made of steel. Weapons forged from steel are not only very hard and sharp but also resistant to wear and corrosion. They are much better than iron swords. Feng Qingyan briefly explained the advantages of steel. Apart from the difficulty of smelting steel and the slightly higher cost compared to iron, steel weapons last longer and offer great value. They had spent a lot of silver on training soldiers, so they wouldn't hesitate to spend on good weapons. Yener can smelt steel? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan, asking but with certainty in his tone. He couldn't even imagine if, during battle, they could cut through enemies' swords and weapons easily. Would they still need to fight? They might win without fighting at all. In just a few days, Feng Qingyan had amazed him countless times. She seemed to be capable of anything, and he truly didn't know how many skills she still had that he didn't. I think so. Feng Qingyan was genuinely surprised by the question. She had never smelt steel before. It was beyond her current knowledge. But she had access to videos showing the entire steelmaking process, and she understood the basic principles. She believed she could do it, since they had already mined iron, or they shouldn't waste it. Using steel to create new types of weapons will surely be very popular, and selling weapons illegally would be very profitable. If she doesn't know how to refine, she can study and learn. After all, she is a top student. As long as she wants to learn, there's nothing she can't master. Xiao Minji could tell what Feng Qingyan was thinking just from her small expression. Forget about selling weapons illegally, Yener. Such good weapons should be kept for our own use first. You won't lack money either. Making and selling weapons secretly is not allowed, and if others find out, it could cause trouble. Feng Qingyan was speechless. It sounded like she was very greedy. Well, that's just her little hobby. But why does every time she finds a way to make money, Xiao Minji always messes it up? Is he the obstacle on her path to wealth? But thinking about it, She hasn't really lost much money. Yenner, come with me to a place. Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan to a remote mountain deep in the countryside. He stopped in front of a rocky wall on a mountain and casually pressed a bump on a nearby big tree. The tree shook slightly twice, then the rocky wall changed. Xiao Minji performed a series of actions and finally, the wall turned into a stone door, slowly opening. Inside the mountain, Feng Qingyan found it was a hollow space with a lot of room. After walking inside for a while, they heard the sound of hammering. The emperor often withheld supplies and military equipment from Xiao Minji's northwest army, but still expected them to resist outside enemies. She really couldn't understand his thinking. Since the emperor had different plans, Xiao Minji naturally had his own way to prepare supplies. Besides spending his own money each year on food and supplies, the most important thing was to make weapons. So, Xiao Minji secretly built this weapons factory inside the mountain. This place is perfect for steelmaking. Feng Qingyan looked around and saw that the environment was suitable, with some iron casting equipment that was quite complete. Steelmaking also needed such facilities. This would save a lot of preparation work. These craftsmen all have over 10 or 20 years of blacksmithing experience, and they are absolutely reliable. You can trust them, Xiao Minji explained as they walked. After all, steelmaking is a big deal, and it's better if fewer people know about it. Actually, steelmaking isn't a very mysterious skill, but learning it isn't easy either. There's no need to worry about that. Steelmaking is complicated and involves many steps. A small mistake can ruin everything and prevent achieving the desired result. Also, Feng Qingyan won't let one person handle all the steps alone. This way, she can avoid revealing her skills. Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan to meet a few master blacksmiths and told them about her plan to make steel. At first, the masters didn't know who Feng Qingyan was and looked down on her. They thought, how could a young girl with yellow hair understand steelmaking? She's just fooling around. Is the ninth prince really fooled by her beauty? But soon, they saw the impressive steel knife Feng Qingyan made, and they all shut their mouths. Does the young lady really know how to make steel? The old blacksmiths looked at the steel knife, eager to examine it closely. They had been forging iron for decades, but had never thought they could create something like this. Is that even possible? Feng Qingyan was caught off guard, but she knew she had to learn. It seemed she really needed to study steelmaking carefully when she returned. When can the young lady take us to make steel? The old blacksmiths were now more eager than Feng Qingyan herself. That was real steel. If the steel in Daxia was made by them, it would be a great pride. Tomorrow morning I will come back with the prince. Steelmaking isn't like forging iron. It requires some special materials. During steel smelting, to remove impurities like phosphorus and sulfur from the ore, some metallurgical fluxes such as limestone or fluorite powder are added. Also, to control the temperature of the molten steel, coolants like iron oxide or iron ore are used. To remove oxygen from the steel, deoxidizers like manganese iron or silicon iron alloys are added. In ancient times, these materials were not available, so Feng Qingyan needed to prepare some supplies. Thanks to her smart space and its endless supply storage, she had everything she needed. On the way back, Feng Qingyan kept thinking about the details of steelmaking and what to pay attention to. So, she didn't talk much with Xiao Minji during the journey. Yenner, don't feel pressured. Everything takes time and has a process. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan looking serious and thought she was worried about steelmaking, so he kept trying to comfort her. I said I can do it if I say I can. Why do you look down on me? Feng Qingyan was caught off guard and immediately retorted angrily. She couldn't let her big words be proven wrong. Not at all, not at all. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan about to get upset and quickly softened his tone. No one dared to question his little wife. The next morning, Feng Qingyan dressed in a neat men's outfit, with her hair high, looking ready for a big task. She asked Feng Yin to prepare a cart with materials for steelmaking, disguising himself as a farmer, and took a small path ahead. She rode her horse to meet Xiao Minji and others outside the city. Everything is ready. We can leave now. Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji and the others, immediately grabbed the reins, and spoke to them. Xiao Minji peeked out from the cart and saw Feng Qingyan's outfit. His eyes brightened. Sure enough, his little wife was beautiful, and she looked good in anything. Her outfit gave off a strong, capable vibe. If there was a chance in the future, he might even see her brave and heroic on the battlefield. Wife, maybe you should ride in the cart with the prince so you don't attract too much attention. Mu Qing saw Xiao Minji staring at Feng Qingyan with a fixed gaze and suddenly had a clever idea, wondering what he was planning. Feng Qingyan looked at the modest cart Xiao Minji and others were using and at their simple clothes. She was so energetic and lively that she was a bit too eye-catching. After getting into Xiao Minji's cart, Feng Qingyan realized her decision was a bit reckless. To avoid attracting attention, Xiao Minji and the others somehow found an old, broken cart. The space inside was so small it couldn't fit two people. Especially since Xiao Minji was tall and muscular, clothes that fit him were tight, showing his build, but he took up a lot of space. Feng Qingyan had one foot already on the cart and half her body inside. Suddenly, she felt stuck, unable to go forward or back. "Princess, please get in quickly. We're about to leave." Seeing this scene, Mu Qing immediately sat down in the driver's seat and hurriedly urged. Fortunately, he was smart and prepared in advance. He had already led Feng Qingyan's horse into the woods and let it go free. Since the horse had run away, Feng Qingyan couldn't regret it now. Feng Qingyan could see through Mu Qing's careful plans and really wanted to kick him. "Yener, come sit inside quickly, or you'll fall again like last time," Xiao Minji said seriously, pretending not to notice Feng Qingyan's embarrassment. He decided that tonight he would definitely give Mu Qing some chicken drumsticks. Feng Qingyan glared at Xiao Minji angrily. It was fine when he didn't mention last time, but now it was even more awkward. He was asking her to sit inside, so he should make some space for her. Could it be that he wanted her to sit on his lap? "Xiao Minji, I actually mean that. If Yenna wants to sit, I won't mind." In the end, Feng Qingyan had no choice but to squeeze in. Although she didn't sit on Xiao Minji's lap, they were pressed close together. Plus, with the carriage bouncing, that subtle feeling, you know what I mean? Friction, sparks of love. And Xiao Minji looked like he was enjoying it. Feng Qingyan felt like she wanted to die. After a while, the carriage finally arrived at the destination. Feng Qingyan felt relieved, finally free. Feng Yin was already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Xiao Minji's carriage approaching, he hurried forward to help Feng Qingyan down. "Master, why does your face look so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Minji, upon getting out of the carriage, immediately heard Feng Yin ask about Feng Qingyan and stepped in front of him. "Mu Qing, take the things prepared by your princess into the house. Yener, let's go quickly. The master craftsman should already be waiting for us." Xiao Minji's way of addressing her was quite adaptable, and he strongly suspected someone was deliberately asserting dominance. Feng Yin's question was a bit awkward, and Feng Qingyan didn't know how to answer at first. Luckily, Xiao Minji came to save the situation. Feng Qingyan followed Xiao Minji inside, and Feng Yin immediately followed. "Are you sure you want him to come along? Can you trust him?" Xiao Minji glanced at Feng Yin, who was closely following Feng Qingyan, and felt a little annoyed. This big vinegar jar is a real treasure. It would be a shame not to sell the vinegar. "It's okay. Feng Yin isn't a stranger," Feng Qingyan said with a carefree smile. "The person she personally chose is trustworthy." Xiao Minji fell silent. Was he worried about that? He was actually worried that this guy might have bad intentions toward Feng Qingyan. "Prince, please rest assured. My loyalty to the lady is clear for all to see," Feng Yin said happily when he heard Feng Qingyan. He knew their master wouldn't abandon him. He looked proud and even gave a slight challenge to Xiao Minji in front. The proud prince suddenly looked a bit upset. That guy is just relying on his little princess to protect him. Let's see about that. If he doesn't insist on following, then he'll make him regret it. Xiao Minji, feeling a bit provoked, saw a branch hanging ahead and quickly pulled Feng Qingyan into his arms. "Princess, be careful not to get scratched by the branch," he said. "Look at this intimate posture, this caring tone. I can see it myself." Feng Qingyan quickly pushed away from Xiao Minji, feeling annoyed. She really doesn't understand what kind of mood Xiao Minji is in. Does he think she's so delicate? Feng Yin followed behind, grinding his teeth in frustration. This mighty war god prince is so childish. He's clearly doing it on purpose. Xiao Minji shrugged. So, what if he's doing it on purpose? If it weren't for his little princess's face, even 10 Feng Yins wouldn't be his match. Feng Qingyan was too lazy to bother with them and went straight into the cave. She first found the master to discuss the steel-making process. Then, she began step-by-step experiments. The initial step of high-temperature steel-making is smelting iron, which is not a problem for the masters. But the most important step is to refine, remove impurities, and temper the iron after obtaining pig iron. These steps seem simple, but getting steel suitable for forging weapons is not easy. Steel must meet strict requirements for strength, toughness, and ductility. Failure is inevitable. What should I do now? She wondered. Every batch of steel she produced was either too brittle or too soft, making it unsuitable for making weapons. A few of the masters looked quite discouraged. Feng Qingyan thought she must have made a mistake somewhere and decided to study the process carefully. In the end, she asked the masters to rest first. Feng Qingyan is never one to give up easily. She refused to quit and, after some adjustments, decided to try it herself. Steelmaking is hot, tiring, and dirty. A girl like her can't handle this kind of hardship. But Xiao Minji kept trying to persuade her, without success. In the end, he just let her do as she wished. Yenner, come over and rest for a while. It's too hot and you might get heatstroke. Being so close to the intense heat was hard for even a strong man like Xiao Minji, let alone Feng Qingyan. Soon, she was sweating heavily, her face flushed from the heat. Xiao Minji couldn't help but feel a little worried. Feng Qingyan wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling overwhelmed, so she stopped. After some repeated tests, she had a good idea of what the problem was. She believed that a few more experiments would produce the steel she wanted. Come and cool down for a bit. I brought a fan and some water for you. Xiao Minji quickly handed her water and kept fanning her with a hand fan. He was very considerate. He showed the qualities of a caring and dutiful man. Where Feng Yin and Mu Qing, Feng Qingyan paused and realized only she and Xiao Minji were there. I sent them away to do something else, Xiao Minji said seriously. Because Feng Qingyan was wearing light, practical clothes, and she was sweating a lot from the steelmaking, her clothes clung to her body. Her figure was already curvy, and the tight clothes showed her graceful shape even more. Xiao Minji didn't want other men to see Feng Qingyan like that. So, he made an excuse to send them away and gave Mu Qing a look, clearly not wanting them to come back. Feng Qingyan nodded, but didn't mind. She drank the water quickly. Her thirst was satisfied, but the temperature still hadn't dropped. If only she had a bottle of cold soda or an ice cream, that would be perfect. Feng Qingyan was feeling restless and told Xiao Minji, I think my experiment is almost done. You should go try it now. All right, Yen, you should rest first. I'll go try it. Xiao Minji used to study swords and, to make a better weapon, learned blacksmithing from a master for a while. Not bad, he really has some skill now. Feng Qingyan took the chance when Xiao Minji turned around and pulled out an ice cream and a bottle of cold cola from her space. She quickly ate the ice cream and took a big sip of the cola, feeling very satisfied. Xiao Minji has strong internal energy and can sense any movement around him, so he definitely noticed Feng Qingyan's little tricks. But he chose not to say anything. After finishing her drink, Feng Qingyan saw that Xiao Minji had already forged a piece of steel. It was perfect in hardness, toughness, and flexibility. Xiao Minji, you're amazing. Feng Qingyan excitedly grabbed his sleeve, happy that he succeeded on the first try. All her hard work wasn't in vain. I was just lucky. It's mostly because of your previous efforts, Xiao Minji said, looking at Feng Qingyan leaning close to him. He swallowed nervously, realizing how charming his little wife was. She dared to tease him like this. Feng Qingyan wasn't thinking about that. She forgot they were in ancient times. It was just a casual arm pull, very normal. Quick, try again. I want to see where the problem was earlier, she urged. Xiao Minji repeated the process twice more, and both times he succeeded. Finally, Feng Qingyan found the problem herself. Everyone was happy. Just as she was about to go tell the master and others the good news, Xiao Minji stopped her. Yan, you should tidy yourself up first. Or better, put on my coat. Although Feng Qingyan was fully covered and nothing was exposed, her perfect curves made her look even more charming. Xiao Minji couldn't let her go out like that. Why didn't you say something earlier? Feng Qingyan realized the problem. Her clothes were too thin, not made of sweat-absorbing material, and her chest was wet in a large area, revealing the shape of her underneath. She was glad she wasn't wearing the ancient belly band, or she might have accidentally exposed herself. This person must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, why would they only tell her now? Xiao Minji hesitated. Could his little wife really think he's just a flirt? Although he did have some small feelings for her. But she was going to be his future wife. And he only had feelings for her. I'll be right back, don't follow me. Feng Qingyan didn't bother to argue with Xiao Minji. There was nothing surprising about it. She was used to wearing special clothes in modern times. Plus, her clothes were sweaty and uncomfortable. She went to a temporary restroom and then entered her space. Feng Qingyan took off her clothes and threw them into the automatic washing machine, then took a quick shower. When she came out, her clothes had already been dried automatically. It had taken a while, and she didn't have time to fully dry her hair, so she quickly changed and left. Yena, you're done. Xiao Minji hurried over when he saw Feng Qingyan come out. He was surprised to see her clothes look completely new. Let's find some skilled craftsmen. Feng Qingyan quickly changed the subject, worried Xiao Minji might ask too many questions.
Wait.
Yenner's hair was sweaty and wet. I'll help dry it. Seeing her hair was still damp, Xiao Minji thought of a good reason. He used his skills, and her hair dried instantly. Her long hair looked like a black waterfall, flowing smoothly and softly, with a faint scent of shampoo, making her face look even more delicate and white. She looked truly beautiful. Xiao Minji couldn't help but stare.
Thank you.
Let's go. Noticing Xiao Minji's gaze, Feng Qingyan blushed and quickly gathered her loose hair, changing the subject. Who knew internal skills could have such benefits? In the future, she might not even need a hairdryer. It seemed she needed to improve her internal strength to Xiao Minji's level soon. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji found some skilled craftsmen and showed them their work. The craftsmen were very excited and immediately followed Feng Qingyan's steps to practice, and it really worked. After successfully forging the steel they wanted, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji entrusted the task entirely to a few master craftsmen. Next, they naturally began to create new types of weapons. Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan to his armory. They entered a workshop filled with various models and displays. There were all kinds of weapons, big and small. Feng Qingyan looked at the weapons with interest, picking up some to examine closely. If you like any, you can choose freely, Xiao Minji said, seeing her eyes light up when she looked at the weapons. He thought she liked them. Since they belonged to his family, he was happy to give or let her take whatever she wanted. Feng Qingyan shook her head. She didn't like them specifically. She was just interested in weapons. Finally, she approached a bow and arrow set, picking it up and playing with it. The craftsmanship is good, but it's a pity the strength isn't enough for close-range shooting, and the accuracy could be better, she said. Her words were honest and based on her experience, not meant to insult. She carefully placed the arrows back in their original spot. At that moment, an old man slowly entered the workshop. When he heard Feng Qingyan's comments, his expression changed slightly. That is a divine weapon, ranked high on the martial weapons list. It's a bit arrogant to say such things, young lady, he said. The old man's name was Qin Bing, and he was the main person in charge of the armory. He loved researching different weapons and had been doing so for decades. The bow and arrow Feng Qingyan just picked up was made by him. No wonder he looked so dismissive of her words. Feng Qingyan paused slightly, then nodded politely to Qin Bing to show respect. Criticizing someone's work can be seen as rude, and it was clear that this bow and arrow was his proud creation. I don't mean to offend or speak falsely. I can indeed make a bow and arrow that far surpasses this in range, power, and accuracy, she said with a gentle smile. Even in modern times, she was one of the best at weapon modification. Although this bow and arrow was well designed, in her hands, it was just a rough copy. But she respected everyone who loved research and innovation. She was one of them. Don't say it's nonsense. Do you know the range of this bow and arrow? How many times farther is it? That's impossible. If you can do it, I will do whatever you ask. Qin Bing slammed the table, angry and glaring. This young girl actually looked down on his bow and arrow, claiming it could shoot several times farther than his. It was a huge insult. He couldn't bear it. Qin Bing had been dealing with weapons for years. Although he never fought in battles, he still had a soldier's presence. He thought he could intimidate Feng Qingyan, but she showed no reaction. He was so angry that he only then noticed Xiao Minji standing nearby and quickly toned down his anger. He didn't know what kind of relationship this young girl had with their prince. Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Bing with a sympathetic expression. If someone dared to challenge his little princess, he could only hope they would be lucky. Since the senior has spoken, I have no reason to refuse. Let's make a deal. If I can do it, you will help me craft weapons for free for life. If I can't, you can do whatever punishment you see fit. Feng Qingyan smiled. Qin Bing was good at making weapons, especially in design, but his craftsmanship was truly impressive. She really needed a helper like him. After all, making cold weapons really requires such professional talent. Besides designing weapons for Xiao Minji's army, Feng Qingyan also wanted to create some special weapons. She planned to add modern elements to double their power. Her goal was to train the Feng Guard into an unbeatable elite force of daxia. Xiao Minji was slightly surprised. His little princess was openly recruiting his people. Was that really okay? Well, what was his was hers, and what was hers was still hers. Anything he had could be given unconditionally to his little princess. He was serious about loving and pampering her. All right, it's a deal. A man's word is his bond. Qin Bing's words naturally had to be kept. But when he saw Xiao Minji's mischievous smile, he felt strangely guilty. He had a bad premonition. But if Feng Qingyan could really create such a magical bow, then the weapons she made would definitely be extraordinary. He seems to be able to learn a lot and won't suffer any losses. After all, this is also his lifelong pursuit. Could you please help me prepare the basic materials and tools for making a bow and arrow, Senior? Feng Qingyan was confident and unafraid. She casually took out any crossbow from her space, which was much better than this bow and arrow. This free labor was definitely a win for her. Qin Bing saw Feng Qingyan's confident attitude and realized she wasn't joking. He didn't hesitate and took Feng Qingyan to his workbench. Usually, he wouldn't even let outsiders touch it. While Qin Bing was gathering materials, Feng Qingyan examined his workbench. On the table was a thick set of blueprints, showing years of his hard work. In modern times, these things are protected by copyright, so Feng Qingyan naturally didn't open them casually. But the cover page had a design similar to a glider, which caught her eye. She didn't expect Qin Bing to be quite forward-thinking, having ideas about flying with external help. He had designed a prototype of a glider, and he probably understood the basic principles, but his design still lacked many details. Feng Qingyan felt a bit restless and casually picked up a pen, drawing a perfect glider design on a piece of scrap paper nearby. When Qin Bing returned after gathering materials and saw Feng Qingyan drawing and writing, he immediately stopped talking. Where did this talented woman come from? Our prince. Miss, may I ask why you designed it this way? Qin Bing looked at the shape of the glider's wing that Feng Qingyan drew. Although he didn't understand the reason, he thought the design seemed to make sense. The wings should be symmetrical on both sides, which is the most basic. This ensures the glider won't tilt during flight. Also, giving the wings a certain curvature helps generate upward lift, allowing the glider to glide in the air. The shape of the wings is one of the most important factors in glider design. Additionally, the material of the frame, the length and number of the lines, all have an impact on the glider. Miss this. This is very professional. Do you have any successful examples? Qin Bing felt a bit too excited and struggled to speak smoothly. Listening to Feng Qingyan's words, it was really as good as him studying for half a year himself. He was very professional. If Xiao Minji hadn't been here, he would have been too embarrassed to show off, and he was actually impressed enough to want to kneel and learn from her on the spot. Of course there is. If the senior is interested, I can let you try flying it someday. In her past life, Feng Qingyan liked extreme sports like skydiving, rock climbing, and bungee jumping. She was quite eager to try again now. That's great. Of course I'm interested. When do you have time, miss? I can wait any time for your demonstration. Qin Bing was very excited. He couldn't wait to see the finished glider and Feng Qingyan's flying performance. He was even more eager than Feng Qingyan herself. Let's do it tomorrow, right here on this mountaintop. Now, let's start making the bow. Seeing Qin Bing's eager expression, Feng Qingyan couldn't help but smile. Designers are truly passionate. Okay. Qin Bing scratched his head awkwardly. He was so happy that he completely forgot about the bet he made with Feng Qingyan and what he was supposed to do now. Especially when he saw Xiao Minji smirking nearby, Qin Bing suddenly felt like he had been tricked badly. Their prince knew the outcome and still didn't stop him. Is he really one of them? Feng Qingyan can even design a glider, so making a bow and arrow should be easy for her. Now, he was definitely going to lose badly. It might take a bit more time. If the prince and the senior get bored, they can go for a walk first. Feng Qingyan took the materials and tools from Qin Bing, preparing to make a powerful weapon, the crossbow. A crossbow is much stronger in range and power than a regular bow and arrow. Its structure is more complex, made up of a barrel, crank, sight, trigger, and other parts. So, it will definitely take longer to make than a simple bow. The old man is fine with that. If the prince gets bored, there's good Longjing tea in the house. Would you like me to brew a pot for you? Qin Bing spoke politely, but his eyes kept fixed on Feng Qingyan's hands. He wasn't really interested in tea. He didn't want to miss any step or detail of her work. No need. Xiao Minji was not angry. He also wanted to see how his little princess made the crossbow, and her focused look was very attractive. An expert can tell right away if something is good or not. Feng Qingyan picked up the tools, and Qin Bing immediately knew he was going to lose. But he accepted his loss happily, even feeling a bit lucky. If he could always be around someone like Feng Qingyan, there would be endless new ideas and improvements. Try to stay quiet later, Feng Qingyan said, reminding him because she usually works very focused and doesn't like distractions. Since Qin Bing mostly used ready-made materials for bows and arrows, he didn't need to spend time on the bow limbs, strings, or arrows. She just needed to improve on that base and design new parts. First, she had to make the crossbow mechanism, which is the main part that shoots the arrows. Then, she needed to add rails, levers, fasteners, handles, sights, and other parts. Most of these parts weren't ready-made, so Qin Bing played an important role. While Feng Qingyan drew the plans, Qin Bing helped her by making the parts she needed on the spot. He wanted to ask questions a few times but remembered her words and kept quiet, focusing on his work. Xiao Minji also didn't sit still and joined in the effort. He helped with the work based on Feng Qingyan's drawings, which made everything go faster. After more than an hour, Feng Qingyan finally finished making a complete crossbow. In such a short time, creating a powerful weapon like this was beyond everyone's expectations. Let's go test its power, Feng Qingyan said confidently after making some final adjustments. Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan to a shooting range. Feng Qingyan was quick and accurate, firing 10 arrows at the target in a row. This crossbow can be fired with one hand, and it can shoot repeatedly with almost no mistakes. Its range and power are far better than normal bows and arrows. This is really amazing. Qin Bing felt he had run out of words. This crossbow was just too perfect. It's still a bit rough, and the accuracy could be a little better, Feng Qingyan said, slightly dissatisfied as she looked at the arrow that missed the target. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, Qin Bing almost dropped his eyes in surprise. Feng Qingyan hit the target 9 times out of 10, and the only time she missed was still within the 9-ring area. Isn't that a bit too high a standard?
Miss,
can I also try this crossbow? Qinbing was itching to have a go, staring eagerly at the crossbow in Feng Qingyan's hand. With this crossbow, and looking at his proud bow and arrow, they instantly seemed useless. I'm giving this to you. Also, here are the design drawings. Study them yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask me anytime. Feng Qingyan casually handed the drawings directly to Qinbing. Her generosity was quite remarkable. Thank you so much, Mississippi. Qinbing was so excited he almost kneeled to Feng Qingyan. Such a valuable item, and she just gave it away. What kind of bodhisattva reincarnation is she? Don't thank me yet. I didn't give it to you for free. As a reward, by the end of this month, you need to produce 200 finished crossbows for me. I will also send some drawings regularly in the future, so I might trouble you again. Feng Qingyan was not someone who would suffer a loss. Recently, she had arranged for Luo Tian to select a group of archers in the Feng Guard, and they just needed a batch of crossbows. Qinbing, who was just happy, suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Did he secretly agree to make weapons for Feng Qingyan? Would that be considered betraying his lord for personal gain? He nervously glanced at Xiao Minji beside him, who didn't seem upset. Xiao Minji shot him a displeased look. He was somewhat conscience-stricken, finally realizing he had a master. She is your future 9th princess, so you don't need to worry. Her orders are my orders. Whatever she asks you to do in the future, just do it. Also, next month, make 2,000 crossbows for the Northwest Army. Such good crossbows must be supplied to his Northwest Army. 2,000? Isn't that asking for his life? He still hadn't mastered the core technology of making crossbows. Once he understood it thoroughly and taught his apprentices, how long would it take to produce them in bulk? Qinbing thought their prince was deliberately punishing him for the recent mistake. He watched Feng Qingyan's departing figure and was stunned for a long time. No wonder their prince was so patient lately, wandering around the armory with a young girl. This is the future 9th princess. With such talent and beauty, the princess is truly lucky to have a prince like him. Of course, Qinbing only dared to think these words quietly to himself about Xiao Minji. He should get back to work quickly. Why is he so unlucky? He just made a bet, and now he's risking his whole future because of it. By the way, I have some common weapons used by the army. Take a look and see if any are useful. Also, let Qinbing try making some. Feng Qingyan almost forgot the real reason they came to the weapon storage. Okay, Yenner, you've worked hard. You've been busy for so long. You must be tired. The back mountain has beautiful scenery and a hot spring. How about I take you there to relax and enjoy a soak? Xiao Minji saw that it was still early and wanted to spend more time with Feng Qingyan. He believed that feelings need to be built over time, so he wanted to seize every chance. Feng Qingyan was indeed a bit tired. Natural hot springs are meant to be enjoyed. In life, pleasing oneself is the right way. Feng Qingyan followed Xiao Minji around the back mountain and finally arrived at the hot spring. At first, she thought it would be an open mountain spring pool, but Xiao Minji had turned it into a private leisure spot. Yenner, go inside to change clothes. I won't go in. You can rest assured. I will stay here, and no one will come near. Xiao Minji was quite gentlemanly, respecting boundaries and taking what was appropriate. He was worried Feng Qingyan might feel embarrassed, so he quickly explained. Feng Qingyan wasn't thinking about that. She just wanted to take a good bath to relax her tired body. In the changing room, she took out a bikini swimsuit from her space and put it on. She dove into the hot spring like a happy mermaid, swimming freely and happily. Listening to the cheerful sound of water, Xiao Minji's thoughts drifted away. He imagined Feng Qingyan's charming face. His ears turned slightly red without realizing it. After swimming for a while, Feng Qingyan felt a bit tired. She leaned on a large rock by the pool to rest for a moment. The rock was smooth from the water, warm to the touch. Lying on it, she felt a gentle breeze, very comfortable. Unconsciously, Feng Qingyan fell asleep. Feng Qingyan turned over and felt weightless. Thinking she was in danger in her past life, she suddenly shouted loudly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing Feng Qingyan scream, Xiao Minji thought he was in trouble and flew in quickly from outside using lightning skill. He saw Feng Qingyan in a bikini, lying on the edge of the greenhouse by the pool. Feng Qingyan was stunned. She forgot she had already traveled to ancient times. "I'm fine. I just saw a cockroach." She quickly sat up, making up a casual excuse, not realizing that Xiao Minji's arrival was inappropriate. After all, now sunbathing on the beach in a bikini was no big deal. The little cloth on Feng Qingyan's body was already very scanty. Better to leave it off. Now, she suddenly turned around, fully revealing her full figure to Xiao Minji. Ancient women always covered themselves very carefully. Xiao Minji usually didn't even look at women, so he couldn't handle this stimulation. Although his mind kept warning him to avoid inappropriate thoughts, his eyes seemed unable to look away.
It's
okay, as long as you're fine." Xiao Minji's Adam's apple bobbed, feeling a warm sensation under his nose. "Dirty rascal, have you looked enough?" Feng Qingyan finally realized where Xiao Minji's gaze had been fixed. She hurriedly tried to cover herself with her hands. But she couldn't cover everything above, nor could she hide what was below. In the end, she just dove into the water and sank beneath the surface. Xiao Minji wanted to explain, but now it seemed impossible to clarify anything. He could only cover his nose and awkwardly turn around and run out. He really couldn't hold back just now. His little wife was too tempting. He was a normal man, and Feng Qingyan was the woman he liked. If he didn't have some thoughts, he might as well go see a doctor. Xiao Minji had come out, but the image of Feng Qingyan's charming look just now kept flashing in his mind. He felt his nosebleed getting worse. He quickly took out a handkerchief to cover his nose. This was so embarrassing. Xiao Minji believed he was not a lustful or indulgent person. But since meeting Feng Qingyan, he had started to feel less confident. Because his big brother often used that look to tease him, always trying to outdo him. Fortunately, the wedding date was approaching soon. Xiao Minji couldn't wait to marry Feng Qingyan and bring her home now. Feng Qingyan heard Xiao Minji leave, so she climbed out of the water quickly and hurried to change her clothes in the dressing room. I'm ready. Let's go." Soon after, Feng Qingyan finished dressing and came out from inside. She looked calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. However, Xiao Minji seemed a bit awkward. He couldn't help but glance at Feng Qingyan a couple of times. "What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman before? If you keep staring, I might just pluck your eyes out." Feng Qingyan was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Men really are creatures who think with their lower parts. Is in a man's nature. "Yener, listen to me explain." "I'm not. I didn't." Xiao Minji was getting anxious. How could he explain to make his little wife believe he was not that kind of flirt? Not listening, not listening. Just like a turtle chanting sutras, Feng Qingyan refused to listen to Xiao Minji's nonsense. Men's words are often full of lies. Xiao Minji never expected that today he would lose control for a moment, and this would add another obstacle on his future path to win her heart. The steel refining was successful. As for weapons, Feng Qingyan was only responsible for designing, which made things much easier. There was also a mountain of rare jade material mined from a nearby mountain. Feng Qingyan planned to open a jewelry shop. She selected several styles online and made finished products, confident they would become bestsellers. So, Feng Qingyan ordered many design sketches online and hired over a dozen skilled jewelers to work overnight, producing thousands of different jewelry styles. In just one night, a jewelry shop called Your Exclusive appeared on the busiest street in the capital. Every piece of jewelry here is unique. Therefore, the prices are naturally not affordable for ordinary people. Even so, because of the shop's unique designs, it was loved by wealthy young ladies and madams. Within just a few days of opening, even the ladies in the palace learned about it. These women in the harem, eager to gain the emperor's favor, were willing to spend money on jewelry and clothing. One forgotten consort, after buying a set of jewelry from Feng Qingyan's shop, was seen by the emperor, who then restored her favor. Currently, in the emperor's harem, no noble lady dares to claim she doesn't own at least 3 or 5 sets of jewelry from Feng Qingyan's shop, as they all want to be considered the emperor's women. Such shameless little women, only knowing how to scheme, and the emperor. The empress naturally feels very angry and specifically sends Qinglian to find out what is going on. Because Feng Qingyan has opened many shops in the capital, she mostly keeps her involvement behind the scenes to avoid unnecessary trouble. The empress doesn't know that these shops are owned by Feng Qingyan. Although she is aging and losing her charm, she is not willing to be outdone by others. She even pre-ordered all the new styles from Feng Qingyan's shop for the coming year. She is really determined. But she should look at herself. Does the emperor still look at her old face? If the empress later finds out that her large sums of money are flowing into Feng Qingyan's pockets, she might get so angry she could faint. Feng Qingyan, upon learning this, couldn't help but laugh widely. She thought it was some foolish person, but it turned out to be the empress. That day, Feng Qingyan just sent new jewelry designs to her master craftsmen when news came that something was wrong at the gambling house. When Feng Qingyan took over those shops from the second branch, there was also a gambling house. Because she was very busy, she didn't have time to manage it and handed it over to someone named Chen Chong, who was originally bought from the pawnshop market. Unexpectedly, Chen Chong managed the gambling house quite well, and it gradually gained fame in the capital. Xiao Minji, very proud, just look at who he was trained by. They say fame brings trouble, and just after making some progress, problems arose. On the way, Feng Qingyan also learned that the troublemaker was Qin Shuhui, the son of the duke's mansion. No wonder Qin Chong didn't dare to act on his own. Qin Shuhui is skilled in eating, drinking, gambling, and entertainment. He owns many of the biggest gambling houses and brothels in the city. Recently, the gambling house business boomed, taking away a lot of his customers. He is the emperor's younger brother, the prince's uncle. Trying to compete with him is asking for trouble. But Chen Chong is pretending to be simple-minded and unaware of the danger. This is just inviting trouble. Truly a case of enemies meeting on the road, Feng Qingyan said with a gentle smile. She had previously said that the best way to punish the empress was to cut her wings and break her branches. Then she would watch her struggle for survival and gradually fall, which she found very satisfying. Now, someone had come directly to her door, and it seemed even heaven didn't want to let the empress go. Since it was a gambling house with all kinds of people, many of whom had bad influence, Feng Qingyan didn't want outsiders to know her true identity. So, when she arrived, she deliberately wore a veil over her face. Young master, why don't I join you for a few rounds of gambling? Feng Qingyan approached the gambling table and told Qin Chong to step back. She immediately sensed something was wrong. The person standing next to Qin Shuhui was definitely not an ordinary person. He was skilled. In gambling, most people lose, and there are often tricks involved. But now, Qin Shuhui had a lot of banknotes in front of him, clearly winning consistently. This must be related to the person beside him. Wow, whose little girl is this? She's really pretty. Let me have some fun. Seeing Chen Chong respectful toward Feng Qingyan, Qin Shuhui guessed that she was the owner behind the gambling house. He didn't expect her to be such a beautiful woman. He flirtatiously moved closer, but before he could touch Feng Qingyan, she quickly stabbed him with a silver needle. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts so much. You little brat, what did you do to me? How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? I think you're lucky I even noticed you. Qin Shuhui was instantly annoyed and put on a noble attitude. If this woman was sensible and agreed to his proposal, considering she looked pretty, he might not pursue her further. But if she refused to cooperate, he wouldn't hold back. I'm not interested in this kind of luck. If you're here to gamble, I can join you. If you're here for something else, don't bother me. Feng Qingyan knew Qin Shuhui was here to cause trouble and wouldn't leave easily. Since he had come to her door, she felt she should give him a proper gift, especially for his sister, the Empress. Wow, such a temper. I like that. Let's gamble. But be careful, little beauty, or you might lose your undergarments, and then you'll have to give yourself to me. Qin Shuhui looked at Feng Qingyan with a lecherous smile. He has a secret weapon. He has never lost at the casino. Who wins or loses is still unknown. What if I win? Feng Qingyan secretly chuckled and said dismissively. Is Shin Shuhua bragging too early? But she liked it. Otherwise, how else would she play? If you win, then this young master will accept his loss, Shin Shuhua said casually. In this city, he has never lost at gambling. All right, it's settled. Everyone here will witness. If either of us backs out first today, they will be a coward. The person who admits defeat will have to and run around the city and learn to bark like a dog. How about that? Since they're gambling, it must be exciting. If Shin Shuhua doesn't get a little punishment, she would feel she didn't make the trip worthwhile. Let's gamble. Am I afraid of you? Shin Shuhua's eyes flickered slightly. Feng Qingyan was betting big and looked confident. It seemed she had some skills. But Shin Shuhua glanced at the person beside him and immediately felt confident again. Even if a divine being came, he couldn't beat him. Words are not enough. Let's make a written agreement. Feng Qingyan gave a signal to Qin Chong nearby, who quickly prepared paper, ink, and a brush and wrote a contract as Feng Qingyan instructed. She then handed it to Shin Shuhua. Sign it. Today, I won't let you lose everything, and I don't even share the same surname as Shin. Shin Shuhua didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be serious. In front of so many people, he naturally wouldn't back down. Moreover, he couldn't afford to lose. Feng Qingyan probably just wanted to scare him with such harsh conditions, making him retreat. But he wouldn't fall for her tricks. I like your confidence and courage, young master. Feng Qingyan praised generously. The trap was set. Of course, she would slowly lure him in. They had already signed the paper, so the stakes would naturally be high. Feng Qingyan had just made a fortune with the Empress, and now it was Shin Shuhua's turn. Could she double her happiness by setting another trap? This young master has never lost in this city. I dare say, second place is as good as no one, and first place is mine. Just wait to go back to the mansion and warm your bed with me. Shin Shuhua was so praised by Feng Qingyan that his tail almost wagged to the sky. Today, he won against Feng Qingyan, solved the problem at the gambling house, and gained a beautiful woman for free. It was truly a wonderful thing. Feng Qingyan didn't know if she was beautiful or not. She only knew that the fish on the cutting board was ready, and it was time for her to act. Young master, please go ahead. What would you like to bet on and how? Our Yan Yan is so easy to talk to. She left the choice entirely to him. Since the young lady has spoken, I won't hold back. How about we start with a simple game? Let's roll the dice. Because Shin Shuhua often visited gambling houses, he was quite skilled at rolling dice. It looked like he wanted to show off a bit in front of Feng Qingyan. All right, let's play dice. Feng Qingyan immediately asked Chen Chong to prepare. Chen Chong brought the dice and the cup, and Feng Qingyan directly handed everything over to Shin Shuhua. The message was clear. Feel free to check. This is my territory, so no cheating or sneaky tricks. You're quite particular, young lady. Seeing Feng Qingyan so calm, Shin Shuhua no longer dared to take it lightly and started to take things seriously. He handed the dice and cup to the man beside him for inspection. The man examined them carefully and found no issues, then placed everything back on the table. Young master, how would you like to play? Why don't you tell us the rules? Since it was just the beginning, Feng Qingyan didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense. Sometimes, you need to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Best of 3 wins. Let's keep it simple. Whoever has the higher roll wins. The simpler the game, the less likely it is to be cheated. Shin Shuhua wasn't stupid. He knew they were on someone else's turf, so he didn't play any fancy tricks. All right, let's do as you say. Looking at the stakes, how much do you think is appropriate? Feng Qingyan was really easy to talk to. Whatever Shin Shuhua said, she agreed. Their master must not underestimate the enemy. This is the silver coins I won today, not many, just a few thousand taels. I think I should bet this much in one go, so I won't have you lose too much and start crying, which would make me feel sad again. Shin Shuhua looked at Feng Qingyan, pushed the silver notes forward on the table, and clearly looked at her with a teasing expression. All these silver coins were just won from the gambling house. What's the difference between this and directly insulting Feng Qingyan? All right, Chen Chong, take the silver notes. Feng Qingyan slightly smiled and didn't care about Shin Shuhua's gaze. There will be a time when you cry. Chen Chong took the silver notes and placed an equal amount of silver on the table. Please, young lady. Shen Shuhua politely let Feng Qingyan go first, mainly wanting to see her skill. Feng Qingyan didn't hold back and started immediately. She picked up the dice on the table, one by one, placing them into the jar. When she turned it over, she almost dropped the dice. Her awkward movements showed she hadn't played dice much. Chun Chong watched Feng Qingyan and couldn't help but feel worried. He quickly signaled to someone nearby. It's better to communicate with their prince through a letter. After all, Shen Shuhua is not an ordinary person. What if their princess gets hurt? Feng Qingyan casually shook the dice jar on the table and then opened it. 1, 3, 5, 9 points. Your luck isn't very good, young lady. Lu Shuhua laughed loudly. He thought Feng Qingyan had some skill, but it turned out to be like this? There was nothing to worry about. Lu Shuhua made a series of impressive moves. His actions were really good, comparable to the world champion of dice shaking, performing an amazing show. This caused cheers from the crowd. In the end, the dice showed 3 sixes, a leopard number. Good game, good game. Lu Shuhua proudly smiled at Feng Qingyan. Then, young lady, you go first in the second round. Feng Qingyan looked a bit discouraged, as if she was hesitant. This acting skill, if placed in modern times, would definitely beat many popular young actresses. I'll go now. Seeing Feng Qingyan's expression, Lu Shuhua felt a bit elated. He originally thought Feng Qingyan wouldn't be so easy to deal with, but she won so easily. Let me try with 3 sixes. Please, young lady. This time, Lin Shuhua didn't pretend to be fancy. He shook the dice a few times and then started to roll. He didn't even look at the dice's numbers and directly said to Feng Qingyan, "Is your eyesight not good? Where is there a 6 in here?" Feng Qingyan leaned forward and pretended to carefully look at the dice on the table again. She looked at Shen Shuhua with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is that so? I almost can't believe it." Inside, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Shen Shuhua had probably had an easy life so far, too confident. So, she decided to teach him a lesson. How is that possible? Shen Shuhua immediately looked down at the dice on the table. It was actually 1, 2, and 4, totaling only 7 points. The lowest he could see. He quickly looked up and asked the man beside him, "What is going on? Where is the problem?" The man frowned slightly. He wasn't sure what was happening either. Just now, he clearly saw all the dice inside the jar showing 6s, but suddenly, they changed. He looked at Feng Qingyan with suspicion. Could she be playing tricks? But seeing her clumsy look, it didn't seem like it. This guy was really innocent and adorable. If a master didn't want you to notice their tricks, could you tell? Then you would be a master yourself. Why is that impossible? Why is this young master so sure that he has 3 sixes? Are you cheating? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Trying to compete with her, you're still too inexperienced. The man standing next to Shen Shuhua had some skills. Have you seen Stephen Chow and Andy Lau's movie, God of Gamblers? It's similar to that kind of special ability. That man was born with a special eye. Besides this ability, he probably also knew hypnosis and mind control techniques. No wonder Shen Shuhua never lost at the casino. It was this man helping him behind the scenes. But these small tricks couldn't fool Feng Qingyan. Just now, when Shen Shuhua opened the dice cup, she changed the numbers. So, there were no 3 sixes after all. I didn't cheat, young master. Do you have proof that I cheated? I make my living this way. I just made a mistake earlier. Do you still want to compare, or are you afraid of losing? If you can't accept losing, then accept your defeat willingly. Or, if you want to give in to the young master, I might consider not pursuing the bet. Shen Shuhua couldn't find any evidence against Feng Qingyan and even turned the accusation back on her. Anyway, it was a best of 3, so losing this round didn't matter. Let's see who wins. No matter how unlucky I am, I can't shake fewer times than you, right? Feng Qingyan looked very angry. Does this fool really think she doesn't know anything? That's hard to say. Shen Shuhua gave a warning glance to the man beside him. The man nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Feng Qingyan glanced at the man with disdain and curled her lips. If someone wants to move her dice, there's no way they could do it through the window. This time, Feng Qingyan was still clumsy like last time, but she didn't stop immediately. Instead, she kept shaking the dice randomly. Just as she stopped, the man was about to check, but Feng Qingyan started shaking again. After several repetitions, the man was already sweating lightly. It seemed that this special skill wasn't something you could use casually. Just as the man was about to act, Feng Qingyan suddenly shook the dice again and revealed the result. The man didn't have time to adjust the dice. 2, 3, 3, 8 points, just a little more than you. I win, I win. Feng Qingyan eagerly opened the box and counted her points, then happily danced around. She played her part so well that even she was a little impressed with herself. At this moment, Chen Chong finally saw some clues. When did our master become so unsteady? From the points she shook, it was clear she only had a little more than Shin Shuhua, which normal people wouldn't do. This was probably acting? He had worried for nothing. It's just luck that let me win this round. There's nothing to be happy about. You will definitely lose the third round. Shin Shuhua didn't mind. After all, the points he just rolled were very low, and anyone could roll higher easily. Feng Qingyan's little tricks earlier probably made the man too late to act. But he didn't know that the man behind was already a bit unsettled. If Shin Shuhua's mistake was accidental, then Feng Qingyan deliberately exhausting his energy earlier was also unexpected? Could such coincidences really happen? At the start of the third round, Shin Shuheo gave a serious warning with his eyes to the man behind him. The man felt a lot of pressure. If he made another mistake, he might lose his life. Fortunately, Shin Shuheo rolled 3 sixes again, and the man finally relaxed a little. Young master still has 3 sixes. You lost. Shin Shuheo immediately became very excited. Just a moment ago, he was worried something might go wrong. Now he felt at ease. I haven't even rolled yet. How can you be sure I will lose? Feng Qingyan said calmly. They shouldn't let him get any easy wins. If he thought he could win easily, he wouldn't stay alert and might fall into a trap. Feng Qingyan's mental game was really on point. If there's any doubt, even if you roll 3 sixes, it's just a tie. Do you really think you can beat me? Shin Shuheo was full of confidence. There was no suspense anymore. What if a miracle happens? Maybe I will really win. Feng Qingyan was not afraid of a surprise attack. All right, since you insist on gambling, I will raise the stakes. This is the deed to the biggest gambling house in the capital. If you win, the money and the deed are yours. But if you lose, the gambling house will belong to me, and so will you. Shin Shuheo was clearly taking this chance to act shamelessly. He was sure Feng Qingyan had no chance of winning. Even if it was a tie, he wouldn't lose anything. But Feng Qingyan was different. She was just waiting to lose. All right, since you want to gamble, I will play along. Before I roll the dice, why don't you write a contract first? If someone tries to cheat, where can I, a young woman, turn to for justice? Feng Qingyan was not nervous at all. Instead, she became more interested. She had been teasing Shin Shuheo all along. This was exactly what she wanted. Did he really think her initial contract was just a joke? It looked like the big fish was starting to bite. Write it then. Today, I want to see what skills you have to beat me. Lin Shuheo didn't hesitate. He added a new bet to the contract. He wanted to see how Feng Qingyan would win him, not realizing he had fallen into her trap. The man behind Shin Shuheo felt something was wrong, but by this time, it was too late to say anything. I hope this young master can still speak such big words later. Feng Qingyan picked up the dice insect and suddenly shook the dice on the table into the insect, quickly rolling a double. There was no longer any clumsiness from before. The dice buzzed inside the insect, and after a long time, Feng Qingyan finally pressed it down on the table. At this moment, the onlookers also focused their eyes on the insect in Feng Qingyan's hand. They waited for the result. Come on, open up. What are you waiting for? I want to see how you can beat me. Shin Shuhai was a bit impatient. Seeing Feng Qingyan so confident, he had a vague bad feeling. Feng Qingyan no longer kept him in suspense and slowly opened the insect. They saw that inside the insect there were 2 dice showing 6 dots, and the third was shattered into 2 halves, one with 6 dots, the other with 1. You lost. Feng Qingyan looked up and smiled lightly at Shin Shuhai.
This
This is impossible. Shin Shuhai couldn't believe it. How could a weak woman like Feng Qingyan have such strong inner strength, able to shake the dice into two halves with a dice cup?
She won.
She really won. This is amazing. No wonder this young lady dared to speak such big words earlier. She shattered the dice into two halves. Who exactly is this woman? The onlookers discussed excitedly. Shin Shuhai's face suddenly looked embarrassed. How could he lose? He absolutely couldn't lose. As for the man behind him, who tried to hypnotize Feng Qingyan, he was instead controlled by her. Now, he was staring blankly ahead, completely unaware of what had happened. Good grief, you shameless woman. You dared to play tricks on me. You clearly have such incredible gambling skills, yet you pretended to be ignorant in front of me, Shin Shuhai said angrily. He never expected the situation to turn out like this. It turned out he was the clown, while Feng Qingyan had been fooling him all along. Seeing this, Feng Qingyan quickly signaled Shin Chong with a look, and she collected the silver notes on the table and the deed to Shin Shuhai's gambling house. The money they worked hard to earn couldn't be wasted. This young lady calls it clever deception, willing to bet and accept loss. Everyone is watching. Surely this young master can't be so poor as to lose just a little silver note and a gambling house, right? Feng Qingyan deliberately uses clever words to anger Shin Shuhua, trying to lure him further into the game. She hasn't played cards in a long time, so today she wants to gamble to her heart's content. Who says I can't afford to lose? Let's keep betting. Shin Shuhua just suffered a big loss. He wouldn't give up so easily. He is known as the gambling king in the capital. Losing to a young girl, would he still have face? He also wants to win back all his silver notes and the gambling house. If the young master wants to gamble, I am happy to join. What do you want to bet on? What game? Feng Qingyan smiles at Shin Shuhua. Is she afraid he will gamble? No, she's just worried he won't gamble. If she doesn't make him lose so badly today that he has nothing left, she would feel she hasn't mastered her gambling skills from her past life. Shin Shuhua's eyes flicker as he looks at the man behind him, but he sees no reaction. Thinking of his special abilities, Shin Shuhua suggests a simpler game. Let's just roll dice and guess the big or small. Now he wants to see how much more Feng Qingyan can beat him. He has a pair of eyes that can see through things. Can Feng Qingyan be more accurate than him? Then, I wonder what this young master wants to bet with me this time. Feng Qingyan secretly thinks, has Shin Shuhua's fool of a man not noticed anything unusual about his people? She looks proud and deliberately provokes Shin Shuhua. This is the moment to anger him, to make him lose his mind little by little. Feng Qingyan's mental control is so good, it's almost like she's a master of psychology.
How?
Are you afraid I can't afford to bet? Do you even know who I am? In this capital, no one dares to talk to me like that. Shin Shuhua is truly anxious now. He must show Feng Qingyan how powerful he is. Once he wins her over, he will torment her thoroughly. Then I must be quite honored. May I ask your noble surname? Feng Qingyan almost laughs out loud. Does Shin Shuhua really think she doesn't know who he is? Young Master Shin Shuhua, unchanging in name and surname, son of the Duke's estate. Shin Shuhua introduces himself proudly. However, it is true that his status gives him a reason to be proud. But sometimes, you need to consider who you're talking to. Feng Qingyan really looks down on his status. In fact, today's setup was made just for him. After all, Shin Shuhua has a good sister, who is the Empress. Of course, Feng Qingyan had also investigated before. It's not that they are from the same family. The Duke's residence isn't full of good people, especially Shin Shuhua, who indulges in drinking, gambling, and misconduct. But because of his powerful backing, no one dared to accuse him. No wonder the young master is so confident. It turns out you are Shun II. I was too blind to recognize you. Feng Qingyan pretended to be surprised. She then flattered Shin Shuhua wildly, almost to the point of making herself sick. You know who I am, and you're scared now, right? Do you regret it? Shin Shuhua's pride was about to soar. This woman really has no sense. Who in the capital doesn't know him? Now that she knows his identity, isn't she eager to flatter him? Well, not really, Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. In her past and present life, she's never been afraid of anyone. See this? This is the largest residence of the Duke's estate in the capital. If you win against me, this house belongs to you. If you lose, these banknotes, the gambling house's land deed, and your gambling house all go to me. Today, you must obediently submit to me. Shen Shuhua, provoked by Feng Qingyan's arrogant attitude, had no sense of reason left. He directly placed the land deed of the largest residence of the Duke's estate in the capital in front of Feng Qingyan. She looked at the deed, and her eyes lit up. This house is in the most prosperous part of the city, worth a lot of money. She was about to get rich. Shen second, since we're gambling, let's stick to the old rules. You first sign the contract, Feng Qingyan said, ignoring Shen Shuhua's sarcastic remarks. She was sure she wouldn't lose. She just thought he was making a fuss. After Shen Shuhua signed the agreement, she could then take back these things.
Fine, I'll sign.
I won't lose this time, Shen Shuhua said with disdain, ignoring Feng Qingyan, and signed the bet. As soon as he returned, the man behind him finally reacted. The man suddenly felt completely out of control, as if he didn't know what was happening. His mind was blank, and he had no idea what was going on. He looked at the scene before him and wondered if Shen Shuhua had made another bet with Feng Qingyan. This was a big problem now. Feng Qingyan definitely had something up her sleeve. He knew he was no match for her. Young master, you can't. The man tried to grab Shen Shuhua's sleeve to warn him. Are you the young master, or am I? I say what goes and what doesn't, Shen Shuhua replied sharply, glaring at the man. At this point, with so many people watching, Shen Shuhua told him he couldn't do it. Why didn't he stop him earlier? The man felt helpless. He didn't want to warn him sooner, but he was not as skilled as her. Young master, are you ready? Can we start now? Feng Qingyan watched as the two began to argue among themselves. She didn't have time to wait for them to talk. Chun Chong heard Feng Qingyan's order and quickly sat at the gambling table, ready to shake the dice. Is it fair for your own people to shake the dice?
I don't trust that.
Why not let my follower do it instead? Shen Shuhua gave the man a look, signaling him to let his follower shake the dice, increasing his chances of winning. Feng Qingyan nodded, not caring much and simply agreeing. She wanted to win convincingly, so Shen Shuhua would be convinced, avoiding any later excuses to back out. The man saw Feng Qingyan agree so easily and felt even more uneasy. He knew he was no match for her, but he had no choice but to go along. Young Master Shen, shall we settle this with one round? He suggested. There was no point in wasting more time. Feng Qingyan had already made Shen Shuhua lose quite a bit today. If he lost again, he might become desperate. He couldn't let him ruin her place or disturb her business. Dealing with the Duke's household quietly was the best way. Taking a little from him was enough. One round, and that's it, Shen Shuhua warned the man with a sharp look, almost saying, if you make another mistake, I might take your life. The man began to shake the dice, looked at the result first, and gave Shen Shuhao a subtle signal before speaking. Please, both of you, start placing your bets. Shen Shuhao understood the signal and nodded silently. He then turned to Feng Qingyan with a smile and said, why don't the young lady go first? The man's meaning was clear. To be safe, it was better for Feng Qingyan to bet first. Shen Shuhao also hoped to avoid mistakes, so he was cautious. Feng Qingyan didn't look at the dice and directly bet on the side close to her, choosing the big option. The man nodded at Shen Shuhao, who immediately understood and turned to smile at Feng Qingyan. Since you bet big, I will just bet small. Shen Shuhao knew the man could see the dice through the cup, so he believed him completely. Without hesitation, he bet on small. Feng Qingyan slightly curled her lips, looked at the dice container, and softly said, then let's open it. Her calm and relaxed tone made it seem like she and Shen Shuhao were just playing with a piece of candy. The man was about to open the dice cup. When he looked down at it, his face suddenly changed. How could this happen? He hadn't even blinked, kept his eyes on the dice container, afraid Feng Qingyan might cheat. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. He frowned tightly and looked up at Feng Qingyan. Who was this woman? She was so skilled that even he couldn't see any flaws. Seeing the man's expression, Shin Shuheo also realized something was off. He turned to Feng Qingyan and said, "It seems you are very confident you will win this round, but often things don't go as planned. Just wait to lose to me. If you listen to me, I will treat you well in the future." Shin Shuheo remembered that the man had said to use this special ability, one needed to focus fully. So, he started talking nonsense and even tried to anger Feng Qingyan, deliberately disturbing her concentration. "Oh, really? Then I must thank Shin for his kindness. Unfortunately, I don't think I will be lucky enough to enjoy it. You should find another beautiful lady." Feng Qingyan sneered. The ability that requires focus to use is usually a sign of lacking talent. But her talent was natural and innate from birth. It would not be an exaggeration to say they all shout out to the ancestor master. The man concentrates hard, struggling with the dice inside the cup. Soon, sweat beads appear on his forehead. It really takes a lot of mental effort. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan looks relaxed, unaffected, and even manages to make Shin Shuhai angry enough to nearly explode. When the moment seems right, Feng Qingyan turns to look at the dice insect. She moves her mind, and the dice insect hums loudly, suddenly bouncing high and exploding in midair. The dice inside are revealed directly. Because the man overexerted himself, he steps back several paces and coughs up some blood. 4, 5, 6, I win. Young Master Shin, you should concede. Feng Qingyan calmly watches everything and announces the result to Shin Shuhai.
What?
What? Shin Shuhai just recovered from the explosion sound and then hears Feng Qingyan's words. He turns to look at the dice on the table, his eyes almost glaring at the man behind the table. This scoundrel. What is he doing? He has never made mistakes before. Why is everything going wrong at such an important moment today? The man has no words for his suffering. Who told him to offend an ancestor? Young Master Shen, I won't be polite anymore. I will keep this house deed. If you want to continue gambling, I am always ready. Feng Qingyan reaches out, takes the house deed from the table, and happily stuffs it into her pocket.
You.
Put down the house deed. Shin Shuhai is almost furious. How dare this woman? She clearly knows his identity now, yet she still dares to take his things. She is completely reckless. Winning or losing is part of gambling. What's wrong? Young Master Shin, are you trying to cheat? Feng Qingyan actually looks down on Shin Shuhai for being so unwilling to accept defeat. What if I am trying to cheat? Shin Shuhai no longer cares about appearances. If his father finds out he lost the Shin family house, he might break his legs. It's nothing. Cheating is just another way to solve problems, Feng Qingyan says indifferently. At this moment, a group of people rushes in from outside, surrounding Feng Qingyan and her group tightly. It turns out Shin Shuhai still had a backup plan. He is not as stupid as he seemed. Everyone in the gambling house knows that Shin Shuheo is not easy to mess with. When the two people just had a conflict, they had already run away almost completely. How about this? If you don't want to suffer, just obediently beg me. Maybe, if I feel like it, I might let you go because you're not too bad-looking. Shin Shuheo looked at Feng Qingyan with a sneer, instantly feeling confident. Who will let whom go is not certain. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. It seems that today, avoiding a fight is impossible. If her business is ruined, she will have to pay a price. Shin Shuheo wants to leave today, but she still doesn't agree. Arrogant. Capture her and bring her to my residence. I will make sure to treat this little beauty well. Shin Shuheo smiled with a lewd look, completely unaware that his good days were about to end. I will see who dares to lay a finger on her. At some point, Xiao Minji, controlling a solar-powered wheelchair, had already come behind Shin Shuheo. Hearing Shin Shuheo's words, his face instantly changed. Does Shin Shuheo have a death wish? He actually dared to be so rude to his future wife. Shin Shuheo, in his anger, was about to curse loudly, wondering who was so blind as to ruin his plans. He turned his head and met Xiao Minji's cold, icy gaze. He was so scared he almost peed himself.
9.
Ninth Prince, I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for not greeting you properly. He felt a deep fear of Xiao Minji. It seemed something bad had happened before, leaving a shadow in his heart. What do you want to do to my future wife? Xiao Minji looked at him coldly, with a gaze that seemed eager to execute him.
She's
the future ninth princess. Shen Shuheo trembled all over. Could he be so unlucky? Wasn't the emperor the one who married Feng Qingyan, that ugly girl, to Xiao Minji as his wife?
Who is this woman then?
The emperor personally arranged the marriage. You shouldn't be unaware of that, right? Xiao Minji now skillfully used the fact that the marriage was arranged by the emperor, even showing off a little. He couldn't wait to announce to the world that Feng Qingyan was his future wife. That obsession.
Is she
the ugly girl, Miss Feng Qingyan, the daughter of the general? Shen Shuhua spoke without thinking and blurted out. Only after saying it did he realize what he had said. He usually only knew about eating, drinking, and having fun and didn't understand what was happening in the palace. So, he didn't know that the young lady of the Feng family had already changed. You are the ugly one, and your whole family is ugly. Feng Qingyan couldn't bear it anymore. What kind of look was Shen Shuhua giving her? Calling her ugly, he should look at himself first. He looks so odd and unkempt. If he were in modern times, he probably wouldn't even find a wife. Shen Shuhua frowned hard and quickly glanced secretly at Xiao Minji. He really wanted to slap himself twice. His mouth was just too reckless. It always caused him trouble. Say it yourself. What should be done to someone who is so rude to the future queen consort? Xiao Minji didn't even look at him and directly moved his wheelchair toward Feng Qingyan. Since I don't know if the future ninth princess has offended you, here is 1,000 taels of silver. Please take it to calm your nerves, and I hope you accept it kindly. Shen Shuhua hurriedly took out a silver note from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Feng Qingyan with both hands. Now he could only accept his fate. Who made him offend the wrong person? Even the emperor would give Xiao Minji some face. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Do I look like someone who is short of silver? Is the future princess consort someone you can just think about? Before Feng Qingyan could speak, Xiao Minji spoke first. His domineering attitude was unmatched. His princess was priceless. He wouldn't just settle for some petty silver. He was dreaming too much.
Then,
I don't know what the prince wants. Shen Shuhua's head was buzzing. He had just lost to Feng Qingyan at a gambling house and also lost a mansion belonging to the Shen family. Now Xiao Minji was here to extort him again. As the saying goes, if you're not family, you won't enter the same door. These two truly seemed destined to become a couple. That naturally depends on our Yener. After all, you were rude to her first. Xiao Minji didn't care about Shen Shuhua's petty tricks. What mattered was making his little princess happy. How can I, the future ninth princess, make amends for my rashness? Shen Shuhua could only ask Feng Qingyan with a forced smile. I've never felt so frustrated in my life. That depends on how sincere you are. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Can I admit I actually kind of like being compensated with silver? But it is indeed a bit too little. Most problems in the world can be solved with money. If not, it's because the money isn't enough. Shen Shuhai clenched his teeth and took out a few silver notes from his pocket, handing them to Feng Qingyan. I was in a hurry to leave today, so I only brought this much silver. Please accept it, future ninth prince consort. Sorry for my poor eyesight earlier. I didn't recognize the gold inlaid with jade. Shen Shuhai appeared calm on the outside, but inside, it really hurt. This Feng Qingyan not only became more beautiful, but also so clever. Did she already know who he was from the start? Seeing Shen Shuhai's reaction, Feng Qingyan couldn't help but find it amusing. Buddy, you're only just realizing this now? Aren't you a bit slow? Since young Master Shen is so sincere, I won't refuse your kindness. Free silver is hard to come by, so why not accept it? Feng Qingyan happily took the silver notes, feeling at ease. Why aren't you leaving quickly? Do you want me to personally you out? Xiao Minji saw Shen Shuhai staring at Feng Qingyan with such obsession that he almost wanted to punch him. I'm leaving now, I'm leaving. Shen Shuhai snapped out of his daze, quickly turning around to slip away. Getting out alive is the priority. Just as he turned, Feng Qingyan called him back. Does the future ninth princess consort have any other instructions? Shin Shuhai hesitated slightly, then turned back to ask, "What does this woman want now?" He was about to explode with anger, but he still had to keep a smile on his face. "Nothing much. Just a reminder for Shinshitsi. Remember those bets we made earlier? We agreed in black and white. If things get reported to the authorities, it won't look good." Feng Qingyan, having fought hard to win, knew Shin Shuhai would probably try to renege. Since Shin Shuhai is so afraid of Xiao Minji, she might as well take advantage of the situation. That way, she wouldn't have to go through more trouble cleaning up the mess later. Time is money. Instead of wasting it, she might as well sleep a bit more and look better. I accept the bet. When I go back, I will instruct my people to handle everything properly. Shin Shuhua glanced at the words on the contract. Apart from the initial signature by Chun Chongli, everything else was his signature, and Feng Qingyan didn't write a single word. He really fell for her tricks. Did she plan this from the start? Today's humiliation, he would repay 10 or 100 times in the future. Honestly, young man, your dreams are very grand, but reality is often quite harsh. It's clear he hasn't been hurt much by society. Young Master Shin, are you admitting defeat now? Feng Qingyan asked again. Shin Shuhua didn't dare to gamble anymore. If he kept gambling, he'd lose everything, and his father would definitely punish him when he got home. Has young Master Shin forgotten something? Our original bet was that the loser would run around the capital twice, barking like a dog. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly. Letting this guy escape like this, isn't that too easy on him? Shin Shuhua frowned hard, then looked up at Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji was quietly watching him. His proud and protective look was simply adorable. Shin Shuhua was really in a tough spot now. Feng Qingyan was being too unreasonable. Forget it, forget it. This isn't very elegant. How about I just consider that young master Shin owes me a favor? When I need help in the future, don't forget about it. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly, showing great magnanimity. Shin Shuhua wanted to leave, but she was so annoying he didn't want to look at her anymore. Next time, see if you dare to provoke me again, big sister. Then I thank the ninth princess for her generosity, Shin Shuhua said through clenched teeth, then hurriedly left with his people. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Feng Qingyan, Xiao Minji, and Shen Chong. Why does the prince know I'm here? Could it be a coincidence, and he just happened to come in to gamble? Feng Qingyan glanced at Chen Chong, then turned to Xiao Minji, her eyes clearly scrutinizing. Chen Chong looked guilty, and quickly lowered his head to avoid her gaze. No, I never gamble or gamble for fun. The ninth prince's residence can vouch for me. I was just passing by. Xiao Minji stiffened. His little princess was too alert. Normally, she should be moved because he came to help her, right? This story's plot is completely different from what was written in the script. Are you really just passing by? Feng Qingyan looked into Xiao Minji's eyes and slowly moved closer to him. She didn't believe his lies at all. Just passing by. Why is the princess so close to me? Xiao Minji felt guilty and was sweating on his forehead. Chen Chong, come here and explain what is really going on. If Feng Qingyan still couldn't figure out what was happening, she would really be foolish. Subordinate. Chen Chong was overwhelmed. How was he supposed to explain this? Both sides were his masters, and he couldn't do anything right.
Chen Chong.
He used to be my man, but since he entered the general's residence, he has never had a second thought, nor has he had any contact with me. At this point, Xiao Minji thought that if he didn't tell the truth honestly, his wife might run away. Besides him, is there anyone else around me who is your person? Feng Qingyan wasn't angry, just calmly looked at Xiao Minji and continued to ask. Besides Feng Yin and those two rough maidservants, everyone else is. But they, like Chen Chong, have never had contact with me after entering the general's residence. Xiao Minji no longer hid anything. When he did this, he had already expected that one day it might be exposed. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. So, from the very beginning, you sent people to watch me? Feng Qingyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Minji. No, I didn't. Yenner, listen to my explanation. I only arranged for them to stay close to you because I thought there weren't enough trustworthy people around you. You should also explain this to the princess. Xiao Minji felt like he was jumping into a river of trouble he couldn't wash away. He quickly turned to look at Chen Chong. This guy had almost caused his downfall. Master, the prince really didn't have us monitor you. When the prince asked us to enter the general's residence, he clearly told us that we would have no further relationship with him. Our only master is you. We have never betrayed our master, Chen Chong hurriedly explained. What he said was exactly Xiao Minji's original words, and it was true. So, what happened today? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. It's not like there's no contact. Isn't that just openly insulting?
Today,
Chen Chong was almost crying in frustration, turning his head with a worried look to Xiao Minji. He really had a hard time. He was just trying to help. In the end, how did things turn out so badly, both inside and out? Who can understand him? Why is his life so hard? Why are you looking at me? It's none of my business. Xiao Minji acted as if he didn't care at all. Today, Chen Chong didn't want anyone to come find him, and he almost forgot about this person. At a critical moment, Xiao Minji had to choose loyalty over family. He gave Chen Chong a look that said, "Good luck. Sorry, brother. It's not that I won't help you. I just can't protect myself right now." Today, Shen Shihua clearly came prepared. I was worried the master might be in danger, so I had someone notify the prince. Seeing that help was hopeless, Chen Chong could only save himself. That's exactly what he was thinking at the time. There was no betrayal involved. And in his eyes, Feng Qingyan is already Xiao Minji's fiancé. They are destined to be family sooner or later. There's no point in talking about betrayal. So, you think I will lose or can't handle Shen Shuhua's fool? Feng Qingyan almost laughed in anger. It seems she has been too modest all along. Even her own people don't believe in her strength. No wonder those troublemakers always want to cause her trouble. I dare not. Chen Chong's forehead was sweating profusely. After today's events, he would never underestimate Feng Qingyan again. Their master is definitely someone who keeps her strength hidden. From now on, remember this. Your master is Feng. If you can do it, keep doing your job here. If you can't, pack your things and leave. I won't force you. But as long as you're here, you must follow the rules. Feng Qingyan was not angry. Indeed, as Chen Chong said, they had never betrayed her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed anything for so long. They had done well enough. Yes, I will remember. Chen Chong immediately promised solemnly. All right, go and get busy. Feng Qingyan never intended to investigate further from the start. Chen Chong indeed did nothing wrong. Even if there was a mistake, it was the fault of their original master. Chen Chong finally felt relieved. He ran away quickly. Before leaving, he gave Xiao Minji a meaningful look. Your Highness, this time I think I should wish you good luck. Feng Qingyan dismissed Chen Chong and then went into the VIP room of the gambling house. Seeing this, Xiao Minji immediately followed without shame or hesitation. Yenner, he looked at Feng Qingyan, hesitant to speak. With Feng Qingyan like this, it would be better to scold or hit him to vent. Is there anything else, Your Highness? Feng Qingyan looked up, glanced at him, and asked calmly. All the problems seemed to be solved already. Why was he still standing here? Yenner, you must believe me. I really wasn't afraid to have them watch you, nor did I have any other purpose, Xiao Minji quickly explained. If you're not watching me, then what are you explaining? Feng Qingyan asked confused. Didn't Chen Chong already explain everything just now? Why was he still worried? Aren't you angry? Xiao Minji was a bit stunned. He didn't do anything wrong, so why was he explaining? He felt a little guilty. Mostly, he was worried Feng Qingyan would be angry with him. He had finally started to like someone, and if he accidentally lost her, where could he find someone like her again? Why would I be angry? Feng Qingyan was also puzzled. Normally, she hated being schemed against, but she seemed to really not be able to get angry. If Xiao Minji really sent people to watch her, with his cautious nature, he wouldn't expose himself over such a small matter, especially if it was for her safety. Unknowingly, she seemed to be gradually accepting Xiao Minji's kindness. But she didn't know how long this kindness could last. Was it a fleeting impulse or a firm decision made after careful thought? Yenner, you really aren't angry with me? Great. I will take you somewhere. Xiao Minji was suddenly happy and pulled Feng Qingyan out of the gambling house. He even forgot to sit in his wheelchair. Mainly because sitting in a wheelchair is too inconvenient. Where are you taking me? Feng Qingyan was speechless. She wasn't angry, but that didn't mean she didn't care about his actions. Just follow me and you'll see. Xiao Minji was so happy that he didn't notice Feng Qingyan's displeasure. He led her all the way to the largest embroidery workshop in the capital, Jinxiage. Jinxiage is a workshop that makes clothes for the royal family and nobles. The embroidery workers are very skilled, no less than those in the palace who make clothes for the empresses. Why did you bring me here? Feng Qingyan asked suspiciously. She prefers simple, comfortable clothes and isn't interested in the fancy silk and satin that noble ladies and palace maids wear. They are beautiful, but too complicated and not practical. Especially because of her personality, she might get into a fight at any moment. It's really not suitable for her. Just come inside and you'll understand. Xiao Minji kept the surprise, leading Feng Qingyan further inside. Finally, they arrived at a private courtyard behind Jinxiage. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, this is the future Ninth Princess. She is truly stunning. A delicate embroidery girl quickly came to greet them, seeming to know they would arrive. Are the wedding clothes finished? Xiao Minji asked immediately. Yes, they're all done. Your Highness and the princess, please come inside. The embroidery girl led Feng Qingyan into the inner room. There, on a large embroidered bed, was a bright red wedding dress and phoenix crown, shining brightly like a sunset, dazzling and beautiful. Golden silk threads outlined intricate patterns, decorated with pearls and jewels, highlighting its nobility. Honestly, this traditional wedding dress is truly impressive. Its style and presence are just as stunning as modern high-end wedding gowns. Do you like it, Yenna? Seeing Feng Qingyan staring at the wedding dress with bright eyes, Xiao Minji asked nervously. Feng Qingyan usually prefers simple, plain clothes, so he wasn't sure if she would like this fancy dress. Yes, I like it. Feng Qingyan nodded unconsciously. She liked it very much. It was the first time she saw such an elegant and high-quality ancient wedding dress. Sometimes, even the strongest women have a little girl inside. In their hearts, they also dream of being a beautiful princess. That's good. Yen, go inside and try it on to see if it fits. Since there's still some time before the divorce, if it doesn't fit, it can be altered. Xiao Minji slightly smiled. As long as the princess likes it, he feels his effort was worth it. Feng Qingyan was suddenly a bit stunned. So, this was the wedding dress Xiao Minji ordered for their big day? In the end, she was pulled into the dressing room by the embroidery maid. Prince Nine is really thoughtful about the princess. This wedding dress isn't just made of the famous yun brocade fabric, and all the silk threads are gold. Even the gemstones on it are rare treasures. To avoid delaying the wedding, it took over a dozen embroidery maids working day and night for more than a month to finish it. While helping Feng Qingyan change clothes, the embroidery maid kept talking. Feng Qingyan's mind drifted away. She knew this wedding dress was very precious and made with care. Xiao Minji had started preparing the wedding clothes over a month ago. When did he start caring about her? From the moment the emperor granted the marriage? Feng Qingyan dressed up and came out. Xiao Minji couldn't help but stare at her in amazement. Is it beautiful? Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji looking at her without speaking and thought something was wrong, so she asked. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Yen, you look even more beautiful than the fairy in the sky. Xiao Minji suddenly felt speechless. Besides beautiful, he didn't know what else to say to describe Feng Qingyan at this moment. He always knew she was beautiful, but now she looked even more stunning. He was already eager to see her on their wedding day. Feng Qingyan felt a little shy from Xiao Minji's praise. When did he become so smooth-tongued? I think the size is just right. No need for further adjustments. What do you think, Prince? To avoid awkwardness, she quickly changed the subject. Yes, this dress was made to fit Yan's size, and it fits very well. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan from head to toe. He was so focused on watching her earlier that now he finally had time to look at the clothes.
How?
How do you know my size? Feng Qingyan suddenly realized a problem. Xiao Minji didn't have anyone measure her, so how could he know her size? And his guess was so accurate. I asked old Master Feng about it that day. Xiao Minji's heart tightened. Luckily, he reacted quickly and almost got caught. Could he say he guessed by sight? If Feng Qingyan found out, she might get angry again. Feng Qingyan nodded. Although she felt something was off, she couldn't quite explain it, so she decided not to ask. She followed the seamstress into the inner room and changed out of her wedding dress. When she came out again, she looked at Xiao Minji and felt that something seemed different. After finishing with the wedding clothes, she should have looked at the headpieces and jewelry. But Xiao Minji wanted to keep the secret for now, because he wanted to give Feng Qingyan a big surprise later. Shen Shuhai, feeling upset after being treated poorly by Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji, decided to go to the Red Chamber for some fun. Full of frustration, he vented all his anger on the most famous courtesan Ryun. "Young master, you're so bold today. You're going to ruin her." Ryun clung to Shen Shuhai, panting softly. "Really? I have even more strength. Want to try?" Shen Shuhai smiled lewdly, turned Ryun over, and pressed her onto the bed. He reached into his pocket and took out a pill, swallowing it. Today, he bought some aphrodisiacs from old Taoist Neo, and the effects were really good. He felt like he had endless energy. Spending so much money on the courtesan was totally worth it. All night, Shen Shuhai lived in pleasure, not stopping for a moment. "Young master, please let me go. I really can't take it anymore." Ryun was weak and exhausted, enduring Shen Shuhai's relentless torment. "You're actually enjoying this, aren't you? I paid for you, so you have to do as I say." Shen Shuhai didn't listen to what Ryun was saying. He seemed to have taken a stimulant, becoming very energetic and almost wild. He kept venting his feelings until the sky was slightly bright. He finally collapsed onto the bed like a dying candle. The next day, by mid-morning, the girls at the Red Pavilion had already started to attract customers outside. Shen Shuhui's room was still quiet. At this moment, Shen Guogong, Shen Shuhui's father, came directly to visit. The madam, feeling helpless, sent someone to knock on the door. "Young Master Shen, are you awake?" "Why knock? I'm not fully awake yet. Go away." Shen Shuhui was truly exhausted last night, lying weakly on the bed. That tonic pill could drain a person's strength, and Shen Shui had taken several in a row. It was already good that he hadn't died from exhaustion. He turned over, about to continue sleeping, when his hand accidentally touched a woman beside him, who was cold to the touch. Shen Shui was instantly startled. He vaguely remembered that late last night, Ru Yan seemed to be exhausted from his torment, lying still like a corpse, not even bothering to call out. Shen Shui immediately sat up and checked her nose. She was already gone, with no breath left. He didn't know how long she had been dead. So, was Shen Shui partying with a corpse all night? Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. He wondered if Shen Shui still had the energy for anything else in his life. Go break down the door and drag that rebellious son out. Shen Guogong couldn't bear it anymore. This Shen Shui was always drinking, gambling, and idling around, causing trouble. He really wished he didn't have this son. But he was his only child. Shen Shui hadn't even finished dressing when someone burst into the room. He was stunned. "Father, why? Why are you here? You good for nothing. What good things did you do yesterday? Don't you know? If I didn't come, would you just ruin our entire Shen family?" Shen Guogong scolded Shen Shui fiercely, so angry he ignored the situation around him. "Father, listen to me. I was just tricked by that nasty woman, Feng Qingyan." Hearing this, Shen Shui knew that Shen Guogong had found out about his foolish actions from yesterday. He completely forgot about what was on the bed behind him. "Why did you have to provoke Xiao Minji? Do you think you're tired of living?" Early this morning, Duke Shen went to that house, only to find it had changed owners. After asking around, he learned that Lin Shui had lost the house to Feng Qingyan. He almost spat out his old blood in shock. What's wrong with Xiao Minji? He's just a prince. My eldest sister is still the empress. Lin Shui still seemed excited from last night. Hearing his father's praise for him, he suddenly got angry. You idiot! Do you understand anything? Watch me teach you a lesson, you waste. Duke Xin was also quick-tempered. He reached out and tapped Lin Shuhui's head. No wonder Lin Shui didn't seem very smart. Maybe it's a bad habit from being scolded by his father since he was young. For Duke Xin, Xiao Minji was indeed a big problem. Over the years, not only the emperor but also the duke's mansion hated him deeply. Xiao Minji was not only a threat to the emperor but also to Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi. Only when the crown prince sat firmly on the throne could their family be considered true relatives of the emperor. He was above others. But now, Xiao Jingyi's position as crown prince was in danger. Their strength was not enough to fight Xiao Minji head-on. If it weren't for Lin Shuhui's provocation last time, the duke's mansion wouldn't have been repeatedly pressured by Xiao Minji. If not for the empress mediating and the emperor disliking Xiao Minji and setting traps, Xiao Minji would have held back. Even now, the duke's mansion probably still feels the pressure. They didn't expect that not long after, Lin Shui would again offend Xiao Minji. You're afraid of Xiao Minji?
I'm not.
I want to find my empress sister and ask her to stand up for me. Lin Shui was so angry, he hurriedly threw on a coat and stormed out. At this moment, the old madam behind Duke Xin noticed that Ru Yan on the bed seemed different. There's been a death. Ru Yan is dead.
Ru Yan, she's dead.
The old madam quickly went to check and saw that Ru Yan had no breath left. Her face changed drastically, and she shouted loudly. By then, Lin Shui had already disappeared, completely forgetting about Ru Yan. What are you shouting for? This is 1,000 taels. Consider it as the amount the Duke of the nation paid to redeem her. Find a place to bury her. Duke Xin, being experienced, remained calm when faced with such matters. He casually handed a silver note to the madam. The madam took the money and obediently obeyed, no longer showing any sign of panic. The Red Pavilion is not a clean place. He has seen all kinds of perverts and madams. Many girls have died from torture there. As long as there is money, everything can be negotiated. Duke Xin originally came to find Xin Shuho, but now he has to clean up his mess. He feels very uncomfortable. His head is pounding with blood. He fears that Xin Shuho, this reckless person, will eventually drive him to madness. Xin Shuho stormed out of the Red Pavilion, directly heading to the palace, but he didn't even get to see the Empress. He doesn't know that the Empress's life is also not easy right now. Last time, she was punished with house arrest and lost her power. The Empress planned to cause trouble for Consort Su when Feng Qingyan was performing surgery on her, even trying to kill her. Now, Consort Su has recovered from her illness thanks to Feng Qingyan. How could she easily forgive the Empress? Consort Su finally recovered from her serious illness, and the Emperor suddenly became very attentive. He specially visited her Ikuan palace and said he wanted to celebrate her recovery. Your Majesty, this time you turn misfortune into blessing. You must thank Feng's girl properly. The Emperor's eyes flickered with a smile as he spoke happily. To celebrate her recovery, Consort Su would naturally invite Feng Qingyan, the savior. The Emperor's intentions are obvious. Since the last birthday banquet, he has been thinking about Feng Qingyan. Recently, the harem has gained a new batch of young, beautiful women, but none match Feng Qingyan's stunning beauty. The Emperor keeps thinking about her and can't let go. Back then, Chu Qianxuan was snatched away by Feng Zhangjie, and he has never forgiven him. Feng Zhangjie dared to take the woman he liked. How could the Emperor keep him? So, Feng Zhangjie's death was indeed orchestrated by the Emperor. He didn't expect Chu Qianxuan to be so brave and to follow Feng Zhangjie to the end. To avoid regrets, the Emperor has decided that Feng Qingyan will never have a chance to favor Xiao Minji. He never thought about it, but his parents were the ones he caused to die. Now he even covets her beauty. It's really shameless. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Concubine Qing Yan is my lifesaver, and I will certainly treat her well. Consort Su frowned slightly, looking at the emperor's old face with a sudden feeling of disgust. What is this old man trying to do again? He's getting old, yet he spends his days not caring about state affairs, full of petty schemes. Consort Su's family is powerful, and she is beautiful, kind, intelligent, and clever. The emperor, to strengthen his rule, forcibly broke up Consort Su's long-standing relationship and married her against her will. Because of this, Consort Su has always been indifferent to the emperor, even holding some resentment. If not for her family, she probably wouldn't even want to look at him. In the harem, Consort Su doesn't compete for power and isn't interested in it, so the emperor still favors her a little. If she really fought with the empress's position wouldn't matter much to Shun Liuli. Besides the crown prince, Xiao Jingrui is much more capable in many ways than Xiao Jingyi. Now the emperor wants to use Consort Su to trap her lifesaver, but she won't let him succeed. Most importantly, Consort Su isn't as foolish as the emperor or the empress, and she doesn't think she has much power to oppose the ninth prince's residence. Moreover, there's now Feng Qingyan, who is mysterious and deep, and behind her, the general's mansion. If the emperor wants to step down early, what can she do? It seems there is a wise person in the palace who can see through the current situation of the great Xia. In Jingren Palace, the empress has been unable to eat or sleep these days. Consort Su has fully recovered, yet the emperor keeps visiting Ikuan Palace from time to time. Even the palace maids and eunuchs are starting to play both sides, feeling her days are numbered. She herself feels a bit anxious and fearful.
What?
Consort Su is going to hold a grand banquet to thank Feng Qingyan for saving her life. In the empress's eyes, this is not just about gratitude for saving her life. If Consort Su manages to win Feng Qingyan over, it's like climbing into Xiao Minji's circle. For their faction, this is like adding insult to injury. She must find a way to ruin this relationship. I also heard that it was the emperor himself who suggested that Consort Su hold a banquet to thank Feng Qingyan. Qinglian is really good at gathering information. She managed to find out even this. She is also quite responsible to the empress. Well done, Feng Qingyan. The emperor clearly has feelings for Feng Qingyan, and everyone can see it. The empress also knows this. She wonders what special skills Feng Qingyan has that make Xiao Minji serve her loyally and make the emperor fall for her so deeply. Even her foolish son has started to think about her. She has sent people to secretly harm Feng Qingyan several times, but all attempts failed, and she suffered losses herself. How can she not hate her? What does Your Majesty want to do? Qinglian naturally understands that the empress cannot tolerate Feng Qingyan. But Feng Qingyan is not so easy to deal with. After the last failure, she not only didn't get rewarded but also was affected and punished by the empress. She dares not suggest anything lightly now. Since the emperor is interested in Feng Qingyan, why don't we go along with it and help him? The empress's expression darkened. Although she was reluctant, for the sake of future plans, she made up her mind. If this plan succeeds, it will break up the alliance between the ninth prince's residence and the general's residence, and also cut off the alliance between Consort Su and the ninth princess. It's a win-win situation. Moreover, if Feng Qingyan enters the palace, she is the mistress of the harem. When the time comes, she will be the one in charge. She can manipulate everything as she wishes. Then she can take revenge and settle scores happily. It must be said that the empress's mind is as sharp as her brother's. Earlier, when she learned that Shen Shuhua caused trouble again, she was already busy with her own affairs and didn't bother to see him. So she sent someone to dismiss him. When Shen Shuhua left the palace, he ran into Xiao Jingyi. They are related and usually get along well, often playing together. But Xiao Jingyi had some trouble recently and has been very busy, so they haven't met much lately. Uncle, why do you have time to come to the palace? Is something wrong? Xiao Jingyi asked casually. Don't mention it. I've been badly tricked by that nasty Feng Qingyan, Shen Shuhua said with a gloomy face. Thinking about what happened these days, he felt a terrible headache coming on. The matter at the Red Chamber is probably already known to his father now. The Empress doesn't see him, and when he goes home, he doesn't know how his father will deal with him. What exactly is going on? Little uncle, should we find a place to sit and talk over drinks? When Xiao Jingyi heard it involved Feng Qingyan, he immediately became interested. The two of them agreed quickly and went to a restaurant. After a few drinks, they started talking openly. They each shared their own misfortunes. Shen Shihao told Xiao Jingyi how Feng Qingyan tricked him out of money yesterday and how his father pulled him out of the brothel today. He even casually mentioned the incident where the top courtesan of the Red Chamber was killed. Xiao Jingyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Recently, he had been searching everywhere for famous doctors, eager to see a specialist. Ever since he married Li Xiangwan, his older brother had become very weak and could no longer perform. At first, he thought it was due to psychological trauma from the wedding night. Later, because the Empress planned against Feng Qingyan, who fought back, Xiao Jingyi also got caught in the crossfire and was assaulted by 2 guards. Since then, Xiao Jingyi's manhood was completely ruined. As a crown prince, he hadn't left any heirs, and his future was now uncertain. Xiao Jingyi even suddenly regretted having been so harsh on Feng Qianqian. Recently, he had been worried about this issue, trying many strange remedies, but nothing worked. The imperial doctors all agreed it was psychological, especially given Xiao Jingyi's notorious past, which was well known. No one believed it could be without some mental shadow. Unbeknownst to others, the real problem was the broken seed needle Feng Qingyan gave him when they first met, which was the true cause. Apart from Feng Qingyan, only a divine being could save him now. Little uncle, you're so impressive. Your problem is so serious. Do you have any secret weapon? Xiao Jingyi knew Shen Shihao often visited the red light districts, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. Thinking he might have a solution, he tentatively asked. It's not really a secret weapon. I just bought a few pills from an old Taoist. Believe it or not, this stuff really works. That Yuyan kept crying and begging all night was so satisfying. Shen Shihao did not hide his pride, showing off his great achievements with a very proud look. Good things are naturally meant to be shared. Moreover, Xiao Jingyi is not a stranger. Does my little brother still have any of those pills? Honestly, I've been feeling a bit off lately and want to try one. Recently, Xiao Jingyi had no way to hide his situation from Shen Shihao. Yes, I still have a few. You can try one first to see how it works. If you need more, I can get some for you. But be careful with this medicine. It's very strong. Shen Shihao generously gave all his pills to Xiao Jingyi. I understand my limits. Xiao Jingyi looked at the pills as if they were a lifeline. He was eager to take one right now to see if it worked. Xiao Jingyi was truly desperate and willing to try anything. Not just taking medicine, if it could help him regain his strength, he might even do something extreme. Xiao Jingyi and Shen Shihao were happily discussing the benefits of the tonic. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan in the next room. When Feng Qingyan heard Xiao Jingyi say he was feeling weak, she almost spat out her tea. What is Yeno laughing at? Is the crown prince's matter related to you? Xiao Minji sensed that there was definitely more to this than it seemed. Even if Xiao Jingyi was very worried, he wouldn't suddenly become completely incapable. Getting beaten by 2 guards might hurt for a few days, but it wouldn't affect his abilities. In any case, Xiao Minji was almost certain that Feng Qingyan had done something. Don't falsely accuse good people.
I didn't say anything.
Xiao Jingyi is always chasing women and has caught some strange illness, but I don't know what it is. So, men, be careful when you indulge in pleasures. Feng Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled and glanced at Xiao Minji's lower body. Men who can't control themselves will eventually fall into a woman's trap. Xiao Jingyi also deserved it. After all, he was reckless enough to provoke her. Yenner, don't worry. I never indulge in excess. My heart and eyes are only for you. Xiao Minji felt a tightness in his lower body. Offending his wife would surely lead to a bad ending. Breaking Xiao Jingyi's happiness in the lower part of his body was even more painful than killing him. For the sake of future happiness, he vowed to uphold his moral integrity. Also, he was not interested in other women at all, so you can rest assured about that. Nonsense. Although Feng Qingyan said this, she was somewhat touched inside. Recently, Xiao Minji had been very attentive to her, and she could definitely feel it. I am telling the truth. Why don't you believe me, Yenner? Before I met you, I never looked at any girls seriously. When I first saw you, I felt you were different from other women.
You are so special, so bright.
I don't know when, but I realized you had already entered my heart. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan seriously and spoke. During these days of being with Feng Qingyan, his feelings for her grew deeper. He had never thought about spending his life with any woman before, and even thought women could be troublesome. But since the first time he saw Feng Qingyan, he couldn't help but want to get close to her, thinking about forever. Suddenly, he felt that if he could spend his life with her, it would be such a wonderful thing.
You.
Why are you suddenly saying these things? Are they too sweet? It sounds so real. Feng Qingyan didn't expect Xiao Minji to suddenly confess, and she was a bit stunned. It was the first time in her past and present life that she encountered such a thing, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Xiao Minji used to say these kinds of words, but he had never been so serious before. She also never paid much attention to it, or rather, she deliberately ignored it. Yenner, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Perhaps because their wedding day was approaching, Xiao Minji was a little impatient. He felt a bit disappointed and couldn't understand why. He clearly sensed that Feng Qingyan was not completely indifferent to him, but sometimes she seemed to distance herself on purpose and refuse to accept him. He didn't want to marry her in confusion and regret, like forcing her. He hoped their wedding was because they loved each other, with endless love, heading toward happiness together. He admitted he was greedy. What's the use of believing? The prince is just attracted by my appearance or talent for a moment. How long can this love last? No noble family in the royal court has only 3 wives and many concubines. I am a very selfish person and do not want to share my husband. I want a love that lasts a lifetime, with one partner. Can the prince give me that? Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji's lonely look and felt a little moved. But she is a modern educated woman and would never be fooled by sweet words. Love is precious, but losing oneself for love is not worth it. She would never share a man's love with anyone else. Either stay loyal forever, never leave, and be faithful to one person, or not at all. Yenna, I swear to the heavens, I, Xiao Minji, will only marry you in this life. I will not take concubines. If I break this promise, may I be struck by lightning and not have a good death. Xiao Minji didn't hesitate at all and directly swore to the sky. He wishes to find one true love and grow old together, which he admires. Having Feng Qingyan by his side is the greatest gift from heaven. She is so wonderful that she already fills his entire world. How could he possibly have room for anyone else? If Feng Qingyan is worried about that, it's not a real problem. In fact, he is very happy because it shows that his little wife only has him in her heart. Feng Qingyan is so dazzling that Xiao Minji is even afraid someone else might steal her away. Knowing what she thinks, he loves her even more and treasures her more.
You.
What nonsense are you talking?
Who made you swear? Bah, bah, bah.
Forget what you just swore. It doesn't count. Hearing Xiao Minji swear by the heavens, Feng Qingyan wanted to cover his mouth. How can he say such crazy things? She just barely pulled him back from danger, and now he's talking about dying again. Yenner, do you care about me? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and excitedly grabbed her hand to ask. Stop showing off. Who cares about you? Feng Qingyan was caught by Xiao Minji's words and felt embarrassed. She quickly pulled her hand back and turned her face away. Of course I care about you. I knew it. How could Yenna not have feelings for me? Seeing Feng Qingyan shy, Xiao Minji felt very happy. He deliberately moved closer to her. He looked so proud, like a fox with its tail almost in the sky. If you want me to accept you, you can. But besides doing what I just said, I also want to see how you behave in the future. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji's proud expression and knew she couldn't let him get his way easily, thinking she would accept him so easily. After all, men tend to value things less when they are easily obtained. During this time, Feng Qingyan thought a lot. She decided to give Xiao Minji a chance, which was also a chance for her own happiness. She hoped Xiao Minji wouldn't let her down. "Yes, Your Highness. I will behave well from now on and won't disappoint you," Xiao Minji said happily, almost smiling from ear to ear. Since Feng Qingyan had relaxed her stance, it meant she had accepted him. As for the conditions she mentioned, they weren't a problem. Deep down, he was not the kind of person to be indecisive. "Stop talking nonsense," Feng Qingyan said playfully, giving him a gentle glare. When did he become so childish? But inside, she still felt a little sweet. She could tell if someone truly loved her. "I'm not lying. If the princess still doesn't trust me, she can test me." Xiao Minji leaned closer to Feng Qingyan and promised seriously. In this life, except for a few mistakes with Feng Qingyan, he believed nothing could defeat him. Now, he was confident he could win her over. "I haven't married you yet, so you're not my prince," Feng Qingyan pushed him aside. His nearly perfect face was too charming. She needed to stay away. "Of course, it's you. I won't marry anyone else." Xiao Minji's words today were as sweet as honey, full of love talk, making Feng Qingyan a little overwhelmed. "Who said I want to marry you?" she retorted. How could he become so shameless? "If you don't marry me, who else do you want to marry? You're destined to be mine in this life," he declared. Anyone daring to compete with him for Feng Qingyan would face dire consequences. Suddenly, the emperor in the palace sneezed twice. "Why am I sneezing in this hot weather?" he wondered, feeling puzzled. He didn't feel unwell at all. "Tonight is cool. Your Majesty, you should put on an extra coat." They kindly handed him a coat to wear. His inner thoughts were quite colorful. The emperor was always thinking about the future ninth princess, secretly fearing the many criticisms she might face. A couple of sneezes were nothing. Xiao Jingyi and Shen Shuhua left the restaurant separately. Shen Shuhua stepped out into the wind, which cleared his mind a bit. Thinking about the foolish things he had done these past days, he felt very annoyed. He definitely wouldn't go to the fireworks alley or the gambling house, as both made his head hurt. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the Duke's estate. As soon as he entered, he was greeted with a series of harsh kicks and a powerful dog-beating stick from Shen Guogong. If the Duke's estate had more heirs, Shen Guogong would have been furious enough to disown him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyi returned to the Eastern Palace and couldn't wait to take a bath and swallow the pill Shen Shuhua gave him. The pill worked well. Soon, a hot feeling spread all over Xiao Jingyi's body. He felt very excited and quickly called for a beautiful maid to serve him. Tonight, he was determined to make up for all his losses during this time. The maid knew about Xiao Jingyi's recent affairs with 2 guards. Thinking of that scene, she felt quite uncomfortable. But since Xiao Jingyi was the crown prince, she dared not refuse. She reluctantly entered Xiao Jingyi's bedroom. As soon as she stepped inside, Xiao Jingyi pounced on her like a hungry wolf. "Little beauty, have you missed me lately?" he asked, pinning her to the bed. He eagerly tore her clothes apart. "Your Highness," the maid called out shyly, trying to hide her embarrassment, which only excited Xiao Jingyi more. He felt his whole body heat up and was eager to continue. "Do you want to see something even more exciting?" he asked, hurriedly tearing off his robe. He revealed himself to the maid. "Your Highness, you..." She hesitated. Xiao Jingyi was so eager that she thought something exciting might happen. But seeing his limp state, she was speechless. "Why are you just standing there? Come and serve me quickly," Xiao Jingyi said, looking down. He looked at himself and suddenly felt awkward, frowning deeply. He felt his blood boiling and his whole body almost ready to explode, but he had no reaction. This was strange, as he thought he should be more responsive. Na Mei, the concubine, hesitated a little. There were many rumors about the crown prince's close relationship with Long Yang, and she had heard them all. Recently, there were also rumors that the crown prince seemed to have some problems in certain areas. He had been seeking medical help everywhere. Was the crown prince planning to use her as a test subject? What kind of look is that? Do you want to die? I can make it happen, Xiao Jingyi felt his dignity as a man was being insulted and became very angry. Your Highness, please spare me. I dare not. I will serve you now. The beautiful concubine finally realized what was happening and hurriedly begged for mercy. She had to suppress her disgust and try to please Xiao Jingyi. Complaining all the time? Do you think I need to teach you? Xiao Jingyi saw that the beautiful concubine was hesitating and not getting to the point. His face looked worse than if his mother had just died. He couldn't let more people know about this, but he was still not satisfied. He grabbed her head with one hand, his eyes full of evil thoughts. The concubine's heart sank. Xiao Jingyi's expression looked just like that of a perverted old. Because he couldn't satisfy himself in that area, he would find ways to torment women. Honestly, girl, you smell really good. Get ready to enjoy yourself. It's all your fault for wanting to climb up to the crown prince's high branch. The palace sent an invitation early in the morning. Consort Su had recovered from her illness, and the emperor held a grand banquet in her honor, inviting Yenner to attend. However, this banquet was mainly for female guests, so I naturally couldn't join. Feng Bailing felt a little worried. At the last emperor's birthday celebration, Feng Qingyan was framed, and Feng Bailing almost went crazy with worry. He couldn't help but feel anxious again this time. So, he could only ask Xiao Minji to think of a way. Grandfather, don't worry. Those who want to harm Yenner probably don't have the ability, and I will definitely protect Yenner from any trouble, Xiao Minji solemnly assured Feng Bailing. There are many conflicts in the palace. Those people see him and Feng Qingyan as a thorn in their side. They are bound to cause trouble. But Xiao Minji has absolute confidence in Feng Qingyan. He can come and go freely in the palace and will secretly protect Feng Qingyan to make sure nothing goes wrong. That's good. Feng Bailing nodded slightly after hearing this. Feng Qingyan sat nearby, overhearing their conversation. She glanced at Xiao Minji. When did her grandfather start trusting Xiao Minji so much? Did this guy do something without her knowing? Noticing Feng Qingyan's gaze, Xiao Minji immediately smiled happily. Feng Qingyan pouted playfully. Seeing the secret interaction between the two, Feng Bailing, who was originally worried about their relationship, finally relaxed completely. Prince and Yenner, you two can chat. I have some things to take care of. Feng Bailing tactfully gave them space. Their wedding was coming soon, and there was nothing to hide anymore. As long as Feng Qingyan was happy, Feng Bailing could rest assured. After Feng Bailing left, Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji with a puzzled expression and asked, when did you become so familiar with my grandfather? He even called him by name, and Feng Bailing showed no surprise. This meant Xiao Minji wasn't calling him for the first time. Recently, we've been discussing the wedding a lot, so I came to the general's residence a few more times. We'll all be family soon, so we'll have to get used to calling each other that. Xiao Minji smiled and said, feeling happy inside, as if his little heart was about to burst. It was clear he had long known that he wanted to marry her, and naturally, he had to win over the people around her first. He has come to the general's residence more than a few times. Whenever he has free time, if he doesn't go to find Feng Qingyan, he is definitely at the general's house. Especially regarding his attitude toward marriage, Feng Bailing even feels that Feng Qingyan is the outsider. He is the biological son. Just playing some little tricks. Feng Qingyan clearly understands Xiao Minji's little thoughts. But isn't this also proof that Xiao Minji cares about her? She looked at Xiao Minji and only then realized that this man had been silently doing so much for her all along. Why are you looking at me like that, Yenner? Do I have something on my face? Xiao Minji felt a bit uncomfortable under Feng Qingyan's gaze. It was the first time she looked at him with such eyes. You're a little bit good-looking. In that moment, Feng Qingyan thought of a cheesy romantic line, and she said whatever came to mind. Suddenly, she snapped back to herself, slapped her forehead, and her face turned bright red. What did she just say? That was so embarrassing. Yenner, why are you hitting yourself? If you hurt yourself, I'll feel sad. I know you like to look and I didn't say you can't. Xiao Minji smiled and said seriously. His sweet words really come easily. He still remembers the first time he saw Feng Qingyan at Hantan. She was also attracted by his appearance. Xiao Minji now feels very lucky that he has a good-looking face that catches his little princess's eye. Feng Qingyan was speechless. This person is really narcissistic. She just happened to be lost in admiration for a moment. Who said she had to keep looking at him? Yenner, there's no need to be shy. When you marry into the 9th prince's residence, I promise you'll get to see as much as you want every day, Xiao Minji continued when Feng Qingyan didn't speak. When she marries into the 9th prince's residence, she can not only look but also touch and have deeper conversations. You know what I mean? Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji's mischievous little eyes and felt an urge to cover his mouth. This person just keeps talking more and more confidently. Feng Bailing returned and, just as he reached the door, overheard Xiao Minji's words. He thought to himself, could it be that his precious granddaughter is just enchanted by this handsome young man? Great-grandfather. Feng Qingyan was facing the door, and when she looked up, she saw Feng Bailing's figure, and she immediately looked a bit awkward. I don't know how long Feng Bailing has been outside, or how much he heard. Now, I've really made a fool of myself. I left something here. I took it quickly, and then left. You all continue. Feng Bailing was caught eavesdropping and hurriedly explained. He quickly came in to grab something from the table, then left immediately, even closing the door behind him. Feng Qingyan's head was buzzing. What's going on? Her grandfather was also acting strangely. Keep going, keep going? Nonsense. Time is getting late. Prince, you should go home early, she said sharply, glaring at Xiao Minji. This made him happy. Xiao Minji nervously touched his nose, trying not to laugh. If he didn't leave soon, his little wife would get angry. The next day, Feng Qingyan finished packing and prepared to go to the palace. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiao Minji sitting in the yard, drinking tea with Feng Bailing. It looked like he had been waiting for a while. When did the prince arrive? Why didn't anyone tell me? Feng Qingyan didn't expect Xiao Minji to come personally to pick her up and asked him. He's been here for a while. Yesterday, I promised my grandfather I would come, so I had to. I don't have much to do today, so I came early. It's okay if I wait a bit. Are you ready, Yen? Xiao Minji's face lit up when he saw Feng Qingyan. Men in love really are different. Yes, I'm all ready, she nodded. They say women in love can be easily blinded by love. Seeing Xiao Minji like this, she thought he was not far from that state. The Grand 9th Prince's residence was full of internal and external troubles, with many small issues. Xiao Minji didn't say. He was busy every day, but how could he not have anything to do? Grandfather, Yen and I are going to the palace. Don't worry, I will protect Yen's safety, he said confidently. Their wedding was coming soon, and Xiao Minji would not allow any mistakes.
Good.
Yen, you must be very careful. Feng Bailing warned Feng Qingyan with concern. Okay, I understand. Grandfather, don't worry. We're leaving now, she replied after saying goodbye to Xiao Minji and Feng Bailing. They then got into the carriage heading to the palace. Before getting on, Feng Qingyan deliberately looked at Mu, the professional coachman. Every time they ride in a carriage, Mu Qing always causes trouble. I hope this time he behaves himself. Otherwise, he will learn a hard lesson. Mu Qing stiffened, feeling a chill down his back. He sensed that the princess's gaze held hidden anger. He looked at Xiao Minji, sending a silent plea. Prince, save me. I did all this for you before. Xiao Minji replied calmly. It's not like I forced you. Find your own way to handle it. He had finally won his wife, and he wanted to spoil her. In the carriage, Xiao Minji thoughtfully prepared small snacks for Feng Qingyan. Now, the two of them understood each other better and no longer felt awkward. Their time together became more natural and comfortable. News just came in that this banquet was arranged by the emperor for Consort Su, and the empress seems to support it too. She's busy running around. Xiao Minji hesitated, wanting to warn Feng Qingyan but unsure how to say it. At the last birthday banquet, the emperor's eyes almost stayed on Feng Qingyan the entire time. Their marriage was personally granted by the emperor. Based on Xiao Minji's understanding of the emperor, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied with just that. He also investigated the grudges between the emperor and Feng Qingyan's parents. The emperor, driven by desire and petty-minded, was surely scheming something. Consort Su was the biggest threat to the Empress. They had been fighting openly and secretly. The Empress's behavior was clearly suspicious. None of them had good intentions. These two old folks and that wicked old woman are up to something again. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. The palace wasn't a good place. Not even the emperor was a good person. It was full of corruption and chaos. Hearing Feng Qingyan call the emperor and empress by their titles, Xiao Minji almost couldn't hold back his laughter. His little wife was too adorable. No matter what they're planning, don't worry, Yenner. Just do what you need to. As long as you're safe, I'll handle everything, Xiao Minji assured her. He had no interest in that position. That's why he had always avoided clashing with the emperor and others. Once you sit in that seat, you have to take on the responsibilities. If the current emperor only seeks pleasure and indulgence, how can he be worthy of ruling the people? But if the emperor and empress are ungrateful and try to harm his wife, he wouldn't mind replacing the throne himself. Yes, I understand. How could Feng Qingyan be the one to suffer losses? But this time, she has to face the emperor and the empress, so she must be cautious. After all, she is not alone now. She also has to consider the general's residence and future plans. Now that Xiao Minji is speaking to her like this, she feels more at ease. However, Feng Qingyan still prefers to win with wisdom, defeating enemies without wasting soldiers or resources. The two of them sat in a carriage heading to the palace. The banquet was almost ready, and everyone who was supposed to arrive had already come. Feng Qingyan, your attitude is really quite arrogant, making us wait so long. Even if you are the savior of Concubine Su, you shouldn't be so rude. Even if Concubine Su doesn't mind, what will others think of her, the empress, upon seeing Feng Qingyan enter, said sarcastically. This kind of provocation is obvious to everyone, and it's really quite petty. Your Majesty, you probably didn't rinse your mouth this morning, because your words smell like yesterday's leftovers. You should spend more time fixing yourself. Your dark circles are very obvious. You probably didn't sleep well, right? So, as for me and the noble consort, there's no need for you to worry about it. Feng Qingyan, if she weren't worried about her image in front of so many people, she would have directly retorted with harsh words.
You.
The empress was caught off guard and was directly hit where it hurt. She didn't expect Feng Qingyan to show no respect at all. Does she not know she is the mother of the nation? Is she not afraid of being punished? Recently, she hasn't been sleeping well or eating well, and it's all because of her. Your Majesty, if you're so free, why not spend more time worrying about the Crown Prince's future? My wife is not someone you can boss around. Before the harsh words from the Empress could fully come out, Xiao Minji, who was following behind, interrupted. The Empress had just been hit hard by Feng Qingyan, and now Xiao Minji was directly piercing her. The issue with the Crown Prince was well known. The Emperor was almost asking about it himself. If this continues, the Crown Prince's position will be lost sooner or later. In front of many noble ladies and consorts, the Empress was repeatedly criticized, losing face and dignity. Her face looked even more terrible than a corpse's. Her heart grew even more resentful toward Feng Qingyan. She secretly vowed to make Feng Qingyan pay 10 times, 100 times over in the future. Feng Qingyan thought, the last person who thought that way is now peacefully resting underground. Consort Su covered her mouth with a handkerchief, almost laughing out loud. The Empress's mind was truly muddled. She dared to trouble Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. Wasn't she just asking for trouble and embarrassment? Xiao Minji didn't bother to look at the Empress again. He simply controlled his wheelchair and found a place to sit. Feng Qingyan was too lazy to pay attention to the Empress and walked straight toward Consort Su. Today's main character was Consort Su. What was the Empress doing, acting so grand and overbearing? Faced with their ignoring her, the Empress was angry but dared not speak. Xiao Minji was a bit crazy. He dared to do anything. Sometimes, even the Emperor had to tolerate him, but she couldn't afford to provoke him. Your Grace, I hope you are well. I have nothing special to give you. These are new items from your exclusive jewelry shop, Angel's Night. I hope you, like this gemstone, are as beautiful as an angel and shine brightly. When Feng Qingyan took out Angel's Night, everyone's eyes immediately turned toward her, because they had already heard about this exclusive new jewelry set. Its unique design and the precious gemstones used made it highly sought after. This new piece was a one-of-a-kind item, priceless and only for those destined to have it. Even the Empress wanted it but couldn't get it. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyan casually gifted it directly to Consort Su. Now, the Empress's accusations that Feng Qingyan disrespected Consort Su were easily disproved. Consort Su saw the Angel's Night and smiled happily. This Angel's Night is so valuable. Qingyan, you've spent a lot. Just your coming to my palace makes me very happy. What she said was sincere. Feng Qingyan had given her a second life, which was more precious than anything. I'm glad you like it, Your Grace. Valuable things should be given to those who truly deserve them, Feng Qingyan said, elevating Consort Su and subtly criticizing the Empress. Everyone present was sharp and clever. Since Consort Su and the Empress were rivals, they could easily understand Feng Qingyan's hidden meaning. The Empress's face suddenly didn't know where to put itself. This Feng Qingyan is just relying on Xiao Minji's influence to see if she can still feel proud for a while. Then I won't hold back. I believe everyone has heard of the Night of the Angel, a one-of-a-kind treasure. Very precious. Bawan, quickly pass it around so everyone can see. Consort Su glanced at the Empress and sneered. Still trying to scheme against her? The Empress only has these small tricks? Does she really think that because she hasn't fought for years, she's truly afraid of her? Is she trying to upset her? She wants to see who ends up upset in the end. Oh my, is this the Night of the Angel? It's so beautiful. The design is really unique. Truly a one-of-a-kind treasure. A few consorts and noble women praised eagerly, their eyes showing envy. Everyone knew how popular and valuable her exclusive jewelry was. And this was a rare, one-in-a-million piece. No amount of money could buy it. After passing it around, no one handed it to the Empress. Finally, it returned to Consort Su. Your Majesty, would you like to take a look too? She asked with a smile. She knew this would be the result. Everyone thought the Empress, as the mistress of the palace and so proud, wouldn't care much for a set of jewelry. So no one foolishly frowned or showed any interest. But Consort Su knew that not long ago, the Empress had ordered a new piece exclusive to her for a year. However, this Night of the Angel was a special limited edition from the shop, not included in that. She had tried hard to buy it, but the owner refused to sell. What the Empress couldn't get despite all her efforts, someone else simply gave to Consort Su. Consort Su even asked her openly in front of everyone, what's the difference from slapping her in the face? She hoped the Empress would have a psychological shadow now. It's just a set of jewelry. Sister, you can keep it and enjoy it slowly. My jewelry is made by the best artisans in the palace, and I'm not particularly interested in these things. The Empress's teeth almost ached from clenched frustration. But she couldn't admit defeat in words. She still held her head high like a peacock. Then I will have someone put it away. Consort Su didn't mind and happily handed the jewelry to Baoan beside her. This silent war naturally favored Consort Su. Feng Qingyan sat calmly beside Consort Su, watching the lively scene as if nothing was happening. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the women in the palace. They were all so sad and pitiful. A group of women fought over a man every day, constantly arguing and competing. She wondered what they were trying to gain. At that moment, outside, the sharp, high-pitched voice of the palace announced, "The Emperor has arrived." The Empress led the way, and the other consorts and noble ladies quickly stood up and bowed. Feng Qingyan stood up casually. Before she could bow, she heard the Emperor's voice. Today, no need for formalities, so Feng Qingyan naturally sat back down without bowing. She had been waiting for the Emperor to say that. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji remained seated comfortably, leisurely drinking tea. He had a jade pendant gifted by the previous emperor, which he regarded as a token of the former emperor's favor. Because of this, Xiao Minji never bowed when he saw the emperor. Speaking of which, Xiao Minji had long wanted to give Feng Pei to Feng Qingyan. He had simply forgotten about it for a moment. But giving it on their wedding night was also fine. As soon as the emperor entered, his gaze fixed on Feng Qingyan, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Minji immediately felt displeased. His expression darkened, and he cast a cold look at the emperor. This old lecher kept staring at his little wife. What was he thinking? The emperor felt a chill run down his back and suddenly realized Xiao Minji's presence. Thinking about what Xiao Minji might do next, he furrowed his brows in annoyance. "Brother Emperor, why are you so busy that you have time to attend this banquet?" The emperor appeared calm and unhurried, but inside, he was getting annoyed. What was Xiao Minji doing here? Wasn't he ruining his plans? Your Majesty is busy with countless affairs, yet you still find time to come. As for me, I came because I wanted to see Yenner, and I brought her along. Xiao Minji looked at the emperor, his words clearly asserting his authority, almost warning him not to think about his little wife. No wonder Brother Emperor is so interested. So you're here with your future ninth sister-in-law. The emperor smiled, but his mind was clearly uneasy. Could Xiao Minji have learned something? He pretended to be gracious as he presented a congratulatory gift to Consort Su and sat down at a seat not far from her. After all, today was the day for Consort Su, and the empress had to endure her displeasure. Today, she still had an important task to do. With the emperor's arrival, the banquet officially began. It mainly consisted of singing and dancing performances, which were not very interesting. In the past, when the emperor watched performances, he would admire the young beauties. But now, after watching the dancers and then looking at Feng Qingyan, he felt they were just ordinary women.
He no longer paid attention to them.
In this world, it's hard to find a woman like Feng Qingyan, beautiful and talented. He must have her at all costs. The empress saw the emperor's gaze often resting on Feng Qingyan and felt very angry. But thinking about her plan, she quickly calmed down. Halfway through the banquet, the emperor occasionally raised his glass with Xiao Minji. On the surface, everything seemed peaceful, but secretly, tensions were rising. At this moment, Mu Qing hurried in and whispered something to Xiao Minji, leaning close. Xiao Minji narrowed his eyes and looked at the emperor. As he expected, he knew these people would use sneaky tricks. However, Xiao Minji also believed the emperor was innocent. The fire at the ninth prince's residence was likely caused by women's schemes. When the empress saw Mu Qing, she couldn't help but smile secretly. She was eager to see how Feng Qingyan could escape the emperor's trap today. Sure enough, after a while, Xiao Minji stood up and followed Mu Qing out of the banquet. Before leaving, he glanced at Feng Qingyan and gave her a reassuring look. These people wanted to frame her, but they would only suffer the consequences. Feng Qingyan understood and narrowed her eyes, glancing at the empress. Seeing her smug expression, it was as if she had already done something bad on her face. She really couldn't hide her impatience. Seeing Xiao Minji leave, the emperor secretly felt proud. It seemed his people had already acted. It turned out the emperor had prepared everything in advance. But he didn't expect the empress to also be so active, even more eager than him. Soon, Xiao Minji returned. "Brother, I have some urgent matters to handle, so I won't stay any longer," he said. Although he was speaking to the emperor, his eyes kept fixed on Feng Qingyan. The fire at the ninth prince's residence burned the most important storeroom, which contained many secret documents. However, these reasons were not enough for Xiao Minji to abandon Feng Qingyan. Moreover, that storage room was just a fake setup to deceive others.
It was only for today.
The emperor truly went to great lengths, almost to the point of madness. He even used the lives of the soldiers as bargaining chips. Since it involved people's lives, Xiao Minji naturally couldn't ignore it. Although he knew Feng Qingyan was capable and wouldn't fall for their tricks, he couldn't help but worry. "Since my younger brother has matters to attend to, I won't keep you any longer," the emperor said seriously, secretly feeling proud. After today, Feng Qingyan would belong to him, and the general's residence would become his support. What more could Xiao Minji do to fight him? He really wanted to open the emperor's mind and see if it was filled with nonsense. He doubted how the emperor had managed to become ruler. Oh, he almost forgot. The throne was originally something Xiao Minji didn't want, but the emperor took it. Concubine Su, I entrust Yenner to you, Xiao Minji said before leaving, giving her some reassurance. This was an extra layer of protection. If Concubine Su had any sense, she would know which side to support. Rest assured, Ninth Prince, I will take good care of Ninth Princess, Concubine Su replied with a smile. Not only was Feng Qingyan her savior, but given the current situation in Daxia, siding with the Ninth Prince's family was the smartest choice. Although Xiao Jingrui didn't have much desire for that position, she was happy to stay out of trouble. But the Empress would never think this way. Being part of the royal family meant that even if they didn't compete, the Crown Prince's faction would still act for their own benefit sooner or later. For self-preservation or future plans, she had to make a choice. Then I thank Concubine Su in advance. Yenner, I'll be back soon. Be good and wait for me to take you back to the residence, Xiao Minji said loudly, showing his affection publicly. He wanted everyone, including the Emperor and Empress, to see how much he valued Feng Qingyan. Whatever he planned to do, he wanted to see if they could handle his anger. Go ahead and do your work. I can take care of myself. Feng Qingyan blushed. This person was really becoming more shameless. She knew that unless it was a big matter, Xiao Minji would never leave. These people are really willing to do anything to achieve their goals. Today, she must make these people understand that Feng Qingyan is not someone to be easily pushed around. Xiao Minji silently looked at Feng Qingyan for a moment. His gaze at her was full of affection. Finally, he reluctantly left. After Xiao Minji left, the banquet continued, but everyone had their own secret thoughts. Your Highness the Ninth Prince really cares about you.
Yenner is truly lucky.
You must cherish this opportunity. Consort Su looked at Feng Qingyan with envy. Thinking back, she also had someone who adored her. If it weren't for the unkind emperor, she might have had a happy relationship too. This made her even more resentful toward the emperor. Consort Su, how can you mock me? Feng Qingyan felt a bit embarrassed by the remark. Recently, Xiao Minji had been very attentive to her. She truly felt happy. Meeting the right person in life and spending the rest of your days together is a great blessing. May everyone find their own true love and live happily and healthily. Seeing Feng Qingyan so happy, the emperor suddenly felt uncomfortable. His eyes flickered, and he took a big sip of wine, frowning deeply. My head hurts. The emperor suddenly leaned over the table, showing pain on his face. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Quickly call the imperial doctor. When Grandwang shouted, everyone's attention turned to him. I'm fine. Don't disturb the consort's banquet. Please continue. The emperor appeared to be considerate of Consort Su. If the banquet ended now and Feng Qingyan left, his efforts would be wasted. Your Majesty, you should rest in the side hall first. This headache could be serious or minor. It's best to have the imperial doctor check it. The empress was calm and immediately arranged for someone to take the emperor to the side hall next door. The banquet could not go on as usual. Most of the guests were the emperor's consorts, and since the emperor was unwell, he wouldn't leave just like that. Feng Qingyan naturally couldn't leave early in front of everyone. She wanted to see what tricks the emperor might play. Soon, a group of imperial doctors hurried over. After a flurry of activity, they were all driven out. What kind of doctors are these? They can't even treat a simple headache. What are they good for? When the emperor shouted, everyone outside could hear him clearly. His voice was full of authority, not like someone who is sick. How is the emperor? What should we do? Of course, the empress knew the emperor was just acting, so she quickly stepped forward and asked politely. Feng Qingyan, isn't it true that the people call you a divine doctor? You must have a way to cure His Majesty. Please come and see him. At this moment, the emperor on the bed suddenly spoke loudly, calling out. The empress immediately understood and went to invite Feng Qingyan herself. Your Majesty has a severe headache. Feng Qingyan, you are called a divine doctor by the people. Please help Your Majesty. The Empress's tone was very commanding, as if she was ordering rather than asking. Divine Doctor is just a name the people give. I only know a little. His Majesty is noble and important, but even he shouldn't rush to treat every illness. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Feng Qingyan refused to follow the Empress's orders. She thought to herself that the Emperor's illness was probably just pretend. She was such a kind person, right? They wanted her to treat him, so she had to do it? The Empress didn't expect Feng Qingyan to act so arrogantly and could only reluctantly go to inform the Emperor. She didn't believe Feng Qingyan would dare disobey the imperial decree. I forgive her. She is not guilty, the Emperor said impatiently. He was not actually sick, so how could anything happen? Your Majesty's decree is that, whether or not she can cure it, she is not guilty, the Empress hurriedly said, looking impatient. Now, how could Feng Qingyan refuse? Words are not proof. What if the Emperor changes his mind? Feng Qingyan said again. The Empress's face turned red with anger, almost furious at Feng Qingyan. She thought Feng Qingyan was too bold, daring to bargain with the Emperor. But she also thought about what she had to do next. The Empress became Feng Qingyan's messenger, running back and forth several times. Finally, she came out holding a golden badge. This is the Emperor's gift, an immunity token. The Emperor said that whether or not you can cure him, you are not guilty. This badge can save your life at any time. Now you can go and treat the Emperor without worry. The Empress stared at the immunity badge, almost glaring holes into it. She was so jealous she almost went crazy. Such a life-saving token is rarely given in the Great Xia, no more than 3 in total. The Emperor actually gave one directly to Feng Qingyan for Feng Lingyan. Seeing a doctor is almost like begging ancestors for help. Then I guess I'll reluctantly go take a look, she said helplessly. This was requested by you all, so don't regret it later. She took the life-saving token. It looked pretty decent. Isn't the Emperor pretending to be sick? If she doesn't do something to help him, it would be a big mistake. Maybe she can use this token as a shield later. Consort Su tugged at Feng Qingyan's sleeve, warning her that this was clearly a trap set by the Emperor and his people. Feng Qingyan patted her hand to reassure her. She had seen dangerous places before. If they wanted to trap her, they had to have the ability. As soon as Feng Qingyan stepped into the side hall, the Emperor signaled to someone nearby. Everyone quickly retreated, and the door was shut from outside. Feng Qingyan slightly smiled. These fools. Why can't they be more discreet? Are they trying to make it obvious that something's wrong? Just as she was about to go inside, she suddenly looked up and sensed someone on the ceiling. And judging by her instincts, it was probably someone on her side. That made sense. Given Xiao Minji's strength, having inside helpers in the palace was normal. It seemed he had made arrangements for her safety before leaving, even risking exposing himself. Meanwhile, the Empress, after coming out from inside, directly dismissed everyone outside, including Consort Su. She personally stayed to guard the door. The Empress looked at the tightly closed door and smiled triumphantly. Today, she wanted Feng Qingyan to have no way out. The Empress's position was truly miserable at this point. Feng Qingyan, why aren't you coming to treat me yet? The Emperor asked eagerly when she entered. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Since this old man was so eager to seek death, she wouldn't hold back. As she approached the bed, she smelled a faint scent. She sneered disdainfully. This little trick was so obvious, trying to trap her. She wondered what the Emperor was thinking. Knowing her medical skills were excellent, why couldn't he come up with something more sophisticated? My head really hurts. Qingyan, quickly help me figure out what's wrong. The Emperor touched his forehead, looking very distressed. I'll check your pulse first. Feng Qingyan found a torn cloth and placed it on the Emperor's wrist. This creepy old man, just touching him made Feng Qingyan feel disgusted. The Emperor's eyes kept fixed on Feng Qingyan's face as she approached. At this moment, seeing her frown, shake her head, and sigh repeatedly, he felt a sudden worry. Could he really be sick? How am I doing? Seeing Feng Qingyan silent, the Emperor's heart sank. Could he really be so unlucky? Feng Qingyan thought it was about time and waved in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, can you see how many fingers this is? 2. The emperor answered without hesitation. Look more carefully, Your Majesty. Feng Qingyan's fingers moved like scissors, cutting in front of him. The emperor was confused. Did he see it wrong? He blinked hard twice and looked again at Feng Qingyan's fingers. Gradually, his vision blurred, and his mind became a bit scattered. Yes, Feng Qingyan used hypnosis on the emperor. After a while, his eyes gradually cleared, but the double images of the fingers remained. He still felt dizzy. Feng Qingyan, what's happening to me? Why can't I see clearly all of a sudden? The emperor couldn't remember what had just happened. He waved his hand in front of his face, feeling even more dizzy. Your Majesty, can't see clearly? Can you hear me now? Feng Qingyan asked in surprise. Suddenly, the emperor heard a buzzing in his ears and couldn't make out what Feng Qingyan was saying. What did you say? I can't hear you either. Quickly, tell me what's wrong with me. Now the emperor was no longer pretending to have a headache. He was completely panicked. He couldn't see or hear anything now. Was this going to be the end for him? Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. This is just the beginning of your symptoms. It should be temporary, Feng Qingyan said indifferently. After seeing the emperor, she dared not pretend to be sick anymore. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Qingyan finished speaking, the emperor gradually returned to normal. Your Majesty, what kind of illness do I have? The emperor now felt like he wanted to die. He was in such a state, yet Feng Qingyan told him not to worry. How could he not worry? He was just pretending to be sick, but he actually seemed to develop an illness. This illness was very strange. Your Majesty has a condition called Alzheimer's disease, which initially causes blindness, deafness, and speech loss. Over time, your memory will decline, your intelligence will decrease, and your movements will slow down. Of course, the emperor did not really have Alzheimer's. All of this was Feng Qingyan's false story. However, after Feng Qingyan hypnotized the emperor, she gave him some antipsychotic medication. These drugs could damage the nervous system. Soon, the emperor would start showing symptoms of Alzheimer's, gradually becoming truly confused and forgetful. He would slowly become a real fool. Feng Qingyan saw this as a perfect chance to avenge her original parents. She considered it fulfilling a wish of her past self.
How?
How can this illness be treated? The emperor couldn't understand what Feng Qingyan was talking about.
He didn't care.
He just wanted to know if the illness could be cured. Your Majesty's condition is now in the middle to late stage. Complete recovery is impossible. If we can prevent it from worsening too quickly, that would be a great relief. Feng Qingyan secretly chuckled. You can't scare him. Living every day in fear of death is even more tormenting than dying outright. Let the emperor slowly enjoy the experience of becoming more and more confused each day. Cannot be cured? You also have no way. The emperor's face suddenly turned pale, and he looked dazed. Your Majesty, perhaps you should seek a better doctor. I will take my leave now. Having completed her task, Feng Qingyan, feeling no need to stay, turned to leave. Before she reached the door, someone in the shadows had already opened it for her. As she had guessed, that person was indeed Xiao Minji. Now, the emperor has no other thoughts about caring for Feng Qingyan. His life is almost gone. When Feng Qingyan left, she only just regained her senses and quickly called out, You! How did you come out? What happened to the emperor? The empress saw Feng Qingyan come out and was almost shocked to the point of dropping her eyes. Not to mention, she had just ordered the door to be locked, and she hadn't left this place for a moment. What is the emperor doing? Is he just wasting time? Didn't he make all the necessary preparations? I naturally came out myself. Do you think I couldn't come out because of your tone? Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. Trying to trap her with a broken lock? In her past life, she could easily handle high-security password locks. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just worried about the emperor's illness. The empress's eyes flickered with guilt and fear. Oh, I see. I thought the empress knew something. By the way, the emperor's condition isn't looking good, and he's a bit unstable. I'm powerless to help, so you should go inside and check on him quickly. Feng Qingyan smiled mischievously, speaking with a hint of glee. Hopefully, they won't regret their actions today. Why you? What did you do to the emperor? Hearing the emperor's shouts from inside, the empress suddenly felt something was wrong. Feng Qingyan was too bold, daring to attack the emperor in broad daylight. Your Majesty, please don't falsely accuse anyone. I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and ask the emperor. Feng Qingyan shrugged nonchalantly. She had indeed made a move against the emperor, but they couldn't find any evidence. For ancient people, the idea of a virus was simply unbelievable. Feng Qingyan didn't kill the emperor outright. The emperor didn't even know she had given him medicine. This illness would only worsen gradually over time. What happens in the future has nothing to do with Feng Qingyan. The emperor's brief blindness and deafness earlier were just her deliberate actions. She wanted him to think he was truly ill. And then, everything would slowly turn into reality. You'd better not, or I won't let you go. The empress saw Feng Qingyan so calm and collected, and it didn't seem like she had done anything wrong. She thought Feng Qingyan wasn't that bold after all. Then, he hurriedly took people toward the inner palace where the emperor was. Feng Qingyan looked very disdainful. She spoke as if the empress could do nothing to her. When the empress reached the door of the inner palace, her eyes suddenly shifted slightly, and her mind moved. If the emperor really had some incurable illness, as Feng Qingyan said, wouldn't it be more beneficial to them? After all, the crown prince is still Xiao Jingyi. Thinking of this, the empress was no longer angry. Maybe Feng Qingyan's words this time actually helped her a lot. Some people may look ugly, but they have big dreams. Your Majesty, how do you feel now? As soon as the empress entered, she nervously rushed to the bed and asked with concern. Her deep affection was vividly expressed, truly heartfelt. Call the imperial doctor, quickly call the imperial doctor. The emperor was very afraid of death. Now, the more he thought about Feng Qingyan's words, the more he felt scared. What if it was true? What should he do then? Send someone quickly to invite Chief Imperial Physician Zhang. Seeing the emperor's expression, the empress secretly felt pleased. It seemed the emperor's illness was quite serious. Chief Physician Zhang hurried over. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong, pungent odor. He thought to himself, which beauty has the emperor been indulging in that caused him to collapse? Your Majesty, do you feel unwell anywhere? After a brief check, the doctor found nothing seriously abnormal. And the emperor still looked quite spirited, not like he was seriously ill. I just experienced a brief dizziness and deafness earlier, the emperor answered honestly. Your Majesty's body is somewhat depleted. Some medicines can cause adverse reactions, and overuse can lead to symptoms like dizziness and ringing in the ears. Chief Physician Zhang thought the emperor had been overexcited from indulging too much, which was normal. The smell in this room was so strong. The emperor truly was indulging so much that he didn't care about his own life. The emperor had indeed spent a lot. If Feng Qingyan hadn't sprinkled some antidote, everyone in this room might have staged a big action scene. The emperor's face turned awkward. He suddenly realized what Chief Physician Zhang was talking about. This misunderstanding seemed quite serious. He hadn't even touched a single hair of Feng Qingyan. The emperor was very confused. The medicine he used had no effect on Feng Qingyan. Clearly, the imperial doctor said the medicine was very strong, and even the most powerful person couldn't escape its influence once they smelled it. It seemed Feng Qingyan really had some skill. Am I really fine? The emperor only realized this later. Was he being played by Feng Qingyan? I can't be sure for now. Dr. Zhang also couldn't tell. After all, he knew Feng Qingyan's medical skills. They were truly unmatched. Get out, get out, get out. The emperor was annoyed and impatient. Now he really hoped Feng Qingyan was just fooling him. Dr. Zhang stepped back and shook his head at the empress. It looked like this doctor was loyal to the empress. The empress frowned slightly, clearly disappointed. But thinking about Feng Qingyan's role, why not make her position clear? The emperor was in danger. Your wife might want to harm you. Indeed, doing all sorts of bad things, she seemed to dislike everyone. Feng Qingyan came out and saw Xiao Minji rushing toward her. "Yenner, are you okay?" Although she knew deep down that the emperor couldn't really hurt her, Xiao Minji still couldn't help but worry.
I'm fine.
"Have you handled your side? Why aren't you in a wheelchair?" Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji walking openly and confidently, definitely seen by many people. "I was so anxious I forgot. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Everything on my side has been taken care of." Xiao Minji flew straight to the camp using light skills, quickly resolving the emperor's people in the simplest and most direct way, then hurried back. He didn't care about exposing his leg, which was already healed. The wedding was coming soon, and he no longer wanted to pretend. There was nothing left to pretend. If the emperor wanted trouble, he might as well solve this problem permanently. The two of them seemed to understand each other perfectly. Xiao Minji still didn't know that Feng Qingyan had already taken action in advance. What is there to worry about? Besides, you already secretly arranged people. Feng Qingyan felt a warm feeling in her heart. So this was what it felt like to be truly cared for by someone. Neither of them cared about the emperor or the empress and their people. Without saying a word, they left the palace directly. Because of this fuss, the emperor couldn't focus on anything else. Even the court sessions were dull and unenergetic. The palace drama between Consort Su and the empress officially began. The harem was in chaos. Feng Qingyan was happily relaxing during this time. Her business was running smoothly. Her staff were doing their jobs well, managing everything carefully, making the business bigger and more successful. Feng Qingyan had nothing to do all day, just checking accounts and counting money. She hadn't seen Xiao Minji for a couple of days and didn't know what he was busy with. The wedding was coming soon, and she was very excited. She kept finding things to do to distract herself. "Miss, you're almost bald from trimming the flowers." Chun Tao couldn't help but remind Feng Qingyan, who was overdoing it. "Huh? Oh." Feng Qingyan snapped out of her thoughts and saw that the flowers she was trimming had become just stems. She quickly put down the scissors. "Miss, are you nervous about the wedding?" Chun Tao sensed that Feng Qingyan was acting strangely these days. After all, she had faced the emperor and empress without fear before, so the only reason she would be like this was the upcoming wedding. "I'm not nervous at all," Feng Qingyan quickly denied. "It's just a wedding. What is there to be nervous about?" But her restless eyes betrayed her. In her 2 lives, Feng Qingyan had never been in love before. Now that she was about to marry, she felt she wasn't fully prepared. "Don't worry, Mississippi. The 9th prince cares so much about you. You'll be happy in the 9th prince's residence," Chun Tao said with a smile. Her lady was clearly excited, but pretending to be calm. On Yongqing year, the 20th day of the 5th lunar month, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji's wedding day. Early in the morning, Feng Qingyan, still half asleep, got up to wash and dress. Even though her parents weren't here to help, Feng Baiting, her only beloved grandson, would never neglect her. He would make sure everything was perfect and nothing was missing, more precious than anyone else. As for Xiao Minji, he didn't need to worry about jewelry or fancy clothes, just knowing that Feng Qingyan had no female relatives to prepare her wedding, they directly sent her nursemaid Li Mama as the wedding matchmaker. This shows how much they valued Feng Qingyan. Li Mama arrived early at the general's residence, bringing along a few young maids, and carefully arranged everything. "Princess, this is the phoenix crown personally designed by the prince for you. Do you like it?" After helping Feng Qingyan with her grooming and dressing her in the wedding robe, Li Mama mysteriously brought in a box and handed it to Feng Qingyan. "Is this designed by the prince?" Feng Qingyan opened the box to reveal a golden princess crown. It looked somewhat familiar. This style wasn't common in modern times. How would Xiao Minji know about it? "I heard that the prince put a lot of effort into making this, matching it with the bride's dress, and he thought carefully about every detail. The prince really cares about the princess. I envy her so much." Li Mama smiled happily. Xiao Minji, usually so cold and distant, rarely paid attention to women. Now, finally knowing how to please his wife, She felt like the sun was shining from the west. A few years ago, she had sighed that she probably wouldn't marry a noble son in this lifetime. But unexpectedly, he was about to marry such a beautiful ninth princess so soon. It was truly a blessing from heaven. Li Mama is just teasing me again. Feng Qingyan's fair face, before applying rouge, already showed a faint blush. Since Li Mama arrived at the general's residence, she had been praising Feng Qingyan nonstop, complimenting her as if she were a blooming flower. Now she was joking about Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan was a bit overwhelmed. No, I'm just speaking the truth. Whenever the prince mentions the princess at home, he always has a smile on his face, completely different from before. Everything was ready on Feng Qingyan's side, and Xiao Minji's wedding procession was already on the way. From the general's residence to the ninth prince's residence, the streets were decorated with lanterns and banners, very festive. Xiao Minji rode a tall horse, dressed in red wedding robes, with a big red flower on his chest, making him look even more handsome. His smile never left his face during the journey. When the wedding procession arrived at the gate of the general's residence, Feng Qingyan was carried on a sedan chair by Feng Yin. The day before the wedding, since Feng Qingyan had no siblings, she officially recognized Feng Yin as her sworn brother. Although Feng Yin was very reluctant to see Feng Qingyan get married, he still hoped she would be happy. Xiao Minji watched her step into the bridal sedan chair, and his heart finally felt at ease. Yenner, I leave her to you. You must treat her well. Feng Bailing looked at Feng Qingyan's back, with tears in his eyes. He hoped that his son and daughter-in-law, in heaven, would bless her with a happy life. Grandfather, don't worry. I will make sure Yenner is happy and won't let her suffer any wrong. Xiao Minji knew how much old Master Feng valued Feng Qingyan. He made a serious promise to reassure him. Even if he didn't say anything, he would spend his whole life making Feng Qingyan happy. Good, I believe in you. Hurry up and get on the horse. Don't keep Yenner waiting. During this time, Feng Bailing observed Xiao Minji's actions. He believed he was a trustworthy person to entrust. Xiao Minji mounted his horse, and then firecrackers and drums sounded loudly. The auspicious time has come. Lift the sedan. The bridal sedan was carefully carried towards the ninth prince's residence. Xiao Minji ordered people to prepare lucky bags, scattering them like confetti. Everyone who picked up a lucky bag received heartfelt blessings. Feng Qingyan sat inside the sedan, covered with a red veil, feeling the lively atmosphere outside, just like her mood. She was a little expectant and a little excited. Soon, the sedan arrived at the ninth prince's residence. After knocking on the sedan door, crossing the saddle, and passing through the fire basin, they finally reached the exciting moment, paying homage to heaven and earth. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the elders, couple's bow. Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan knelt and paid their respects one by one. Finally, they bowed to each other, with Xiao Minji bending lower than Feng Qingyan. This was a way to show respect for the bride. Xiao Minji showed the utmost respect for Feng Qingyan in every detail. Ceremony complete, send her into the bridal chamber. As the officiant finished speaking, Xiao Minji excitedly took Feng Qingyan into the bridal chamber. Looking at Feng Qingyan on the wedding bed, Xiao Minji finally truly felt that she belonged to him. It was like a dream. The princess is hungry. First, have some food, then wait patiently for me. I will be back very soon. Xiao Minji's throat tightened with longing. He wished he could be with his little wife now, sharing a memorable wedding night filled with love. But outside, there were many guests waiting for him. Prince, you should go entertain the guests, Feng Qingyan hurriedly urged. She looked down at the phoenix pendant in her hand, given to her by Li Mama before she left the general's residence. Li Mama said it was a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants made by the former emperor for her and Xiao Minji's mother, Consort Chun. Consort Chun was posthumously honored as Empress Chun Yuan. Seeing the dragon and phoenix pendants was like seeing the former emperor and Empress Chun Yuan. There was no need to bow before the emperor or others. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan disliked formalities, so he never acted like a prince in front of her. Now that she was his little wife, she wouldn't need to bow to anyone. If I really leave now, Yener wait for me, Xiao Minji said, turning back 3 times with reluctance, then left. At the door, he bumped into Li Mama, who was bringing in some gifts. Look at your impatience, she teased. Xiao Minji was raised by Li Mama since he was young, and he never saw her as a servant. Seeing his wedding, Li Mama couldn't stop smiling and couldn't help teasing him. With her eyes, she hinted that the 9th prince's residence would soon have a little prince. Li Mama, stay with the princess for a while. I'll come later, Xiao Minji said with a smile, then looked at Feng Qingyan on the bed before leaving. Li Mama ordered someone to put down the prepared items, and then everyone left. She secretly leaned close to Feng Qingyan and whispered something in her ear. Feng Qingyan's face, hidden under her veil, turned almost the same color as her veil. Outside, Xiao Minji arrived to find the guests all seated, raising their cups to toast her. After all, Xiao Minji's status was prominent. Besides his old soldiers, many officials from the court were present. But Xiao Minji had no desire to drink with them. After 3 rounds, he suddenly appeared drunk, despite being known for never getting drunk after 1,000 cups. Prince is drunk. I will help him back to his room. Everyone continue drinking. Tonight, we won't leave until we're all drunk, someone said. Mu Qing, with sharp eyes, clearly saw that Xiao Minji was pretending to be drunk. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to resist beautiful women. His prince was no exception. Some people originally wanted to cause trouble on the wedding night, but seeing the current situation, they gave up. Xiao Minji was brought into the bridal chamber by Mu Qing. Madame Li quickly stepped forward to ask, "Why did you let the prince drink so much? He was so drunk he could barely stand. How could they have a proper wedding night now?" "Prince is just happy, so he drank a few more cups," Mu Qing said, giving Madame Li a subtle signal. Madame Li immediately understood, and Mu Qing helped him inside. The 2 of them then left. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Minji opened his eyes, no longer appearing drunk. Princess must be waiting anxiously. Xiao Minji got up, went to the bed, and eagerly lifted the veil from Feng Qingyan's face. Her stunning beauty was right in front of him. Feng Qingyan was naturally beautiful, and with her modern-style makeup, she looked even more radiant. Her simple yet elegant golden crown matched her bright red wedding dress perfectly. Her long black hair flowed down her back like silk, making her small, delicate face look even more charming. Her natural, well-defined eyebrows and big, bright eyes made her look lively and sparkling. Her high nose and full, shiny lips made him want to kiss her. Xiao Minji couldn't help but stare in awe. His little princess was so beautiful, he felt like he was in a fairyland, seeing a fairy. "Why you're not drunk, are you?" Feng Qingyan blushed, afraid to meet his gaze. "Tonight is our wedding night. I don't want to get drunk and leave you alone in the room," he said. His little princess was so beautiful. How could he enjoy drinking with the other men when he could be sleeping beside her? "Stop joking around. It's late. Let's rest." Feng Qingyan quickly changed the subject, her face even redder. How could he say such things so casually? "Are you so eager?" Xiao Minji looked at her blushing face with a mischievous smile. Feng Qingyan shot him a fierce glare. He really knew how to push her buttons. Seeing her about to get angry, Xiao Minji quickly stopped teasing her. "Why you haven't drunk the wedding wine yet? Let's finish that first, then rest." Xiao Minji took the wedding wine from the table. A beautiful night is priceless, and he doesn't want to waste a second. Feng Qingyan nodded and took the wedding wine from Xiao Minji's hand. Their wrists crossed as they looked at each other, drinking the wine, their eyes full of love and affection. Thinking about what will happen soon, Feng Qingyan unconsciously clenched her wedding dress. She still felt a bit shy about what Lady Li had just told her about the bridal chamber. Honestly, the thoughts of ancient people were quite open-minded. Some things were even taught in advance. Xiao Minji set the wine cup on the nearby table, then came to the bed, gently took off Feng Qingyan's phoenix crown and shoes. He carefully picked her up and laid her on the bed. "What's this?" Xiao Minji leaned forward, his hand gently supporting her side, pressing against a hard object under the soft pillow. He was worried it might hurt Feng Qingyan, so he reached out to remove it, but she suddenly pushed it completely under the pillow. It's nothing, just some unimportant things prepared by Lady Li. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered with hesitation. She clearly had something to hide. Actually, it was something Lady Li had given her earlier, saying she might need it. Out of curiosity, she peeked at it, not expecting it to be a lively scene. The vivid images were like a modern movie. Seeing this, Xiao Minji didn't know what to think of her. When Xiao Minji arrived, she quickly hid it under the pillow in a rush. Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow, but didn't guess what it was. He gently leaned closer to Feng Qingyan, looking into her eyes with deep affection. His handsome face was close, more striking in the candlelight. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but stare. "Yener, do you think your husband looks good?" Xiao Minji smiled, his seductive voice carrying a hint of charm. Feng Qingyan was naturally drawn to him. "Yes, you look good." She truly couldn't find any fault with Xiao Minji's appearance. Especially for someone like Feng Qingyan, who loved beauty, he was irresistibly attractive. Xiao Minji slightly curled his lips, taking advantage of her daze to reach under the soft pillow. By the time Feng Qingyan reacted, it was already too late. Xiao Minji had already opened the book of romantic paintings and looked at its contents. Feng Qingyan really wished she could find a hole to hide in right now. "So, is this it? Have you learned everything, Yener? Or should your husband teach you himself?" Seeing Feng Qingyan's shy look, Xiao Minji's smile grew even wider. Xiao Minji was also inexperienced. He didn't know much about these romantic matters. But men usually figure things out on their own in this area. Moreover, Xiao Minji had worked hard to give Feng Qingyan a perfect wedding night. He had learned many skills, reading a lot of books. "I don't want to bother with you. I'm going to sleep." Feng Qingyan's face felt even hotter. She quickly pulled the blanket to cover herself. But Xiao Minji didn't follow her wishes. He grabbed the blanket and leaned over, pressing her down. "Are you feeling shy, princess?" Xiao Minji looked down at Feng Qingyan, pretending not to know but asking anyway. Feng Qingyan was so angry she clenched her teeth and turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. She knew she was shy, but he had no shame in saying so endlessly. She really wanted to kick him away. All right, Yener, don't be angry. Your husband was wrong, wasn't he?" Xiao Minji apologized sincerely. His little wife looked so shy and adorable that he couldn't help himself. He gently cupped Feng Qingyan's face, comforted her seriously, and kissed her lips. Feng Qingyan's lips were sweet and soft. Since that accidental kiss before, Xiao Minji couldn't forget it. Today, he finally could indulge himself and enjoy it fully. Suddenly, the kiss fell, and Feng Qingyan felt her whole body stiffen. As someone inexperienced, she initially couldn't relax. But as Xiao Minji continued to guide her, she gradually immersed herself and started to respond. Encouraged by her response, Xiao Minji seemed inspired and kissed her more passionately. Their breathing grew heavier. Feng Qingyan almost collapsed into Xiao Minji's arms, feeling overwhelmed by his kisses. Gradually, Xiao Minji no longer limited himself to just lips and teeth. He released Feng Qingyan's lips, kissed her cheek, then gently traced over her neck, finally reaching her ear, deliberately teasing her already flushed earlobe. He occasionally exhaled softly into her ear. Feng Qingyan felt a tingling, numb sensation all over her body, as if an electric current was passing through her. Xiao Minji's kisses were dense like spring rain, moving downward. The bright red wedding robes had already fallen to the ground. The two on the bed had their clothes half removed, their bodies tightly intertwined. The room's temperature kept rising, and the air was filled with a strong, passionate scent. Feng Qingyan's cheeks were slightly red, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Xiao Minji's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, which traced down his face, over his attractive abs, and into his strong, narrow waist. It was clear he was holding back his feelings to the limit. Feeling Xiao Minji's fiery passion, Feng Qingyan trembled all over, her hands instinctively clutching his back tightly. Their eyes met, and their desire surged. Feng Qingyan's voice was like a heavenly melody, ringing in Xiao Minji's ear, acting as the best catalyst for desire. Xiao Minji's desire was like a wild horse running free, almost out of control. Feng Qingyan, experiencing the forbidden fruit for the first time, shed tears of pain and restraint. Xiao Minji tenderly kissed her moist eyes again and again, comforting her patiently. At this moment, Feng Qingyan was like a beautiful, delicate rose blooming fully under Xiao Minji. Her charm was captivating, stunningly beautiful. Gradually, under Xiao Minji's guidance, Feng Qingyan's body relaxed. She tightly clung to his neck, responding shyly. Xiao Minji poured all his deep affection into her, wishing he could merge her into his very bones and blood. As their passion intensified, Xiao Minji kept whispering, "I love you," into Feng Qingyan's ear repeatedly. Feng Qingyan completely surrendered herself to him. The two figures on the bed seemed tireless. Even the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, blushing. Feng Qingyan's soft, kitten-like whimper echoed all night. Until dawn's first light appeared, Xiao Minji finally let her go. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. The main bedroom of the ninth prince's residence was still silent. Madame Li had already come twice. They missed breakfast, and it was unlikely they would have lunch either. Thinking about how strong and muscular their prince is, and how many years of grain they have stored, she wonders if their princess with her delicate arms and legs can handle it. She quickly decides to go back and cook some nourishing soup to help the princess recover. In the bedroom, Feng Qingyan slowly opens her eyes, and her gaze falls on Xiao Minji's handsome face, enlarged in front of her. She slightly moves her body and furrows her brows tightly, feeling as if her bones are about to fall apart. "Good morning, princess." "You're awake." Xiao Minji feels Feng Qingyan's movement and immediately opens his eyes. Actually, he had already woken up, but seeing Feng Qingyan sleeping peacefully, he didn't want to disturb her. Since he has no parents, he doesn't need Feng Qingyan to get up early to serve tea. She can sleep as long as she wants. "Why aren't you getting up yet? It's already this late." "It's so early in the morning. The sun is almost high in the sky." Feng Qingyan rubs her sore back and unconsciously recalls last night's scene, giving Xiao Minji a glare. This person is too reckless. "I'm just thinking of staying in bed a little longer with the princess." Xiao Minji smiles, tightening his hand on Feng Qingyan and pulling her closer.
I'm
"Going to get up now." Feng Qingyan quickly struggles and tries to sit up. Right now, neither of them is wearing anything. Being so close could easily cause trouble. Feng Qingyan is fine not struggling, but as soon as she moves, her big brother behind her is suddenly awakened by her. "Princess, if you want to get up, please don't move around." Xiao Minji's voice is a little hoarse. He really has no resistance to Feng Qingyan. Before she even does anything to him, he's already like this. Feng Qingyan feels the change in Xiao Minji's body and dares not move at all. She is utterly speechless. Last night, he was the one exerting effort, yet now she feels her back is about to break, and how can he still be so energetic? After a while, Feng Qingyan feels that the threat behind her is gone, and she quickly sits up, keeping her distance from Xiao Minji. I want to get up." Being stared at so fiercely by someone behind her is almost unbearable for Feng Qingyan. In her panic, she completely forgets that she isn't wearing anything. The quilt was pulled away, revealing her smooth, fair skin covered with strawberry-shaped marks. It was clear how wild Xiao Minji had been last night. Seeing his handiwork on Feng Qingyan's body, his throat unconsciously moved, and he quickly turned his head away. He was afraid that if he looked any longer, he might not be able to control himself and cause her more trouble. Men who have just started being intimate are truly different. He couldn't afford to offend her. Feng Qingyan hurriedly turned around, grabbed her clothes, and tried to put them on. But in her rush, she couldn't fasten the hook on the back of her underwear. "Does the princess need help?" Xiao Minji noticed Feng Qingyan's embarrassment and asked cautiously. Last night, he had studied her underwear carefully. It was different from the usual women's undergarments. It looked better and sexier, but it seemed a little inconvenient to put on and take off.
okay.
"Okay." Feng Qingyan took a deep breath, pretending to be calm as she nodded. Anyway, he had already seen everything last night, so it wasn't a big deal. Xiao Minji turned around and reached out to help her fasten the hook on her back. His hand accidentally touched her skin, and Feng Qingyan felt her whole body stiffen. Her fair skin instantly turned a light pink. Looking at her perfect back, Xiao Minji's throat moved involuntarily. He felt his blood start to boil again. His little princess was too tempting. "Are you done now?" Noticing the intense gaze from behind, Feng Qingyan slightly frowned. Could this guy be thinking about something inappropriate again? Almost done. Xiao Minji struggled for a while but still couldn't fasten the hook. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had to force himself to stay calm. He told himself not to look or think about anything else. After much effort, Xiao Minji finally managed to fasten her underwear. Feng Qingyan, already full-figured and shapely, looked even more upright in her new clothes. Xiao Minji couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. "Have you looked enough?" Feng Qingyan quickly put on her clothes, got off the bed, crossed her arms, and looked at him. In broad daylight, how could he be so shameless? No. Feng Qingyan is already his princess consort, and he is openly proud of it. He can't get enough of looking at her. He will never tire of it in this life. Of course, Xiao Minji didn't dare to say this directly, afraid that Feng Qingyan would kick him. It's because the princess consort is so charming. "I can't help myself." Xiao Minji scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Prince, be careful with your image. Feng Qingyan was too lazy to bother with him and stood up to leave. Spring Peach had been waiting outside and brought her some toiletries. As Feng Qingyan's personal maid, Spring Peach also came along with her dowry. Since Feng Qingyan had gone out, Xiao Minji naturally got up as well. Mu Qing heard the noise and knew Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan had gotten up. He cheerfully walked in to report on last night's events.
Good job.
Nothing major happened these past 2 days. You've all worked hard. You and Mu Yun can take turns resting for a few days. When good news comes, people feel happy. Xiao Minji's spirit today was completely different. Listen to that, see. After all, being married makes his tone of voice gentler. Your servant thanks the prince for his understanding. Mu Qing was very happy. In the past, their prince had never been so kind and easy to talk to. Their status and profession mean they work all year round, 365 days a year, without rest. Their princess consort is truly their lucky star, bringing them good fortune as soon as she arrived. Feng Qingyan finished her washing, and Li Mama had already prepared lunch. "Princess, you worked hard last night. Come and eat." Li Mama's face was full of smiles, and the more she looked at Feng Qingyan, the more she liked her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had many skills. If she could have another little prince or princess in the future, it would be perfect for their 9th prince's residence. Oh, okay. Feng Qingyan didn't mind much. But she always felt that Li Mama's words sounded a bit awkward. Why did she say she worked hard? When Feng Qingyan reached the table and saw the various nourishing soups and Li Mama's eager feeding, she suddenly understood. How did the prince perform last night? Is the princess consort still satisfied? Did the old servant give you the book I prepared? Li Mama asked softly, while serving Feng Qingyan soup. It's okay. Feng Qingyan casually said something, but she was immediately overwhelmed by Li Mama's forward thinking. It's a pity that Li Mama wasn't born in modern times. As for Xiao Minji, last night was fine, but honestly, it was just too impressive. But how could he say that out loud? As soon as Xiao Minji entered, he heard Feng Qingyan say it was okay. It seemed his performance last night didn't meet his little wife's expectations. He decided he needed to work harder tonight. Your Highness is here, come sit down. The old servant specially brewed some beef tendon soup for you. Come taste how it is. Li Mama was really worried about quickly having the young master. After all, Xiao Minji had been single for so many years and wasn't interested in women. She was afraid he might be lacking in some areas. So, while making nourishing soup for Feng Qingyan, she also thought about nourishing Xiao Minji. Hearing Li Mama's words, Feng Qingyan suddenly felt like dying. In ancient times, It was believed that shape could be nourished by shape. Thinking about Xiao Minji's extraordinary talent, did he need more nourishment? Li Mama, I suddenly want to eat shrimp dumplings. Could you ask the kitchen to make some? To protect her own back, Feng Qingyan was determined not to let Xiao Minji drink that bowl of beef tendon soup. Yes, I'll go right now. Li Mama was naturally very happy. Right now, Feng Qingyan was the treasure of the 9th prince's residence. Not to mention a shrimp dumpling. Even if she wanted to eat dragon meat, she would find a way to get it. After Li Mama left, Feng Qingyan deliberately dropped her chopsticks into the bowl of beef tendon soup while picking at her food. Oh dear, how could I be so careless? Such a nice bowl of soup is ruined. Feng Qingyan looked very regretful, but she secretly felt relieved. If the princess feels sorry, I will have the kitchen make another one, Xiao Minji said with a smile. He could tell Feng Qingyan was doing it on purpose. She just didn't want him to drink that soup. It seemed his performance last night wasn't too bad after all. Huh? No need, right? Feng Qingyan quickly stopped him. She had gone to so much trouble to cause trouble. She couldn't let it all be for nothing. Does the princess not want me to drink more nourishing soup? Xiao Minji asked with a smile. Of course, Xiao Minji didn't really want to drink that beef tendon soup. He doesn't need to drink that stuff either. Does it matter to me whether you drink it or not? Feng Qingyan was too tired to bother with him and kept eating, but she was secretly cursing Xiao Minji harshly. This person was clearly doing it on purpose. It's okay. The princess consort should drink more of this Angelica black chicken soup. It nourishes the yin and boosts energy. Perfect for her. Xiao Minji eagerly served Feng Qingyan a bowl of black chicken soup and handed it to her. Feng Qingyan looked at the soup in the bowl, seriously doubting that Xiao Minji was mocking her. She had always been very strong, right? Although in some ways, she was far behind Xiao Minji. If the 9th prince's residence was full of happiness, the palace was filled with chaos. Since Feng Qingyan diagnosed the emperor's illness last time, the empress had been busy. Today she sent nourishing soup to the emperor. Tomorrow she would send bird's nest. She was incredibly caring. People who didn't know better might think she loved the emperor very much. But little did they know, the empress added a colorless, tasteless, slow-acting poison to the food for the emperor. Her real goal was to kill him, so that the crown prince could ascend the throne sooner. Consort, I heard that the lady from Jingren Palace sends nourishing soup to the Hall of Restful Heart every day, very diligent. Bao Wan, who had served Consort Su for many years, was very capable and knew everything about the palace affairs. Don't mind her. Let her do as she pleases. She could see through the empress's scheming, but she showed no interest. Of course, as long as she didn't frown. She didn't care about the emperor's situation. It was better if the emperor and the empress schemed against each other until one was dead, so she wouldn't have to do anything herself. The empress really thought that once the emperor was gone, Xiao Jingyi would take his place? That was just a foolish dream. All her women wanted him to die sooner, and Xiao Ju, the emperor, was truly pitiful for trusting her. Xiao Minji's wedding was a grand affair, and he stood throughout the ceremony. The emperor also knew that his legs had recovered. It's all Feng Qingyan's fault. She's the one who ruined me. In the past 2 days, the emperor was so worried that his hair was turning white. Xiao Minji's legs had been healed, and the poison inside him was surely gone. Now that he had married Feng Qingyan, it was like adding wings to a tiger. How could he sit securely on his throne? The emperor was feeling restless. Just after drinking the ginseng soup sent by the empress, he suddenly fell ill. Come here, quickly. Why can't I see clearly? The emperor felt a sudden, intense headache, and everything in front of him became blurry. A buzzing sound also reached his ears. What's wrong with you, Your Majesty? Quickly, summon the imperial doctors. Grandpa Wang immediately stepped forward to support the emperor and took him back to the side hall, instructing someone to call the doctors. Chief Physician Zhang hurried over, not forgetting to send a message to the empress before arriving. The emperor's condition had slightly improved. His eyes were clearer, but he still heard a constant buzzing in his ears. Chief Physician Zhang checked his pulse for a long time but couldn't find the cause. His brows furrowed deeply. Normally, the slow-acting poison he gave the Empress shouldn't have taken effect so quickly. Could it really be, as Feng Qingyan said, that the Emperor was suffering from an incurable disease? This puzzled him greatly. Chief Physician Zhang, what exactly is happening to me? Why did I suddenly feel like this? Seeing Zhang's worried expression, the Emperor's heart sank. Your Majesty, I am sorry, but I cannot find the cause of the illness. Zhang knew the Emperor's temper well, so he quickly knelt to apologize. Summon all the doctors from the Imperial Hospital. The Emperor was anxious, feeling a vague premonition that something was very wrong. After so long without another attack, he was sure Feng Qingyan had caused his previous illness. But now he had suddenly fallen ill again. This could be life-threatening. The doctors hurried over to examine him one by one. In the end, they looked at each other and shook their heads. Your Majesty, please forgive us. The doctors all knelt to apologize. Good-for-nothing's useless bunch. Why did I keep you around? The Emperor was furious. Now he was convinced he truly had the condition Feng Qingyan mentioned, Alzheimer's disease. Your Majesty, calm down. Everyone broke out in cold sweat, feeling their heads might soon be off their shoulders. Everyone leave at once. Send someone to the 9th Prince's residence to invite Feng Qingyan. At this moment, the Emperor realized only Feng Qingyan could save him. When Feng Qingyan received the message, she was having a meal with Xiao Minji. Can't you see I'm dining with the princess? Is there something that can't wait until after the meal? Xiao Minji looked up at the old and said irritably, does this person have no sense of awareness? Can't he see that he's just building a relationship with his young wife? It's just the Emperor's trivial matter. What's there to be so urgent about? I apologize, Your Highness, the old said, panting slightly. He wisely stepped outside to wait. Everyone knows that although Xiao Ju is the Emperor, real power lies with Xiao Minji. The old is clever and had already shown favor to Xiao Minji early on. What is the Emperor planning now? Xiao Minji frowned slightly. Whenever the people in the palace come, it's never a good thing. Probably the Emperor's health is having issues. Feng Qingyan was truly insightful, guessing the right thing immediately. The old waited a long time before finally receiving the Emperor's order after they finished their meal. The prince consort is not a doctor from the Imperial Hospital, so I won't go. Hearing that the Emperor wanted Feng Qingyan to come to the palace again, Xiao Minji immediately got angry. The Emperor previously tried to frame his young wife. He hadn't had a chance to settle the score yet. Now he dares to do it again? It seems the throne is something he no longer desires. The old looked troubled. He couldn't report back as usual. Tell the Emperor that the prince consort is unwell and can't come to the palace. Xiao Minji's words weren't exactly lies. In the past few days, he had been bothering Feng Qingyan a lot, and her health was indeed a bit fragile. So, the old could only happily go back and report. Go again and invite her, and also take the Emperor's most treasured calligraphy and antique vase to Feng Qingyan from the treasury. If they refuse again, be careful with your head. Just thinking about it made the Emperor angry. These two really don't give him any face as the Emperor. But considering his illness, he could only endure. The old hurriedly went to the 9th Prince's residence again. When did the Emperor become so patient? Xiao Minji looked at the antiques and calligraphy sent by the old and chuckled softly. The Emperor used to have a quick temper and would explode at the slightest provocation. This time, he didn't get angry and even sent such valuable gifts. He's probably scared to death. What else could it be? Feng Qingyan smiled. This time, the Emperor should really believe that he has Alzheimer's disease. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to invite her. Yenner, what do you want to do? Xiao Minji definitely doesn't want Feng Qingyan to go, but he knows she has her own ideas. He is willing to respect her decision. Then let's go and see. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. Feng Qingyan feels that the Emperor suddenly falling ill must be suspicious. She plans to investigate further. Anyway, the Emperor's current state poses no real threat to her. Plus, she still holds his life in her hands. The Emperor naturally doesn't dare to have any bad thoughts now. The official beside him, upon hearing Feng Qingyan's words, breathes a sigh of relief. At last, his head is safe. I'll go with the princess consort. Xiao Minji still doesn't trust Feng Qingyan to go into the palace alone. Now that they are newly married, they are very close. Xiao Minji really doesn't want to be separated from Feng Qingyan, especially when entering the palace. He is extremely worried. Feng Qingyan doesn't refuse either. Having Xiao Minji with her can often prevent unnecessary trouble. Of course, it's not that she can't handle it, but she simply doesn't have the time to argue with them. The two of them calmly finish their preparations and then slowly enter the palace. The emperor is almost panicking, but there's nothing he can do, so he can only wait. Finally, Feng Qingyan arrives, but then they realize Xiao Minji is also following behind her. His heart is in turmoil. Brother, at your age, you should be full of energy. How can your health keep failing? The great summer's throne can't be without you. You must take care of yourself, Xiao Minji speaks sincerely. It sounds like he's caring for the emperor, but to the emperor, it feels like sarcasm. When did the great summer's throne become something he decided? It's so frustrating. There's no need for my younger brother to worry. The emperor feels very upset inside. What sins did he commit in his past life? Xiao Minji doesn't care whether he's worried or not. He mainly doesn't want his wife to suffer so much, traveling back and forth to the palace so often. Xiao Minji never forgets to show off his affection wherever he goes. It's really enviable to others. The emperor is so angry his teeth itch. He just married a wife. What's there to be proud of? If he hadn't arranged the marriage, Feng Qingyan wouldn't have anything to do with Xiao Minji. Thinking about the arranged marriage, the emperor really wants to slap himself. Why was he so rude back then and let Xiao Minji take advantage? Feng Qingyan is too lazy to argue with them, so she steps forward to check the emperor's pulse. Xiao Minji quickly hands over his handkerchief and covers the emperor's wrist. Your Majesty, your health is precious. Yenner must be careful. That disdainful look clearly says, don't let his big paws dirty your hand. Feng Qingyan suppresses her laughter, pretending to check the pulse as a formality. Actually, she already did a full body scan on the emperor. What has the emperor been eating lately? Normally, his condition shouldn't worsen so quickly. Feng Qingyan has given medicine. But the current illness of the emperor is caused by other factors. As for who did it, Feng Qingyan doesn't need to guess. It's definitely the empress. Now, there's more drama to watch. Using the emperor's hand to deal with the empress is simply perfect. Food? Grandpa Wang. Bring over the ginseng soup I drank this afternoon so the ninth princess can see. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, the emperor also senses something is off. Recently, the empress has been overly attentive. Grandpa Wang immediately goes to fetch the ginseng soup the empress gave the emperor. Feng Qingyan picks it up and looks at it, colorless, tasteless, with very little medicine, and the silver needle doesn't change color. An ordinary person wouldn't find anything wrong. But Feng Qingyan is different. She has the most advanced medical equipment from the 22nd century in her space. One test is enough to know. Your Majesty, this ginseng soup contains a colorless, tasteless, slow-acting poison. Long-term consumption can cause confusion and severe headaches. The emperor's worsening condition is probably related to this drug. The medicine the empress gave the emperor can indeed cause confusion, but since this is recent, it only indirectly activated the virus Feng Qingyan left inside the emperor's body. So, Feng Qingyan isn't lying. Empress, this wicked woman dares to frame me. The emperor is furious, so angry that he feels dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to breathe. Your Majesty, please do not get angry, or it will only make your condition worse. There might be other reasons behind this. How could the Empress Dowager possibly harm you? Feng Qingyan's words were better left unsaid. The emperor now wished he could immediately punish the Empress Dowager, but healing was the priority right now. Prince 9, is there any way to cure my illness? After a moment, the emperor's mood eased, and he asked worriedly. I told you before, Your Majesty, this illness can only be managed, not cured. The speed of the illness's progress depends on your own condition. Only Feng Qingyan knows what this illness is. Isn't she controlling his life because of that? If she doesn't stir up trouble in the palace, she would be unworthy of her parents' spirits in heaven. How much longer can I live? Hearing Feng Qingyan say this, the emperor's heart sank, and he suddenly felt 10 years older. Your Majesty, this illness requires a good mental state. It could last half a year, or even 5 or 10 years or longer. Everyone is different. Feng Qingyan's words were like dangling hope in front of him. She gave him hope, but it was faint. She made him feel he wouldn't die soon, but also couldn't live happily and peacefully. This was a huge torment for the emperor. Of course, Feng Qingyan wasn't just tormenting him. The emperor still had use. He was the ruler of a country. If he suddenly died, chaos would surely follow. The crown prince was eyeing the throne greedily, and some careless officials might support him. Feng Qingyan needed to think of a perfect plan. She also planned to go back and discuss with Xiao Minji, wanting to hear his thoughts. After all, the throne of Daxiao was originally supposed to belong to Xiao Minji. The Empress Dowager received news from Zhang Yuanshou and was secretly pleased that the emperor was ill, dreaming of the crown prince ascending the throne. Little did she know, disaster was about to strike. Feng Qingyan gave the emperor 2 injections, which eased his condition, and then she summoned the Empress Dowager. She was present, ready to confront her, to prevent her from making excuses and escaping blame again. Impudent Empress Dowager, how dare you tamper with the emperor's food? Do you still want your head? Over the years, the emperor had truly had enough of the Empress Dowager. If it weren't for the strong backing of the duke's residence, he would have long since wanted to remove the empress and the crown prince. Your Majesty, please see the truth. I am innocent. I would never harm you. It must be Feng Qingyan holding a grudge and deliberately framing me. Hearing the emperor's words, the empress felt a sudden panic. But thinking about how the poison was colorless and tasteless, making it impossible to detect, she calmed down again. She saw Feng Qingyan nearby and quickly thought of a reasonable excuse to shift the blame, kneeling and crying out her innocence. Feng Qingyan had a grudge against her, so framing her was perfectly normal. Isn't it clear in your own heart whether you are falsely accusing the empress? Do you really think that a tasteless, colorless, slow-acting poison can't be found? Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. The poison given by the emperor was just an inducement, but she was eager to be the scapegoat. How could she not help? Feng Qingyan, you have no proof. Stop talking nonsense. I did not do such a thing, and I will never admit to it. Your Majesty, please believe me. Although the empress spoke confidently, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Feng Qingyan actually knew she had given poison to the emperor. This was really bad. Is that so? The emperor can have someone check the empress's palace. The empress refused to give up easily. Feng Qingyan wouldn't let her get away with it so simply. She didn't even look at the empress and continued speaking. Feng Qingyan, don't think you can frame me. If I wanted to harm the emperor, how could I hide such important evidence in my palace? The empress's words sounded reasonable, but only she knew her heart was pounding in her chest. Did Feng Qingyan really know where she got the poison from? Because the empress believes no one would know the source of this poison. This tasteless, colorless, slow-acting poison is a white powder and also the pollen of a white flower. The flower blooms daily at noon when the sun is directly overhead. Only the pollen collected at this time, after heating, becomes toxic. This slow poison cannot be stored, so there should be many such flowers in the empress's palace. Feng Qingyan's knowledge of medicine far surpassed that of the palace's doctors. She had been able to recognize hundreds of herbs and read various medical books since she was 3 years old. A mere tasteless, colorless, slow poison couldn't possibly be difficult for her. Your Majesty, please do not listen to her nonsense. How could I possibly harm you? You must believe me. The Empress Dowager was so frightened her legs went weak. She quickly climbed to the emperor's bed and grabbed his hand. She looked at him with tearful eyes, hoping to gain his sympathy. But her heavily made-up face was unappealing and even a little frightening. The emperor naturally saw through her act and forcefully pulled his hand away. Someone, go immediately to Jingren Palace and check if there are the same flowers that the 9th princess mentioned. As Feng Qingyan said, soon the emperor's people found several white flowers in Jingren Palace. The emperor's face darkened with anger. He had been married to the empress for many years. Though they didn't have much love, he still gave her the title of empress. Now she was trying to secretly harm him. Empress, do you have anything to say now? The emperor kicked over the empress's bed. His anger was clear, and it was hard to believe he was sick. Your Majesty, I am truly innocent. I have many flowers in my palace. This is just one kind. I would never want to harm you. The empress knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Now she could only deny everything, or she would face certain death. Innocent? Palace official Wang. Issue an order. Xin Shi intends to harm me, remove her from the position of empress, and imprison her in Jingren Palace. From now on, her daily meals will include this type of flower pollen, and someone will feed it to her personally. Does the empress feel wronged? The emperor was using her own tactics against her. Your Majesty, you can't do this. You can't treat me like this. I am innocent. I swear I am innocent. The empress was so scared, she almost wet herself. Not only was her position as empress revoked, but she also had to eat meals laced with flower pollen every day. She knew that pollen was truly poisonous and would kill her in no time. Shun Liuli, you wicked woman. Didn't you say I was wronged? Then why are you so afraid? If all the evidence before was not enough to prove the empress had poisoned him, her fearful expression now proved everything. Your Majesty, I didn't do it. Truly I didn't. Please don't fall for Feng Qingyan's tricks. She is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. The emperor only felt his head ache again. He had long wanted to punish the prince's faction, and now was a good time to start with the empress first. The empress made such a big mistake. Even if the duke's mansion wanted to protect her, they had to see if the officials agreed. Our Yenner is timid and can't stand these things. The emperor has no other matters, so I will take her back first. Xiao Minji was not interested in staying to deal with the emperor's messy affairs. These two don't seem like a married couple. They're more like enemies. He definitely can't let his little princess see too much of this. What if she thinks he's the same as the emperor? That could affect their future relationship. The emperor was speechless after hearing Xiao Minji's words. Is Yenner timid? Are there still brave people in this world? Grandpa Wang, please send the 9th prince and 9th princess back for me. The emperor didn't insist on keeping them. After all, this was his family matter, and he was already embarrassed enough today. Moreover, he would probably need to use Feng Qingyan often in the future because of his illness. He naturally wouldn't do anything to Feng Qingyan. Plus, Xiao Minji was watching him like a thief. Even if he wanted to do something, he wouldn't dare. Yenner, let's go back to the mansion. Xiao Minji smiled and stood up, speaking to Feng Qingyan. There was too much trouble in the palace. He didn't want to stay even a moment longer. It was better to go back to the mansion and build a better relationship with his little princess. Feng Qingyan nodded. Before leaving, she looked back at the empress with a look that said, "Good luck," then followed Xiao Minji out. The empress watched Feng Qingyan's back, her eyes full of hatred. But unfortunately, Feng Qingyan was beyond her reach. Take her away. No one is allowed to let her leave Jingren Palace without my order. The emperor didn't care about their marriage feelings. He didn't order her death directly because he still considered the power of the duke's mansion. Now that Xiao Minji was fully recovered, he needed people around him. He couldn't afford to completely break ties with the duke's mansion. When Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji came out, they met Xiao Jingyi rushing over after hearing the news. "Qingyan, how is my mother?" Xiao Jingyi saw Feng Qingyan and almost looked at her as if she were a treasure. He was so eager that he thought Feng Qingyan was still his fiancée. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Jingyi and raised an eyebrow slightly. Does he really think she is still the same Feng Qingyan as before? When Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan's gaze fall on Xiao Jingyi, his jealousy instantly flared up. Then he heard Feng Qingyan speak. "Hey, isn't that the crown prince? Long time no see. Has the crown prince's illness been cured?" Feng Qingyan really knew how to hit a nerve. She saw Xiao Jingyi's face, which had just been smiling, suddenly change color. How was he supposed to answer? No matter what he said, it would be wrong. I understand, I understand.
Saw thee.
It's just a habit to speak without thinking. I forgot that the crown prince's health is private. Don't be too sad. It's not a serious illness. Maybe one day, a miracle will happen. Feng Qingyan looked as if she understood everything, repeatedly rubbing salt into Xiao Jingyi's wound. Xiao Jingyi originally wanted to chat with Feng Qingyan, but now he deeply regretted it. He looked at the glamorous Feng Qingyan in front of him, full of regret. Is she really the same clumsy, ugly girl who used to cling to him every day? Why didn't he notice this earlier? If he had noticed sooner, Feng Qingyan would now be his. After Feng Qingyan's little act, Xiao Minji, standing nearby, no longer felt jealous. He was secretly happy. But he also thought, with Xiao Jingyi's character, besides his face, which was barely acceptable, everything else was useless. He wouldn't be interested in his little wife. If the crown prince doesn't leave soon, he might miss seeing the empress. Xiao Minji noticed Xiao Jingyi's gaze on Feng Qingyan and immediately felt displeased. He looked at him coldly. His eyes seemed to cut like knives. Xiao Jingyi didn't dare say a word and quickly left in a hurry. These two are really too mean. As Xiao Jingyi reached the gate of the Yangxing Palace, he saw the empress being led out by someone. When she saw Xiao Jingyi, she stopped crying and hurriedly shook her head at him, signaling him with her eyes. The emperor had only stripped her of her title as empress, but he hadn't involved Xiao Jingyi. Now that Xiao Jingyi entered, it wouldn't be good. If the emperor got angry and also stripped Xiao Jingyi of his crown prince position, they would be truly finished. On the other side, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji also sat in the carriage of the ninth prince's residence. How exactly is the emperor's illness? Does the princess have any plans? A country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Xiao Ju is no longer capable, but at least Daxia still has an emperor. Xiao Minji doesn't want Daxia to fall into chaos, as the common people would suffer the most. It seems you have little interest in that position. Feng Qingyan looked up at Xiao Minji with a puzzled expression. In the royal family, isn't everyone eager for the throne? Power and status seem to have a natural appeal for men. What's so good about being emperor? I only care about the princess, Xiao Minji said disdainfully, pulling Feng Qingyan into his arms. I'm talking about serious matters. Don't smile and act playful with me. How did she notice that since their wedding, he's been more careless and playful? I'm also talking about serious matters with the princess. The princess is my most important concern. Xiao Minji tightened his hold on Feng Qingyan's hand and couldn't help but kiss her face again. He used to think that romantic affairs were optional, but now he seems addicted. Be honest. Mu Qing is still outside. Feng Qingyan quickly pushed him away. In these past 2 days of marriage, he's been clingy all the time. This topic couldn't go further. But Feng Qingyan was sure that Xiao Minji was truly not interested in that position. Rest assured, princess, he wouldn't dare. Outside, Mu Qing just wanted to sing loudly. I can't hear, I can't see. Feng Qingyan was speechless. Now, was this about whether Mu Qing dared or not? Her back still ached. Seeing Feng Qingyan's resentful little eyes, Xiao Minji didn't dare to be more reckless. He gently placed his hand on her waist, using a little internal energy to softly massage her. He had indeed been a bit excessive these days. Feng Qingyan was too tempting. He couldn't help himself. Feng Qingyan saw that Xiao Minji was no longer being overly bold, so she leaned into his embrace and relaxed. Honestly, Xiao Minji's massage technique was quite good. Whenever her back and legs ached, a short massage from him would relieve much of the pain. The emperor's illness can be serious or minor. If you have any plans, you can tell me. The emperor's illness was entirely under Feng Qingyan's control. Whether he died early or late was just a matter of her decision. Let's keep him here for a while longer. The court is a bit tense now, so it's better to let them fight among themselves. Xiao Minji knew that Feng Qingyan had a deep grudge against the emperor, so he naturally wouldn't stop her from taking action. The emperor had repeatedly betrayed him and wanted to take his life, so he felt no familial affection for him. He wasn't interested in the throne and didn't want to get involved in their fights. His only concern was keeping the stability of the Daxia kingdom and preventing external enemies from invading. As for who would become emperor, it would be better if a wise ruler took the throne in the future. But the royal family of Daxia hadn't produced anyone he trusted. So, he didn't bother to care anymore. Anyway, who became emperor wouldn't affect him much. Since they had just married, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji naturally relaxed and stopped worrying about their work. They didn't want to get involved in unnecessary matters. In the past few days, they had just been eating, drinking, and playing. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan liked lively places, so he took her to many fun spots. If not for the emperor's interference today, they probably would have left already. Time's getting late. It looks like today we'll just wander around nearby. I heard there's a market in the south of the city that sells flowers, herbs, and exotic animals. Since you wanted to redo the backyard of the 9th prince's residence, why don't we go there and see if you like anything? Before, the 9th prince's residence had no lady of the house, and the backyard was cold and dull, lacking any life. Xiao Minji lived alone and didn't mind it. But now that Feng Qingyan was here, everything felt different. It was more lively and warm. Sometimes, Feng Qingyan thought that when she had free time, planting flowers, growing grass, and feeding birds at home was quite nice. Soon, their carriage arrived at the place Xiao Minji mentioned. The market was large, with a special area for flowers and plants, and another for rare birds and animals. Feng Qingyan picked some favorite flowers and herbs, then went to the animal section. There were all kinds of birds and beasts, everything you could imagine. At that moment, a small snow fox suddenly broke free from its cage and ran to Feng Qingyan's feet, rubbing against her.
"Ah, saw thee, miss."
"This little fellow is very naughty and seems to like you." The boss hurried over and gently took the little creature into his arms. It looked very precious. When the little snow fox was in the boss's hands, it still didn't behave and twisted its head, trying to nuzzle toward Feng Qingyan. "Boss, how much do you sell this little snow fox for?" Feng Qingyan looked at the snow fox, which immediately started acting cute at her, as if begging her to take it away. It seemed to be saying, "Please take me with you. This is a rare breed, very intelligent. I think this little snow fox is very fond of the young lady. If you truly want it, just give 1,000 taels of silver," the boss said with a big smile, clearly asking for a high price. Seeing Feng Qingyan's elegant clothes and appearance, it was obvious she came from a wealthy family, so she probably had plenty of silver. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. She wasn't short of money, but she didn't want to be taken advantage of either. However, she really liked this little snow fox. Just as Feng Qingyan was about to speak, a woman in pink approached and said to the boss, "Boss, I want this snow fox. I am willing to pay double the price." "Oh, miss, you really know your stuff. This little snow fox is a rare breed, very smart and able to understand human speech," the boss said with a smile when he heard her offer double. He clearly liked money. "Boss, isn't it first come, first served? I saw the snow fox first." Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Does she think she can ignore her? She seemed like a reasonable person, but this woman was so rude and overbearing. Obviously not a good person. "Sorry, miss, but this snow fox is already promised to this young lady. Would you like to look at other animals?" the boss said seriously, quickly changing his tone. His attitude shifted so fast. "Of course, the highest bidder wins. I offered double, so naturally, I should get it," the woman said assertively, directly taking the snow fox from the boss's hands, as if claiming ownership. But the little snow fox didn't want to be held by her. When she wasn't paying attention, it jumped down and ran to Feng Qingyan's legs. It seemed this little one doesn't like certain people. Feng Qingyan looked at the snow fox by her feet, finding it increasingly adorable, and she chuckled softly. This little creature actually knew how to tell good from bad. "Little brat, come over here. Watch me teach you a lesson today." The woman, after being embarrassed by Feng Qingyan, immediately changed her face. She stepped forward to try to catch the little fox. The little fox seemed to sense danger and desperately pressed against Feng Qingyan. The woman in pink grew angrier, looking like she wanted to catch and punish it. "Miss, you can't do that. You haven't paid yet. If you hurt it, who'll be responsible?" The shopkeeper quickly stepped in to stop her. He hadn't received the money yet, and the little fox was still his treasure. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I can't pay you?" The shopkeeper looked at her as if she couldn't pay, which made the woman in pink furious. Her attitude was so bold that even Feng Qingyan couldn't help but wonder who she was. Feng Qingyan turned her head and looked at the woman's face behind her. Suddenly, she recognized her. There was something familiar. She recalled all her memories of the original owner and finally identified her. It turned out this woman was Feng Yuyuan's youngest daughter, Feng Zihui, also known as Feng Qianqian's sister. No wonder her voice was unpleasant. She was just like Feng Qianqian. She had heard that Feng Zihui had studied at the Hamlin Academy since she was young, with extraordinary talent, not inferior to boys. She was the only girl in Daxia to be under the tutelage of the imperial teacher. Plus, her family in the second household liked to boast, almost elevating her to the heavens, which made Feng Zihui become quite proud and haughty. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered with amusement. "Shopkeeper, I'll buy this snow fox for 3,000 taels." Hearing this, the shopkeeper felt like he had struck gold. What kind of luck was this today? He had met two wealthy customers.
You.
"How dare you compete with me for this? Do you know who I am? I'll pay 4,000 taels. I want this snow fox." Feng Zihui was immediately displeased. Especially when she saw Feng Qingyan's stunning face, her jealousy and rivalry grew stronger. She absolutely couldn't lose to her. "I'll pay 5,000 taels. Feng Qingyan secretly chuckled. What nonsense about being the only female disciple of the imperial teacher. She was easily fooled. But thinking about it, the imperial teacher, who could teach someone like the emperor, probably wasn't that impressive. 6,000 taels. Feng Zihui was about to lose her temper. This woman dared to challenge her. She clearly didn't know her place. Even the princesses in the palace would give her some respect in this city. 7,000 taels. Feng Qingyan kept bidding without blinking. It was obvious that Feng Zihui was trying to provoke her into a comparison. How could she let her suffer a big loss? At this moment, people nearby heard the commotion and gathered around. "I'll give 10,000 taels. Finally, Feng Zihui, angered by Feng Qingyan's teasing, raised her bid to 10,000 taels. She looked proudly at Feng Qingyan, waiting for her to bid higher. "Young lady, you have courage. I'll let you have the snow fox." Feng Qingyan smiled lightly. What a fool. She thought 1,000 taels was expensive, and now she's bidding 10,000. Spending 10,000 taels to buy this thing. Does this girl's brain have a problem? Seeing Feng Qingyan smile, Feng Zihui finally realized she had been carried away by her pride, and in her anger, she spent 10,000 taels to buy a snow fox. But it was too late to regret now. So many people were watching, she couldn't afford to lose face. "Boss, you've caught such a big fool. Why not exchange the money now and deliver the goods? If she changes her mind later, you'll regret it." Feng Qingyan quickly reminded the boss to be careful, in case she ran off later. "Once the shop is gone, there won't be another. Young lady, the snow fox is now yours. Do you have the silver to pay?" The boss's face was thick-skinned, and he dared to ask for the money. "I didn't bring that much silver notes with me. I'll come back after I return to the mansion to get the silver." Feng Zihui was embarrassed and tried to make an excuse to leave quickly. She couldn't afford that much silver now. This time, when she returned, she discovered that their second house had been expelled from the general's residence. Feng Qianqian was dead, her mother Rongmin had been ill for a long time, and Feng Yinian hadn't even hired a doctor for her. If she hadn't returned in time, she might have lost her life. Their second house had lost the support of the general's residence, and now they had no power to let her indulge. So, the best plan was to retreat. Feng Qingyan saw Feng Zihui trying to run away and certainly wouldn't let her succeed. "Boss, you're really bad at doing business. How can you let this girl run back and forth? Just have her report to the government office and send someone to pick it up. That would be faster." Feng Qingyan continued giving advice to the boss. Yes. Do you know which government office the girl is from? I'll send someone to get it right away." The boss also saw that Feng Zihui wanted to run away, and he didn't want to lose the money he had already earned. so he quickly responded. Feng Zihue looked up at Feng Qingyan with a look that seemed to want to eat her. Girl, what are you looking at me for? Weren't you very confident when you tried to take it earlier? Now, are you unable to pay? Feng Qingyan said happily. Who says I can't pay? I am the second daughter of the Feng family from the general's house, the only female disciple of the imperial teacher's sect, Feng Zihue. A mere 10,000 taels of silver. How could I not pay? Feng Zihue couldn't let others laugh at her, so she immediately announced her family background. As soon as she mentioned her identity, the boss and the onlookers changed their attitudes instantly. So you're the second daughter of the general's house. I really didn't recognize you. The boss quickly smiled and said to Feng Zihue. The general's house was not a place for people like them to offend. If I remember correctly, the Feng family's second branch was expelled from the general's house, right? At this moment, Feng Qingyan's voice suddenly sounded, catching everyone's attention. The Feng family's second branch was expelled from the general's house, and it was announced publicly through official notices. Feng Zihue's secret was exposed, and her face suddenly became a little embarrassed.
Who?
Who are you? She looked at Feng Qingyan with hatred and asked. Then she noticed Feng Qingyan's face, which seemed to resemble her childhood appearance. When she returned to the capital, she had heard many astonishing things about Feng Qingyan. It was said that she not only regained her beauty, but also mastered medical skills, cured the ninth prince's disability, removed his poison, and eventually married him. Could she be the legendary Feng Qingyan? What a coincidence! Does it matter who I am? Second Miss Feng, you should think about how to pay the silver, Feng Qingyan said with a smile. She wasn't trying to compete with her for the little snow fox. She gave her a chance, but she was useless. Miss Feng look at the silver. The shopkeeper realized that Feng Zihue probably couldn't pay the silver. He was just pretending to be rich earlier. What's silver? I don't want it anymore. Is that okay now? Feng Zihue acted spoiled toward the shopkeeper. Anyway, she had already lost her face, so she didn't mind giving up. She definitely couldn't come up with the money. If Feng Yinian found out, she would be in big trouble. If you don't have the silver, don't waste my time with business. It's really unlucky. The shopkeeper's face immediately fell. His attitude was completely different from before. The silver that fell from the sky was indeed unreliable. It was gone as soon as he said so. Ah, what a pity. Such a good deal is gone just like that. Some people just like to pretend to be rich. Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Zihue and smiled. This shopkeeper was really naive. Where do good things like free money fall from the sky? If they did, they would probably be traps or schemes.
You
are too much. Feng Zihue, who had never been insulted or wronged like this, was so angry her face turned green. Miss, look at this little snow fox. It seems to be very fond of you. How about I give you a discount? I'll sell it to you for 800 taels. What do you think? Can you do that? The shopkeeper was too lazy to bother with Feng Zihue. Seeing the little snow fox constantly rubbing against Feng Qingyan's leg, he quickly ran over to her and smiled. Do I look like someone who would be cheated? This little snow fox is rare, but not worth 800 taels. Feng Qingyan looked at the shopkeeper and said. This little creature was quite cute. She did want it, but that didn't mean the shopkeeper could use this as an excuse to cheat her. Stop looking. It's all your fault. The shopkeeper suddenly looked embarrassed and glared fiercely at Feng Zihue. The price had dropped from 10,000 taels to 800 taels, a huge difference. He already felt the pain, but Feng Qingyan was clearly trying to bargain further. It was all Feng Zihue's fault. Isn't it because you're greedy? You wanted me to pay 10,000 taels. Isn't that fraud? It's just 800 taels. I'll give you 800 taels now. The little snow fox is mine. She couldn't afford 10,000 taels, but 800 taels was something Feng Zihue could still pay. She proudly threw a silver note worth 800 taels to her boss, as if this could somehow restore her lost face. She listened to her boss and Feng Qingyan's conversation, and the more she heard, the angrier she became. Feng Qingyan had done it on purpose. She never intended to spend so much money to buy the little snow fox. Was she being played for a fool? She felt so humiliated, and she would not let this go easily. She decided to keep the little snow fox. Feng Zihue gave her the money and went to catch the little snow fox. But the little snow fox didn't like her at all. She used all her strength to finally catch it. As soon as the little snow fox was in her arms, it bared its teeth and started to yell. "Little beast, how dare you run away again? If you run one more time, I'll break your legs." Feng Zihue held the little snow fox's neck, making it unable to move, and looked at Feng Qingyan with pride. The little snow fox looked at Feng Qingyan with a sad face. Feng Qingyan felt a bit sorry for it. After all, it was because of her that the little snow fox suffered this unfair trouble. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard Feng Zihue scream loudly.
You
little beast, how dare you on me?" Feng Zihue quickly let go of the little snow fox. The little snow fox took the chance to escape from Feng Zihue's grasp, kicking her a few times with its paws. Then it jumped and crashed into Xiao Minji, who had just arrived. "Yena, what happened? Why did you come here? You made me worried." Xiao Minji had just asked Mu Qing to hire 2 carriages to transport the flowers Feng Qingyan bought back. But when he turned around, he couldn't find Feng Qingyan. Seeing a crowd gathering over there, he came over and saw this scene. "Just wanted to come over and take a look, and I found a funny little fellow." Feng Qingyan looked at the little snow fox in Xiao Minji's arms and saw it staring at her with bright eyes. It looked like it was asking for praise. It was really very interesting. "Do you like it, Yenner?" Xiao Minji also noticed that this little snow fox was not only cute but also very clever. It seemed perfect as a pet for Feng Qingyan. Feng Zihue, who had been shouting earlier, now saw Xiao Minji and almost glued her eyes to him. She knew this war god 9th prince. He was brave and invincible, with great military achievements, holding significant power, and he was also handsome and charming. Which woman wouldn't love that? If not for her being disabled and poisoned before, Feng Zihue would have found a way to marry him long ago. Unexpectedly, he has now been cured by Feng Qingyan. This is simply wonderful. "Your humble servant, Feng Zihue, greets the 9th prince." Feng Zihue's thoughts flickered, and she tidied her slightly messy clothes, then deliberately stepped forward to bow to Xiao Minji. She looked shy, but her eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xiao Minji's handsome face, which everyone admired. When Xiao Minji heard her name, he looked up at her. This woman also has the surname Feng. What is her relationship with his wife? Seeing Xiao Minji looking at her, Feng Zihue immediately posed flirtatiously. She knew that with her looks, any man who saw her wouldn't be able to help but be moved and want to look again. But before Feng Zihue could be happy, she saw Xiao Minji furrow his brows sharply and turn to ask Feng Qingyan. "Does this person know you?" Her whole body reeked of a dusty, unclean smell, making people feel nauseous just looking at her. "I don't know her." Feng Qingyan immediately shook her head in disgust. She had no desire to know this person. "Feng Qingyan, you. If Feng Zihue wasn't sure before that the person in front of her was Feng Qingyan, she was now completely certain after Xiao Minji's arrival. But Feng Qingyan pretended not to recognize her. How could she not recognize her? This was just too insulting. How bold. "Do you think you can call the 9th princess's name casually?" Xiao Minji's expression changed, and he looked coldly at Feng Zihue. "Your Highness, please calm down. I am Feng Zihue from the Feng family of the general's residence, and I am also the 9th princess's sister. We have called each other that since childhood. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Feng Zihue, in her anger, forgot Feng Qingyan's current status and hurriedly apologized with a grievance. Xiao Minji's aura was very strong, but she really liked it. That was in the past. Now is now. Hurry up and apologize to the princess. If you dare to disrespect her again, be careful with your head. Xiao Minji never put on airs in front of Feng Qingyan, but if others disrespected her, he would not tolerate it. "I dare not. Please forgive me, 9th princess, for my rashness just now." Feng Zihue didn't expect Xiao Minji to protect Feng Qingyan so fiercely, and her jealousy almost twisted her face. Only someone as strong and handsome as him is worthy of her, Feng Zihue. Why does Feng Qingyan have such good luck? She is no less than her. Good that you realize your rashness. Next time, a simple apology won't be enough. Feng Qingyan looked down at Feng Zihui from above. This woman deliberately flirted in front of Xiao Minji. Don't think she doesn't see what she's trying to do. Trying to get close to Xiao Minji? She probably can't handle the consequences. Yenner, there's no need to be upset with such a person. If you don't see her, you won't be annoyed. Let's go. I saw a parrot that can talk a lot. Do you want to see it? I think you'll like it. Xiao Minji saw his wife was upset and quickly comforted her. His dislike for Feng Zihui instantly grew even more. Anyone who makes his wife angry is a bad person. Everyone present was shocked. Is this still the cold and ruthless ninth prince they knew? He clearly looks like a devoted husband. But seeing Feng Qingyan's stunning face and thinking about her cleverness and calm personality, they seemed to understand. Even the strongest man can be won over by such an excellent woman. The boss secretly felt relieved, having escaped a disaster. He had just looked down on her, offending the ninth princess. He really didn't know his place. When Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan turned to leave, Feng Zihui hurried after them. Prince, wait. The little snow fox in your arms was bought by me, Hua Yinzi. She couldn't miss this chance to get closer to Xiao Minji. He probably didn't see her beautiful face clearly when they were far apart. That's why he was so cold to her. Did you buy this? Feng Zihui clearly didn't like the little snow fox. Xiao Minji only knew his wife liked it, so he naturally wanted to take it back.
It was bought by me.
I saw that the little snow fox seems to like the prince. Do you also like this snow fox, your highness? Feng Zihui was so happy talking to Xiao Minji, her face full of joy. She knew there was no man who wouldn't be interested in her. Before her dream could finish, Xiao Minji slowly spoke. You bought it? That's perfect. You just offended my princess, but she is not holding it against you. That doesn't mean I won't. However, for her sake, I will pretend you are giving the snow fox as an apology to her. Consider yourself lucky. This snow fox is very intelligent and knows right from wrong. People should be aware of their own limits. What isn't yours can't be forced. Xiao Minji spoke seriously and reasonably, with a calm face and no shame. He even made a sarcastic remark about Feng Zihui at the end. Feng Zihui's expression was very interesting to watch. Then I thank Miss Feng for your generous gift. You really didn't have to spend so much. Feng Qingyan tried hard not to laugh. Xiao Minji was so clueless about romance. He didn't see that she was performing her best in front of him. Yet, he was thinking about tricking her out of her money and secretly mocking her for not being kind enough. What a shame. Feng Zihui was so angry, she almost exploded. Feng Qingyan was too arrogant. Because of a small snow fox, she lost face and spent money, only for the snow fox to be given away for free to Feng Qingyan. It was so frustrating. She looked at Feng Qingyan's back as she left, feeling deep hatred. She secretly vowed, Feng Qingyan, just wait and see. You only rely on the support of the ninth prince. If you can marry him, why can't I? One day, I will take your place, step on you, and make the ninth prince fall in love with me. Some people are really full of themselves. I really don't know where she gets her confidence. After Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji left, the little snow fox couldn't wait to wiggle out of Xiao Minji's arms, looking at Feng Qingyan with anticipation. It seemed like it wanted a hug. Feng Qingyan was so charmed by its cuteness that she immediately took it into her arms. The little creature was very obedient in her arms, occasionally rubbing its head against her. It was just too adorable. Together, they went to a place that sold birds and found the talking parrot Xiao Minji had mentioned earlier. Nine Princess, good luck. As soon as Feng Qingyan approached the parrot, it arrogantly said this.
She was very surprised.
It was obvious that Xiao Minji had just trained it. It learned quickly. Does the princess still like it? Xiao Minji asked with a smile. Yes, it looks quite clever. What else can it say? It is said that this parrot has the intelligence of a young child and can speak many words. Congratulations and prosperity. May you have abundance every year. Before Xiao Minji could speak, the parrot started showing off on its own. Long-lasting harmony. May you have children soon. The parrot became more and more excited, even humming a tune at the end. Feng Qingyan was very pleased. However, the little snow fox in her arms looked up at the parrot, seeming a bit unhappy. It seemed to be saying, "Show off all you want, anyone can do that." Seeing that Feng Qingyan liked it, Xiao Minji naturally bought the parrot too. It was getting late, so after buying the parrot, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji returned to the ninth prince's residence. As soon as they reached the main courtyard, Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot such an important thing." "What's wrong, Yenner? Why are you hitting yourself? Does it hurt?" Xiao Minji gently took Feng Qingyan's hand from her forehead and blew on her forehead with care. "Is tomorrow the day we return home?" In ancient times, returning home was also considered a big event. She had been so focused on being sweet with Xiao Minji that she completely forgot about it. Now it was already this late, and she felt unprepared for everything. "The princess forgot, but I didn't. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Tomorrow, I will go back with Yenner, and I promise not to embarrass you," Xiao Minji said with a smile. He wished he could give Feng Qingyan the best of everything and let everyone know how much he loved her. Of course, he wouldn't forget such an important day. "Xiao Minji, thank you." Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji, feeling deeply touched. If she had any reservations about her feelings for Xiao Minji at first, she had none from this moment on. During this time, whether at the wedding or in other aspects, Xiao Minji had been very attentive to her. He always sought her opinion on big and small matters. As for her worries about a lifelong commitment, today Feng Zihui was the best example. Feng Zihui was beautiful and talented, clearly still interested in Xiao Minji. But Xiao Minji didn't even bother to look at her twice, and even used the little snow fox Feng Qingyan liked to cheer her up. The entire authority in the government was handed over to her, along with all her assets and properties. Everything was given to her to ensure she felt safe. Her daily life and routines were arranged according to her preferences. When busy, her matters were planned in advance. When free, he liked to be around her all the time, very clingy, as if she was the center of his world. It's hard to find such a caring and devoted man in modern times, isn't it? Feng Qingyan, in her past life, was independent from a young age because of her background. Her status didn't allow her to rely on others. But no matter how strong she was still a woman and had moments of vulnerability. When tired, she wished for a hug and to be loved and cared for. After being with Xiao Minji, she gradually realized that having someone reliable to lean on wasn't a bad thing. If that person was Xiao Minji, she would happily be his little woman, trusting and depending on him wholeheartedly. Feng Qingyan was truly grateful to heaven for giving her a second chance at life and for sending Xiao Minji into her life. Of course, she wants to remind all those dreaming of a beautiful future that it depends on whether the person is trustworthy. Never lose yourself, no matter what. "Fool, I am your husband. This is what I should do. There's no need to thank me." Xiao Minji gently stroked Feng Qingyan's head, looking at her with full affection. He didn't know why, but the first time he saw Feng Qingyan, he couldn't help but want to take care of her. He felt she deserved all the good things in the world. "Thank you for thinking of everything for me," she said softly. She had no dating experience and couldn't say sweet words. She leaned gently on Xiao Minji's shoulder, feeling incredibly happy at that moment. "You are the wife I worked hard to marry. Of course, I will pamper and spoil you. If you really want to thank me, why not be a little more proactive tonight?" Xiao Minji whispered into her ear. But as he spoke, the tone suddenly changed. Feng Qingyan reached out and pinched his soft flesh at his waist. This man, who was usually serious, couldn't keep his composure for more than 3 seconds. Clearly, she couldn't give him a good look. Do you want to kill your husband? Let me see how I punish you." Xiao Minji let out a loud scream and immediately started to fight back. He knew Feng Qingyan was ticklish, so he reached out to try to tickle her.
"You."
"How dare you?" Feng Qingyan sensed Xiao Minji's intention and turned to run. A sly smile appeared on Xiao Minji's face as his hand, which was around her waist, suddenly tightened, pulling her close into his arms. "Where do you think you're going, princess?" "Oh, my waist hurts so much." Feng Qingyan suddenly frowned and pretended to be in pain.
Where?
"Where does it hurt?" "Did I hurt you?" Xiao Minji immediately looked worried and checked her. At that moment, Feng Qingyan took the chance to break free from his embrace. "Fool, I was joking." Feng Qingyan grinned mischievously. His acting was so poor that Xiao Minji didn't realize she was pretending. "How dare you lie to me? You made me worry for nothing. Just wait and see how I punish you." Xiao Minji pretended to be very angry. He was just nervous about Feng Qingyan and didn't notice she was acting.
What?
"What are you trying to do?" Feng Qingyan saw this and ran off quickly. But Xiao Minji wasn't about to let her go. After a few attempts, Feng Qingyan finally lost. Xiao Minji grabbed Feng Qingyan's leg as she kicked and pushed her onto the table. His hands also started to become restless, reaching toward her waist and stomach. "See if you can run now, Yenner." "Ah." "Xiao Minji, no, let me go." Before Xiao Minji could touch her, Feng Qingyan already felt like ants were crawling on her skin, making her itch terribly. "Let go? Don't you like that, princess?" Xiao Minji grinned mischievously, his hand gently wandering around her waist, teasing her on purpose.
Ah.
"Xiao Minji, I can't take it anymore. Stop moving." Feng Qingyan couldn't stand the torment anymore and shouted desperately. Mu Qing wanted to find Xiao Minji and ask about the things prepared for the family visit and if there was anything wrong. But as soon as she reached the door, she heard Feng Qingyan's fierce words from inside. Feng Qingyan was laughing breathlessly, and the words she shouted made Mu Qing stunned. "Is it really that intense?" Mu Qing was so shocked she was speechless. It wasn't even dark yet. Was her lord in such a hurry? Married people really are different. Since Xiao Minji's wedding, he's been showing off his affection with Feng Qingyan in front of us, making us single folks feel miserable. Mu Qing looked sad and was about to leave. At that moment, Li Mama also came over. Dinner time was almost here. Li Mama thought Feng Qingyan and the others had played for a long time and must be hungry. She wanted to ask if Feng Qingyan wanted anything special to eat. She was about to knock on the door when Mu Qing quickly stopped her. Li Mama, can you come back later?" "There's something." Mu Qing spoke hesitantly. "What's wrong? Are the prince and princess not here?" Li Mama had just seen Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan come back, but now she asked Mu Qing.
"Well,
"The prince and princess are not available to see you right now." Mu Qing swallowed nervously and said politely. Li Mama didn't understand what Mu Qing meant and asked confusedly. "Why not available? How could he, a single man, say that?" Just then, they heard Xiao Minji's low voice inside.
Ah.
"Yenna, are you trying to take my life?" It turned out Feng Qingyan had accidentally kicked somewhere sensitive during her struggle. Hearing Xiao Minji's tempting voice, Li Mama's eyes lit up. The prince and princess are so bold. Mu Qing's face turned bright red. "Just a small matter. You seem so innocent. One day, the princess might find you a wife too."
"Well,
"I have nothing more to say. You should leave now and not disturb the prince and princess from having their little son." Li Mama happily left, excited beyond words. It was clear she was very happy. She decided to make more nourishing soup in the kitchen. Young people are full of energy. The addition of a new member to the 9th prince's residence is just around the corner. Inside the room, Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji looking pained and asked repeatedly, "Are you okay? Do you want me to check?" Feng Qingyan's heart tightened and she quickly asked. She really didn't mean to hurt him. This kind of thing could be big or small. If she accidentally hurt him badly, it would be a big problem.
No.
"I'll be fine soon." Xiao Minji was in so much pain he hunched over, his face changing color. It was clear that Feng Qingyan's kick was quite forceful. "There's no need to feel embarrassed. I'm a doctor, so I'm just checking. Besides, we are married, so it's normal." Feng Qingyan's professional habit kicked in again. She patiently advised him while observing his condition. "Your Highness, do you really want me to examine you? But it's daytime. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Xiao Minji had just recovered a little from the pain. Although it still hurt, he thought it wasn't serious. When Feng Qingyan said she wanted to check him, his older brother seemed eager to join in. Are you really okay? Can you be a bit more serious? Feng Qingyan saw a hint of expectation in Xiao Minji's eyes. That's when she realized what she had just said. She had actually offered to check him there herself. Your Highness, you really know how to take a punch. Do you not want happiness in the future? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with a resentful expression. They had just gotten married, and he was just starting to enjoy life, yet Feng Qingyan wanted him to act like a monk? Did someone come just now? Feng Qingyan saw that Xiao Minji was still joking with her, which meant he was probably fine. She quickly changed the subject. Someone has already left. Xiao Minji's eyes flickered slightly, clearly knowing someone had come earlier. But they were so caught up in their argument that they didn't think about stopping. Why did they leave without coming in? Feng Qingyan looked toward the door, unsure who it was. They must have had something to do with them. Of course, because the princess just shouted too loudly and was so passionate. Xiao Minji grinned mischievously.
Ah.
Xiao Minji, you're doing this on purpose. Feng Qingyan immediately got angry. She remembered what she had accidentally said earlier. If no one saw what they were doing, it could easily be misunderstood as something inappropriate. So, outsiders must have thought she was openly with Xiao Minji, doing something they shouldn't. It was so embarrassing. She grabbed Morong Ye's ear angrily. Does this person have any shame?
Ah.
It hurts. It hurts. Qinger, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. He apologized very quickly. Knowing you are wrong but not changing. How could Feng Qingyan not understand his nature? She admits her mistakes quickly, but still makes them again. I'm afraid I will change. I will definitely change. I won't dare to do it again next time. The two of them playfully tease each other, creating a warm and loving atmosphere between the newlyweds. During dinner, Feng Qingyan notices that Li Mama's gaze at them is unusual. It seems Li Mama was the one who visited her and Xiao Minji's courtyard this evening. Feng Qingyan forces herself to stay calm and asks, Li Mama, did you come to see me and the prince this evening? I didn't have anything important. I just wanted to ask if the princess has any favorite foods.
Li Mama smile sau guardli.
Does the princess think she overheard her and the prince talking and might punish her? That afternoon, the prince and I were just... Feng Qingyan tries to explain, but quickly stops herself. Some things are hard to explain clearly. The more she explains, the more suspicious she sounds. And, logically, Li Mama is a servant. She shouldn't be involved in their matters. But Li Mama is also a relative of Xiao Minji and treats Feng Qingyan well, so she doesn't see her as an outsider.
That
Princess, I actually went to the prince and princess's courtyard this afternoon. But I didn't get past the door and met Mu Qing coming out. I left immediately, and I didn't hear anything, Li Mama hurriedly explains. It's almost as if her face is saying, I didn't hear anything, I didn't see anything really. Feng Qingyan is speechless. Li Mama's explanation is worse than no explanation at all. It's obvious she's hiding something. So, besides Li Mama, did Mu Qing also come to their courtyard this afternoon?
well.
If the prince and princess don't have anything else, I will go now. The kitchen has a nourishing soup that I want to check if it's ready. Li Mama notices Feng Qingyan's expression and feels something is wrong. She just wanted to clear herself, but ended up dragging Mu Qing into it. What a mess. Thinking quickly, Li Mama decides to leave immediately. Don't ask her. She knows nothing. Xiao Minji wants to laugh, but dares not, almost going crazy. His little wife is too amusing. You have the nerve to laugh. It's all your fault. Tonight, you sleep on the small bed, and you're not allowed to get on my bed. Feng Qingyan glared fiercely at Xiao Minji. How can she still see anyone in this house now? At night, after taking a bath, Feng Qingyan sat in front of her dressing mirror doing skincare. Xiao Minji also finished his bath and came in immediately, leaning in close. Yena, your hair isn't dry yet. Let me help you dry it with my internal energy. His eager attitude clearly showed he didn't want to sleep on the small bed. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow but said nothing. A free hairdryer. Why not use it? Xiao Minji helped dry Feng Qingyan's hair and then used a wooden comb to make it smooth. Finally, He rested his head on Feng Qingyan's shoulder, looking at her reflection in the mirror and softly saying, "Yenner, you're so beautiful." Xiao Minji's warm breath brushed her neck, making Feng Qingyan shiver all over. This man always finds ways to tease her. She wasn't going to fall for it. "Tomorrow morning, I need to return to the general's residence. Prince, you should go rest now." Feng Qingyan glanced toward the small bed, her meaning clear. "Yenner, do you really want me to sleep on the small bed? If grandfather asks tomorrow, what should I say?" Xiao Minji looked like a wronged little wife. Feng Qingyan shot him a look. This man really had no taste. He even wanted to use Feng biting to pressure her. "Don't worry, grandfather won't ask you about these things. But you know my build. This small bed is too tight. I'll wake up with a sore back tomorrow. What if it delays my trip to the general's residence?" In the end, Xiao Minji begged persistently and finally got his way to sleep on the bed. "First, we agree. It's fine to sleep on the bed, but tonight, you must sleep honestly and quietly." As soon as Xiao Minji got on the bed, Feng Qingyan immediately set some ground rules. These past 2 days, Xiao Minji seemed tireless, bothering her until midnight every night. Her small body was almost falling apart. Promise to sleep peacefully and not cause trouble. Right now, she had to get on the bed first. Xiao Minji quickly nodded and agreed, acting as harmless as a little white rabbit. Feng Qingyan glanced at him. Why didn't she trust his words? Only she knew how wild and endless Xiao Minji could be when he was on the bed, despite his cold appearance as the war god 9th prince. I'm tired. I'll go to sleep now." Feng Qingyan was not truly angry with Xiao Minji. She just felt a little embarrassed. She turned around, with her back to him, and closed her eyes. She had important matters to attend to tomorrow, so she couldn't let him keep bothering her tonight. When Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan turn away, he immediately moved closer and embraced her from behind. Feng Qingyan slightly frowned but said nothing. Just holding her like this was fine. She had already gotten used to Xiao Minji's embrace over the past few days. It felt comfortable and safe. Seeing that Feng Qingyan did not resist, Xiao Minji slightly curved his lips. He knew his little wife wouldn't truly be angry with him. Feng Qingyan had just finished her bath and wasn't very sleepy yet. She was having trouble falling asleep. Being tightly held from behind by Xiao Minji for a long time made her a bit uncomfortable, so she unconsciously shifted slightly inward. "Wife, can't sleep?" Xiao Minji's internal strength was deep, so he naturally knew Feng Qingyan wasn't sleeping. I will fall asleep soon," she said nervously, quickly closing her eyes. But the more she tried to sleep, the more awake she felt. Xiao Minji was pressed close to her, and any movement she made would be noticed. Most importantly, Feng Qingyan was afraid he might become overly passionate again, which could get out of control. After a while, Feng Qingyan gradually heard his even breathing behind her, indicating he was probably asleep. She slowly turned over. "If you really can't sleep, why don't we do something meaningful? And check if you got hurt this afternoon," she suggested. As soon as Feng Qingyan turned around, Xiao Minji opened his eyes and pulled her into his arms. He had promised she would sleep peacefully, but she kept twisting and turning in front of him. Wasn't that tempting him to do something wrong? Feng Qingyan wanted to curse. Under Xiao Minji's charming tactics and sweet words, Feng Qingyan gradually lost herself. Knowing she had important matters early the next morning, Xiao Minji didn't want to bother her too much. Finally, Feng Qingyan supported her lower back and kicked Xiao Minji hard twice. This time, she finally slept soundly. So, students who often have trouble sleeping, pay attention. Maybe you're just not tired enough during the day. When you're tired, you'll sleep well. Without Feng Qingyan's treatment, even running 800 meters would be fine. The next morning, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji both got up early, ready to return to the general's residence. Xiao Minji said he was ready, so Feng Qingyan didn't ask further. When it was time to leave, she realized Xiao Minji had prepared 2 full carriages of goods, and each item was a treasure. He really gave Feng Qingyan a lot of face. When the 9th prince's carriage arrived at the general's residence, Feng Bailing was already waiting at the gate. "Grandfather, Why aren't you inside waiting? Why did you come out? Feng Qingyan got out of the carriage and immediately ran over to Feng Bailing, hugging his arm affectionately. She had really missed her caring and loving grandfather these past 2 days since her wedding. Xiao Minji was busy directing people to move the things into the residence. Grandfather, this is because he's happy. He knows you're coming back, so we should go inside quickly. Seeing the 2 large carriages full of goods, Feng Bailing felt very happy. It wasn't because the items were valuable, but because he saw how much Xiao Minji valued Feng Qingyan. As long as Feng Qingyan is happy, that's all that matters. The 3 of them entered the residence. Feng Bailing and Xiao Minji sat facing each other, chatting happily. At that moment, Feng Zihui came in carrying tea. She had red lips, white teeth, a smooth face, and was dressed in a cool pink flowing dress, clearly carefully and deliberately dressed up. Prince Grandfather, I specially brewed this big red robe tea for you. Please try it and see how it tastes. Feng Zihui poured tea for Feng Bailing and Xiao Minji, but her eyes kept flickering on Xiao Minji. Feng Bailing's expression changed. So, Feng Zihui's little thoughts were here. He had thought she was talented, different from that beast Feng Yonyan. At least he had loved her quite a bit since she was young. She had been studying outside all this time, and the things the second house did had nothing to do with her. So when she came crying to the residence, saying she missed her grandfather and wanted to see him, he didn't think much and didn't want to drive her away. Now he suddenly felt a bit regretful. Feng Yonyan's kind could never be good. Feng Bailing didn't stop Feng Zihui, but looked up at Xiao Minji. He wanted to see how Xiao Minji would respond. After all, Xiao Minji was a prince, and he wouldn't lack women who played tricks and tried to get close to him. Tea is good, but the person brewing it is not very skilled. The black tea tastes like green tea. Grandfather, please have someone make a new pot. Xiao Minji didn't look at Feng Zihui directly and said unhappily. His tone and attitude clearly copied Feng Qingyan. Prince, this tea has a strong aroma and is quite good. It's supposed to taste like this. Try it and see. Feng Zihui didn't understand what Xiao Minji meant by green tea. She thought he was just praising the tea. She quickly picked up her teacup to offer it to Xiao Minji, but he waved her hand away. There's an assassin trying to harm me. Feng Zihui was stunned. How did she suddenly become an assassin? Your Highness, forgive me. I didn't mean to harm you. I was just serving tea. I have admired you since I was young, and I would never want to hurt you. Feng Zihui immediately knelt at Xiao Minji's feet, begging for mercy. She was crying so much her face was streaked with tears, still expressing her love for Xiao Minji. Her delicate appearance was truly pitiful. If it had been another man, he would probably be heartbroken and wouldn't blame her. Feng Zihui kept crying, but she wasn't satisfied and kept leaning closer to Xiao Minji. She even tried to grab his sleeve. Mu Qing, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and drag her out. Are you saving her for the new year? Xiao Minji frowned deeply. This woman really knew how to cause trouble for him. If his little wife saw this misunderstanding, what would happen? He didn't want to kneel and scrub the floor. Your Highness, please spare me. I really didn't mean to harm you. Feng Zihui never expected Xiao Minji to be so cold. He showed no reaction even when she, a delicate beauty, threw herself into his arms. Feng Qingyan had just gone out to prepare some snacks and tea when she saw Mu Qing lifting Feng Zihui like a little chick and leading her away. The queen consort remembered that yesterday the prince had already warned her that if she disrespected her again, she would face the consequences. Feng Qingyan glanced at Feng Zihui, who was holding her sleeve, and said coldly, if she no longer wanted her claws, she wouldn't mind helping her cut them off. Feng Zihui had schemed against Xiao Minji yesterday, and today she came to the general's residence, probably also targeting Xiao Minji. Looking at the current situation, it seems her plan failed again.
9.
Ninth Princess, I really was just serving tea to the prince. I would never harm him. Feng Zihui quickly let go of Feng Qingyan and changed her words. Go explain yourself to the prince. That's none of my business. Feng Qingyan didn't bother to look at her again and simply walked inside. Was she really so easy to deceive? Next time, she would come up with a more convincing excuse. Feng Zihui was taken out by Mu Qing and was directly sent to the authorities on charges of plotting against the ninth prince. Although there was no solid evidence, the officials probably wouldn't ignore it. After all, the person who was supposedly harmed was Xiao Minji. Throughout the whole process, Feng Bailing said nothing. After all, he had brought the wolf into the house. From Feng Qingyan's words, it was clear that Feng Zihui had already done something before. The family of the second household was truly full of bad characters. Yenner, it's all my fault. I trusted Feng Zihui's lies and let her into the house. Feng Bailing, being older, was naturally soft-hearted. Moreover, he had been living with the second household for so many years, and Feng Zihui had grown up under his watch. Grandfather, don't blame yourself. She hasn't done anything to us. Feng Qingyan brought tea and poured some for Feng Bailing and Xiao Minji. Yenner's tea is always the most fragrant. Xiao Minji picked up his teacup, took a sip, and smiled at Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan looked at the tea Feng Zihui had just brewed. It was clearly the same kind, with the same tea leaves and utensils. You're just picky about the prince, she said with a smile. Feng Bailing watched the interaction between the two, and it seemed he hadn't been mistaken about Xiao Minji. Soon after, Feng Yin also returned, and upon seeing Feng Qingyan, he immediately ran over happily. Older sister, you're back. Guess what I brought you? He knew you would come back today, so he went to the countryside early in the morning. He said he wanted to catch fresh fish, shrimp, and river that you love to eat, himself. Feng Bailing felt very happy seeing the close relationship between the brother and sister. Finally, this family has warmth again. Since Feng Qingyan recognized Feng Yin as her younger brother, Feng Bailing also treats him like family. After all, Feng Yin is not only well-behaved but also smart and understanding. He is sincere to him and Feng Qingyan. Now that Feng Qingyan is married and Feng Bailing is getting older, the Feng family's 100-year legacy needs someone to inherit it. Feng Yin is undoubtedly a good choice. Especially after Feng Bailing learned Feng Yin's true identity from Xiao Minji, his decision became even firmer. It turns out Feng Yin's father and Feng Zhan were close brothers who faced life and death together. Years ago, the emperor falsely accused Feng Zhan, and Feng Yin's biological father accidentally discovered the truth. As a result, his entire family was wiped out. Feng Yin narrowly escaped, but was left with broken bones and muscles. If he hadn't met Feng Qingyan, he might have died from cold or hunger on the street. Maybe this was fate. You're quite something, still remember I love to eat these. In her past life, Feng Qingyan had tasted all kinds of delicacies and was tired of them. But in this ancient, clear river water, the wild fish and shrimp are indeed tastier than modern farmed ones. When she was at the general's residence before, she took Feng Yin to catch fish once, and she didn't expect him to remember. Of course, I love what my sister likes. The prince forgot? I will never forget in this life. Feng Yin no longer has any special feelings for Feng Qingyan. He truly considers her his sister. He can see that Xiao Minji really loves Feng Qingyan. So, in this life, he will be her family, stay with her, and protect her. I definitely won't forget Yenner's preferences. Xiao Minji immediately replied. He no longer holds any hostility toward Feng Yin. The brother-in-law and sister-in-law get along very well. Xiao Minji and Feng Bailing often take Feng Yin to meet some powerful officials and ministers. It's also a way to prepare for his future. The family talks and laughs happily. Maybe because Feng Qingyan, Xiao Minji, and Feng Yin are all orphaned, they value family bonds very much. I cherish the friendship between them very much. Feng Zihui putting herself in prison over a tea is truly remarkable. Feng Qingyan, one day I will step on you under my foot. She sits in the cold prison cell, now only praying that her father, Feng Yinyan, will get her out soon. Feng Yinyan's official position, gained through Feng Qianqian's life, still holds some weight. However, it was Xiao Minji who sent Feng Zihui to jail, and the officials naturally dare not release her easily. Feng Zihui had to stay obediently in the prison for a few days. Of course, she received special treatment from the guards. She experienced all kinds of rotten food, dead mice, and cockroaches. In the end, Feng Zihui was tortured almost beyond recognition, and Feng Yinian spent a lot of money to buy her out. Feng Yinian was heartbroken and felt like his heart was bleeding. If Rongmin hadn't held a grudge against him and forced him to rescue Feng Zihui, he might have even abandoned this daughter. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji are living happily, but Empress Shen Liuli's situation is not so good. Late at night, Shen Liuli lay on her bed in Jingren Palace, looking weak and exhausted. In recent days, the emperor not only imprisoned her in Jingren Palace, but also sent people to watch her eat every day, especially her meals made with white flour powder. Shen Liuli now finds it hard to sleep and is restless. Without servants to serve her, she looks disheveled and appears 10 years older, losing her former elegance. Shen Liuli knows she can't go on like this. First, because she is afraid of dying, and second, because she knows the emperor well, how petty and vengeful he can be. The emperor hasn't killed her or deposed the crown prince yet, mainly because he is weighing the pros and cons, considering the power behind the duke's mansion. Plus, he is currently ill, so he is somewhat distracted. Once he is ready and confident, the prince's faction will surely be eliminated. Therefore, Shen Liuli cannot wait any longer. Even if the prince's faction is still weak, they must strike first. Son, did you show the letter you brought to your grandfather and uncle? Have you discussed the plan? Shen Liuli bribed the little guarding her and finally met Xiao Jingyi. Now, all her hopes are pinned on the duke's residence and Xiao Jingyi. As long as the duke's residence helps Xiao Jingyi succeed in ascending the throne, everything will be resolved easily. Then she won't have to die. Grandpa said we still have some hope with the emperor on our side, but if the 9th prince's residence interferes, we have no chance at all. Plotting a rebellion is very dangerous. If it fails, it could mean death and the destruction of the entire family. Lord Shun is very cautious about this. As for Xiao Jingyi himself, he hopes to become emperor soon but doesn't want to take any risks. All along, it has been Shen Liuli and the duke's residence helping him plan. Even if Xiao Minji is powerful, he only relies on his military power. In the imperial city, it's still your father's imperial guards in control. If we take control of the capital, and since your father is ill, an accident could happen. Then you could naturally inherit the throne, and Xiao Minji wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Shen Liuli's plans are working smoothly. She has known the emperor and his wife for many years and understands the emperor's abilities very well. Besides enjoying food, drink, entertainment, and beauty, he doesn't do much else. Even the minister's reports are reviewed by the chief Chao Qintian, who holds the official seal. Over the years, she has made many plans for Xiao Jingyi's rise to power. She has also placed many of her people among the emperor's officials. So, as long as they control the imperial guards, their chances of success are quite high. But Shen Liuli also doesn't think about whether she herself has laid out enough plans over the years. Xiao Minji is constantly being framed by them, and she hasn't left him any backup. Are they just waiting for her to set a trap for him? Repeated failures have not improved Shen Liuli's thinking at all. But how can we control the capital? Xiao Jingyi, as the emperor's biological son, inherited his father's cleverness. Shen Liuli explained clearly, but he still didn't understand and had no ideas of his own. Of course, we need to find a way to make the imperial guards loyal to us. Shen Liuli seems used to this and doesn't expect Xiao Jingyi to come up with plans. She just needs him to understand and follow her plan. Everything is possible, as long as you have the right chips. Shen Liuli smiled mysteriously, as if she already had a good plan in mind. Mother has a way, Xiao, the devoted son, blinked his eyes and still listened carefully to Shen Liuli. General Zhang He, commander of the Imperial Guard, is 37 years old. He lost his wife early and hasn't remarried. He has a daughter who is very precious to him. If you can win over his daughter, you will also win over Zhang He. Of course, you need to do this yourself. Shen Liuli had thought about this before, so she knew a lot about Zhang He's situation. But she didn't expect a sudden change. Before she could act, the emperor imprisoned her.
But
the prince doesn't even know her. How can he win her over in such a short time? Xiao Jingyi might have been too affected recently and lost confidence in women. In the past, it would have been easy for him. Zhang He's daughter likes watching plays. Every month at the beginning of the month, she goes to the biggest theater in the capital, Wamanlu, to watch shows. When the time comes, you should seize the opportunity for a chance encounter. Make her like you quickly. If gentle persuasion doesn't work, then be bold. Force her into submission. Finally, promise her the position of future princess, and Zhang He won't be able to resist. Shun Liuli had prepared thoroughly, even gathering detailed information about this. She also thought of 2 plans in advance for Xiao Jingyi. Xiao looked troubled. His current situation made it impossible to be so bold. Just thinking about it made him uncomfortable. He lacked confidence, especially as the crown prince. Shun Liuli's plan was clearly putting him in a difficult position. Let's settle this. You should quickly win over Zhang He's daughter. Also, Li Xiangwan has been neglected for so long. It's time to comfort her. Her father is the governor of Jiangnan. If his troops can be used for you, and Xiao Minji also takes notice, it will give you some advantage. Shun Liuli didn't care about Xiao Jingyi's feelings. She only cared about the outcome. In her view, these tasks were easy for any man to accomplish. And once successful, it would greatly help their overall plan. The victory for the Duke's mansion seemed within reach. Soon, she will be free from this prison and become the most powerful Empress Dowager in the palace. No one will dare to bully or oppress her anymore. As for the disgraceful consort Shenlu, she can enjoy her brief moment of happiness. There will be plenty of chances later to deal with her. And Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. Once Xiao Jingyi secures the throne, he will carefully deal with them. The onlookers all want to give the Empress a wake-up call, hoping she will see clearly and stop dreaming during the night. But this time, Xiao Jingyi felt even more troubled. Dealing with a daughter like Zhang He is already hard enough, but Shun Liuli also asked Xiao Jingyi to comfort Li Xiangwan, that greedy woman. That is simply his nightmare. Since the wedding, he has not entered Li Xiangwan's courtyard again. Just seeing her makes him think of the disgusting scenes from their wedding night. It's a double torment for his body and mind. If it weren't for Li Xiangwan, he might not have lost his gentlemanly demeanor. There's nothing special. After you go back, discuss it in detail with your grandfather. He will cooperate with you. Shun Liuli thought her plan was perfect and looked very confident. But she completely overlooked Xiao Jingyi, who was not a capable son, and how Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji already knew her plan well. Xiao Jingyi left Jingren Palace and returned to the East Palace. When he passed by Li Xiangwan's courtyard, he paused slightly and glanced inside. He immediately felt a shiver all over, filled with images of greasy, fat meat, terrifying. He quickly turned around and ran away. He'd rather not ask to comfort Li Xiangwan. It would be better to die. The next day, Xiao Jingyi went to the Duke's residence. Shin Shuhua had apparently caused some trouble again, and the Duke of Shin was waving a feather duster at him. Seeing Xiao Jingyi arrive, the Duke had no choice but to stop. Shin Shuhua also narrowly escaped trouble this time. What did your mother say to you yesterday? The Duke of Shun took Xiao Jingyi to the study and asked. Xiao Jingyi is the emperor's legitimate son and has the support of the Duke's residence. Originally, it was very likely that he would inherit the throne without any surprises. However, he has now ruined his good chances with poor decisions. I've already arranged everything. Today, I will go to Wamanlu to meet Miss Zhang, planning to play the hero and save the beauty. When Xiao Jingyi left the palace, he sent his personal guard to Wamanlu to see Miss Zhang and notify him when she arrived. He plans to act in a play to make Miss Zhang like him at first sight. Yes, okay. If you need help, just ask openly. Duke Shin also thinks Xiao Jingyi's idea is good. Since Xiao Jingyi's reputation is not very good right now, this can also leave a good impression on Miss Zhang. Soon, Hao Jian, the prince's personal guard, arrived at the Duke's residence. Sure enough, Miss Zhang Man went to the theater. Grandpa, I'll go to the theater first. I'll report back to you after I finish. After saying goodbye to Duke Shin, Xiao Jingyi followed Hao Jian to a private box at Wamanlu. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the girl sitting in the front row in yellow is Miss Zhang Man. Hao Jian had bribed the theater owner with silver to get this information. Miss Zhang Man is a regular at Wamanlu, so the owner knew her well. Seeing the shiny gold ingots, the owner sold her out completely. The owner also thought how Jian was interested in Miss Zhang and warned him, "Commander Zhang is not someone to be trifled with. If anything happens, I won't be responsible." Who would have thought Miss Zhang Man has some looks? Xiao Jingyi saw Miss Zhang and suddenly became interested. Even if he wasn't very capable himself, playing around a bit might be fun. According to the theater owner, Miss Zhang Man has been spoiled since childhood by Commander Zhang. She's quite spoiled and temperamental, and she has some basic skills in martial arts. Your Highness, you must be very careful. How Jian is Xiao Jingyi's personal guard, and Xiao Jingyi knows his own strength well. If the hero's rescue plan fails, and he gets into trouble, it would be a big loss. Stop talking nonsense. Do I still need you to tell me what to do? Hearing how Jian looked down on him like that, Xiao Jingyi was suddenly angry and embarrassed. He had trained with a top martial artist in the palace for several years. How could he not handle a girl? Zhang Man left the theater and got into a carriage heading back to Zhang's residence. When they reached a quiet alley, suddenly a few men in black appeared and blocked their way. "Miss, there are some men in black ahead blocking the road. They don't look friendly." The coachman seemed calm and quickly stopped the carriage, turning to speak to Zhang Man inside. "Oh, really? Where?" Zhang Man looked very excited, quickly pulling back the curtain to peek outside. "Let me see too." Her close maid, In Shuang, also hurriedly looked out at the men in front of the carriage. The men in black saw their reactions and were momentarily confused. They came to rob, but they looked so happy instead. "Ah, two lovely young ladies. You look quite nice. I haven't had fun in days. What are you waiting for? Come on, take them and bring them back, so I can have some fun," the leader of the black-clad men said fiercely, trying to intimidate them. "In Shuang, get down quickly and do your work." Zhang Man gave In Shuang a look, and both of them jumped out of the carriage. Their movements were light and swift, showing they had martial arts skills. Because Zhang Man had no mother since childhood, he loved her very much. He was worried she might be bullied outside, so he found a master to teach her martial arts. But as she grew up, Zhang Man didn't care for music, chess, or painting. She spent her days practicing swords and spears. She wouldn't let anyone bully her. If she didn't beat them badly, she considered it a blessing. Now that she was of age for her coming-of-age ceremony, he was worried sick. He strictly forbade her from fighting. Recently, she had been itching to fight, and some reckless people had come to her door. She saw this as a good chance to have some fun and avoid her father's punishment. "Why is this pretty girl coming down herself? Are you planning to throw yourself into our arms?" The leader of the men in black approached and teased her. But before he finished speaking, Zhang Man kicked him directly in the groin. "I'm here to send you to the afterlife." The man in black was kicked and immediately broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. "Stinky woman, how dare you kick me? Whoever catches this girl today will have her." This was truly painful, and she completely forgot what their main task was today. A few men in black immediately surrounded her. Let's see if you have the ability to handle this," Zhang Man said disdainfully. She exchanged a quick glance with In Shuang, and the two of them turned their backs to each other to fight fiercely against the men in black. Although Zhang Man and In Shuang were skilled fighters, they couldn't match the number of opponents. Gradually, they started to feel overwhelmed. Feng Qingyan came out of Renxin Hospital, planning to take a shortcut back to the 9th Prince's residence to get something. She happened to see this scene. Out in broad daylight, a group of grown men bullying two weak women. "Aren't you ashamed?" Feng Qingyan observed the men in black. It seemed they didn't intend to seriously hurt the two women. It looked more like they were waiting for someone. Most likely, they had been set up. "Oh, big brother, look at this one, even prettier." The man in black saw Feng Qingyan's appearance and was drooling. "Well, that depends on whether you are lucky enough to enjoy her." Feng Qingyan chuckled softly and quickly joined the fight. A silver needle shot out like it had eyes, aiming straight at the men's vital points.
Who are you?"
How come? How come?" The leader of the men in black couldn't believe it. The beautiful woman in front of him was quickly taking down all of them. "There's no point in talking when you're about to die." Feng Qingyan pushed the man in black away. Not far away, Xiao Jingyi was checking the time. He thought it was about right, but when he arrived he saw Feng Qingyan. Wasn't this going to ruin his plans? And Feng Qingyan had knocked out all those men in just a moment. What use was he now? While he hesitated, Zhang Manman's coachman hit Xiao Jingyi from behind with a stick, knocking him out. Miss, there's still one hiding here, sneaking around. Zhang Manman's coachman couldn't fight. He had been hiding near the carriage. Seeing that most of the black-clad men had been dealt with, he was about to come out when he saw Xiao Jingyi fall. Thank you, young lady, for saving me. I am Zhang He, the daughter of the Imperial Guard commander. I don't know your honorable name, but I hope to visit and thank you properly in the future. After everyone was taken care of, Zhang Manman finally had time to thank Feng Qingyan. So you're Miss Zhang. I go by Feng Qingyan and I won't change my name or my surname. Feng Qingyan understood now. She thought this was probably a scheme by Xiao Jingyi, who wanted to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. As for the purpose, it was clear it involved the Imperial Guard, led by the young lady's father. Most likely, it was another sneaky idea from the Empress. How mean and sneaky.
Are you
the famous 9th Princess Feng Qingyan? The healer everyone in the capital talks about? When Zhang Manman heard Feng Qingyan's name, her eyes lit up immediately. Feng Qingyan's achievements showed that women could be just as brave and capable as men. She had admired Feng Qingyan for a long time. She never expected to meet her today, and even to be saved by her. Feng Qingyan smiled. It was obvious that Zhang Manman was a straightforward girl. She liked her kind of person much more than those noble young ladies who seemed proper on the outside, but were actually quite mean inside. Princess Ninth, I am very impressed by you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and talented. Seeing her in person made Zhang Manman admire Feng Qingyan even more. She also wanted to be a woman like her. Miss Zhang, you flatter me. Today's events are probably more complicated than they seem. Be careful in the future, and it's best to explain everything clearly to your father. Feng Qingyan glanced at Xiao Jingyi on the ground, stopping short of saying more. She believed that with the cleverness of the Zhang family, they would understand her meaning. Zhang Manman's status was obvious. Today, she owed Feng Qingyan a favor, and maybe someday, she could return it. Thank you, Princess Ninth, for your concern. I will visit and thank you in person another day. After Feng Qingyan left, Zhang Manman finally had time to check on Xiao Jingyi. She hadn't paid much attention when they were far apart, but now that she saw Xiao Jingyi's face clearly, she understood what Feng Qingyan had meant. She had already seen Xiao Jingyi at Wamanlu and was surprised that the crown prince, had such leisure to watch the opera. Now she realized it was all for her. This matter was probably not as simple as Feng Qingyan said. When she returned, she definitely needed to talk to her father. Miss, what should we do with this person? How dare he try to harm you? Should I cut him into pieces and serve him to you as revenge? Yin Shuang saw Zhang Manman glaring angrily at Xiao Jingyi and asked repeatedly. It really shows that the kind of master you have, the servant will be just as bold. This girl is quite fierce, even thinking of harming the current prince. Do you know who he is? Zhang Manman warned her sharply. Her little maid is spoiled and has no sense of her limits. I don't know. She just wanted to vent her anger for her. Not knowing and still daring to harm someone? Even if you had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to pay for this. Zhang Manman frowned slightly. This matter is indeed a bit difficult. What does the miss want to do with him? Yin Shuang saw Zhang Manman's serious look and knew she was not an ordinary person. Zhang Manman's eyes shifted slightly. She can't just let the prince go so easily, right? Throw him to the abandoned graveyard. She pretended not to recognize any nonsense about the prince. Anyway, Xiao Jingyi wouldn't dare tell others that he was thrown into the abandoned graveyard afterward. Does she still care about her reputation? In the palace, Shun Liuli waited all day in Jingren Palace but received no news from Xiao Jingyi. She wasn't sure if it was because she took too much medicine during the day, but at night, she suddenly started coughing violently. Servant, water, water. I want to drink water. Shun Liuli weakly called out. But at this hour, who would bother with her? Suddenly, a shadow ran over quickly, helped her up, poured a cup of water, and handed it to her.
How are you?
Why are you like this? You still remember to come back. Shun Liuli saw who was coming and looked tough. She pushed away the stranger. A few days ago, Shun Liuli severely punished Wu Ming, and Wu Ming, angry, returned to Lengge Mountain. Lengge Mountain is also the stronghold of the prince's followers. When Wu Ming received news that Shun Liuli was imprisoned, he hurried over that night. I'm taking you away now. If we stay like this, you'll die here. Wu Ming looked at Shun Liuli's current state, feeling a bit distressed, and was reluctant to be angry with her anymore. I won't leave. I am the mistress of this harem. Where do you want me to go? To run away with you? I don't want to. I would rather die than leave. Since the day Shun Liuli entered the harem, she had already let go of her friendship with Wu Ming. Her eyes only saw power and wealth. Are you really unwilling to come with me? Shun Liuli's firm attitude deeply hurt Wu Ming's heart. He looked at her with pain in his eyes. That man wanted to take her life, yet she was unwilling to go with him. Is power and status really that important? All these years, he did so much for her. Can't she see that? If you truly care for me, help Ir become emperor. From now on, you can go wherever you want. I will not stop you. Shun Liuli dared not look into Wu Ming's eyes. She bet he couldn't give up his feelings for her. All right, this is the last time I help you. Wu Ming closed his eyes painfully, feeling miserable. He realized he was being foolish. He knew this woman only used him as a tool to chase power, but he still couldn't give up hope. He couldn't leave her behind. It's like a popular saying online, loyal to the end, but ends up with nothing. Seeing Shun Liuli's attitude towards Wu Ming, it was as if she already saw his final outcome. He really didn't understand what he was after. When Shun Liuli heard Wu Ming's reply, she slightly curled her lips in a subtle smile, unseen by him. All right, I also agree. Once things are done, I will set you free. I won't go back on my word. She knew this man couldn't let go of her, yet she didn't care about the despair in Wu Ming's eyes. Shun Liuli spoke the cruelest words, crushing genuine feelings into pieces, acting as if it was natural. It was truly disgusting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Prince Xiao Jingyi from the chaotic graveyard slowly woke up. He groggily rubbed his aching head and shouted, "Someone, light the lantern." After shouting for a while, no one responded. A cold wind blew past, accompanied by a bird's cry. Xiao Jingyi shivered suddenly, realizing something was wrong. Where was he? Xiao Jingyi, under the moonlight, reached out and touched the soft thing beneath him. When he looked, it was actually a human hand.
Ah,
What kind of place is this? Help, he shouted. He quickly crawled out of the pile of dead bodies, running wildly. The only response was his echo in the forest. He also disturbed a group of vultures that fed on dead flesh. Xiao Jingyi was very scared. These people were used to eating dead bodies, and now they probably didn't want to try something new. He quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. After a few steps, he stepped on a skeleton, lost his balance, and fell hard to the ground, landing face to face with a corpse. The corpse looked like it had been there for a while. The weather was hot, and maggots crawled all over it. Xiao Jingyi took a big bite of the rotten flesh. The smell was terrible. He couldn't help but loudly, wishing he could spit out all the bitter bile. Severe morning sickness was nothing compared to this. He kept running, feeling scared and nauseous, until he finally left the graveyard. It was not until dawn that Hao Jian found the exhausted Xiao Jingyi outside the city with a group of people. Yesterday, because Hao Jian kindly warned him, Xiao Jingyi thought Hao Jian looked down on him, so he deliberately kept him from following. Now he deeply regretted it. Your Highness, where did you go last night? It made us worry. Hao Jian looked at Xiao Jingyi with disgust. Xiao Jingyi appeared exhausted, with dull eyes, covered in dirt and stench, and his hair was messy like a chicken coop. It was no exaggeration to say he looked like he had crawled out of a beggar's pile. What? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Hearing Hao Jian's words, Xiao Jingyi felt like he had been stepped on and got angry immediately. He absolutely couldn't let anyone find out that he had been knocked out and left in the graveyard. If that got out, he would lose face. I dare not, Your Highness. Hao Jian knew Xiao Jingyi very well. His expression suggested something shameful had happened again. He didn't ask further and quickly ordered someone to bring the carriage. Xiao Jingyi got into the carriage, feeling relieved inside. He had been so frightened last night that his soul almost left his body. He was still a bit shaken. To avoid being seen in an awkward state, Xiao Jingyi entered the city and took a less crowded side road with Hao Jian. But the more he wanted to avoid trouble, the more trouble he encountered. Just then, Zhang He led a group of imperial guards over, looking for someone. After hearing Zhang Manman talk about what had happened last night, Zhang He immediately understood what was going on. He dared to make advances toward his daughter. Even the crown prince couldn't do it. Moreover, he was a nearly useless, almost broken crown prince. Whose carriage is that up ahead? Why is it sneaking around? Zhang He clearly recognized the crown prince's carriage. He was doing it on purpose. Knowing the crown prince hadn't returned all night, he deliberately waited here to catch him. Commander Zhang, are you on a mission? The carriage inside belongs to His Highness the Crown Prince. Please, be kind enough to let us pass, Hao Jian answered repeatedly. The Imperial Guard is not to be underestimated. Right now, the Crown Prince was in a bad state and had no face to meet people. Xiao Jingyi, inside the carriage, heard that the visitor was Zhang He and felt a bit guilty. He had just made a plan involving Zhang Manman yesterday, but now he was in this mess. If Zhang He saw how embarrassed he was, his plan to win over the Imperial Guard would be completely ruined. How could he explain to his mother and Xingua? Xiao Jingyi still thought about that failed plan, but he didn't consider how he ended up in the abandoned graveyard. Last night, several incidents of public kidnapping of women happened in the capital. I am currently tasked with catching the suspects. Since this carriage belongs to His Highness the Crown Prince, why are you taking a small path instead of the main road? Zhang He looked suspiciously at Hao Jian, clearly sensing something was off.
This.
Our Crown Prince. Hao Jian hesitated, unable to find a reasonable explanation. Hesitating and stammering. I see you're hiding something. Zhang He smiled slightly. He ordered someone to stop the carriage. How bold. How could His Highness the Crown Prince be the criminal? Can't you even recognize his voice? Fearing that others might see his awkward state, Xiao Jingyi quickly spoke up to prove he was the real Crown Prince. His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed very clever. The man leading the group last night not only sounded like the Crown Prince but also looked quite similar. For the safety of the capital, we have to temporarily inconvenience His Highness. Search him. Zhang He had set this trap for the Crown Prince last night. He wasn't just trying to scheme against his daughter. He wanted to turn the tables and use this trap to catch the Crown Prince, to discipline him and prevent him from having any more bad ideas. Xiao Jingyi definitely wouldn't admit that the man was himself. How dare you, Zhang He? I am here now, and no one is allowed to move. Xiao Jingyi knew he couldn't escape, so he stuck his head out and shouted angrily. Goodness, you wicked thief. Look at yourself. How dare you pretend to be the Crown Prince? Are you the Crown Prince? I might as well be the Heavenly King. Someone, arrest this man for me. Zhang He remained calm and firm, convinced that Xiao Jingyi was not the Crown Prince. Everyone also thought Xiao Jingyi looked nothing like the real Crown Prince. In the end, Xiao Jingyi was taken by Zhang He's men and brought before the emperor. Your Majesty, I have finally caught that wicked thief. Please do justice for me. Zhang He had planned a trap for Xiao Jingyi and had reported to the emperor early in the morning. The emperor then ordered the city to arrest the suspect. They caught him surprisingly quickly. Who dares to kneel here? Such boldness, stealing a common girl in broad daylight. Under the emperor's watch, such an incident was a serious insult. Let me go. Father Emperor, I am not a thief. They are framing me. Xiao Jingyi finally broke free and hurriedly explained his identity to the emperor. He was very afraid that the emperor, angry, might order him to be executed on the spot. Crown Prince?
What?
What is going on here? The emperor immediately recognized the man in front of him as the Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi. because Xiao Jingyi had a small red mole in the middle of his forehead. If it weren't for that old monk saying the mole was a sign of good fortune and would help protect the great empire of Daxia, he wouldn't have been so eager to make him crown prince. Now he deeply regretted it. Father, you should ask Commander Zhang. It was he who insisted on arresting me as a thief. Xiao Jingyi looked at Zhang He with hatred, wishing he could swallow him whole. Why, Your Highness? Are you really our crown prince? Zhang He looked shocked. His acting was as good as a movie star's. Humph, I already said it. I am not a thief. It's you who refuse to believe me. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive me. I truly did not recognize it was Your Highness because your outfit was so unusual. I was momentarily blinded and did not see clearly. I hope Your Highness will forgive my rashness. Zhang He's explanation sounded reasonable, so much so that even Xiao Jingyi couldn't argue back.
You.
Humph, Xiao Jingyi felt awkward. Right now, he looked nothing like a prince. Your Majesty, since it was all a misunderstanding, I will take my leave now. The real troublemaker has not been caught yet, and I am worried. Your Highness, I will personally come to apologize another day. Zhang He finished his work and then happily left with his men. Left alone, Xiao Jingyi was feeling confused and overwhelmed. His mind was racing. The emperor was naturally suspicious, and he didn't know how he would be questioned next. If his true purpose was exposed, he would be in serious trouble. Tell me, what did you do last night? Why do you look like this? The emperor looked at Xiao Jingyi with a serious face. He had taken away Shun Liuli's position as empress. On the surface, the duke's mansion and the crown prince seemed peaceful, but he didn't believe there were no small schemes involved. He also knew Xiao Jingyi's abilities and didn't pay much attention to it. He wondered what Xiao Jingyi was up to, making himself look so terrible. Father, it was all a misunderstanding. Last night, I was attacked by a group of men in black while I was with Miss Zhang from the Zhang family. I wanted to help, but I was knocked out. They thought I was with those men and threw me into the wilderness, which is why I look like this. At that time, the 9th Imperial Aunt was also there. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. The emperor could find out what really happened just by sending someone to investigate. Xiao Jingyi didn't dare to lie completely, so he told the story truthfully, mixing truth and falsehood. Anyway, those men had been silenced, so even if the emperor suspected him, there was no proof. Oh, Feng Qingyan was there too. Hearing Feng Qingyan's name, the emperor suddenly became interested and believed Xiao Jingyi's words a little more. Yes, it was the 9th Imperial Aunt who saved Miss Zhang. Xiao Jingyi quickly replied. Now, he felt a bit grateful to Feng Qingyan, as she could at least serve as a witness for him. Xiao Jingyi's thoughts are really beautiful. Isn't he afraid that Feng Qingyan might accidentally ruin the evidence? Oh, I see, the emperor nodded. Since Feng Qingyan treated his headache and blurred vision last time, those problems never came back. The emperor increasingly thinks Feng Qingyan is a treasure. Her medical skills are amazing. She has a good business mind, courage, wisdom, and even martial arts skills. She outshines the other concubines in the harem. If he could make Feng Qingyan his empress, he would not only have a beautiful wife, but she would also wholeheartedly help him with his health. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He even doesn't mind that she is no longer perfect and would give her all his love. But unfortunately, Feng Qingyan doesn't seem very interested in becoming empress. After all, Xiao Minji, though only a prince, holds as much power as he does as emperor. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He narrows his eyes and considers, what if Xiao Minji were gone? He had just recovered from his illness and was already scheming again. The emperor only knows he is unhappy with Xiao Minji, but he doesn't realize that the court has long been dissatisfied with him. Now that Xiao Minji's legs are fully healed, many old officials see hope for the great summer kingdom. They heard the emperor's health is poor and wish he would die sooner, so they can support Xiao Minji to take the throne. But Xiao Minji himself remains indifferent. Father, I have nothing more to say. I will take my leave now. Xiao Jingyi saw the emperor's face grow darker and felt nervous. The emperor has long been displeased with him, and he can't let Xiao Jingyi seize the chance to overthrow him as crown prince. Now is the time to leave. There's no better moment. Go now, go now. The emperor impatiently interrupted his half-made dream. He couldn't be bothered with Xiao Jingyi's affairs anymore. I'll take my leave. Xiao Jingyi finally sighed in relief. As soon as he stepped out, he attracted many gazes. Previously, Shen Liuli had been arrogant in the harem, relying on her status, and all the minor consorts and officials disliked her. Now that the empress has been dismissed and the crown prince involved in such a scandal, it's natural for people to come and watch the fun. She plans to find a chance to humiliate Shen Liuli. But they also dare not go too far, since the crown prince hasn't been dismissed yet. If one day the crown prince unexpectedly ascends the throne, they will be in trouble. After Xiao Jingyi left, the emperor called for Grand Wang. The emperor's dizziness and blurred vision have returned. Go to the 9th prince's residence and invite the 9th princess to come to the palace. The emperor, in front of Grand Wang, didn't bother to hide his laziness, since he thought he was among his own people. Wasn't the emperor just fine earlier? Grand Wang frowned and asked, wondering what the old emperor was up to this time. Stop the unnecessary talk. Just go and invite her. The emperor glared at Grand Wang fiercely. When did this dog dare to question his orders? I'll go right now. Grand Wang looked miserable. This task was really not a good one. He knew very well how unwilling Xiao Minji was to let Feng Qingyan enter the palace. He felt he was in a tough spot. But he couldn't disobey the emperor's command. So, Grand Wang had no choice but to go to the 9th prince's residence. As soon as he entered, before he could speak, Xiao Minji's sharp gaze shot over. Why did the emperor call you here again? His eyes fixed on Grand Wang, who felt overwhelmed. What was he supposed to say? Reporting to the 9th prince, the emperor suddenly had a headache and summoned the 9th princess to the palace for a consultation. Grand Wang avoided eye contact, feeling guilty. I want to hear the truth. Xiao Minji slammed the table. Does the emperor still think Feng Qingyan is his personal doctor? Does the emperor think he's too easy to talk to, so he keeps pushing his luck? Please stay calm, Your Highness. The emperor was actually fine earlier this morning. Maybe he was upset by the crown prince later. To save his own skin, Grand Wang had to shift the blame onto Xiao Jingyi. He roughly explained what had happened in the palace. What is Xiao Jingyi up to now? Xiao Minji immediately sensed there was a problem. Shen Liuli and the duke's estate are plotting against the imperial guard again. They set a trap for Zhang He's daughter, planning to make Xiao Jingyi a hero to save her. But I happened to catch them. I heard Xiao Jingyi slept last night in the abandoned graveyard. Feng Qingyan, standing nearby, added with a smile. Feng Qingyan naturally knew more details than Grand Wang and explained the whole story to Xiao Minji. It seemed that Zhang Manman was also a clever and interesting person. She surprisingly knew that Xiao Jingyi was the crown prince, but still abandoned him in the mass grave. Now I see. It's a pity their plans didn't work out. Xiao Minji chuckled softly. Before Xiao Jingyi and the others could understand the situation, they acted hastily. It was unclear what they were thinking. Is Zhang He one of your people? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Minji. His expression seemed to say everything. Xiao Minji glanced at the old man and smiled lightly. These two really didn't hide anything from the old man. He was still a favored person close to the emperor. The old man wished he could be deaf and hear nothing. Sometimes knowing too much could be dangerous. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji spoke so openly in front of him, showing they didn't take the emperor seriously. Especially not him. This makes it even more interesting. I think I should go see the old man, Feng Qingyan said with a look of sympathy toward the old man, seeing how uncomfortable he looked. From the old man's words, it seemed the emperor still didn't know Xiao Jingyi's plan from yesterday. Why shouldn't she remind him? Letting Xiao Jingyi escape so easily would be too kind to him. Thank you, 9th princess, for your understanding. I'll wait outside now. When you're ready, call the servants, the old man said happily. He was worried that Xiao Minji might be displeased later and cause trouble, then run away quickly. At least he had completed this task. If he hadn't invited Feng Qingyan, he might not have lost his life, but he would definitely get punished, as the emperor was used to having him serve. "Are you really going into the palace, princess?" Xiao Minji looked up at Feng Qingyan, clearly not wanting her to go. "I'm really going. I'm just taking some gifts to Xiao Jingyi. You don't need to come," Feng Qingyan replied before he could speak. She wanted to pretend she was unintentionally exposing Xiao Jingyi, so it wouldn't be convenient for Xiao Minji to go with her. "That won't do. How can I be at ease letting you go alone into the palace?" Xiao Minji said, knowing Feng Qingyan was powerful and that the emperor couldn't do much to her. Still, he wanted to see her safe with his own eyes to feel at ease. The empress is now deposed and imprisoned in Jingren Palace. The emperor's life is also in my hands. What else do you have to worry about? Feng Qingyan was speechless. Since getting married, she found that Xiao Minji had become very clingy. Whenever there was no important matter, he liked to stay close to her. She used to worry he might take many wives, but now, if any woman got too close, he would avoid her like a snake. Especially now that his leg was healed, some women still tried to get close to him. Xiao Minji was afraid Feng Qingyan would be angry or misunderstand, so he made sure those women had bad endings. He also liked to complain to Feng Qingyan, saying those women were really annoying. "Feng Qingyan, I am also a woman. Xiao Minji, how can they compare to the princess?" It was clearly double standards. But what if? Xiao Minji still wanted to argue. "No, what if, and no maybe. Don't worry. I promise I will come back safe and sound." Feng Qingyan didn't give Xiao Minji a chance to speak and went straight out to find Grand Tutor Wang. Seeing her insistence, Xiao Minji could only compromise. In the end, he reluctantly let Mu Yun go with her. He also asked him to inform the palace staff, just in case. Feng Qingyan followed Grand Tutor Wang to the palace. The emperor naturally couldn't act as if nothing was wrong and started pretending again. Feng Qingyan knew the emperor was pretending to be sick, but she followed the usual routine, checking his pulse first and then giving acupuncture. This time, it wasn't to treat a headache or blurry vision but to make him truly suffer from a headache and dizziness. At first, the emperor enjoyed Feng Qingyan's service and even started imagining that if she became his empress, she would serve him every day. But gradually, a sharp pain began to shoot through his head. Qingyan, why does my head suddenly hurt so badly? My eyes are also blurry." The emperor was no longer pretending. He was genuinely in pain. He couldn't see clearly anymore, just like during his last illness. Grand Tutor Wang said that the emperor argued with the crown prince this morning, which might have worsened his condition. Feng Qingyan said, increasing the pressure of her treatment. If he liked pretending to be sick to bother her, then let's see who would really be bothered. After learning from the last lesson, and this time as well, he dared not pretend to be sick again. "It hurts, it hurts. Qingyan, please help me relieve this headache. It's really severe." The emperor looked pained. Why did pretending to be sick turn into real pain again, just like last time? Feng Qingyan looked disgusted. As a noble ruler, he was crying out over such a small pain. It was really embarrassing. "The matter with the crown prince is just a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please don't be angry again. Look at how upset you are. You're only hurting yourself. I was also there yesterday, and maybe because of the chaos, Miss Zhang didn't recognize the crown prince and thought he was with those people. After all, the crown prince was acting suspiciously, which made people doubt him." Feng Qingyan didn't forget her purpose for entering the palace and started her clever talking again. "With those people?" The emperor frowned slightly. He hadn't thought about this earlier in the morning. "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Do you think the emperor believes the crown prince is secretly in love with Miss Zhang and is staging a drama to save her?" Feng Qingyan joked with the emperor. There's a saying, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it seriously. How could the emperor not think more after hearing her words? Miss Zhang Manman was the daughter of General Zhang He, the leader of the Imperial Guard. If the crown prince was involved with Zhang He, his safety in the imperial city could be threatened. No wonder the emperor dismissed the empress and didn't react much to the Eastern Palace and the duke's residence. It turned out they were secretly plotting something. They even targeted the Imperial Guard. How bold and reckless. This is outrageous. The emperor grew angrier the more he thought about it. Was the crown prince's faction planning a rebellion? Did they think he was easy to deal with? Your Majesty, what's wrong? You mustn't get too excited. Be careful, or this illness might get worse. Feng Qingyan took the opportunity to poke a few more needles into the emperor's head. This pain wouldn't kill him. The emperor was sweating on his forehead from the pain and quickly tried to calm himself down. He couldn't let himself get too upset over that scoundrel. It seemed that if he didn't teach him a lesson, the prince wouldn't realize his own strength. The reason the emperor hadn't abolished him was not only because of the duke's estate, but also because Xiao Jingyi had another purpose. He is in his prime and naturally doesn't want to abdicate so early. Letting a useless person become crown prince is better than appointing someone more ambitious and threatening. But he didn't expect this sudden illness to make his hair turn gray from worry. In recent days, the emperor pretended to be fine during the day, but at night, he was terrified of dying when he thought about his illness. This made him even more determined to get Feng Qingyan, so she would wholeheartedly help him cure his sickness. Does the emperor feel better now? Feng Qingyan saw that the moment was right and stopped her treatment. I'm feeling better. Ninth prince's marriage to you is truly lucky. It's a pity I don't have such good luck. After all this fuss, the emperor lay weakly on his bed, speaking bitter words. It was obvious he was saying this on purpose for Feng Qingyan to hear. Feng Qingyan almost laughed. You have 3,000 beauties in your harem and still aren't satisfied. Someone like you, in modern times, would find it hard to find a wife. The emperor is the ruler of the 9 heavens. His luck is unmatched. If anyone dares to offend him in the future, he should be punished. No more anger. Feng Qingyan paid no attention to what the emperor said and quietly changed the subject. She hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming and subtly reminded the emperor. I understand. The emperor's expression darkened. He would never forgive the prince for this trouble. Then rest well, Your Majesty, and take care of your health. I will take my leave now. Feng Qingyan smiled softly. She feared that the emperor's anger would be directed entirely at Xiao Jingyi. Not long after Feng Qingyan left, the emperor issued an imperial decree, sending Lord Li to the Eastern Palace. He also wrote 2 secret letters, sending his personal bodyguards to Bailiang and Nanue respectively. It looked like something big was about to happen. In the Eastern Palace, Xiao Jingyi was worried about how to solve Zhang Manman's problem when he heard Wang Gonggong's voice outside. Imperial decree arriving. Crown Prince Xiao Jingyi, come receive it. Hearing about the decree, Xiao Jingyi felt uneasy. Could the emperor have discovered something? Could he be planning to remove him as crown prince? Nervously, Xiao Jingyi knelt on the ground, waiting to receive the decree. By imperial decree, the emperor announced, the will of heaven has been accepted. The crown prince, Xiao Jingyi, is gentle and polite. This year, with no heir in the palace, I hereby grant marriage to Shi Xiangxiang, daughter of the Minister of Justice, Shi Zhongxian, to be the crown princess. Additionally, I bestow Sun Xiaoyi, the execution officer, daughter Sun Yingying, as a side consort. They will marry today. So decreed. Because the emperor issued the order in a hurry and looked very displeased, Grand Wang did not know the contents beforehand. When he read the decree, he was so excited he almost burst out laughing. Thinking about what Feng Qingyan had told the emperor, Grand Wang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The emperor's way of thinking is truly unique.
Marry
today, Xiao Jingyi was stunned. He was originally happy because the decree was not for a rejected prince, but now the emperor's marriage orders were extremely unusual. The Minister of Justice, Shi Zhongxian, held a third-rank official position, which was not very low. However, in this dynasty, his role was mainly to carry out punishments. At first glance, it seemed important, but in reality, he had no real power. Even the palace ladies had no authority to punish. In simple terms, Shi Zhongxian was just the head of those who punished palace maids and eunuchs who made mistakes. And that was not all. It was said that the Ministry of Justice often used force to extract confessions. Shi Zhongxian frequently whipped lower servants in the palace and was cursed and insulted by many. His eldest daughter, Xiang, was born with a face covered in black patches, extremely ugly, like a demon from. Many people said that he was cursed and that the curse was effective. As for Sun Xiaoyi, the execution officer, his official title sounded impressive, but he was just the person who announced executions at the gates of the palace. Outsiders said that Sun Xiaoyi often killed people and was filled with negative energy. This was why his only daughter, Sun Yingying, was born mentally slow and often acted strangely. Xiao Jingyi knew all these things, and his expression was hard to describe. Could he refuse the order? Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please accept the decree. Grand Wang looked at Xiao Jingyi with a forced smile. This was such a great blessing. How could Xiao Jingyi accept it? Of course, Xiao Jingyi was not willing to refuse the order. The decree came suddenly, and Shun Liuli was also imprisoned in Jingren Palace. At that moment, he had no one to discuss with. Xiao Jingyi was feeling very desperate, but Minister of Justice Shi Zhongxian and the executioner Sun Xiaoyi received an imperial decree, as if they had won the lottery. Such good news was actually falling into their laps. They couldn't help but bow their heads deeply toward the palace several times. Just as Feng Qingyan left the palace, she saw the carriage from the 9th prince's residence waiting outside. As soon as she got on the carriage, she saw Xiao Minji inside, drinking tea. Most of the tea was already gone. Clearly, he had been waiting for a while. Everyone said he wasn't supposed to follow her, but he still came anyway. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? I came to pick up Yenner. I wasn't following you. Did the emperor cause any trouble again? Xiao Minji smiled and pulled her into his arms, affectionately asking, You know the emperor's little tricks well enough. I didn't give him a chance to do anything. Feng Qingyan smiled and replied, I knew you were the best, Yenner. Xiao Minji couldn't help but kiss Feng Qingyan's cheek, and his hands, holding her small hand, became restless. This is the carriage. Mu Qing is outside. Don't do anything inappropriate. Feng Qingyan noticed Xiao Minji's actions and pushed him away. So, I can do whatever I want when we get back to the 9th prince's residence? Xiao Minji grinned mischievously. Can't he have a little shame? He's always up to no good. Late at night, Shun Liuli finally received news.
What?
How could this happen? Why would the emperor suddenly grant Xiao Jingyi a marriage? Shun Liuli frowned deeply after hearing about the 2 women the emperor chose for Xiao Jingyi. Is the emperor crazy? Is he not concerned about the royal reputation? Failing to steal the chicken, losing the rice. Instead of saving the beauty, he was played by others. Who can be blamed? Wuming was increasingly disappointed in Shun Liuli. One day, she would push herself into a dead end. You know the whole story. Why didn't you help Xiao Jingyi? Shun Liuli was slightly dissatisfied. Has Wuming ever treated her like this before? Did anyone tell me about your plan? When did you start considering me one of your own? Wuming sneered. The empress wanted to say more, but she no longer had the confidence. Her current situation made it clear that Xiao Jingyi was an incapable person, and the duke's residence still needed to protect itself. In this difficult time, Wuming could still be useful to her, so she didn't dare to be too reckless. Shun Liuli thought for a long time but couldn't find a solution, and she became very anxious. Wuming saw this and felt calmer than usual. Finally, Shun Liuli couldn't hold on any longer and asked Wuming to leave. She lay on the bed, staring at the dark, cold Jingren Palace, with no energy at all. It seemed that if nothing else worked, they could only take that risky step. The next day, Xiao Jingyi had no choice but to marry Shi Xiangxiang and Zhang Yingying, despite feeling reluctant. Since everything was so rushed, there was no time to prepare for the wedding, and Xiao Jingyi had no interest in planning it. However, the emperor, wanting to show his love for his son, insisted on decorating the Eastern Palace festively, making it look very lively. Even more, he ordered officials to congratulate the crown prince on his wedding. Xiao Jingyi's face looked extremely gloomy, as if he had lost a close family member. No. This wouldn't be appropriate to say about Xiao Jingyi. Right now, he wished his father would just disappear. He would be happy to set off firecrackers and hold a 3-day banquet. Getting sidetracked, back to the main topic. On his wedding night, facing either an ugly person or a fool, choosing one was really difficult. To make things worse, the emperor specifically sent people to supervise him, forcing him to spend the night with a beautiful woman. In the end, Xiao Jingyi had no choice but to pick Sun Yingying. Sun Yingying was a bit crazy, but at least her face was somewhat tolerable. However, he never expected that the crown princess, Shi Xiangxiang, would refuse to accept this. On the first day of the wedding, how could the crown prince favor his concubine over his wife? She stormed into Shi Xiangxiang's courtyard, causing chaos, and dragged Xiao Jingyi into her own room. Xiao Jingyi, already lacking confidence, nearly fainted when he saw Shi Xiangxiang's face. It was truly an unforgettable wedding night. That day, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had just finished breakfast when Zhang Manman, carrying heavy gifts, arrived at the 9th prince's residence with silver frost. Princess Zhang Manman, daughter of Zhang Hezhi, is outside seeking an audience. Would you like to see her? Mu Qing received the message from the gatekeeper and reported it to Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. How did she come here? Who else came with her? Feng Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly as she asked. Zhang Manman hired a simple carriage, dressed plainly, and only brought a maid. Mu Qing quickly understood Feng Qingyan's meaning. Zhang Manman is Zhang He's daughter. If she arrived at the 9th prince's residence in a grand way, she might be seen and cause gossip. If the news reached the emperor, it could lead to more trouble. Zhang He has been hiding for many years, and he might be exhausted. All right, invite her into the main hall. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji with approval. No wonder he carefully chose her. The daughter he raised is quite good. As far as she knows, Zhang He has been the leader of the Imperial Forest Army for some years. He has kept a low profile. Zhang Manman entered the hall, and soon Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji came in. Greetings, 9th prince and 9th princess. Zhang Manman and Yin Shuang hurried to bow. Stand up, sit down. Feng Qingyan is always easygoing. When she first met Zhang Manman, she thought she was an interesting person. Now, her manner has made her even more appreciative. Thank you, 9th prince and 9th princess. I was saved by the 9th princess that day. My father sent me here to thank you. Please accept this small gift. Zhang Manman took out a delicate box from her sleeve. Inside was a string of bright-colored dongju beads. Feng Qingyan, having been a jewelry maker for a long time, naturally knew about rare jewels from Daxia. The beads Zhang Manman brought were not from Daxia but from Donglin, a place famous for dongju, and they were top quality. It shows that Zhang Durun is quite generous. But Zhang Manman is his only precious daughter, and he is also part of Xiao Minji's people. That makes sense. Lord Zhang, you are too generous. I only did a small favor. Feng Qingyan was simply helping out of kindness. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be someone she knew. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope the princess won't mind. Zhang Manman behaved modestly, showing the grace of a noble lady, not like someone from a military family. Then I will accept it. Feng Qingyan glanced at Xiao Minji and was not polite. She really liked the string of dongju beads. In the future, her shop could also make some jewelry for the royal family, which would surely be very popular. At that moment, Mu Qing suddenly walked in and whispered something into Xiao Minji's ear. Xiao Minji turned to Feng Qingyan and said, "You two can chat. I have some official matters to handle. If there's anything else, the princess can decide herself or ask Mu Qing to inform me." He mainly came along with Feng Qingyan because he thought Zhang He might have sent a message through Zhang Manman. But whatever the matter is, telling Feng Qingyan is the same. He trusts her ability. All right, go ahead and do your work. Call me if you need anything. Feng Qingyan nodded with a smile and watched him leave. The 9th princess and 9th prince are really a perfect match, talented and beautiful, just made for each other. Zhang Manman praised with envy, without any flattery. She believed she had some charm too. Xiao Minji kept his eyes on Feng Qingyan from the moment he entered until he left, not even glancing at her. When he left earlier, he was very attentive and caring towards Feng Qingyan, showing great trust. Of course, her feelings weren't out of jealousy or any other motive. She just thought that Xiao Minji, as a prince, was completely focused on Feng Qingyan, holding her close to his heart. This kind of love was truly enviable. Miss Zhang, you're flattering me. I heard that the day you let the crown prince's people throw him into the mass grave, Feng Qingyan knew Zhang he was on her side, so she didn't hide anything when talking to Zhang Manman.
Well,
He wouldn't dare tell outsiders about this. His mind isn't right, and he needs to suffer a bit. When Feng Qingyan exposed her, Zhang Manman felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. After all, she was a woman, and her lively personality might be hard for some people to accept. Most importantly, it often caused trouble. Because of this, Zhang, he also had many headaches. He's the crown prince. Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. He's still trying to flatter my father, so he definitely won't do anything to me. Besides, he probably thought I didn't recognize him that day. With his proud nature, he wouldn't admit it, especially since what he did isn't something he can show openly. Seeing that Feng Qingyan wasn't the type to care about small details, Zhang Manman began to reveal her true nature. That is true, Feng Qingyan said with a smile of approval. This woman indeed has some cleverness and courage. Ordinary women wouldn't dare to do such things to the noble crown prince. Zhang Manman chatted happily with Feng Qingyan, and they got along very well. Since the first time Feng Qingyan saw her, she thought this girl was very interesting. Her lively personality fits the image of a modern woman. Most women in ancient times depended on men, were confined to the inner chambers, and fought over a man, living like resentful wives. Before leaving, Zhang Manman told Feng Qingyan about her father's instructions. She also saw that in the 9th prince's residence, Feng Qingyan was the one in charge. Feng Qingyan sent Zhang Manman away, and Xiao Minji also came out of the study, looking unhappy. What's wrong? Did something happen? She asked worriedly. Since knowing Xiao Minji, this was the first time she saw him so serious. Bailiang has stationed 300,000 troops at the border, and there might be another war in the northwest, he said with a complex expression. Are you going to the northwest? Feng Qingyan quickly understood Xiao Minji's concern in his eyes. Bailiang has been eyeing the northwest closely in recent years, constantly harassing us. Since I returned to the capital due to my leg injury, their actions have worsened. They seem to be fully prepared this time. The soldiers in the northwest are my brothers who share life and death with me. The northwest is already suffering, and I can't abandon them. Xiao Minji's face was full of anger. The emperor had betrayed him, yet he was not this angry. But the emperor, for his own desires, disregarded the soldiers' lives and even colluded with enemies, trampling on the great Xia.
how could he tolerate that?
Xiao Minji was a legendary warrior with many achievements, rarely losing a battle. Naturally, he was not afraid of war. He used to be alone, it didn't matter where he was. But now he has a family, and Feng Qingyan's place is his home. The emperor's treachery towards Feng Qingyan still lingered. How could he leave peacefully? Xiao Minji faintly felt that this incident in the northwest might also be related to the emperor. National prosperity and decline are everyone's responsibility. Your Highness, go with peace of mind. The prince cares deeply about the country and the people, considering it his duty to serve the world. This is a blessing for the soldiers and the people of Great Xia. Feng Qingyan understands what Xiao Minji is worried about. In the face of national duty, personal feelings must be put aside for now. Moreover, she has never been his weakness. She is his armor. But how can I be sure to leave you alone in the capital? Xiao Minji looks pained, showing how difficult he finds this decision. He faces a choice between his beloved wife and his sworn brother, with whom he shares life and death. Feng Qingyan slightly frowns. They just got married not long ago and now face separation, which no one wants to accept. Let's go to the general's residence first. I want to hear what my grandfather thinks. Feng Qingyan has already made her decision internally, but the situation at the general's house might be complicated. Xiao Minji nods. Right now, if he leaves, the general's residence is Feng Qingyan's biggest support. If there is no other choice, he might have to entrust Feng Qingyan to Feng Biting. As they arrive at the gate of the general's residence, they meet Feng Yin rushing out. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Feng Qingyan asks quickly. Older sister, Prince, you're just in time. I was about to find you. Come inside, and let's talk, Feng Yin says urgently, leading them into the house. Feng Biding is busy packing, seemingly preparing to leave for a long trip. Grandfather, what are you planning to do with all these things? Feng Qingyan asks with doubt. Why are you here so soon? Sit in the main hall. I'll tell you everything slowly, Feng Biding replies. They all gather in the main hall. Feng Biding takes out the imperial decree. The emperor has appointed me as the guardian general and ordered me to go immediately to the southern border of Manhwa to resist foreign invaders, he says slowly.
What?
Manhwa is also in chaos? The emperor wants you to go to the southern border? You're almost 70 years old. Isn't there a younger, stronger general in Great Xia? Feng Qingyan is furious. Does this foolish emperor only think of himself? Is he crazy? The emperor said, I am most familiar with the Feng family army. Having fought many battles, I understand Nanyue's situation best, Feng Biding sighs. He is never afraid of battle or sacrifice. Despite serving the Great Xia faithfully and protecting the southern border for many years, the emperor, out of suspicion, has done something to betray loyal subjects. He truly is worse than an animal. How can he expect loyalty from such a ruler? I really wish I could kill him right now. Emperor, he does nothing all day but cause trouble. Grandfather, can't you refuse this task? Feng Biding is old now and normally he wouldn't be sent to the battlefield. If he really didn't want to go, he had some options. Grandfather is worried about the Feng army. If he doesn't go, the emperor might attack them. I can go instead. A few days ago, I exchanged letters with Feng Lin. The southern border is quite peaceful, and the emperor's actions seem like he's deliberately trying to make me leave the capital. Now that Feng Qingyan has Xiao Minji by her side, Feng Biding has fewer worries. He feels it's better to go to the southern border himself for peace of mind. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchange a glance, and it seems their worries are justified. Grandfather, I just received news that Bailiang is stationing troops at the border. There might be a battle in the northwest, so I need to go there too. Xiao Minji looks at Feng Biding and speaks. They exchange a look and both turn to Feng Qingyan. So, is the emperor's real goal Qingyan? That old man, I will go and cut off his head right now. What does Feng Biding not understand? Having such a corrupt emperor in Great Xia is truly a great misfortune. He is instantly overwhelmed with anger, about to leave and head to the palace. He hates the emperor deeply and has thought about killing him many times. Now Feng Qingyan is his weakness. The wicked emperor is targeting her, and even if it means his own death, he will not let him succeed. Grandfather, you must not act rashly. Now is not the time. Feng Qingyan quickly stops him. Seeing Feng Biding like this, Feng Qingyan's eyes turn red instantly. As a seasoned general with courage and wisdom, calmness is his basic trait. But just hearing that the emperor has evil plans for her, he immediately loses his reason. It shows how important Feng Qingyan is to him. Qingyan, if both the prince and grandfather leave, what should we do? Feng Biding, after hearing Feng Qingyan, finally regains some of his senses. If they all leave, Feng Qingyan will be alone in the capital, and the treacherous emperor still doesn't know what he might do next. How can they be at ease? Grandfather, don't worry too much. We came here to discuss this matter with you. Feng Qingyan quickly comforted him. Even if everyone leaves, with her skills, the emperor can't do much to her. She might just need to be careful when dealing with him. They discussed in the house for a long time and finally reached an agreement. They found a workable plan. The next day, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji went to see off Feng Biding at the general's residence. Grandfather, you must take good care of your health, they said. Parting is always sad. Feng Biding was leaving, and they didn't know when he would return. Feng Qingyan felt very reluctant to part with him. Foolish girl, don't worry. With Feng Yin here, are you still worried? Grandfather's health is good because of your care.
Don't you know that? He said.
Feng Biding looked at Feng Qingyan, feeling just as reluctant. Feng Qingyan was worried about Feng biting, so she also asked Feng Yin to go with him to the southern border. As the future heir of the Feng family, he took this chance to train on the battlefield. They didn't know if there would be danger on the way, or if the emperor would cause trouble. Feng Qingyan was not worried. She was just being honest. "Big sister, don't worry. I will take good care of grandfather," Feng Yin said, with slightly red eyes, feeling very reluctant to leave Feng Qingyan. To reassure her, he straightened his back. The Feng family still depended on him in the future, so he had to become stronger. No matter how reluctant they were, Feng Biting and Feng Yin could only say goodbye to Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. Watching Feng Biting and Feng Yin's figures disappear into the distance, Feng Qingyan was still in shock and couldn't believe they had left. "Don't worry. I sent a team of elite secret guards to grandfather. They will definitely arrive safely in the southern border." Xiao Minji gently hugged Feng Qingyan to comfort her. Once they reach the southern border, it will be Feng family's territory, so there's nothing to worry about. Feng Qingyan leaned into Xiao Minji's arms, feeling very comforted. Xiao Minji always considers her feelings. Besides sending people to Feng Biting, Feng Qingyan also asked Luo Tian to lead a group of Feng guards to follow closely behind. She also had them bring a batch of modern weapons, just in case a war broke out, so they would be prepared. After Feng Biling left, the emperor in the palace received the news. The emperor looked very proud. Next, it would be Xiao Minji's turn to leave. Since both of them had gone, wasn't Feng Qingyan still in his hands? Black Gold, go immediately to the northwest and contact the second prince of Bailiang. Make sure he is aware of the situation there. The second prince of Bailiang, Liang Wenjie, and Xiao Minji were sworn enemies. They had fought many times, and Xiao Minji had never lost. The only time Xiao Minji was badly injured was because the emperor secretly caused it. Their rivalry was well known. In the past 2 years, Xiao Minji's leg was injured, and the border was quiet. But now, if he found out Xiao Minji's leg was healed, he wouldn't sit still. Black Gold quickly received the order. He was the emperor's close aide, and rarely appeared outside. It seemed the emperor was planning something big this time. "Xiao Minji, your time is almost up." The emperor's eyes narrowed, and he smiled slyly. After 2 more days, the situation in the northwest became more tense. Xiao Minji couldn't wait any longer. Feng Qingyan also started packing his things, preparing to send him off. "Wear this close to your body. It can block all weapons." She specially took out a bulletproof vest she designed from her space and personally helped Xiao Minji put it on. This vest was made of special materials, not only bulletproof, but also able to block all sharp weapons. Xiao Minji's journey ahead was even more dangerous than Feng Bailing's. Not only the emperor, but also the crown prince's faction harbored hatred for Xiao Minji. They all wanted to get rid of him quickly. Assassination was inevitable on this journey. Besides the bulletproof vest, Feng Qingyan also gave him a pistol to carry for self-defense. Additionally, she prepared several boxes of bombs for Mu Qing and others. No matter how reckless those people were, they couldn't withstand the power of bombs. "I won't be with you, so you must protect yourself. Nothing is more important than your safety. I've asked Mu Yun to stay and bring people to protect you fully. No matter what, always put your safety first." Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with deep affection and pulled her into his arms. At this moment, he wished she could be like an ordinary woman, less independent, less strong. Even now, she still cares about him wholeheartedly. "Got it. How many times do I have to tell you?" Feng Qingyan feels a bit helpless. It's like they're facing life and death situations.
Why?
He knows the truth. Never mind, I won't argue with him. Feng Qingyan tidies things up for him and sees him off to the camp outside the city. Mu Qing has already checked the soldiers going northwest with Xiao Minji. Since the northwest is Xiao Minji's territory, the emperor never interferes with the wars there. Not causing trouble is already good enough. Expecting him to send troops or supplies, that's just a dream. Parting ways after a long journey is inevitable. Feng Qingyan reluctantly waves goodbye to Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji keeps looking back, watching her figure from afar. When he can no longer see the main troop, he finally musters his courage and rushes away. Feng Qingyan also watches Xiao Minji's back, lost in thought for a long time. Miss, let's go back. Spring Peach looks at Feng Qingyan with concern. In just a few days, she has faced 2 separations from loved ones. She knows her lady must be very sad. Yeah, let's go back. Feng Qingyan glances at the people in the shadows nearby and smirks disdainfully. Isn't the emperor eager to see this scene? She definitely plans to give him a full show. When the emperor received news that Xiao Minji had set out for the northwest, he was very excited, wishing he could summon Feng Qingyan to the palace immediately. But he can't be too hasty. Once Xiao Minji is far away and busy, he can act then. After 2 days of waiting, the emperor finally can't hold back and summons Feng Qingyan to the palace. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell again today? Feng Qingyan asks with concern, her voice gentle. Seeing her caring attitude, the emperor's mood lifts instantly. I'm not sick today, but I am a bit tired. How about you give me a massage? The emperor, having pretended to be ill twice and it turning real, doesn't dare to do that again. Maybe he thinks Feng Qingyan's attitude has changed today, becoming bolder, and she even asks directly for such an impolite favor. Feng Qingyan was not angry. Instead, she quickly stepped forward, eager to help the emperor. Then, please give me a foot massage first. The emperor was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Today, Feng Qingyan seemed like a different person, obedient and attentive, which greatly satisfied his desire to feel in control. When Feng Qingyan heard the emperor wanted a foot massage, she immediately ran over happily and started massaging his feet. Your Majesty, is this pressure okay? While massaging, she kindly asked the emperor. She looked very obedient and sweet. Good, very good. Now, give me a shoulder massage. The emperor looked so pleased, smiling with his eyes almost closed. If he knew Feng Qingyan was so obedient after leaving Feng Biting and Xiao Minji, he would have done this much earlier. He wondered if Xiao Minji, knowing how Feng Qingyan was now, would be so angry he might faint. Right now, the emperor felt very happy inside. But he was dreaming too much. Did Feng Qingyan really listen to him and do whatever he asked? What was going on? It all started after Xiao Minji left. Feng Qingyan knew that once Xiao Minji was gone, the emperor wouldn't be so well behaved. So, a few days ago, she specially asked someone to buy a clever girl from the Red Pavilion named Manhwa. When Manhwa was brought before Feng Qingyan, she felt like her good luck had finally come. Thank you, 9th Princess, for redeeming me. I will repay you someday, whether as a servant or in other ways. If you want to learn some private skills, feel free to ask me. I have plenty of tricks to make a man feel ecstatic. She quickly bowed to thank her. It was impressive that the noble 9th Princess would redeem her. She must have had a purpose. She only knew some tricks to please men, so she guessed the 9th Princess wanted to win the favor of the 9th Prince and learn some wild techniques. After all, many men liked that kind of thing. Hearing Manhwa's words, Feng Qingyan blushed. Sure enough, she was from a brothel. Her thoughts were quite open. Luckily, Xiao Minji had already left and wasn't here. If he found out, who knew what he would think? She doesn't want to learn all that messy stuff. Her lower back is already suffering every day. If she learns something special, with Xiao Mingya's strong energy, her back might be ruined. Feng Qingyan steadied her mind and looked at Manhwa. I don't need you to work like a beast for me. Just follow my orders. Of course, she wouldn't help a courtesan redeem herself without a reason. She had her own purpose. I am now the 9th Prince's wife. Please follow my instructions. I am willing to face any danger for you. People say the 9th Princess is skilled in medicine and kind-hearted. Manhwa was quite clever and thought it was definitely right to follow her. She quickly showed her loyalty. Do you want to get rid of the freckles on your face? Feng Qingyan examined Manhwa. She had a good figure, but her looks were only average, and she had some black freckles on her face that couldn't be fully covered with rouge or powder. This greatly affected her overall appearance. Many people who visited the Red Pavilion came mainly because of her figure. Men are animals who think with their lower parts. They believe that as long as the lights are off, everything is the same. But with a good figure, the experience is naturally better. Yes, I want to. Meinong quickly nodded. Her foundation was actually good. It was just the freckles that affected her image. Once she regained her beauty, she wouldn't have to look at those disgusting men's faces anymore. With her skills, after a makeover, she would definitely find a high-ranking official or noble to marry. The princess can help you remove the freckles now and restore your beauty. But after that, you must do something for me. Treating her freckles was simple. Just laser removal and applying her special medicine would cure her completely. Please tell me, ninth princess. She was willing to do not just one thing but 10 or even 100 things for her. Do you want to enter the palace and become a concubine to gain the emperor's favor? Feng Qingyan saw that Meinong was very ambitious. Enter the palace? Become a concubine? Meinong guessed that Feng Qingyan might want her to serve someone, but she didn't expect it to be the emperor. She was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. What kind of good luck was this? That's right. I, the princess, need you to pretend to be me for a month. During this time, as long as you follow my instructions, the emperor might make you a consort. Then you will enjoy endless wealth and honor. Are you willing? Feng Qingyan knows the emperor well. He is foolish, incompetent, and very lustful. Her hope for him was just a regret from the past when she couldn't have him. So, she decided to help her fulfill this wish. I am willing, of course. As long as I can serve the emperor in the palace, I will do whatever the princess asks. Meinong is willing 1,000 times over. Getting the emperor's favor means she could become a noble lady in the harem, or even the mother of the nation. Just thinking about it makes her feel happy. But serving a man is very different from serving an emperor. Don't get too excited yet. Entering the palace isn't as easy as you think. Before you go in, I will disguise you to look like the princess. Only then will you have a chance to meet and get close to the emperor. Winning his favor depends on your own skills. The beauty mask I give you will last for a month. After that, you will return to your original appearance. Whether the emperor continues to favor you depends on your luck. You should understand the consequences of this. If you change your mind now, I won't force you. Feng Qingyan told Meinong everything openly. As for whether she goes or not, it's her own choice. I understand, I am willing. Meinong slightly frowned. Disguising herself as Feng Qingyan is a serious crime. Deceiving the emperor could cost her life. But this is such a great opportunity. How could Meinong be willing to miss it? Moreover, if she regains her looks, men are just men. She has plenty of experience. Why worry about not gaining the emperor's favor? So, now, in front of the emperor, the one massaging his legs and obeying his commands is actually Meinong, who was redeemed from the Red Pavilion by Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan used disguise magic to make Meinong look like her, and left her some pills. On the surface, these pills seem to cure the emperor's illness. They work immediately. But that's just a surface illusion. In fact, they accelerate the emperor's internal illness. Even if the emperor falls ill, Meinong has ways to handle it. As for the real Feng Qingyan, she has already set out to chase Xiao Minji and the main army. By the time the emperor noticed any signs of trouble, they had already reached the northwest territory. Additionally, Feng Qingyan also asked Mu Qing to bring Chun Tao out of the ninth prince's residence. Feng Bailing and Feng Yin went to the southern border, so almost no one from their group was left in the capital. This was part of their previous plan. So, no matter how the emperor tries to cause trouble, it doesn't matter. They don't plan to return to the capital anymore. As for Feng Bailing and Feng Yin, once they finish handling matters in the south, Feng Qingyan will send them to the northwest as well. She also wants to go there herself to check on the renovation plans she made for the northwest and see if they are working. Xiao Minji and the others have been gone for 2 days. Do you think Feng Qingyan can't catch up with them? That's impossible. Right now, Feng Qingyan is flying a helicopter. After about an hour, she caught up with Xiao Minji's group. She landed the helicopter a little ahead of them and stopped nearby. Prince, I think I see someone ahead. I will go check it out. Mu Qing sensed movement ahead and immediately ordered Xiao Minji's carriage and team to stop. He quickly moved forward, but the more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, where does that smell of roasted meat come from? And it strangely feels familiar. Want some? Cumin-flavored roasted lamb leg. Feng Qingyan didn't lift her head and spoke to Mu Qing from a hidden spot.
Queen.
Queen? Mu Qing was so surprised he couldn't speak clearly. How is this possible? Isn't our queen still in the capital? How could she be ahead of them? But the smell of the roasted meat was undeniable. How is it? You haven't seen me for 2 days, and you've already forgotten your queen? Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. She knew Mu Qing would have that surprised look when he saw her. How did the queen catch up with us? Mu Qing was curious and anxious. Did the queen secretly do something he didn't know about? They had been riding hard for 2 days and nights. How could Feng Qingyan possibly catch up? Unless she grows wings and flies over, it might be possible. I have a secret weapon, said Feng Qingyan with a mysterious smile. The modern transportation tools in her space are not just decorations. She was originally thinking of driving. But driving is too flashy. A helicopter above is hard for most people to notice.
What?
What is this secret weapon? Mu Qing suddenly became interested and forgot about reporting back to Xiao Minji. It's over there. You can go see for yourself, but only look, don't touch. Feng Qingyan finished roasting the lamb leg and headed toward Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji waited a while, but seeing Mu Qing delay, he thought something was wrong and got out of the carriage. He had just taken a few steps when he saw that familiar figure. Although only 2 days had passed, his longing had already built up. Yena, you really came. Xiao Minji immediately stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Originally, they had agreed that once Feng Bailing left, Xiao Minji would leave too, taking Feng Qingyan to the northwest. But after Feng Bailing left, Feng Qingyan suddenly changed her mind. She said they should leave together because their goal is too big, and it would be hard to fool the emperor. And she had something to do. She told Xiao Minji to wait until she sorted out things with the emperor before catching up with them. That would take at least 2 days. How could Feng Qingyan catch up with them? Plus, staying alone in the capital was too dangerous. What if something unexpected happened? Xiao Minji absolutely disagreed. But Feng Qingyan insisted. She repeatedly promised to stay in the capital for no more than 2 days and would definitely catch up on the 3rd day. At first, Xiao Minji didn't believe much, but then he thought about Feng Qingyan's secret space, and it wasn't impossible. In the end, Feng Qingyan not only caught up but also arrived ahead of them, with time to enjoy roasted lamb. Be careful, careful. The freshly roasted lamb smells so good. Don't get grease on yourself. Hurry and eat. Feng Qingyan was worried she might get grease on Xiao Minji, so she held the lamb high. You heartless person still in the mood to eat? I'm worried sick about you. Xiao Minji helplessly rubbed Feng Qingyan's head. She really had no good way to deal with her. I told you not to worry. Look, I came here safely. Feng Qingyan leaned on Xiao Minji, acting cute, and gently fed him a roasted lamb leg. What about Mu Yun and the others? Xiao Minji asked, wondering why Mu Yun and the others weren't with Feng Qingyan. He had sent Mu Yun to her, so they should have arrived together. We only left the capital this afternoon, so they'll arrive a couple of days later. Feng Qingyan was worried Xiao Minji might get anxious, so she took a helicopter and came ahead on her own. How come you're so fast? Did you invent something new? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with curiosity. Even if she rode a fast horse, she couldn't have reached them so quickly.
Well.
Let's go. I'll show you my treasure. Feng Qingyan smiled. She knew Xiao Minji probably already knew about her space ability, but she had been pretending not to. Sometimes she needed to use her space, and he even helped cover for her. Now, she saw no reason to hide everything from him. Princess, princess, what is this big thing for? Did you come here riding it? Mu Qing hurried over and asked when he saw Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji walking. He had just studied the helicopter and guessed that Feng Qingyan could catch up with them because of this thing. But he couldn't imagine how to use it. Yes, I came on it. This is called a helicopter. It can fly 1,000 miles in 1 hour. Feng Qingyan briefly explained what a helicopter was.
Does
it fly in the sky? 1,000 miles in an hour? Mu Qing raised his voice in surprise. No wonder Feng Qingyan was ahead of them. She traveled almost 2 days' worth of distance in just 1 hour. But it still seemed unbelievable. Such a big machine and so heavy. How could it possibly fly? Why are you making such a fuss? You look like you've never seen the world. Xiao Minji glared at Mu Qing. He was always embarrassed in front of his little princess. He thought this subordinate was not worth keeping. Mu Qing internally grumbled, overwhelmed with thoughts. Clearly, their prince was also very surprised but insisted on pretending to be calm in front of the princess. I really want to hang out with the princess. Every day, there are countless new and interesting things. Want to try going up? Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji looking excited and invited him. Okay. Mu Qing, go settle the brothers. We'll rest here tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. After giving instructions to Mu Qing, Xiao Minji followed Feng Qingyan onto the helicopter. Feng Qingyan told Mu Qing to step back and then started the helicopter. Mu Qing watched as the two people gradually flew away into the sky, full of envy. He also really wanted to sit inside. The soldiers accompanying them heard the helicopter take off and started walking over. Seeing such a huge machine lift into the air, everyone was stunned. Look, that's the prince and princess inside. One sharp-eyed soldier pointed at the helicopter and shouted, "It's really the prince and princess. Oh my gosh, the prince and princess are flying. This thing is so amazing. How does it work?" Everyone was talking excitedly, full of curiosity about the helicopter. But no one could explain how it worked. Driven by curiosity, a few brave soldiers stepped forward and asked Mu Qing, "Deputy Mu, what is that thing the prince and princess are sitting in?" Hearing this, Mu Qing got excited immediately. "Well, that is called a helicopter.
You all saw it.
It can fly very high, up to thousands of miles in the sky, and can travel 1,000 miles in just 1 hour. This is our princess's secret weapon. You're lucky to see it. I don't know what kind of good luck you've had," he said proudly. Although he only knew a little more than them, it was enough for him to show off. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He suddenly felt a bit lucky to be their prince's personal guard. The princess has so many amazing things. She's good at medicine, business, cooking, and martial arts. She's smart and talented, and now she can even create flying machines. Gosh, what else don't we know about her? These soldiers usually only hear Mu Qing brag about how incredible their princess is. Now, seeing it with my own eyes, I can't deny it anymore. Everyone looked at it with admiration. Their prince is so lucky to have married such a talented princess. The princess's skills are just the tip of the iceberg. There are many things you don't know yet, Mu Qing said with a gentle smile. If they knew that Feng Qingyan could make gunpowder, understand military strategy, and create powerful weapons, they would be amazed. Besides what he knew, he was also curious about how many other skills their princess might have. The difference between imagination and reality is huge. Xiao Minji sat in the helicopter, looking at the scenery from thousands of meters above. Everything looked tiny, and he couldn't help feeling excited. This was an experience he had never imagined before. "How does it feel?" Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji's excited face and knew he was very interested in the helicopter. Maybe it's a man's nature. Soldiers naturally love military weapons. Especially generals like Xiao Minji, who lead troops into battle, are almost always interested in military equipment. This helicopter's speed is amazing. It's very convenient for communication. Not only is it fast, but it's also very safe, Xiao Minji said with admiration. In the past, they had to ride fast horses day and night or send messages with pigeons. Compared to helicopters, those methods were slow and unsafe. Sometimes, the message sender might get hurt or even die, or by the time the message arrived, the situation might have changed completely. It was just too unreliable. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Minji probably thought helicopters were only fast, right? But that's understandable. Ancient people could only imagine a flying machine that could soar in the sky and move so quickly, something beyond their imagination. If I tell you that this isn't just a flying machine, but also a heavy weapon, Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji with a mischievous smile. Xiao Minji was suddenly stunned. He had felt that something was missing earlier. This helicopter was great, but if it was only for communication or carrying people, it was a waste. Now that Feng Qingyan said this, he suddenly understood. If this helicopter could be used as a weapon, it would be almost invincible. This helicopter can also fire bullets like the gun the princess gave me, right? It can shoot accurately? Xiao Gongye asked curiously. He really couldn't imagine what kind of heavy weapon Feng Qingyan was talking about. There are special launchers on the helicopter, along with cannons and machine guns. Their power is much greater than ordinary guns. Also, under the helicopter, there is a missile launch system. The missiles are 10 or even 100 times more powerful than the gunpowder used to up mountains last time. Feng Qingyan's helicopter is an armed helicopter, so its weapons are all very powerful. She briefly explained the weapons mounted on the helicopter to Xiao Minji. She didn't go into too much detail, but just the names of those missiles and rockets could probably confuse him. Such a clever device. Although Xiao Minji was a bit confused, just hearing the names and knowing their power made him realize how impressive this helicopter was. He thought that going to Nanliang would be a tough fight, especially since they had been resting for so long. Now, with Feng Qingyan's helicopter, destroying Nanliang should be an easy task, right? Feng Qingyan took Xiao Minji for a quick flight around and then returned to the starting point. When the soldiers heard the noise, they immediately gathered around, looking at Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji coming down from the helicopter with envy. They all wished they could experience flying in a helicopter too. The most eager among them was Mu Qing. Princess, you're back. Can I also have a chance to experience flying up in the air? Mu Qing looked at the helicopter behind him with anticipation. As soon as he said that, the soldiers behind him also started to get restless. If Mu Qing could try sitting in a helicopter, maybe they could too? Do you think you can just try it? This is a military secret. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Minji really wanted to smack Mu Qing's head. Didn't he see so many eyes watching? He had no sense of boundaries. Even if he could let Mu Qing try, what about the others behind? Would they allow him to favor one over the rest? I understand, I was wrong. Mu Qing had only been thinking about trying the experience and completely ignored the current situation. He immediately knelt down to apologize. Given the special circumstances now, I will remember this for the future. There is meat, dried fruit, milk, pastries, and good wine brought by the princess on the helicopter. Tonight, everyone can enjoy a nice meal. Xiao Minji discouraged everyone's enthusiasm, but he also wanted to give them some reward. Thank you, princess. Thank you, prince. When the soldiers heard there was good food and drink, they immediately became excited. They no longer thought about experiencing the helicopter. Mu Qing didn't have a chance, so they certainly didn't think about it either. Feng Qingyan asked Mu Qing to bring down the supplies from the helicopter and share them with everyone. After everyone was full and satisfied, Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan called Mu Qing over. Go and pick someone among the soldiers who is about the same height and build as the prince. Feng Qingyan instructed Mu Qing. Why does the princess want someone similar in height and build to the prince? Mu Qing was curious. I want to go ahead to the northwest with you all. I need to find someone to pretend to be the prince and continue traveling with you. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had just discussed this. They had already set out 2 days ago, and on the way, they hadn't encountered any assassins. It seems the emperor wants Xiao Minji and his group to stay far away before making a move. After all, they haven't been gone long from the imperial city, and attacking now would look bad. The emperor is probably worried Xiao Minji might retaliate in anger. If Xiao Minji suddenly leaves with Feng Qingyan, the emperor's side will definitely get wind of it. Now that Western Liang knows Xiao Minji is not here, they keep challenging him. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji want to strike first and catch them off guard. I'll take care of it. Without needing further instructions from Feng Qingyan, Mu Qing understood her meaning immediately and went to do as told. Soon, Mu Qing found someone and brought him in. Feng Qingyan examined him from head to toe. His height was similar to Xiao Minji's, but his build was a bit different. However, Xiao Minji has a broad shoulder, narrow waist, long legs, and a perfect model-like body with six-pack abs and a defined mermaid line, which is hard to find. They could only make do. What is your name? Feng Qingyan asked. Replying to the princess, "My name is Lu Ming." Lu Ming felt a little nervous under Feng Qingyan's gaze. He hadn't done anything wrong, and he didn't know what the prince or princess wanted him to do. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Was she really that scary? "Lu Ming, I am giving you a difficult task now," said the princess. "Please tell me, princess," Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming relaxed a little, glad it wasn't something bad he had done. Feng Qingyan explained simply to Lu Ming that he should pretend to be Xiao Minji. Their whereabouts must be kept secret. Lu Ming is smart and knows what questions to ask and what to avoid. Feng Qingyan also gave Lu Ming a disguise, using the same method as the courtesans in the capital. This looks so real," Mu Qing said, surprised when he saw Lu Ming after the transformation. Even Xiao Minji, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. If you didn't know him well, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This face can last about a month. By then, you'll probably be in the northwest. You just need to stay in the carriage and not worry about your safety. Mu Qing and the others will protect you all the way, Feng Qingyan explained. Right now, Lu Ming is acting as Xiao Minji's stand-in, which is very dangerous. To reassure Lu Ming, Feng Qingyan repeatedly told Mu Qing to protect him well. She also gave Lu Ming a set of bulletproof clothing. To make Lu Ming feel safe, Feng Qingyan even demonstrated how effective the bulletproof clothing was. Seeing how well it worked, Lu Ming finally felt at ease. "The princess, you always care most for your followers. This journey is dangerous, and I'm sure you don't want us to get hurt. Look at this bulletproof clothing." Mu Qing was jealous and envious when he saw Feng Qingyan preparing such good gear for Lu Ming. "Got it, that's for you," Feng Qingyan said with a helpless smile. When she handed Lu Ming the bulletproof clothing, she thought Mu Qing would be jealous, so she took an extra one for him. "Thank you, princess," Mu Qing said happily. He knew Feng Qingyan wouldn't forget his loyalty. Mu Qing proudly took the bulletproof clothing and hurried back to his tent to change into it. This clothing was better than the heavy armor used on the battlefield. It was very practical. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji then briefly told Lu Ming and Mu Qing some important things to watch out for. Once everything was ready, the two of them quietly boarded a helicopter and flew overnight to the northwest. The next morning, Mu Qing led the fake Xiao Minji and the team to continue their journey forward. By the afternoon, as Xiao Minji had predicted, Mu Qing and his group encountered the first wave of assassins. "Your Highness, there are some assassins ahead," Mu Qing reported habitually from inside the carriage. After speaking, he realized that the person inside was no longer Xiao Minji. "Kill them all, leave no one alive," he ordered. Lu Ming, imitating Xiao Minji's voice, deliberately lowered his tone to speak. Surprisingly, his fierce tone carried a bit of Xiao Minji's usual authority. "Wow, not bad," Mu Qing chuckled, immediately preparing for battle. "Is the person inside Xiao Minji? Come out quickly and accept your punishment," the leader of the attackers boldly called out, even daring to mention Xiao Minji's name. They were provoking him. "How dare you insult our lord? You're asking for trouble," Mu Qing sneered. Did they think Xiao Minji was still the same crippled prince with poison in his body and broken legs? Even back then, those people might not have been his match. They were talking big. Mu Qing's team was carefully chosen by Xiao Minji. Their martial skills were good, and the assassins were starting to falter. But they were outnumbered. Soon, Mu Qing and his team were once again surrounded by countless assassins. "Brothers, do you remember the secret weapon I gave you before? Can you still operate it?" Mu Qing asked. To be safe, he handed each of them a grenade left by Princess Feng Qingyan. The soldiers had seen helicopters before, and when they learned that the grenades were also a secret weapon of the princess, they were very excited. After understanding the grenade's function and power, everyone treated it like a treasure. "Remember to follow my instructions carefully when the time comes," Mu Qing warned again. For everyone's safety, Princess Feng Qingyan had specially chosen a grenade with strict safety features. Mu Qing looked toward the direction of the men in black, then gave the order. 1, 2, 3. Pull, press, throw. Before the assassins across could react, a loud explosion erupted. Immediately after, screams of pain and chaos echoed from all around as the assassins cried out in terror. The ground was scattered with broken bones and shattered limbs everywhere. Even Mu Qing was frightened. The power of the hand grenade was just too strong. In a short time, the assassins were all defeated. Mu Qing felt like he hadn't had enough fun. The fight ended too quickly. Meanwhile, the palace was also lively. The emperor saw that Manhwa obeyed him completely and initially acted a bit reserved, just pretending. But later, he became more overbearing, and Manhwa didn't resist at all, which greatly pleased his mischievous side. The emperor knew his actions were not proper, so he kept everything secret. When Feng Qingyan arranged for Manhwa to enter the palace, she thought of this and didn't worry about her reputation being damaged. The emperor spent every day in a state of indulgence and didn't bother to care even when the assassination attempt on Xiao Minji failed. He was used to it because his people had never succeeded in killing Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji set out for the northwest just before dawn. By the time they reached the border, it was already bright. See that yellow desert over there? That's the northwest border desert between Namliang and Daxia. Xiao Minji was excited to step into his territory again and quickly explained to Feng Qingyan. This was truly his land, and no one would dare bother Feng Qingyan hereafter. This desert is really big. No wonder the conditions here are so poor. Feng Qingyan looked at the yellow landscape, which almost covered the entire northern part of the northwest. If the conditions were better, the emperor wouldn't be willing to give it to me. Xiao Minji sneered dismissively. The emperor gave Xiao Minji this land to use his strength to resist the northern Liang enemy. He hoped Xiao Minji would crush northern Liang, but also worried he might become too powerful and threaten his throne. That's why he later set traps and even colluded with northern Liang. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't transform into a lush oasis. Feng Qingyan was confident. As long as she wanted, she could turn this desert into a green paradise. One of the reasons Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan decided to come to the northwest was also because of this. Xiao Minji didn't want his soldiers to suffer so much and be constantly troubled by the emperor. He wanted to fight alongside Feng Qingyan in the northwest to build a true kingdom of their own. At the border between the Great Xia and Beiliang, strategist Xia Yan and several soldiers stood on the city wall, facing off against Beiliang's army. Without Xiao Minji, are you just a bunch of useless fools? Not even brave enough to send troops to fight, shouted a Beiliang vice-general riding a warhorse, loudly insulting from below. Next to him was a strong man in a robe who was Beiliang's second prince, Liang Wenjie. He was the one encouraging his vice-general to speak such harsh words. Strategist Xia, let me go out and fight. These cowards are too arrogant, said Xiao Minji's subordinate, Ji Sheng, unable to hold back his anger. Their prince was not here, and these little brats looked down on them too much. They kept bothering them every day, and now they were even insulting them openly. How could these brave soldiers tolerate this? Does Vice-General Ji not see that they are just trying to provoke us, hoping we cross the northern border? Did you forget what the prince told us before? Crossing the border would mean what exactly? Xia Yan brushed his goat beard and turned to Ji Sheng, speaking calmly. He showed no emotion at all, unaffected by Beiliang's actions. His expression was completely composed. No wonder he was Xiao Minji's most proud strategist. But how can we just ignore them? They will only become more aggressive. We can choose not to cross the border. Ji Sheng was hot-tempered. He knew how mean Beiliang was, but he couldn't help feeling angry. Do you think they will let you go in and out as you please? The situation at the border changes rapidly, and no one can predict it. Without my orders, no one is allowed to make decisions or leave the city. Wait for the prince to arrive, and then we will decide, Xia Yan said sharply, cutting him off. He didn't bother to argue further and turned to leave the city wall. Seeing nothing, he felt less annoyed. He might be angry, but as the army strategist, he had to stay calm and clear-headed at all times. Beiliang's second prince originally thought Xiao Minji wouldn't be here and planned to give him a little gift when they met. But he didn't expect strategist Xia to be so calm, not falling for his tricks. He looked up at Ji Sheng, who was furious and glaring, and ordered his vice-general to continue shouting insults. Ji Sheng, you loser, a coward who hides in your shell. You don't even dare to face your grandfather in a fight. What kind of hero are you? Aren't you afraid people will talk about you, Ji Sheng? Ji Sheng had once lost to this deputy general. Liang Wenjie deliberately provoked him by targeting his weak spot. He was truly shameless and mean. Dog, just wait. When I get the chance, I will personally take your head. Ji Sheng was almost furious. But he was a soldier brought out by Xiao Minji, and obeying orders was his duty. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't disobey the military command. Liang Wenjie gave a signal to the deputy general, who then rode his horse closer, directly challenging Ji Sheng right under the city tower. Don't wait for a better chance. Your grandfather is giving you one now.
Come down.
Can't you see your grandfather has already stepped onto your Daxia land? Aren't there any brave enough to come out and fight? The deputy general was extremely arrogant. Liang Wenjie didn't believe Ji Sheng could stay calm. At this moment, Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan's helicopter had already reached the border airspace. What's going on? Feng Qingyan asked, confused. North Liang is probably trying to lure our soldiers across the border again. The terrain there is complex, a natural barrier for North Liang. The second prince of North Liang is taking this chance before I arrived to send us a welcome gift. Xiao Minji could see through Liang Wenjie's little tricks. A welcome gift. Maybe I should send him one first. Feng Qingyan smiled softly, her meaning clear. She was about to make a big move. Good idea. Let him see how powerful my Yener is. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with affection. He was also curious about the power of the weapons on the helicopter. All right, get ready. I'm about to act. Feng Qingyan hadn't flown a plane in a long time, and she was a little excited. She controlled the helicopter, plunging rapidly toward the deputy general. When she reached a suitable distance, she pressed the launcher in her hand. A missile then shot toward the deputy general. With a loud explosion, the deputy general and his horse instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. From discovering the existence of the helicopter to the vice general suddenly disappearing in an instant, everyone was stunned in just a moment. They hadn't yet reacted to what was happening. They saw Feng Qingyan controlling the helicopter and heading toward the Northern Liang army.
Run.
Run quickly. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Liang Wenjie had never seen such a situation before. No matter how brave and skilled in battle he was now frightened by the power of the shells. He dared to challenge Daxia because Northern Liang had just developed a new type of gunpowder that was very harmful to people. He wanted to test it on Xiao Minji's troops. But now, seeing the scene, he felt terrible. Their so-called new gunpowder was nothing compared to these shells, like child's play. There was no point in testing it. Oh my goodness, what is that? It's so terrifying. Run faster. Hurry up. If we don't, we might not even keep our lives. Hey, who stepped on me? That's too much. How can you run ahead of me? The soldiers of Northern Liang were in chaos. Just moments ago, they were arrogant and fearless, but now they were terrified and desperately retreating. Trying to escape? No way. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. How could people outrun a helicopter? She was flying the helicopter at top speed, gradually closing in on them. When she reached a suitable height, she aimed at the main force of Northern Liang and pressed the launch button again. This time, Feng Qingyan fired a missile, which was more powerful than the previous shells. The missile shot swiftly toward the Northern Liang army, causing a huge explosion. Suddenly, flames erupted, and smoke filled the air. Most of the Northern Liang troops were engulfed, instantly torn apart and bloodied. The entire border of Northern Liang turned into a hellish scene, filled with screams and wails. Liang Wenjie felt like he was walking through the gates for the first time in his life. A strong gust of wind suddenly threw his body forcefully to the ground, and he fell hard, feeling as if all his bones were shattered and suffering unbearable pain. Eventually, his mind grew fuzzy, and he fainted. What was that?
Quickly.
Go call the strategist. At the same time, Ji Sheng on the city tower was extremely excited. He stared intently at the helicopter dropping bombs on the Northern Liang army across the river. The power of the bombs was incredible. He thought they should have destroyed that group of troublemakers long ago. Although he didn't know what kind of aircraft it was, he was sure it was friendly. Just as Xia Yan returned to his tent and hadn't yet sat down comfortably, a soldier ran in to report. "Commander Xia, there's a big bird that also lays eggs." The soldier was a bit flustered because he had never seen a helicopter before and didn't know what it was or how to describe it. "What's all the fuss about? Big bird? Laying eggs?" "I told you, no matter what the Northern Liang say or do, we wait until the prince arrives to decide." Xia Yan was a little annoyed, thinking it was Ji Xing trying to send troops or some strange idea. "No, Commander Xia, didn't you hear the explosion outside?" The soldier hurriedly explained. Xia Yan was just resting his eyes and thinking when he heard the noise, but he didn't pay much attention. Now, after the soldier's reminder, he immediately realized something and quickly sat up straight. He had heard that Northern Liang had developed a new type of gunpowder. Could the noise just now be that new weapon? Oh no, this is bad. The new weapon from Northern Liang was so powerful that they didn't know how to respond. Xia Yan didn't have time to think further. He quickly ran up to the city tower. "Commander Xia, look. All those dogs from Northern Liang have been turned into mincemeat." Ji Xing saw Xia Yan and immediately burst into laughter. He felt a great sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart.
What?
What exactly is going on? Xia Yan was completely stunned. Northern Liang used their own gunpowder to themselves up? I don't know what it was either. Look, it's flying back now. It first dropped an egg that blew up the second prince's henchmen, then it blew up all those Northern Liang troublemakers. Ji Xing pointed at the helicopter returning in the sky. Xia Yan's worried heart finally calmed down. Although he still didn't know what it was, from the current situation, it didn't seem to be an enemy. Otherwise, such a motivated opponent probably wouldn't even give us a chance to strike. What do you mean? Aren't you surprised or curious at all? Seeing Xia Yan's calm expression, Ji Xing couldn't help but ask. Despite witnessing such an incredible scene, he remained so composed. Why isn't he curious? This has gone beyond his understanding.
What can you say about that?
Here it comes, here it comes. What should we do? Ji Xing watched the helicopter get closer and closer, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Look at you, so timid. If it wanted to attack us, could you run away? Xia Yan shot him a sharp look. Seeing him so excited, it was really embarrassing for their Northwest Army. Although he was also quite excited, he was good at pretending. Commander Xia, look. It seems there's someone sitting inside. Does that person look like our lord? Ji Xing's eyes widened as he stared intently at the approaching helicopter. Suddenly, he spotted a figure inside that resembled their lord and shouted loudly at Xia Yan. Is that really the lord? As the helicopter drew nearer, Xia Yan also saw the figure inside. Now even Xia Yan was no longer calm. It explained why they bombed Bailiang. Commander Xia. Inside there is also a stunningly beautiful woman. The Northwest is a tough place, with few women, especially in the military camp, hardly any females to see. Such a beautiful woman. They had never seen one in their lives. Look at your lack of composure. Be careful what you say, or the Lord might discipline you. Xia Yan guessed that the beautiful woman Ji Xing mentioned was definitely their 9th princess. Although he hadn't seen her, he had seen the plan for improving the Northwest that Feng Qingyan had made. And the potatoes they planted have already been harvested. It must be said, their princess is truly a remarkable woman. With such impressive skills now, if he guessed correctly, it was probably also from their princess.
Ah.
Oh, Ji Xing finally reacted. Having such a beautiful woman beside their lord, it must be their princess. The helicopter gradually descended and finally stopped in an open area on the city wall. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji slowly stepped down from the helicopter. Ji Xing and Xia Yan immediately went forward to greet them. Welcome, Prince and Princess. Welcome, Prince and Princess. Long live the Prince and Princess. Ji Xing and Xia Yan bowed, and the soldiers behind them also quickly bowed.
They were all stunned just now.
The huge bird that caused a big explosion in Bailiang was actually their prince and princess's riding beast. Everyone get up. Xiaominji looked at the soldiers with a happy expression. He was glad to see them again. Prince and princess, you've worked hard. I'll arrange a place for you to rest right away. Jisheng, Xia Yan hurriedly said. Thanks to Xiaominji and Feng Qingyan's actions, Bailiang should be quiet now. But he called out for Jisheng several times and saw no response. Only then did he notice Jisheng's eyes fixed on Feng Qingyan. Xia Yan secretly thought something was wrong. Is this guy trying to get into trouble? That's the princess. Didn't you see the prince's face change? He quickly nudged him with his elbow twice. Jisheng finally came back to himself. Jisheng realized what he had just done. When he looked up and saw Xiaominji's gaze on him, he broke out in a cold sweat. Are you very interested in that? Feng Qingyan naturally noticed Jisheng's gaze. Instead of being angry, she smiled and asked. She could tell that Jisheng was just curious about her and the helicopter, not offended at all. Because she had just come down from the helicopter and noticed Jisheng's eyes lingering on her and the helicopter. It seemed he saw that she was the one controlling it. Yes, Jisheng quickly nodded. Their princess was indeed very beautiful, but he admired her more and was curious. So he looked at her a few more times, but he had no other thoughts. He didn't expect their princess to notice. She was really impressive. Now, maybe he wouldn't get scolded by the prince anymore. He didn't expect their princess to notice. She was really impressive. Now, maybe he wouldn't get scolded by the prince anymore. That thing called a helicopter can be used for flying people or for communication. It also has attack systems, which you probably saw just now. In the future, if you have the chance, you can try it yourself. Feng Qingyan patiently explained to Jisheng. It would be difficult, but with a strong support from the people, things would go more smoothly. Although she could make him submit by using her status as the 9th princess, she preferred to conquer with her own abilities. Really? Truly? When Jisheng heard there might be a chance to practice, he was so excited he almost jumped. Next to him, Xia Yan cleared his throat to remind him to be careful. The prince still remembered what happened just now. Of course, I always keep my promises. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly. Jisheng seemed like a lively person, just like Mu Qing. The princess's helicopter attack power is incredible. You don't know, just before the prince and princess arrived, those guys from Bailiang were shouting at the city gate. Now, they're probably completely defeated and have no more courage. When Jisheng mentioned the explosion in Bailiang, he became very excited. Their princess and prince really are like timely rain. Otherwise, he might have been so angry he exploded. The power of the bombs is great, but there might still be some survivors. Should we go out and clean up the battlefield? Was the person who just arrived the prince's rival? Based on Jisheng's outfit, Feng Qingyan guessed he was a deputy general or something similar. He probably knew quite a bit about Bailiang. Just thinking about how Xiaominji's legs looked when she first saw him made Feng Qingyan feel angry. His leg bones were completely broken. How much pain he must have been in back then. This grudge must be avenged. Your Highness, the 2nd Prince of Bailiang, Liang Wenjie, was indeed in the army just now. Jisheng's eyes lit up. His princess's aura was so strong. She might have a chance to fight alongside them in the future. Prince, should we pursue and kill that who harmed you? Hearing this, Feng Qingyan immediately got excited. She turned to look at Xiaominji and asked. Xiaominji was the commander in the northwest, so everything still depended on him. In the palace, Feng Qingyan could be bold and carefree, but outside, she still needed to show him respect. Are you in such a hurry to avenge me? My legs are already fine now. Xiaominji looked at Feng Qingyan, who was pouting, and smiled affectionately. After their wedding, he told Feng Qingyan many things from the past, including his poisoning and leg injury. So when Feng Qingyan came to the northwest, she firmly promised to avenge him. But revenge doesn't have to be immediate. Moreover, Xiaominji, as a grown man, should personally take revenge if he has a grudge. Is the prince's leg really okay now? Xia Yan and Jisheng were just amazed by the helicopter and completely ignored Xiaominji's leg. They received news that his leg was healed by the princess, and at first, they couldn't believe it. How could a broken bone heal completely? But now Xiao Minji was standing right in front of them, making it hard not to believe. Thanks to the princess, not only is my leg better, but the poison in my body is also gone. I feel better than before I was injured, Xiao Minji proudly said. The princess is truly a miracle worker, Xia Yan couldn't help but praise. Before, he had only heard how amazing Feng Qingyan was, but now seeing her with his own eyes, he believed it completely. It was as if just standing there, she made him believe everything. You're flattering me, military advisor. Feng Qingyan smiled casually. In the future, she would have many reasons for them to admire her. By the way, the princess and prince might not know, over the past 2 years, Beiliang has been causing trouble constantly. They developed a new type of gunpowder and set up ambushes along the border, trying to lure us out of the city. Although Beiliang is now in chaos, they still have a large backup force nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. If we rush out now, we might fall into their previous traps. It's better to wait until the prince and princess rest a bit and then plan carefully. Before Xiao Minji returned to the capital injured, he was worried about the safety of the soldiers, so he ordered the construction of city walls at the border. He commanded the soldiers not to leave the city unless absolutely necessary and not to cross the border. This greatly protected the safety of the Northwest Army. Xia Yan was worried that Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji might act impulsively, so he quickly advised. Xiao Minji nodded slightly. In the past 2 years, he wasn't at the border, so he didn't know much about the situation there. What's the princess's opinion? He turned to Feng Qingyan and asked. Actually, after the recent bombing, the threat from Beiliang shouldn't be too great. Of course, they couldn't be careless, since they didn't know much about the support troops of North Liang. I was just asking the prince's opinion about the leftover issues after the helicopter bombing. Ultimately, the decision is still up to the prince. When Xiao Minji asked this, Feng Qingyan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It's still in front of his subordinates. Should she still maintain her dignity? She could only try to help him save face. Then let's follow the military advisor's suggestion and take a short rest, Xiao Minji smiled. His actions were not just to pamper his wife. He wanted the Northwest Army to know how much Feng Qingyan meant to him. And he also wanted them to show her enough respect. Xia Yan saw Feng Qingyan handle herself so gracefully and admired her even more. No wonder their prince, who usually doesn't get close to women, could be so captivated by the princess. Indeed, she was extraordinary. Outside the city wall, 10 miles beyond the border, in North Liang's camp, Liang Wenjie suddenly let out a loud cry. Be gentle. I'm going to die from the pain. Liang Wenjie was lying on a bed in the camp, the army doctor helping him remove his clothes. He was trembling from the pain. His back was covered in a large, bloody, and mangled wound. He was lucky to be buried among the crowd, otherwise, he would have been completely killed. Second Prince, what? What injured you? The North Liang army doctor looked at Liang Wenjie's back, which was half-burned. It was truly heartbreaking. The wound looked like a burn, but not entirely. He was unsure. Gunpowder. No, it's 1,000 times more powerful than the new gunpowder we developed. It fell from something like a flying bird. It's really terrifying. I don't even know what that thing was. Liang Wenjie thought about the power of the missile and still felt scared. If he hadn't run fast and pulled some others along, he would have been dead, with nothing left. I see, the army doctor suddenly understood. No wonder the wound felt familiar. When North Liang was researching gunpowder, they made many mistakes. He had seen many soldiers burned by gunpowder. But their injuries were usually lighter, nowhere near as terrifying as Liang Wenjie's wound. What is the thing the second prince mentioned? Is it a new weapon developed by the Great Summer Dynasty? At this moment, Zheng Hao, standing behind Wen Yuan, was startled and quickly asked. He had heard the noise from 10 miles away, showing how powerful that weapon was. If the Great Summer Dynasty really had such a strong weapon, how could they still fight this war? Wen Yuan, who was Master Liang Wenjie's teacher and the royal advisor of the Northern Liang Kingdom, replied. He was skilled in yin-yang and the 8 trigrams, knew astronomy, geography, and was a capable person. Earlier, Xiao Minji had fought Liang Wanjie and won each time, but thanks to Wen Yuan's advice, he had suffered quite a few setbacks. I don't know either, but from the performance of the great summer strategist, it seems they don't even know what that thing is. Liang Wanjie also looked a bit puzzled. If the Great Summer Dynasty already had such a weapon, why would they tolerate repeated harassment and provocation? A single missile could wipe them all out instantly. That's strange. If it's not a weapon from the Great Summer, then who made it? Why did it only attack the Northern Liang army? And where did that last thing fly off to? Wen Yuan's eyes narrowed as he struggled to understand. I was hit hard at the time and fainted immediately, so I don't know where it flew off to. Send someone to look for survivors and ask them, he said. Liang Wanjie was knocked out by the shockwave from the missile explosion and had no idea where the helicopter went. Most of the people you sent out were wiped out. When we tried to save you, we only found a few who were still alive, missing arms or legs, their lives almost gone. They couldn't remember anything, let alone answer questions. Wen Yuan frowned slightly. Seeing the soldiers' condition, it was hard to imagine what they had been through. After the missile exploded, there was thick smoke and raging fire everywhere, and the ground was covered with bloodied, torn bodies. Those who survived were so frightened that their spirits seemed to have left them. Who would still care where the helicopter flew? What should we do now? Liang Wanjie knew how terrible the situation was, so he wasn't surprised by the outcome. This is something beyond human power to resist, Wen Yuan sighed. Having served as a royal advisor for most of his life, he felt this situation was the most difficult he had ever faced. If helicopters are not considered great treasures, they might still hold some hope. If they are new weapons of the Great Xia, according to Liang Wenjie's description, they can only wait for their fate. Meanwhile, Jisheng and Xia Yan led Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji back to the main camp. Along the way, soldiers kept enthusiastically greeting Feng Qingyan. The conditions in the northwest are indeed tough. Although the soldiers look healthy, they are actually shorter and lighter than most soldiers. Feng Qingyan couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for them. Oh, there are still a lot of beef, fruits, and vegetables on the helicopter. Ji Sheng, arrange a few people to go and get them for the princess. The princess should just rest with the prince. Let my subordinates handle it. Ji Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. Feng Qingyan brought them good things, so he didn't dare let her go personally. He quickly took charge. He also wanted to take the opportunity to see the helicopter. Seeing Ji Sheng eager to go, Xiao Minji knew what he was thinking. The supplies inside the helicopter had already been shared with Mu Qing and the others on the way, so she probably wanted to take something from her secret space again. He quickly helped cover for her. Let the princess take you. You probably can't operate the helicopter storage. Xiao Minji smiled at Feng Qingyan. Although he was curious about her secret space, he didn't insist. He was willing to trust her completely, without conditions. He believed that one day, Feng Qingyan would be willing to share all her secrets with him. Ji Sheng nodded quickly. He was quite happy. Following the princess, he would eventually get to sit in a helicopter, maybe even control it himself. Feng Qingyan asked Ji Sheng to bring several carts and called some people to move the food. She entered the helicopter and opened the rear cabin. Ji Sheng was about to go in but was stopped by Feng Qingyan. Just stay here to receive the supplies. I will personally select for you. If you want to visit the helicopter, wait until the supplies are moved. Feng Qingyan clearly understood Ji Sheng's little thoughts and reassured him in advance. She wouldn't let him in. The inside of the cabin was empty, with nothing inside. All right, let's move the supplies first. Ji Sheng was caught out and awkwardly smiled as he scratched his head. I couldn't help but feel emotional inside. My wife is truly so kind-hearted. I really don't understand how their cold and aloof prince managed to marry such a gentle, beautiful, and capable wife. In my mind, the prince's status instantly fell behind theirs. I used to admire him quite a bit, but now I find myself admiring the princess even more. Feng Qingyan selected some suitable items from her space supply warehouse and started taking them out. Her warehouse is full of high-quality supplies, all neatly packed and categorized, which saves her a lot of trouble. First, bring out the meat. This is beef, this is chicken, and this is pork. Keep them separate and don't mix them up. Do they really need to be separated? Ji Sheng was amazed again. Living in the Northwest, just having a full meal is a blessing. Who cares about sorting the meat? And with only a few packages, is it really necessary? But then, Feng Qingyan's actions completely stunned Ji Sheng. She kept handing out packages one after another. After giving out the beef, then the chicken, then the pork, she almost handed out a whole roasted lamb and a roasted piglet before stopping. Finally, she thought for a moment and added some fish and seafood. Seeing the many carts filled with meat, Mu Qing outside was so surprised that her mouth could fit a whole chicken egg. Their princess's helicopter doesn't seem that big. How can it hold so much stuff? Quick, you guys take the full carts away first. Come back later to bring the vegetables, Feng Qingyan said as she continued handing out vegetables. Princess, how much more is there? Ji Sheng was no longer calm. Their princess was too generous. They had never seen so many delicious foods before. Don't worry, it'll be enough for you to eat. By the way, what do you usually like to eat? Feng Qingyan thought Ji Sheng was worried about not having enough food, so she quickly reassured him. Before taking out the vegetables, she also asked Ji Sheng what the soldiers liked to eat. Ji Sheng's first reaction was surprise. Did they really have choices? Could it be that whatever they liked, the princess could get for them? I have to say, you have a bright future.
You really guessed right about me.
As long as the princess asks, Feng Qingyan will be willing to provide. Of course, Ji Sheng just thought about it and then smiled. As long as the princess wants it, we all like to eat it. They're already happy if they can eat enough on ordinary days, so they dare not be picky. Stop pretending to be polite. When the princess asks, just tell the truth. I'm not here to flatter you. In the future, I will take full responsibility for the soldiers' meals. Whatever you like to eat, I will arrange to have it delivered by helicopter. Also, I plan to develop the Northwest area, try planting some crops to provide supplies for the soldiers. Although Feng Qingyan's space has enough supplies, she can't just randomly produce so much every time, right? Flying out in a helicopter and bringing supplies from outside makes sense. Of course, for long-term development, self-sufficiency and independence are necessary. Getting things easily can make people lazy. She can't let the soldiers think these supplies come easily.
Well,
we soldiers will be very lucky in the future. Thank you, princess. Thank you. When Ji Sheng heard this, realizing that Feng Qingyan would be providing their meals long-term, he was so excited he couldn't even speak properly. With a large army in the Northwest, although he thought it might be difficult for Feng Qingyan to do all this, he inexplicably believed in her. Ji Sheng was so excited that he couldn't help but kneel and bow to Feng Qingyan, shouting, "Long live the 9th princess! Long live!" Feng Qingyan was a bit embarrassed by their attitude. They almost treated her like a living Buddha. But in the hearts of the soldiers in the Northwest, a living Buddha like her was more effective. She could make sure they ate well. Some even had choices. Get up, get up. What are you doing? Hurry and go deliver the supplies. By the way, tell me what you like to eat most, so I can have someone prepare a menu. Feng Qingyan thought for a moment and decided that Ji Sheng's opinion might not be enough, so a survey would be better. This time, she would just choose some common vegetables that most people like. Yes, princess. We promise to complete the task. Several soldiers were so excited they almost fainted. While carrying vegetables, they hurried to share the good news with others below. The news spread quickly. One person told 10, and 10 told 100. Everyone heard the good news and happily ran toward the helicopter. They couldn't wait to see the legendary princess, the princess who would take care of their meals. Xiao Minji and Xia Yan were inspecting the camp. Xia Yan briefly told him about the soldier's situation. At that moment, a weaker soldier, hearing the good news about Feng Qingyan, was so excited he ran forward without watching where he was going. He accidentally fell to the ground and almost bumped into Xia Yan and Xiao Minji. What's the happy news? Why are you so excited? Xia Yan asked calmly. He usually got along well with the soldiers and didn't blame him. The soldier, with a big smile, replied, "Your Highness, it's the princess. She brought us lots of meat and vegetables. Our whole army can eat for 3 days." The princess also said, "She will take care of all the meals for the Northwest Army in the future." Everyone is helping to carry vegetables to the princess. For soldiers in the Northwest, eating meat and vegetables every day was like a dream come true. This soldier was often weak and malnourished, so hearing about daily meat and vegetables made him very excited. He couldn't remember the last time he had a hearty meal. "Your Highness, look at this." Xia Yan frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. The princess was new here and didn't know how many people were in the camp. It was easy to manage meals for a day or two. But if she kept promising big meals every day, even the treasury might not be able to support it for long. If she couldn't keep her promise, her reputation would suffer. Plus, it could cause confusion among the troops. Xiao Minji knew what Xia Yan was worried about and smiled indifferently. Feng Qingyan's secret treasury was much richer than the Daxia treasury. By the way, I need to secretly tell you something. During the 2 days Feng Qingyan stayed in the capital, besides dealing with Madame Mei, she also did something big. On a dark, windy night, she sneaked into the treasury and stole all the valuable items inside. The emperor is currently focused on his pleasures and probably hasn't noticed anything yet. I wonder if he finds out, whether he will be so angry that he might faint from the shock. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan found evidence in the emperor's study that he colluded with the second prince of Bailiang to frame Xiao Minji. She made many copies at her space and handed them to the guards in Jing City. She is waiting for the right moment to reveal the emperor's evil deeds to the world, so he can be overthrown quickly. Don't worry, princess. You are very capable. Your influence now spreads across the country and even into other nations. You are not only good at business but also skilled in designing powerful weapons, making gunpowder, cooking delicious food, and more. Basically, there is nothing you can't do. With such a princess, a bright future is ahead. When talking about Feng Qingyan's great achievements, Xiao Minji looked very proud and happy. Heaven has been very kind to him, allowing him to marry such a beautiful, wise, and capable wife. He promises to treat her even better in the future, 10 times, 100 times better. Princess is truly a remarkable woman. I really admire her, Xia Yan said, watching Xiao Minji's excited expression. He suspected that their lord was showing off. But their lord does have the right to show off. Any of Feng Qingyan's skills, if displayed, would impress anyone. If their princess were a man, she would definitely achieve great success and fame. Xia Yan thought to himself, "You really are a clever strategist. Can you see the future?" Many years later, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji would build a prosperous dynasty, more prosperous than any other country, and their rule would be wise and just. But that is a story for another time. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan was still helping with the army's vegetable supplies. When Jixing casually mentioned a vegetable, she would immediately go and get it. She even seemed to have a magic trick up her sleeve. "By the way, I asked the Lord to help you all plant potatoes some time ago. How is that going?" Feng Qingyan asked while working and chatting with Jixing. "We've already harvested a batch, and the yield is good." Commander Xia also ordered the soldiers to expand the planting immediately, and they just planted a new batch. The soldiers were all very happy. At least with this batch of potatoes for the winter, they wouldn't face the same shortages as in previous years. When talking about potatoes, Jixing felt even more grateful to Feng Qingyan. Far in the capital, their future queen, whom they had never met, was already thinking about them. He had no reason not to trust her. Yes, potatoes can be used as a main food or as vegetables. They can be steamed, fried, boiled, stir-fried, or cooked with carrots and beef. After working all morning, Feng Qingyan realized she was quite hungry. "I heard that the princess opened KFC in the capital, with many branches. Does she also know how to cook?" Jixing thought more highly of Feng Qingyan, seeing her as a treasure who knew everything. "Of course. My princess's cooking skills are top-notch. Tonight, I will arrange KFC for you." Due to the conditions in the Northwest, Feng Qingyan's KFC couldn't be opened there. But if others had it, they should too. Feng Qingyan planned to personally arrange it for them. Really? Truly? Jixing was overjoyed. He had heard of KFC before and even dreamed about it. Now it was actually happening. And it was made by their princess herself. She was so down-to-earth and kind, making them feel like family. Yes, there's no need to doubt. I've already prepared everything. Look, what is this? Feng Qingyan smiled and turned around, revealing a box of hamburgers, fries, chicken wings, chicken legs, and other KFC ingredients. There was still plenty of stock left from the supplies prepared for the branches in the capital. Now it was just the right time to use them. Princess, you're so kind. Our lord will definitely marry a goddess, Jixing said firmly. No matter what, Feng Qingyan was like a reincarnation of Guanyin in his heart. Stop joking. The supplies are almost ready. Arrange for all the cooks in the army to come over. I want to personally train them to make KFC. We'll celebrate tonight. Cooking for hundreds of thousands of soldiers was no easy task. To ensure they all ate delicious and satisfying food, she needed to train a few top chefs. Since the northern Liang region was heavily damaged and unlikely to cause trouble soon, they could rest assured and celebrate. Additionally, making KFC requires a lot of oil. Feng Qingyan took out some natural vegetable oil from her space. In ancient times, this was a precious item, and only royalty could enjoy such purified oil. Farmers usually only use lard during festivals or special occasions. All right, I will arrange everything now, said Jixing. Jixing hurried to inform the cooks responsible for the meals in the army. When everyone heard there would be KFC, they became very excited and quickly gathered. Feng Qingyan asked Jixing to arrange for a large pot outside and personally demonstrated the cooking process to the chefs. She fried chicken drumsticks, wings, and other items, and the delicious smell spread quickly. The chefs couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Did you all understand the steps? And make sure to control the heat properly. Now, try the crispiness and taste. Later, everyone will try making it themselves. If you succeed, you can serve it to the soldiers tonight. Feng Qingyan took out the fried chicken wings, drumsticks, chicken pieces, and fries, placing them in front of the chefs. She also prepared ham, lettuce, and chicken fillet sandwiches in advance. An assistant had already prepared the burgers nearby. Although the chefs were very eager to eat, none dared to touch the food. They looked at each other in disbelief. Was this really meant for them? Come on, eat quickly. Don't you smell how delicious it is? Feng Qingyan urged when she saw them hesitating. They were stunned, unsure if they were dreaming, and immediately started grabbing the chicken legs and biting into them. Despite being cooks, they rarely saw so much meat in their daily cooking. This smells so good. I've never had such delicious fried chicken in my life, one chef said while eating, with tears in his eyes. Me neither. Me too, the other chefs agreed. Life in the Northwest was really tough. From now on, everyone could eat freely. As long as they were willing to work hard for the princess, she promised they would have meat every day. Feng Qingyan was also touched by their enthusiasm. A military force that cannot even provide basic meals cannot truly protect the homeland. Good. Good. Long live the princess consort. Long live. Long live. The cooks were immediately inspired and became very eager to work. After everyone had eaten enough, Feng Qingyan started to let them practice cooking. Having cooked for so many years, the cooks learned quickly because it wasn't very difficult or technical. Soon, trays of fried chicken legs, chicken wings, and drumsticks were ready. The delicious smell spread throughout the camp, almost as if everyone could smell it. Xia Yan and Xiao Minji heard that Feng Qingyan was making KFC-style food for everyone, and they couldn't resist coming over to see. From far away, Xia Yan already smelled the meat aroma and couldn't help but swallow hard. They hadn't smelled such a delicious scent in the camp for a long time. The princess consort truly was a blessing for them. Feng Qingyan was guiding the cooks on how to make hamburgers when Xiao Minji and Xia Yan approached. Commander Xia, would you like to try one? She asked with a smile, noticing Xia Yan's curious look. In the Northwest, it's hard to get good meat, so Commander Xia naturally couldn't resist either. Thank you, Princess Consort, Xia Yan replied politely. He didn't refuse. He had long wanted to try the KFC franchise that Feng Qingyan had opened across the country. When he smelled the aroma just now, He couldn't resist. Xia Yan took a burger from Feng Qingyan and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. The burger smelled wonderful, and it tasted even better. Seeing Xia Yan enjoy it so much, Feng Qingyan smiled happily. Such delicious food. Even an army wouldn't refuse. How could the soldiers not like it? All right, you all have learned enough. Go to the warehouse to get your ingredients and return to your camps to start cooking. Also, the vegetables and meats brought back should be cooked as well. Today, let the soldiers eat freely. If ingredients run out, come to me to get more, she said to the chefs. That was the end of today's training. Feng Qingyan spoke to the head cooks. Thank you, Princess Consort. Thank you. The chefs cheered happily, rushing to the warehouse to get ingredients, afraid they might be late and run out. Take your time, no need to rush. Everything is available, and there will be supplies every day. Ji Sheng, go and help maintain order so there's no pushing or trampling. Looking at how eager they all were, Feng Qingyan quickly ordered, Yes, Your Highness. Ji Sheng looked at his greasy hands from biting his chicken leg, didn't bother to wipe them, and just licked his fingers before running off. His obedient attitude towards Feng Qingyan surprised Xia Yan and Xiao Minji. In just a short time, Feng Qingyan had gained everyone's trust and approval. Indeed, winning a man's heart often starts with winning his stomach. Xia Yan nodded in approval as he watched Feng Qingyan. He agreed with her approach, calm and caring for the soldiers from the heart. Sometimes, small details show a person's true character. Princess, you don't need to worry about this. Ji Sheng will handle it. You've been busy all this time. You must be tired. Come, rest for a while. Xiao Minji stepped forward, gently took Feng Qingyan's hand, and softly massaged it. His little princess had just arrived in the northwest and was busy helping his soldiers. Her hands were skilled, like a surgeon's, and she once told him that her most precious thing was her hands. Now, she was cooking for the soldiers herself, and he was deeply touched. It's okay, I'm not tired. Feng Qingyan blushed and quickly pulled her hand back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xia Yan was still watching and thought, how can she be so unaware of her manners? How can you not be tired after doing so much? Your lips are dry, and you haven't even had a sip of water all this time. Come on, I'll make you some chrysanthemum tea. Xiao Minji took Feng Qingyan's hand and led her away, leaving Xia Yan far behind. Xia Yan felt overwhelmed by their affection, and suddenly, even the fried chicken in his hand didn't taste as good.
Oh.
Single people are so pitiful. He decided to turn his sadness into appetite and eat more. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was fighting with chicken legs and wings, while Ji Sheng was shouting himself hoarse. Stop pushing and shoving. Princess said everyone can have some. Usually they weren't so eager to get ingredients. They were listless. But now, seeing the meat and vegetables, even their mother wouldn't be able to stop them. They had to fight for it. They didn't want to miss out on anything. We got here first, so we should go first. But we arrived before you. Ji Sheng's words no longer work now. We must seize the opportunity for their meat and vegetables and absolutely not back down. Ji Sheng really can't do anything about them. Usually, these people follow the rules strictly, so why aren't they obeying now? But this was supposed to be a happy event. He understood everyone's excitement and didn't want to force them with strict rules. If you keep doing this, I will call the princess and have her take away all the ingredients. No one will get anything. He looked at them with a slight smile and shouted,
Please.
Don't. We won't trouble the princess over such a small matter. We'll just line up. When they heard Ji Sheng, the cooks immediately quieted down. They couldn't afford to embarrass themselves in front of the princess. What if the princess really refused to give them meat and vegetables? Just line up early, isn't that easier? Ji Sheng raised an eyebrow. So, the princess's reputation really has power? Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji returned to his tent in the northwest camp. They served tea, poured water, and massaged him, giving excellent service. Yenna, you've worked hard. From now on, for these tough and tiring jobs, just give the orders. You only need to command. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan was doing this to quickly integrate into the northwest camp and earn everyone's approval. But he also felt a bit worried. Feng Qingyan leaned on a soft cushion, closing her eyes and fully enjoying her husband's full-body massage. Maybe she was too excited earlier and didn't realize it, but now she truly felt tired. I'm new here, so I need to leave a good impression on the soldiers. Feng Qingyan smiled casually. After all, this is a large camp. In ancient times, women were somewhat looked down upon, so she didn't want Xiao Minji to be troubled. She had to do a little more to gain the soldiers' approval. Moreover, the soldiers here are very honest, and she actually enjoys getting along with them. Yenner, you're so excellent that no matter where you go, people will like you. Don't worry. If you're tired, go ahead and rest. Tonight, I will celebrate and welcome the soldiers with you. Xiao Minji looked at her affectionately. Knowing he was thinking of her made her feel even more happy. Soon, Feng Qingyan fell asleep. Xiao Minji took a blanket and thoughtfully covered her. On the other side, Ji Sheng was still dividing food and meat steadily. Deputy General Ji, do each of our camp's kitchens get this much food? Seeing others receive so many supplies and needing to use carts to transport them, the people behind started to feel uneasy. Will it be their turn soon, and then run out? This has all been prepared in advance by the princess. Everyone gets their share and no one will be shortchanged. Ji Sheng was still a bit confused. Feng Qingyan had only asked about the soldiers' distribution when transporting the food. How did she know in advance how much food to prepare? But as soon as he thought about having meat to eat every day, he couldn't help but feel excited. There was no time to worry about other things. The chefs finally relaxed completely, each happily waiting to receive their ingredients. After each camp received their supplies, they went back to their own camps to start cooking. The soldiers had never seen such a scene before. The back kitchen became the most popular place in the military camp. The whole camp was lively, like a festival. Feng Qingyan slept for a while, then woke up to find it was already dark. Xiao Minji was preparing to give a grand introduction of Feng Qingyan at the banquet, celebrating her victory over Bailiang. The banquet area was already set up, but Feng Qingyan still felt something was missing. Ji Sheng, bring a few people and come help me move the supplies. She suddenly remembered something and immediately spoke to Ji Sheng. Hearing about moving things, Ji Sheng eagerly followed her. Now he had become Feng Qingyan's little helper. Where she pointed, he went. Whatever the princess wanted moved, it was definitely good stuff. Feng Qingyan and Ji Sheng carried a lot of drinks, beer, and some fresh fruit from the helicopter. Finally, they also brought a few whole sheep and pigs. How could an outdoor bonfire party be complete without roasted whole sheep and roast pig? Princess, your helicopter doesn't look very big, but it can hold so much. Ji Sheng looked at her in disbelief. He had checked out the helicopter in the morning after moving things and didn't think it was that spacious. But Feng Qingyan didn't let him see the helicopter's storage area, and he didn't know if there were any secret mechanisms inside. It's okay. Quickly get the barbecue grills ready, start roasting the sheep and pig, and I'll come back with some special seasonings for you. Feng Qingyan looked a bit embarrassed. Today, she indeed had quite a lot of things to move outside. Next time, she will be more careful. She quickly changed the subject. Fortunately, in the morning, she was cautious and didn't let Ji Sheng see the helicopter warehouse. I'll have the best cook in the camp come help the princess. We shouldn't waste such good ingredients as whole roasted lamb and pig. Even before they started roasting, Ji Sheng seemed to already smell the delicious food. Sure enough, being close to the princess means getting to enjoy good food. Ji Sheng ran happily to find the head chef. He was so proud that he didn't notice who was coming and bumped into Xia Yan. What are you always so impatient about? What did the princess send you to do? Honestly, Xia Yan was starting to envy Ji Sheng a little. If he weren't a military strategist and needed to stay calm and reserved, he would also want to be a follower of Feng Qingyan. But if Feng Qingyan used all her skills, there would be a good chance to win over Xia Yan. Being a follower was only a matter of time. The princess asked us to bring some wine, juice, and fruit, and also a few whole sheep and pigs. I'll have someone start roasting them now, Ji Sheng said casually. After a few shocking experiences, he seemed to have gotten used to it. Feng Qingyan now seemed to be capable of anything, so Ji Sheng wasn't too surprised. In his mind, the princess was now seen as someone who could do everything. Roasted whole lamb and pig? Wine, juice, and fruit. Can they really eat all that? Xia Yan was stunned when he heard this. Forget about roasting whole lambs and pigs. Even meat and vegetables were things they never dared to imagine before. Seeing Ji Sheng's calm expression, he even suspected that the princess might have told him about even more incredible things. Maybe I can help you too. Xia Yan's eyes flickered as he smiled at Ji Sheng. They couldn't let Ji Sheng take all the benefits just because the princess valued him so much. This won't trouble you, military advisor Xia. Aren't you supposed to discuss the recent situation in Bailiang with the prince? Ji Sheng was clever and could see what Xia Yan was thinking. No one could steal his good position beside Feng Qingyan. Bailiang's bunch of fools have been blown to bits. There's nothing left to negotiate. Xia Yan clenched his teeth in frustration. Their princess has attacked Bailiang several times, and I think this military advisor might lose his job soon. Shouldn't he learn more skills quickly? If he becomes unemployed, besides being smart, he won't have the strength of generals like Ji Sheng. He will be useless then. Why don't you just spend time with the prince, drinking tea and chatting? Anyway, he can't take his place. The prince has the princess with him, so there's no need for me to join, Xia Yan said, not wanting to eat dog food. Then go study your 5 elements and 8 trigrams, Ji Sheng continued, determined not to let Xia Yan compete for the prince's favor. Ji Sheng, what do you really mean? The princess didn't say I should go alone. What's wrong with helping out? Why do you keep stopping me? I must go now. Xia Yan got really angry. Ji Sheng was just doing it on purpose, afraid he would steal his good position. Military advisor Xia, don't be anxious. Listen to me. Ji Sheng kept blocking Xia Yan from passing and tried to find more excuses. Ji Sheng, today I will tell you clearly, if the King of Heaven himself comes, I still have to go. Will you move aside or not? Xia Yan looked ready to fight if Ji Sheng didn't let him go. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji just wanted to come out and saw the scene. Looks like your family is having an internal fight. Are they going to fight each other? Feng Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. At first, she thought military advisor Xia was quite steady and experienced, but now she saw he also had a funny side. Is it because Yenner is too charming? My people probably won't take long before they all join Yenner's side. Then I will have to rely on Yenner to support me, Xiao Minji said with a smile, not worried at all about losing control. His soldiers like Feng Qingyan and are willing to serve her. He is happy for her. Since Feng Qingyan is so devoted to him, he is willing to be completely open with her. Everything he is belongs to her. Come on, I'm not stupid. Without your permission, they wouldn't dare. Feng Qingyan smiled happily at Xiao Minji. She knew very well that without Xiao Minji's approval, today's situation wouldn't have happened. A military force, one that has persisted through such harsh conditions for many years, definitely possesses extraordinary perseverance and discipline. How could they be so easily bribed by her small favors? From the very beginning, she was so extravagant that she would surely fail the test with Commander Xia. Most likely, Xiao Minji was working behind the scenes to influence her. Xiao Minji has come this far, becoming a powerful general and war god, despite the threats from the emperor, the crown prince, and others. He is not an ordinary person, but he is willing to hold back his sharpness for Feng Qingyan. No matter what she does, he fully supports her silently. This is why Feng Qingyan now trusts Xiao Minji so much. He truly cares about her deeply. That's because of her charm. Haven't you seen? I'm already obsessed with her. What do they count for? Xiao Minji flattered his wife without hesitation. I call that money-making ability, he said with a smile. Feng Qingyan smiled back. She had enough silver and supplies, so things naturally became much easier to handle. When Ji Sheng and Xia Yan heard the commotion, they immediately changed into different people. Come on, come on. The princess asked me to arrange roast whole lamb and roast pig. I'll take you to see. Ji Sheng quickly slung Xia Yan onto his back, and they instantly became close brothers. Great. That's what good brothers do. Xia Yan smiled, secretly pinching his friend's side where it was soft, in a place Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji couldn't see. This guy, in front of the princess, still pretended to be innocent. We're just good brothers, Ji Sheng said, grimacing from the pinch, but still pretending to smile. Let's go quickly, good brother. Xia Yan grinned mischievously at Ji Sheng, tightening his grip. Ji Sheng almost let out a squeal. The two of them played around and left Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji's sight. Feeling the joyful atmosphere in the camp brought by Feng Qingyan's arrival, Xiao Minji thought that with his little princess in the northwest, things would only get more prosperous. Night fell, and the bonfire blazed brightly. Roasted whole lambs and pigs sizzled with oil, filling the air with a delicious aroma that spread for miles. The soldiers couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan walked together, and the soldiers stood up to salute. Greetings to the prince and princess. Being soldiers from the northwest, their voices were loud and rough. Xiao Minji stood in front of the soldiers again. They still showed him great respect, which made him very pleased. Thank you, prince and princess. The soldiers bowed in thanks. Xiao Minji looked at the soldiers, but did not let them sit down. It seemed there was still an important matter to discuss. Taking this opportunity, I want to officially introduce you to my princess, Feng Qingyan, who is also the hero who injured the Northern Liang army today. I believe everyone has heard of her talents. From now on, in the northwest, seeing the princess is like seeing me. Her orders are my orders. Anyone who disrespects her will face military punishment. Xiao Minji's presence was strong and commanding. His voice, boosted by inner strength, was firm and powerful. The aura of a leader, which he had never shown before in front of Feng Qingyan, suddenly exploded. It made everyone feel a deep sense of submission, strong and impossible to ignore.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, the soldiers cheered loudly. Although Feng Qingyan was new to the northwest, the soldiers were not unfamiliar with her. She was the divine doctor of the Great Summer, a beloved figure in the capital, a business genius, and someone who helped them with strategies and new weapons. Each of these things had deeply touched their hearts. At first, they only heard rumors, and some soldiers might have thought their prince was exaggerating Feng Qingyan. How could a woman understand so much? But yesterday's shock from the helicopter bombing the Northern Liang army, along with the delicious food Feng Qingyan brought and her promises, made them believe the rumors about her. They even thought their prince was downplaying her, not exaggerating her. They believed their princess was even better than what their prince described. Yenner, say a few words to them. Xiao Minji nodded with satisfaction and turned to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan didn't hesitate. In her past life, she was a leader, so she naturally had leadership qualities. But this was her first time facing so many people. And they were all brave soldiers who had fought on real battlefields. Feng Qingyan cleared her throat, feeling her presence was a bit weak. She took out a small amplifier from her space. Hello, soldiers of the Northwest. I am Feng Qingyan, your 9th princess. Feng Qingyan's mini loudspeaker is quite powerful. Her voice can carry 10 miles, even better than Xiao Minji's internal strength. Hello, princess. Hello, princess. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, showing their support. They knew she would be their long-term supporter, and it was no exaggeration to say they depended on her. When Feng Qingyan spoke, the soldiers thought her voice was deep and strong. But those in the front saw that she was holding a small object. The sound was coming from that object. They had heard that the princess had many surprising treasures. Today, they finally saw one and became very curious. What is that? When the princess's voice came out from inside, it sounded so loud and amazing. Ji Sheng and Xia Yan, standing at the front, naturally didn't miss this interesting thing. They looked eager to try, wishing they could take it and examine it right now. Xiao Minji was speechless. He knew that whenever their little princess made a move, she would steal the spotlight. Are you talking about this? This is called a loudspeaker, which can amplify sound several times. Ji Sheng, military advisor Xia, passed this to the soldiers so they can see. Seeing the soldiers' curious eyes, Feng Qingyan took out 2 more loudspeakers from her space. Ji Sheng and Xia Yan were very happy and quickly ran forward to take them from her. Princess, how do we use this? Ji Sheng eagerly shouted into the loudspeaker, but it didn't work at first. There's a switch here. Just push it up and it will work. Feng Qingyan smiled and explained to Ji Sheng. Okay, now it really has sound. Ji Sheng pushed the switch, and the loudspeaker made noise, making everyone happy. Xia Yan immediately followed Feng Qingyan's instructions and operated his loudspeaker. The two of them happily ran down to follow her orders. But they were very careful, only allowing the soldiers to speak into the loudspeakers. They held their own, worried they might be pushed aside. If everything goes well, the princess will reward them. Now, private property must be well protected. If it gets damaged, no one can compensate. Feng Qingyan smiled as she watched the two people's antics, almost laughing out loud. If she ever did something more exaggerated in the future, they wouldn't know what to do. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Feng Qingyan spoke again, focusing on the important matter. Thank you, soldiers, for welcoming your princess. I hope that in the days to come, I can earn everyone's respect and recognition, just like your prince. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction or disagreements with me, feel free to tell me. We can talk and improve together, working hard to make the Northwest a place we all love. In the future, soldiers will have enough food when hungry, warm clothes when cold, and caring people when tired. Let's live our wonderful lives. Feng Qingyan has always been open-minded. To earn everyone's respect and recognition, you don't need to use power to suppress, but strength to win. If you're unhappy, show your ability so you have nothing to say. If you're not convinced, use your strength to make others believe. The Northwest is really tough. Feng Qingyan wants to use her skills to create a better life for the soldiers there.
Good.
Feng Qingyan's words truly touched the hearts of the soldiers in the Northwest. Having enough food when hungry, warm clothes when cold, these seem simple, but for soldiers in the Northwest, they are luxuries. Not only did Feng Qingyan imagine a bright future for them, but she also made a promise. They believed she would help them achieve it. Come, for our bright future, I toast to everyone. Let's drink together. Feng Qingyan is also a generous person, inspired by the soldiers' enthusiasm. Talking more is useless. From now on, just do it.
To the princess.
To the princess. The soldiers cheered excitedly, raising their cups to drink with Feng Qingyan. Seeing Feng Qingyan and the soldiers happily together, Xiao Minji felt truly pleased. How lucky he was to marry Feng Qingyan. Everyone, tonight you don't need to hold back. Eat well, drink well, and don't let the princess's good food go to waste. Let's not get drunk until we're full. Xiao Minji spoke at the right moment, opening the evening banquet. Not get drunk. Long live the prince. Long live. Long live. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. With the soldiers' cheers, the banquet officially began. The soldiers had never experienced such a luxurious feast before and were eager to start. One by one, like hungry wolves, they began to eat eagerly. Ji Sheng and Xia Yan carried a loudspeaker and ran around the soldiers, letting them gather in small groups to enjoy the moment. Hearing the cheers and seeing the soldiers already eating, they quickly returned. Princess, this thing should work well for giving orders. Can we give it to our subordinates? They didn't want to give up the treasures they had just received. Ji Sheng shamelessly asked Feng Qingyan. Xia Yan looked at Feng Qingyan with anticipation. Yes, just keep it for yourselves. Feng Qingyan smiled. It wasn't a valuable item, and she hadn't planned to take it back. But for Ji Sheng and Xia Yan, it was priceless. Thank you, princess. Thank you. Ji Sheng and Xia Yan immediately stuffed the items into their arms, afraid someone might take them away later. Seeing their small actions, Feng Qingyan smiled and raised her cup to them. Come, Commander Xia and Deputy Ji, I toast you first, to thank you for your loyalty to the prince and for defending the Northwest all these years. In the future, I hope you will continue to take care of us. Feng Qingyan sincerely expressed her gratitude. Having a group of brothers who fought and risked their lives with Xiao Minji was truly fortunate. You're too kind, princess. This is what we should do as subordinates. You thought of the soldiers in the Northwest while in the capital, and now you even pay out of your own pocket to provide food. We should be thanking you. Xia Yan genuinely thanked Feng Qingyan from his heart. He hadn't seen such happy smiles on the soldiers' faces in a long time. Feng Qingyan seemed to bring vitality and hope to their entire army. Yes, yes, we should thank the princess. Let's toast to her. Ji Sheng drank a large gulp of wine in one go. He's a general and not one for fancy words. Basically, he was just thanking Feng Qingyan. All of it went into the wine. Xia Yan quickly raised his cup and drank it all. Next, the two people naturally did not forget their host, Xiao Minji, and each raised a glass to toast him. A few generals saw Ji Sheng and Xia Yan toasting Feng Qingyan, and they also came over to join in. They all raised their glasses to toast Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was also willing to accept the toast. In her previous life, she was good at drinking. Since everyone was happy today, she couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Princess, you are so generous and have a good drinker skill. The soldiers couldn't help but praise Feng Qingyan for being brave and generous. At first, they were worried that the princess would be like other noble ladies in the palace, being delicate and difficult to get along with. They also worried she wouldn't want Xiao Minji to return to the northwest. Now all those worries were gone. Yenner, drink less, be careful not to get drunk. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan drinking glass after glass and worried she might feel unwell if she drank too much. It's okay. If I drink too much, I still have the prince. Today the soldiers are happy and I will naturally join in. Maybe because she had been drinking, Feng Qingyan completely forgot that she was in ancient times, acting as casually as she would with her brothers in modern days. Xiao Minji saw how happy Feng Qingyan was and didn't want to ruin her mood. The soldiers in the northwest also finally relaxed and drank happily. Like Feng Qingyan said, she was drunk, but he was still with her. Seeing Feng Qingyan so easygoing, everyone gathered around her. They were very curious about her, and since they finally had a chance, they naturally asked questions. Princess, I heard you can perform a cesarean section? The mother and baby are both safe, is that true? Princess, I heard you can open someone's head, remove tumors, and sew it back up without killing them. Princess, I heard if someone's bones are broken, you can reattach them and restore them to normal? The soldiers' first questions were about medical skills they found incredible. Feng Qingyan answered each one and told them that if they had any injuries or illnesses in the future, they could come to her for treatment. She also promised to teach the Northwest soldiers what she knew. Thank you, Princess, for your kindness and generosity. We will do our best to learn. A few military doctors were worried about losing their jobs, but when they heard that Feng Qingyan was willing to personally teach them medical skills, they eagerly knelt down to thank her. Feng Qingyan is so selfless, willing to teach them her exclusive medical techniques without hesitation. Please get up. From now on, we will work together to care for the health of the soldiers in the Northwest and reduce their suffering. You don't need to worry about medical supplies. I have a special supply channel. Starting today, all injured and sick people in the Northwest will be treated here. If there are medicines missing, come to me. For difficult cases, you can also bring them here for treatment. The Northwest region struggles even to meet basic needs, let alone have good medical conditions. Feng Qingyan wants to quickly build her own medical team here. Your Highness, your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by the soldiers of the Northwest. The soldiers were deeply moved by Feng Qingyan's words. They had just arrived in the Northwest, and she was already thinking of them wholeheartedly. They could only serve faithfully and be willing to follow her to the end. Feng Qingyan didn't want to buy their loyalty. She truly cared about these soldiers. They protect their homeland and are willing to sacrifice their lives. The emperor, that scoundrel, actually withheld their pay, making them hungry and cold. He is unworthy to be a ruler. Sooner or later, his regime will be overthrown. After discussing medical matters, the soldiers started talking about forging steel and making weapons. Recently, Xiao Minji had arranged for a batch of weapons to be sent early, but the soldiers suddenly realized their current weapons had become useless scrap metal. Because the supply was limited, many soldiers hadn't received new weapons yet and felt anxious. Now, Feng Qingyan was right in front of them, so they naturally wanted to ask. I promise you all that before the end of the year, every soldier will have a new, reliable weapon. The capital city was already working overtime to produce them. Feng Qingyan gave Qin Bing several modern, practical, and powerful designs for cold weapons to study and develop. They believed that soon, the soldiers in the Northwest would have a variety of new weapons.
Great. Great.
You're really our lucky star, princess. Long live the princess. Long live the princess. The soldiers cheered again. Feng Qingyan came to the Northwest, not only to improve the soldiers' meals, but also to provide them with new weapons. They were so grateful that they didn't have any complaints about her. In just half a day, she completely won over the soldiers in the Northwest. Feng Qingyan chatted and drank happily with the soldiers, feeling that just eating and talking was not enough. Ji Sheng, play some music. Feng Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up as she spoke to Ji Sheng beside her. Good wine and delicious food naturally needed some music to make the atmosphere better. Music? The princess wants to listen to singing and dancing? That might be a bit difficult for my men. Ji Sheng had drunk quite a bit too, and his face was red. Her request was a little hard to fulfill. In the Northwest, they were all tough men, and finding someone who could play instruments or sing was not easy. Forget it, forget it. You can't do it. The princess can. I will play music for you. Do you want to listen? Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered that this was ancient times, and to hear music, it had to be performed by real people. But she had a way. Wanting to listen to music was not difficult. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers in the Northwest were excited. Such treatment was rare for them. No problem. I will play some music for you right away. Feng Qingyan took out her phone, connected it to the speaker, and played a song, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style, by Phoenix Legend. The effect was amazing. It was even better than a KTV.
Wow.
This little device can actually talk by itself. Ji Sheng's eyes widened in surprise as he pointed at the phone curiously. What kind of music is this? It sounds so good. Wow, this is so lively. I want to dance. The soldiers listened and immediately felt energized. This was a popular dance song from back in the day, perfect for dancing. Do you want to dance? The princess, will teach you how to do square dancing. Feng Qingyan was completely drunk with happiness, forgetting all about ancient rules and customs. This was the Northwest, and from now on she was in charge. Forget the rules and feudal traditions, who said women had to rely on men all their lives or stay in the back courtyard. As soon as she finished speaking, she started dancing along with the music from her phone. Great! Everyone, come and learn to dance with the princess. The soldiers all became happy and forgot about the rules for a while, especially since Ji Sheng was leading the cheers, and everyone was getting bolder. You don't need to be a dancer to join the square dance. Just follow the rhythm and move along. The soldiers, following Feng Qingyan, actually danced quite well. Xia Yan and Xiao Minji were originally drinking tea and talking about the future development in the Northwest. Suddenly, they heard music, and then Xia Yan looked up to see Feng Qingyan dancing with the soldiers. His heart tightened. Your Highness, I will go teach those unruly guys a lesson. They've been spoiled in the past 2 years since you weren't here. These guys had drunk too much and became too bold, daring to let the princess dance for them. Do they want to live? Just as Xia Yan was about to stand up, he turned his head and saw that Xiao Minji's face showed no anger, only a high-spirited smile. Then he heard Xiao Minji say, no need. As long as the princess is happy, that's enough. Didn't you see the soldiers are also very happy? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan's joyful figure with a full smile. What are these silly rules? In the Northwest, he makes the decisions. His rules are the rules. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan loved freedom and believed in equality. She was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and Xiao Minji didn't want to restrict her. He just wanted her to be happy. Okay. Xia Yan finally relaxed. He couldn't help but think to himself how much the prince spoiled his wife. But their princess truly had the right to be spoiled. Feng Qingyan celebrated with the soldiers for 3 days and nights. During that time, whenever she went to pretend to transport supplies, she would fly her helicopter over the northern Liang area for a few circles, just to scare those pesky enemies. Isn't she fond of bothering the Northwest? She first scared them out of their wits. Liang Wenjie heard the helicopter noise and lay trembling on his bed. He was so scared he thought it might lay eggs again, and hurriedly arranged for someone to move him to a safer place.
What?
What kind of strange thing is that? Flying back and forth all the time, it's really terrifying. It was the first time in his life he felt so defeated. Even after previous defeats, he never felt so helpless. Reporting to the second prince, the big bird seems to have flown away. A group of people had just finished packing up when they realized the helicopter had already left. Liang Wenjie had been through a lot several times and was feeling quite exhausted. Prepare the carriage and horses for this prince. I want to return to the capital to recover from my injuries. He was truly tired of the stressful days, feeling like his life was always at risk. So, the soldiers from the northwest didn't need to fight. They let Liang Wenjie escape back to the city. Once Liang Wenjie left, Xiao Minji naturally received the news. Xiao Minji smiled. Liang Wenjie was not someone who would give up easily. It was probably the power of his little wife's words that made him hesitate. I heard he left overnight on a fast horse, probably scared out of his wits. Xia Yan couldn't help but laugh. Their wife's actions were just too funny. Did you see your wife? Early in the morning, Xiao Minji looked around but didn't see Feng Qingyan. I think she just went to the training ground with Ji Sheng. On his way here, Xia Yan saw them talking and seemed to be heading to the training ground for something. Let's go see. Thinking of what Feng Qingyan said last night, Xiao Minji also became interested. At the training ground, Feng Qingyan gathered a group of soldiers. She hadn't been letting them eat and drink for free these past 3 days and nights. The northern Liang side probably wouldn't dare to bother them again, so she was ready to start big plans with her soldiers. Feng Qingyan looked at the soldiers below. Over the past 2 days, their food had suddenly improved, and their complexion was much healthier. She slightly smiled. Your Royal Highness asks you, do you want to eat meat every day? Do you want to live a rich and full life like now? After eating delicacies for so long, few could stomach plain food. So, if they didn't want to suffer anymore, they had to work hard. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers had been brainwashed by Feng Qingyan these past few days. Whatever she said, they just followed. To ensure we all live well every day in the future, I will make a plan for you starting today. Do you have confidence you can complete it? Feng Qingyan was always a person with clear goals. At the moment when Jingcheng and Xiao Minji Feng Bailing discussed and decided to come to the northwest, they had already roughly planned the future development. A few days ago, she also discussed the feasibility of the plan with Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji had absolute confidence in Feng Qingyan and naturally supported her fully. However, to carry out the plan, Feng Qingyan still needed the full cooperation of the soldiers in the northwest. That's why there was initially an appeal through delicious food. Plus, with Xiao Minji's silent support and his behind-the-scenes efforts to persuade her, everything went smoothly. Of course, Feng Qingyan's motivation wasn't only for her own plan. She genuinely cared about the soldiers in the northwest. Ultimately, everything she did was for the development of the northwest and its soldiers. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, full of energy. Since their princess consort was so dedicated to them, what reason did they have not to work hard? You all know that the climate in the northwest is full of dust and not suitable for farming, which causes shortages of supplies. To solve this problem fundamentally, we need to prevent wind and stabilize the sand, turning the desert into an oasis. Step by step, we will improve the environment here so it can serve us. In the past 2 days, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji also discussed with the experts responsible for cultivating crops like corn and peanuts, as well as those planting poplar trees. They had some ideas, but it was far from the results Feng Qingyan hoped for. The main issue was that this work required a lot of manpower and resources. The Northwest Army would be the most important force, but it was impossible to have an entire army doing farm work. So, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji decided to organize work in groups, combining labor with training. Princess, just tell us directly. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Ji Sheng led the way and spoke directly. Feng Qingyan knew they might not understand all the technical details, but they were willing to follow her. She would never harm them. Then I'll be straightforward. I want the soldiers to work in groups, doing farming and planting trees. Of course, not all the time. Training and work should be balanced. Only then can you ensure a good life in the future. Are you willing? Feng Qingyan was most worried about the soldiers' mental state. They were brave heroes on the battlefield, but now they had to put down their weapons and work, which might be hard for them to accept at first. What's the big deal? It's not like we have to farm forever. If it weren't for urgent reasons, who would want to fight? Who doesn't want to eat well and stay warm? I'm willing to work. Jisheng was the first to step forward and lead by example. Now, North Liang was so scared of Feng Qingyan's helicopter that they retreated and didn't dare to bother them anymore. If they didn't take this chance to rest and recover, when would they? With Jisheng leading, the soldiers also started to stand up and agree. I am willing. Me too. Anyway, now they had a helicopter and North Liang's troublemakers wouldn't dare do anything. With safety assured, they would naturally focus on their livelihood. What could be better than being self-sufficient? They had thought about it before, but conditions didn't allow it. They simply couldn't grow enough food. Now, with Feng Qingyan leading, what was there to hesitate about? Since everyone agrees, the princess, will not treat you unfairly. From now on, your monthly pay will double, and I will cover half of it. Feng Qingyan knew many soldiers joined the army for a living, often supporting their families with elders and children at home, not just for themselves. In the past, the Northwest Army's monthly pay was paid out of Xiao Minji's own pocket. Now, Feng Qingyan also wanted to do her part. With their families having a stable life, the soldiers could focus on their duties and serve with peace of mind. Long live the princess! Long live the princess! When the soldiers heard that the princess only wanted them to do some work and that they would have good food and money to take home, they cheered immediately. They truly thought their princess was like a living bodhisattva. Feng Qingyan reached an agreement with the soldiers, and next, they would start working officially. If you asked why Feng Qingyan and her team didn't just take over North Liang directly, they had already discussed this with Xiao Minji and Xia Yan. They agreed not to attack North Liang for now. The reason was definitely related to the person in the capital. If they took North Liang, the emperor wouldn't sit still. He would never allow North Liang to fall into Xiao Minji's hands. That would cause chaos again. In the end, it was the common people and the soldiers in the northwest who suffered the most. Therefore, they planned to keep Beiliang as a shield. When the time is right, they can easily remove it again. Right now, the main goal is to develop the Northwest as quickly as possible. Once the Northwest becomes prosperous, soldiers and civilians there won't need to hold back anymore. Using the Northwest as a base, it will be easy to establish their own kingdom. Feng Qingyan wants to turn the desert into an oasis, develop agriculture, and plant trees. Water sources are very important. This has always been a difficult problem for the Northwest. They have tried digging many wells, but most efforts were in vain. Having enough water for daily use is already a luxury. Feng Qingyan observed several water sources in the Northwest and found the situation to be quite bleak. The water quality is poor and water sources are scarce. No wonder the soldiers in the Northwest look dirty. Bathing here seems to be a problem. Solving the water problem is urgent. After some investigation, Feng Qingyan chose a suitable spot and planned to personally guide the soldiers in digging a new well. She also arranged for a dried-up riverbed nearby to be cleared. How can the princess be sure water will come out here? Xia Yan asked curiously, seeing Feng Qingyan look so confident. There is a gap between two mountains, so underground water must be nearby. Also, there is an abandoned riverbed, which must have had water flow before. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the spring's location, Feng Qingyan explained, relying on her experience and observation. She wasn't sure if the spring was still active. If it was abandoned, she had other plans. Finally, with everyone's joint effort, the well was dug deep enough, but no water appeared. That's enough. You've all worked hard today. Go back and rest. I'll take care of this place with the prince, Feng Qingyan said. It was already dark, and everyone was tired after a long day. Naturally, they felt a bit disappointed. Understanding their feelings, Feng Qingyan told everyone to go rest. After everyone left, Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and asked, "Does the princess have other plans?" From the beginning, Feng Qingyan was very confident. Xiao Minji thought she must have already prepared a backup plan. After all, in the northwest, he had already hired many professional well diggers, digging countless wells, barely enough to meet the soldiers' needs. Planting trees and creating forests, irrigating crops, these were simply dreams beyond reach. There are natural resources. It seems some things Feng Qingyan are now ready to confront Xiao Minji about. She moved her mind and took Xiao Minji into his smart space. Xiao Minji looked around and was slightly surprised. Is this the space where Yena had her surgery? Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. You knew about my space back then? She was still pretending for so long. This person was surprisingly good at acting. I just took a quick look when I woke up and guessed a little. Xiao Minji looked a bit awkward. He wasn't trying to hide his curiosity, so he just went along. Yes, this is my smart space. It moves with my thoughts. Actually, I originally didn't belong to your world. Feng Qingyan also revealed that she came from another world. Will you go back to your original world? Xiao Minji's first reaction wasn't surprise or fear, but concern that Feng Qingyan might suddenly disappear. I probably won't. Anyway, she couldn't go back herself. That's good. You scared me to death. Xiao Minji finally felt relieved. Aren't you afraid of my background? Feng Qingyan smiled. She had worried that once Xiao Minji knew her background, he might see her as a monster. But the reaction was quite the opposite. It seemed she hadn't misjudged him. Why be afraid? No matter who you are my princess, my only wife, the one I love most. Xiao Minji had suspected from the beginning that the current Feng Qingyan wasn't the same person as the original, but he couldn't find a reason. Now it all made sense. No wonder she had changed so much. You just sweet-talk me to make me happy. Feng Qingyan felt a little shy after Xiao Minji's words. Love she had never imagined in modern times, but with Xiao Minji, she had experienced it all. Yener, do you still not believe my true feelings? Xiao Minji hugged her tightly and said unhappily. Believe, don't get too excited. We have important things to do. We can talk about everything later. Feng Qingyan saw the fierce look in Xiao Minji's eyes and immediately backed down. If she dared to refuse, Xiao Minji would make her regret it tonight. Then the princess should be prepared mentally when we go back. Xiao Minji reluctantly let go of Feng Qingyan, smiling mischievously. Feng Qingyan felt her back stiffen. She shouldn't have provoked this hungry wolf. She quickly changed the subject. Come on, I'll show you my smart space first. We're now in the medical space, the place where I performed your surgery. All the medical equipment here is fully intelligent. These lights don't use open flames and can turn on and off by themselves. It's really amazing. Xiao Minji looked at the glowing voice-controlled lights and asked curiously. Those are electric lights, powered by electricity and controlled by sound. Seeing Xiao Minji's surprised expression, Feng Qingyan couldn't help but smile. We've only just arrived, and he's already amazed. What is electricity? Xiao Minji asked again. I'll explain that to you slowly later. Let's look at other things first. Feng Qingyan was speechless. If she explained everything about Xiao Minji's secrets, she might talk for 3 days and nights and still not finish. And he might not understand it all. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan had too many secrets. He couldn't possibly learn everything at once. It's okay. He had all the time in the world to listen to her tell him gradually. Feng Qingyan took Xiao Minji to the supply warehouse, which was stocked with all kinds of supplies. All these ingredients and raw materials come from here. I see. Xiao Minji suddenly understood. Looking at the large supply warehouse, no wonder his little princess could casually produce so many things. Finally, Feng Qingyan took Xiao Minji to the weapon storage. This is a tank, cannon, armored vehicle, and so on. They are all high-powered weapons from our era, comparable in power to helicopters. Feng Qingyan introduced several big machines to Xiao Minji one by one. His eyes nearly glued to them. Indeed, men, especially those with military backgrounds, have a natural love for these things. This is so spectacular. Xiao Minji looked at the armored vehicle, eager to try. Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji with eager eyes and asked with a smile. He had been waiting impatiently, just for Feng Qingyan to give the word. The two of them got into an armored vehicle. Under Feng Qingyan's guidance, Xiao Minji quickly learned how to operate it. He had also thoroughly studied the helicopter before, so some of the equipment in the armored vehicle didn't feel unfamiliar to him. Xiao Minji examined almost all the hot weapons inside before he was satisfied. Finally, Feng Qingyan remembered the important task and took Xiao Minji to a fire truck parked nearby. This is a fire truck. In our time, it was used to put out fires. It can hold over 10 tons of water. We can drive out several of these to transport water. Tonight, we can also fill the nearby river, since the water there is endless and free. This plan had already been thought of by Feng Qingyan before.
Great.
Thank you on behalf of the soldiers in the Northwest, Xiao Minji said excitedly. With Feng Qingyan's intelligent space, the future of the Northwest looks very bright. You're so silly, Feng Qingyan smiled. The two of them worked together all night, filling the river, wells, and ditches with water. The next morning, the soldiers woke up and were all stunned. What had their prince and princess done last night? They all looked as if they had missed out on billions. The spring has been opened. From now on, everyone won't have to worry about water for drinking or farming, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji announced together. Of course, they kept this secret from outsiders. Long live the prince. Long live the princess. We in the Northwest now have water to drink. The soldiers looked at the large river that appeared overnight and were so excited they didn't know what to say. They cheered loudly. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged a knowing smile. Prince, princess, what are these two big machines for? Jisheng looked at the fire truck with shining eyes. He wondered when their prince and princess had brought back such big vehicles. Jisheng, you came at the right time. This is used to carry water for greening and crop irrigation. From now on, this important task will be entrusted to you, Feng Qingyan said. With the fire truck, they also needed to assign 2 drivers. Jisheng was very curious, so it was a good chance to give him something to do. Really? Is that true? Jisheng was so excited he couldn't speak. This was a huge blessing for him. Of course it's true. When has this princess ever lied? Feng Qingyan smiled. Driving a fire truck isn't an easy job, so he would have to learn it. How do I operate it? Jisheng was eager to try, but he realized he didn't know how to drive.
Get on.
I will teach you myself. Since they had a fire truck, they needed to train 2 drivers just in case. Jisheng was perfect for this. Thank you, princess. Jisheng was overjoyed. The princess personally teaching him was such a good treatment. Meanwhile, Xia Yan saw Jisheng get on the fire truck and started to feel restless. There was another idle truck, and he couldn't let someone else get ahead. Prince, do you want to learn too? Before Xia Yan could speak, Xiao Minji already knew what he wanted to say. Of course I do. Xia Yan was no longer shy. He didn't want Jisheng to take all the good things. Let's go. I will teach you. Xiao Minji, after last night's training with Feng Qingyan, was ready to teach. Teaching Xia Yan was no problem. The water source problem was solved, and then Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji led the soldiers to start farming and planting trees. As for seeds and saplings, Feng Qingyan took care of that. Her space storage had all kinds of seeds and plants. Every day, as soon as the soldiers woke up, they had enough seeds and saplings. Every day, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji personally led everyone in planting trees and farming, working hard without complaint. The problems they faced during farming and planting were all solved with Feng Qingyan's help. In just 1 month, the Northwest region changed dramatically, becoming prosperous and lively. Of course, turning the desert into an oasis through planting trees wasn't done overnight, but with Feng Qingyan leading, they found the right direction and saw hope. Because of Feng Qingyan, the Northwest seemed to be reborn, like a young sapling beginning to grow strong. Here, planting trees and farming have already gotten on the right track. Feng Qingyan is now thinking about building roads, hospitals, and factories. To get rich, first build roads. To develop healthcare, businesses are needed to boost the economy. The Northwest has many mountains and abundant jade and mineral resources. She can set up several jade processing factories. Who can compare to computer-aided design and machine cutting? She can produce large quantities and sell them to other countries. Additionally, some medicinal herbs can be grown on the mountains, processed into traditional Chinese medicine, which should sell well. It seems that business in the capital is gradually shifting focus. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji are working overtime in the northwest to develop their plans. It has been almost a month since the emperor in the capital received news that Liang Wenjie had fled with his tail between his legs. Xiao Minji won a battle. So what? If he now knew Feng Qingyan was sleeping on his dragon bed every night, what would he think? The emperor is extremely angry, but only deceives himself. That night, he went to Mainyang's palace to vent his feelings. To stay close to the emperor, Mainyang now lives in the palace. Usually, she wears a veil in the harem, only removing it when facing the emperor. So outsiders do not know who this favored woman really is. When the emperor arrived, Mainyang was suddenly panicked. Because her disguise mask, which she used to hide her face, had to be removed now that her true appearance had been restored. As soon as the emperor entered Mainyang's palace, he tore off her veil. He was about to indulge himself, but when he saw her true face, he was shocked and shouted loudly.
Who are you?
Whereas Feng Qingyan, Your Majesty, forgive me. I am the one who serves you every day. Feng Qingyan. Mainyang quickly knelt to apologize. She had planned to explain everything to the emperor at the right time, but he suddenly appeared. What's going on? Tell the truth. The emperor's head was buzzing. He wondered how Feng Qingyan could be so different from usual. Could it be that the person who has been with him all this time is an imposter? Your Majesty, I am Mainyang. I was forced into this. It's all Feng Qingyan's doing. Mainyang could only exaggerate, claiming she was forced by Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan, she is truly daring to deceive the emperor. You scoundrel, come here, take him away, and execute him. The emperor looked at the charming woman and suddenly became very angry. This woman had deceived him for so long. Your Majesty, do you really want to execute her? She is already pregnant with your child. This woman was quite clever. She knew the truth was about to come out, and she wouldn't get a good result. So, she planned to have a child from the start, using it as a bargaining chip. Even after removing the blemishes on her face, she was still quite pretty. She looked at the emperor with tearful, captivating eyes. Because the emperor's actions were secret and not suitable for others to see, he didn't bring anyone with him to her palace. This gave her a chance. Are you really pregnant with my child? Hearing this, the emperor's anger eased a little. To be honest, even without her disguise, she still had some charm. Her seductive manner, trained in the brothel, was very alluring. Seeing her charming look, the emperor's throat moved, and his desire flared up again. Really? Why don't you let the emperor feel for you? The imperial doctor said it's been about a month, so it should be from the first time you served the emperor. The emperor relaxed and immediately stood up, pressing her against the luxurious bed, pulling her hand to his chest. You little enchantress, how about I carry you to the bed and feel for you again? He couldn't resist her temptation. His desire was ignited, and he couldn't wait. He picked her up and pressed her onto the beautiful bed. The emperor and the charming woman rolled around together, without shame. With her pregnancy and her skills on the bed, she managed to persuade the emperor to make her a concubine. As for Feng Qingyan's betrayal, since it was a serious matter, the emperor couldn't make a big fuss, so he had to let it go. But now he wanted to find Feng Qingyan and get her into trouble, yet he couldn't find her. Because of her motherhood, the charming woman finally gained official status and no longer had to wear a veil and sneak around every day. Shan Liuli was dismissed, and Consort Su, who was usually unconcerned about the emperor's women, saw her favored and naturally didn't dare to provoke her. She was thriving in the harem, her ambitions growing. Sometimes, she even challenged Shan Liuli to show her dominance in the palace. Shan Liuli has been dismissed. The crown prince's position will eventually belong to the child in Mai. The emperor has few children, and the crown prince is not very capable. Lady Mei, pregnant with his child, even started to think about taking the throne herself. She also doesn't consider her own background. She dares to dream big. During this time, Shan Liuli was also busy planning her escape. Foolish woman, you really don't know your place. You think you can climb to the top, but look at yourself. What kind of person are you? Shen Liuli naturally saw through Lady May's schemes in the harem. Her face showed anger, but she didn't take Lady May seriously. Lady May is just a woman with no background, relying solely on the emperor's favor. She's not worth fearing. If Shen Liuli wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant, just a matter of words. But Shen Liuli had no intention of doing that. Over a month, Shen Liuli took slow-acting poison daily, and her health kept getting worse. The emperor was also taking action against the duke's mansion, and she couldn't wait any longer. Fortunately, Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan were both away from the capital. She planned to make a big move. The emperor was lost in his pleasures, and Lady May could help distract him. As for the crown prince Xiao Jingyi, he had recently shown some promise. Shen Liuli had given him tasks, and he completed them beyond expectations. The reason was that someone was advising him behind the scenes. Feng Zihue, who was sent to prison last time, was furious with Feng Qingyan. To get revenge, she deliberately tried to get close to Xiao Jingyi. In the capital, only the crown prince could rival Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. As for the emperor, Feng Zihue still had her pride. She didn't want to serve an old man. But she also didn't think much of Xiao Jingyi, what kind of person he was. Now, Feng Qingyan was far in the northwest, and whether she would return was uncertain. Feng Zihue had only recently come back to the capital and didn't know much about Xiao Jingyi. She only remembered that Feng Qingyan and Feng Qianqian used to chase after him. Now, she was blinded by hatred, eager to become the crown princess and surpass Feng Qingyan. The crown prince's faction was in a critical situation. When it came to choosing people, Xiao Jingyi naturally accepted Feng Zihue's advances. Although Feng Yunian does not hold a high official position, he comes from the duke's family, so he can still be useful at times. After Feng Qianqian's death, Rongmin's royal relatives were completely destroyed. Now that Feng Zihue has returned, she has rekindled hope. Your sister isn't destined to be an empress. You must seize this chance. Men are all lecherous. As long as you please him on the bed and get pregnant, won't he marry you? Rongmin fully supports Feng Zihue's plan to marry into the palace. Her way of thinking is quite open-minded. It's true what they say. If the top beam is crooked, the lower ones will be crooked too. Understood, Feng Zihue replied shyly. After all, she can't be too forward as a woman. She has already hinted to Xiao Jingyi many times, but he still seems indifferent. This time, Feng Zihue is determined to win Xiao Jingyi over. When she sees Xiao Jingyi again, she prepares in advance by lighting enchanting incense in the room. Though this incense isn't as overpowering as the love potion, Feng Zihue believes her skills are enough to win Xiao Jingyi over. Dressed lightly, Feng Zihue's appearance immediately catches Xiao Jingyi's eye. Although the potion no longer works, his lustful nature remains unchanged. Seeing the prince's lingering gaze on her, Feng Zihue feels secretly proud. Your Highness, are you here to see me for a serious matter today? She still pretends to be reserved. Recently, Feng Zihue has given Xiao Jingyi many good ideas. Her studies at the academy haven't been wasted, but Rongmin led her astray, so she hasn't used her knowledge for important matters.
Why?
Can I come to see Sister Zihue if I have nothing to do? Of course. I came because I missed you. Xiao Jingyi, experienced with women, speaks these sweet words effortlessly. Your Highness, you love joking with me. Feng Zihue feigns shyness. Her charming look makes Xiao Jingyi feel a surge of anger in his stomach. Zihue, can't you feel it? I have liked you for a long time. When I first saw you, following your sister, that small figure was etched into my heart. But because I was betrothed to Feng Qingyan and you left the capital, I buried these feelings deep inside. Now I have ended my engagement with Feng Qingyan and you have returned to my side. I really don't want to miss you again. I must say, Xiao Jingyi's way of soothing women is truly impressive. He can make up stories effortlessly, without even needing a draft. His goal is naturally to use Feng Zihue for his own benefit. Feng Zihue's terrible vanity is instantly satisfied, making her completely lose her sense of direction. Of course, I am sincere. Would I lie to Sister Zihue? Xiao Jingyi gently takes Feng Zihue's small hand and kisses it boldly. Prince brother. Feng Zihue leans into Xiao Jingyi's embrace. Her charming voice almost seduces Xiao Jingyi's soul. Zihue, are you willing to be the woman behind me? Feng Qianqian was once the emperor's consort, so Xiao Jingyi can't openly accept Feng Zihue. At this critical moment, he must be careful not to cause trouble with the emperor. Prince brother just said he liked me, but now he won't even give me a proper status. Feng Zihue is very angry and pushes Xiao Jingyi away. Isn't he just trying to enjoy himself without taking responsibility? Zihue, don't be angry.
I didn't mean it that way.
You know, now my father has many opinions about me, and the officials are watching my every move. Your sister was once the emperor's consort. If I marry you now, it might upset the officials and my father. I am helpless in this. When I gain power and ascend the throne, I will definitely make you empress. Is that okay? Xiao Jingyi keeps explaining, looking very distressed. Feng Zihue frowns slightly. Isn't this just giving her an empty promise? This acting skill, in modern times, would definitely earn a Best Actor award. Your Highness, I didn't mean it that way. Feng Zihue's heart softens slightly. Women tend to become confused when it comes to love, and that's true. Does Sister Zihue agree? I knew Sister Zihue also likes Your Highness. Because the room was scented with love potion, Xiao Jingyi couldn't help but hold Feng Zihue in his arms and kiss her lips. He no longer gave her a chance to back away. At this point, Feng Zihue was in a difficult position and could only accept it. Xiao Jingyi was not a young boy. He kissed Feng Zihue quickly and deeply, making her feel dizzy and confused. Unknowingly, the two of them ended up on the bed. Their clothes were removed, and the room's temperature kept rising. Feng Zihue, inexperienced in such matters, was completely under Xiao Jingyi's control. At first, Xiao Jingyi was gentle with her, but gradually, he became a bit impatient. Because of her health issues, she felt frustrated. After some tender moments, Xiao Jingyi still hadn't made a move. Feng Zihue, feeling a bit impatient, twisted her body slightly, sensing that something was wrong. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Xiao Jingyi holding a red silk cloth, tying her up. The position was hard to describe. Brother Crown Prince, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Feng Zihue felt ashamed and struggled to break free, but it was useless. Be good. Soon, I will make you feel comfortable. Xiao Jingyi slapped her buttocks and smiled in a strange way. Because his illness had not been cured for a long time, his mind had become somewhat twisted. Whenever he felt upset, he would find ways to torment others. Brother Crown Prince, what? What are you going to do? Feng Zihue saw Xiao Minji holding something as thick as a child's arm approaching her. She was instantly scared and wanted to dodge. But her whole body was and couldn't move. Feng Zihue then realized that the rumors about the Crown Prince having health issues were true. He really couldn't do it. No wonder he didn't respond when she tried to him several times. Zihue, listen to me. If you don't cooperate, I might really hurt you. Xiao Jingyi, under the influence of the love potion, was a bit out of control. In front of Feng Zihue, he completely revealed his ugly and hidden face. Don't come closer. This time, Feng Zihue truly regretted her choice. No matter how hungry she was, she shouldn't have chosen such a useless person. If he can't have children, how could he possibly inherit the throne? But now, it was too late for regrets. Xiao Jingyi wouldn't give her a chance to regret. Don't? Sister Zihue, haven't you always wanted to me? How can you say no? Xiao Jingyi smiled. He understood Feng Zihue's little thoughts from before. If he wasn't ready yet, afraid she would find out his secret and back away, he would have already fulfilled her wishes. Prince, please stop. No. Feng Zihue desperately shook her head and shouted. But earlier, she had already sent everyone away to be alone with Xiao Jingyi. Now, no matter how much she called, no one responded. Zihue, don't waste your effort. Just enjoy it. Xiao Jingyi slowly moved closer to Feng Zihue. At first, she struggled fiercely, but gradually, she seemed to accept her fate and adapted. As Xiao Jingyi became more indulgent, she also felt a strange kind of happiness. It almost felt like a form of masochism, but Feng Zihui thought she deserved it. Now, no matter how unwilling she was, she and Xiao Jingyi were tied together. The prince's faction was secretly making moves, while the emperor was still lost in his own world, unaware of everything. The reason behind this was naturally deliberate. The situation in the capital was becoming more tense, with hidden currents flowing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Feng Bailing had already arrived in the southern region for some days. His journey had been smooth, without any trouble. Feng Bailing's arrival in the south didn't seem as tense as the emperor had said. It looked like he had been deliberately kept away. The soldiers in the south were shocked to see Feng Bailing. They had heard he had been paralyzed in bed for many years. Seeing him now, he looked even healthier and more energetic than before. "Grandfather Yu, your health has recovered so well." Feng Zhan's adopted son, Feng Lin, excitedly stepped forward, hugged Feng Bailing, and smiled in surprise. He had heard that the emperor sent Feng Bailing to the south, and he was worried sick, afraid that his health wouldn't hold up. "Thanks to you, Sister Yenner, I wouldn't have the chance to stand again." Feng Bailing felt very emotional. He never imagined that after being paralyzed for many years, he could stand up again, return to the southern border army camp, and see the brothers who fought alongside him. Sister Yenner is truly a divine healer. Feng Lin knew how serious Feng Bailing's condition was, or he wouldn't have hurried to give him the military token of the Feng family army. Not just a divine healer, Sister Yenner has many skills. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to her. Feng Bailing spoke proudly when mentioning Yenner. Feng Lin was Feng Zhan's adopted son in the northwest. He had never been to the capital, so he had never met Yenner. But he had heard a lot about her in the northwest and was very curious about her. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. Feng Lin, this is Yenner's adopted younger brother, Feng Yin. Feng Yin, this is Yenner's older brother. From now on, you are brothers." Feng Bailing was too excited earlier and only now remembered to introduce Feng Lin and Feng Yin to each other. "Big brother, your younger brother, pay my respects." Feng Yin showed great respect to Feng Lin. He also came from a military family and had dreamed of becoming a great general since he was young. "Third brother, no need for formalities." Feng Lin immediately helped him up. "From now on, I'll leave Yin in your care. As men of the Feng family, we are born to fight on the battlefield." Feng Bailing looked at Feng Lin and then smiled at Feng Yin. "Big brother, thank you for your care in the future. Brothers are brothers. No need to be so formal. The Feng family values loyalty and friendship." Although Feng Lin and Feng Yin just met, they felt very close. Feng Bailing took a short break and then took Feng Lin and Feng Yin to the place where Feng Zhan had died.